She was once the foremost surgeon of the modern era. Yet, she succumbed to overwork on the battlefield while aiding Country X. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a strange world, transformed into a humble village doctor. Her arrival in this new realm was marked by a broken engagement, a shattered leg, and the loss of her father. Fortuitously, her entire modern medical knowledge accompanied her to this world. She employed her contemporary medical skills to heal and save lives, initially wishing to lead a life of tranquility, devoid of worldly ambitions. However, she unexpectedly discovered that her mother was the long-lost, legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State. The nation's wealthiest man sought her hand in marriage, to which she replied, "I do not wish to be a concubine." The sixth prince of the current dynasty harbored affections for her, and she declared, "I will not involve myself in court affairs." When his worth was appraised by those in power, the carefree ninth prince also stood by her side. The matriarch of the duke's household waved her hand and proclaimed, "I am willing to exchange the command of 500,000 troops at the frontier for my granddaughter's free." DOM. However, she was unwilling to let others shield her from the storm. She ventured to the battlefield herself, saving countless lives and forging a splendid future for herself. Chapter 1. Past and Present. On the edge of cliff. Zhuanzong, once I gather this cliff ginseng, I can exchange it for a tael of silver. With that, your stationary expenses for this year will be covered, a timid young girl said, her eyes brimming with affection. The wind howled at the mountain peak, yet the man across from her wore an expression of impatience. "Jiu, I came here today to discuss something important with you regarding our marriage." Upon hearing these words, Yiziu's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her head to twirl her fingers. "Chuanzong, regarding our marriage, you ought to discuss it with my mother rather than with me." With that, she covered her face and turned away, a portrait of bashfulness. "Jiu, I intended to tell you that, by the end of this year, we should call off our engagement." "What? Why should we call it off?" Before she could finish speaking, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Zhang Chuanzong, witnessing her sobbing, exhibited a hint of impatience, yet continued, "A man must prioritize his career. I have just passed the examination to become a Tongsheng these next few years. I wish to exert myself to become a Xiuzai. Otherwise, I would have no face to meet my parents." Yi Jiu, however, was impervious to his words, her mind consumed by the phrase engagement called off. With tears streaming down like delicate pear blossoms in the rain, she nevertheless failed to elicit any sympathy from Zhang Chuanzong. Wiping her tears haphazardly, she earnestly declared, "Chuanzong, I can wait for you. I am willing to marry you once you become a Xiuzai." As he observed Yu's naive demeanor, an inexplicable irritation welled up within him. After all, he had worked hard to become a Tongsheng, and with a promising future ahead, who would want to marry a girl burdened by the recent death of her father? Had it not been for her father's profession as a physician, earning a modest income each year, he would never have consented to this union. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth. If she refused to withdraw from the engagement, then she mustn't blame him for being heartless. His eyes betrayed a clear disdain, and a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "If you are willing to wait, that is well and good, but I fear it may squander your precious youth." Yi Jiu could not comprehend the hidden meanings in his words. She only knew that her elder brother Chuanzong had decided not to cancel the engagement, which made her smile through her tears. She crouched down and set her basket aside. "Brother Chuanzong, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I'm going to gather cliff ginseng now. Please wait for me for a moment." She then tied a hemp rope around herself, securing the other end firmly to a tree. Gradually, she lowered herself down the cliff, which, though not very high, was strewn with loose stones, prompting her to proceed with caution. However, just as she grasped the ginseng, she suddenly felt the rope slacken and snap. Yi Jiu plummeted like a leaf caught in a tempest, tumbling downwards. An expression of disbelief adorned her small face. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself lying on a dilapidated bed, a damp and stiff quilt draped over her. As she gently moved her body, a wave of pain coursed through her. This was not right. Had she not already perished? As a member of a medical rescue team in the 21st century, had she succumbed to exhaustion while aiding others on the battlefield in Country X? Yi Jiu recalled vividly the moment. She was enveloped in a blinding whiteness, the beeping of machines echoing in her ears, feeling as though she floated like a specter in the air. The acrid scent of disinfectant filled her nostrils, and she could hear the hurried footsteps of her colleagues, yet she could not utter a sound. Observing her lifeless body lying on the hospital bed, she pondered perhaps she truly had crossed over to the other side. At the tender age of 15, Yizhiu gained admission to the most prestigious medical university in the country, embarking on a decade-long journey through undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies, all while simultaneously mastering traditional Chinese medicine. With exceptional achievements, she secured a position as a surgeon at the largest hospital in B City. 8 years ago, in a bid to escape the treacherous intrigues of the hospital system, she represented her institution and led her medical team to the war-torn nation of X to provide battlefield medical assistance. However, since her arrival in X, she has been a daily witness to the harrowing realities of a hellish existence. Her husband suffered devastating injuries, losing his thigh to the relentless bombardment, while a frail wife desperately carried her dying husband on a makeshift stretcher to seek refuge and medical aid. Yizhiu pondered that if there truly exists a hell, it would surely resemble this. She has cursed the cruelty of fate more than once. To hell with war. A young child miraculously saved lay on the hospital bed and innocently asked in English, "Dr. Yi, what does your Chinese mean?" Upon hearing this, the child's lips curled into a smile, and even their eyelashes seemed to express joy. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Yi. My mother used to say that the God of China loves everyone who prays to him. So, if you prayed, he will love us too, right?" "Indeed, he surely will." The child clasped Yizhiu's hand and adorned it with a vibrant woven bracelet. "Dr. Yi, here, this bracelet represents hope and can fulfill people's wishes. Since you just prayed to the God of China for me, I'm giving you this bracelet." Yizhiu held the bracelet tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, afraid that if she spoke, she would succumb to the overwhelming urge to weep. She could only turn her back to examine the other patients. The sheer number of patients was overwhelming, and the local medical standards were woefully inadequate. Fortunately, the influx of advanced instruments and medications from the government had been a constant source of support. However, there was a severe shortage of personnel. Yizhiu had been working tirelessly for half a month, with only intermittent rest that seldom exceeded 3 hours each day. At last, she succumbed. Beep, as the monitor displayed a flat line, and despite her desperate attempts at CPR failing to revive her heartbeat, she finally comprehended the scene before her. Lying pallidly on the hospital bed, her colleagues wept inconsolably, while outside, the patients she had once saved bowed their heads in prayer, her own spirit hovering above. In that moment, a lifelong atheist, she came to the grim realization that she was indeed dead. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her wrist. Glancing down, she noticed the bracelet a child had placed on her, which she had forgotten to remove in the haste of her duties. The bracelet emanated a faint red glow, drawing forth an immense power. The space around her began to distort, and Yizhiu struggled in vain to remove the binding cord. A flash of white light enveloped her, and all fell silent. She found herself awakening in the body of a woman who shared her name. The room was dimly lit, with gray beams overhead, simple furniture, a pockmarked floor, and a damp, patched yolt covering her. Surely, she had awakened incorrectly. Yizhiu shut her eyes once more. Upon reopening them, she was met with the same disquieting scene, causing her heart to race with anxiety. "Mother, sister has awakened." A round little face leaned in, grinning as it gazed at Yizhiu, and upon closer inspection, one could see tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Sister, you fell off the cliff while gathering herbs and have been asleep for 3 days." A woman hurriedly entered from outside, settling at the head of the bed. "You error. You have finally awakened. I was so frightened." It turned out that she had traversed time. The original owner also bore the name Yizhiu, a 14-year-old daughter of this family. Years ago, the original owner's father had arranged a marriage for her with Zhang Chuanzong, a scholar from the same village. Zhang Chuanzong studied in town, but his family was impoverished, and the original owner's family had been supporting him. 3 days prior, she ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, seeking a rare cliff ginseng to sell and fund her fiancé's schooling. However, her fiancé was determined to call off the engagement. The original owner resisted, leading him to cruelly sever the rope, resulting in her tragic demise at the edge of the cliff. Yijiu thought to herself, how unfortunate you are, may you not fall prey to infatuation in your next life. The woman before her was the original owner's mother, Mrs. Jiang, while the young girl beside her was her younger sister, Yijiu Meng, who is 8 years old this year. The original owner's father was the village's barefoot doctor, and she had learned medicine by his side since childhood, helping him gather herbs to sell at the town pharmacy in Exe, paying for copper coins to support the family. A year ago, her father had passed away, leaving the family in dire straits. Yet, despite their hardships, the original owner's family continued to send money to Zhang Chuanzong for his studies, hoping that one day, should he succeed in his examinations, a brighter future would await them all. Thus, the original owner took the risk of gathering cliff ginseng, as it was precious and could fetch at least 1 or 2 silver coins at the town pharmacy. Jiang Shi was a simple and honest peasant woman. In her memories, despite being a daughter, she had never been unkind to herself. Although her life was not one of great wealth and luxury, she and her sister had never experienced hunger. Chapter 2. The all-powerful medical space. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it, Yijiu softly murmured, calling out mother. Oh! The woman wept tears of joy, embracing Yijiu tightly, fearing it was all a dream. Yijiu found herself nearly breathless in the embrace and gently pushed away, for as a doctor, she was not fond of close physical contact. It is my fault. Dear, I must have pressed upon you too much. I'm simply overwhelmed with happiness. At that moment, a faint warmth radiated from her right wrist. Looking down, she discovered the bracelet gifted by that child from Country X. What? I have crossed over, and this bracelet has come along too? Yijiu sank into deep contemplation. Jiming shyly slid her toes on the ground. I hope my sister recovers quickly. I wove a bit clumsily, please don't dislike it. A strange warmth enveloped Yijiu's heart as she gently patted Ziming's head. It is beautiful, your sister loves it very much. It is precisely because of your bracelet that I awoke. Thank you, dear. What is Zhang Chuanzong? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Shi's expression shifted. Speaking of him, your father has never acted foolishly in his life, yet he chose this match for you. You were in a coma for 3 days, and not a single person from his family came to check on you. Ah, they certainly dared not come. The murderer waits until the victim is thoroughly dead before showing their face. Regrettably, I cannot die, so let us take our time. She glanced around, touching her parched lips, and said to Jiang, Mother, I am somewhat thirsty. Yijiu felt her mouth dry, and her body seemed to have gone without water for an indeterminate time. All right, I shall boil some water for you. Please wait a moment. Jiming grasped Yijiu's hand. Elder sister, are you hungry? The chickens laid eggs today. I will cook one for you. Alone in the room, she surveyed her surroundings and couldn't help but lament the family's dire poverty. The dwelling was exceedingly crude, with a hole in the ceiling, which surely allowed rainwater to inundate the entire space during storms. The quilt was uncomfortably cold, and the air was thick with a damp odor. Idly, she rubbed the rope on her left hand. Pondering the remarkable coincidence, it seemed her transmigration was closely linked to this very rope. She was also intrigued by why it was warm. As she contemplated, she suddenly felt the rope constrict around her hand. Before she could react, a blinding white light enveloped her vision. There was an operating table, an array of advanced medical instruments, and several handguns, as every medical aid doctor was equipped with a firearm for emergencies. Upon opening her eyes, she felt a shift in her consciousness, and a box of antibiotics materialized in her hand. Yijiu was elated. It appeared she could access the medications from this omnipotent medical space at any time. However, since she had crossed over from another world, she knew she must conceal these items, well, otherwise, she might be regarded as a witch and burned at the stake. Jiang helped Yijiu to rise slowly, leaning against the head of the bed. Yijiu felt that her body had lain still for several days. Her back muscles were numb, and when she had to move her legs, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to grimace. It seemed that her leg was broken. Jiu, where do you feel discomfort? She forced herself to nod, lifting the blanket and gingerly probing with her hands. Mother, it appears that my calf is fractured. Upon hearing this, Jiang's tears began to fall in earnest. If your father were here, we 3 would not have fallen into such dire straits. Yijiu gazed at Jiang's somewhat rough skin, reaching out to caress her face, feeling the warmth of a mother's love from another world. In her previous life, She had grown up in an orphanage, never having met her biological parents. The sight of Jiang stirred a bittersweet ache within her, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. She clasped Jiang's hand, offering solace. "Mother, it is nothing grave. I have studied medicine with my father since childhood. I shall find a way. Mother, please fetch me 2 wooden planks, each a foot long and half a palm wide, along with a long strip of cloth." "Very well, I shall go at once." A fracture was a minor issue. Her consciousness was clear now, and there should be no internal bleeding. The external injuries were not severe, merely scratches from falling down a cliff amidst trees and rocks. As long as she could realign the displaced bone and secure it, it would heal swiftly. While Jiang stepped out, Yi Jiu retrieved a syringe of anesthetic from her space, administering it to several points on her calf. The realignment would undoubtedly be painful, but with the medication at her disposal, there was no need to endure unnecessary suffering. Before long, Jiang returned carrying the 2 wooden planks, and Yi Jiu knocked on them, finding them perfectly suited for her needs. She shifted backward, bending her right leg, and pressed firmly on her left calf with both hands. Crack! Jiang gasped in concern, covering her mouth in shock. After a brief moment, she exhaled a long, heavy sigh. "Mother, please help me secure 2 wooden boards around my calf and bind them tightly with cloth." Yi Jiu had exhausted all her strength for anything further. Jiang's heart ached, tears streaming down her face. With trembling hands, she attempted to stabilize Yi Jiu's calf, hesitating for quite some time, afraid to proceed. Yi Jiu managed a reassuring smile. "Mother, do not be afraid, it does not hurt. If you do not secure it for me, I may become a cripple." Her tone was light-hearted, devoid of any distress. Upon hearing this, Jiang finally took action, wrapping the cloth while cautiously observing Yi Jiu's expression, fearful of causing her pain. Soon, the task was completed, and Yi Jiu remarked cheerfully, "See, I told you it doesn't hurt. You did splendidly, mother. Just give me a crutch, and I shall be able to rise from the bed." Seeing Yi Jiu's calm demeanor, Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over her as she wiped the sweat and tears from her face. After consuming the egg her sister had brought and drinking a bowl of water, Yi Jiu finally settled down for a well-deserved rest. Just as she lay down, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the door. "Is anyone home?" Jiang gestured for Yi Jiu to remain lying down as she ventured out to investigate. Chapter 3. Zhang Chuanrong comes to annul the engagement. "Big sister, has Jiu awakened?" A woman appeared, her face gleaming with a forced smile. Zhang Chuanzong is 2 years older than Yi Jiu. The 2 elderly gentlemen arranged their marriage, as the Yi family, known for their medical practice and herbal trade in the town, boasted better circumstances than many in the ville. Laga. Thus, it was decided that Yi Jiu would wed upon reaching the age of 14. Zhang Chuanzong was engrossed in his studies, and each year, Yes father generously supported him financially. Last year, he finally passed the examination to become a student, but shortly thereafter, Yes father passed away, prompting their family to covertly reconsider the marriage arrangement. Jiang Shi sensed ill intentions and did not greet them warmly, coldly remarking, "He is not dead yet. Why is my sister-in-law so abrupt?" "I merely came to see Jiu and brought some eggs for her nourishment," he replied, continuing on his own. "Our Chuanzong needs to attend the town academy, and our family's finances are strained due to his studies. I hope the quantity is not deemed insufficient." Jiang Shi initially intended to dismiss the eggs and the visitors, but their household was out of provisions, and Yu, having sustained severe injuries, required nourishment for. Very, suppressing her anger, she disdainfully accepted the eggs. "Hasn't our Jiu supported your family enough over the years? One might think your Chuanzong belongs to our family." Zhang Chuanzong's expression darkened, his thin lips pressed tightly together. "So?" Jiang Shi retorted, tea that moment. Zhang Chuanzong stepped forward. "Aunt Yi, I vow that I shall not marry until I pass the examination for a scholar. I do not wish to delay my sister Jiu, and thus, I have come to annul our engagement." His gaze flickered, contemplating that when he severed the ties, Yi Jiu had not witnessed the act, and there were no witnesses to cast doubt upon him. Besides, Yi Jiu was inherently simple-minded. There would be no repercussions. No repercussions at all. "What? Are you truly intending to break off the engagement?" Jiang's voice trembled with indignation as she took a step back. Shen quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. "Dear sister, Our family does not wish to dismiss Ji Yu. We simply need her to prepare for the imperial examination, which may take several years. Ji Yu is only 14. We genuinely fear for her future. Ha! It seems to me that you are eager to sever ties now that my husband has passed, fearing that his legacy might encumber you. Jiang retorted coldly. Do not forget, were it not for Ji's father, your husband would have already met his demise. Shun shot back, her expression darkening. Whom are you cursing with death? I am only considering your daughter's welfare. Yet you respond with such hostility. The tension between the two women escalated, and YG, unable to endure the exchange any longer, summoned Minger to fetch a stick and boldly stepped outside. Mother, what has transpired? Seeing Zhao Yi rise, Jiang hurriedly came to support her. Zhang Chuan Zong suddenly appeared flustered, his gaze wandering before he collected himself. Zhao Yi, I presume you have overheard our discussion. What are your thoughts? Leaning on her stick, Zhao Yi replied with a hint of disdain. Oh? Given your apparent concern for my well-being, I have no objections. Jiang swiftly grasped Zhao Yi's sleeve, whispering urgently, my child, you mustn't. Zhao Yi gently patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. At her words, the Zhang mother and son sighed in relief, particularly Zhang Chuan Zong, who, despite achieving his desired outcome, found YG's contrasting reactions thoroughly unexpected. However, Yijiu shifted her tone and addressed Zhang Chuanrong, saying, our marriage was arranged by our parents, with the ceremonial exchange of marriage certificate. And the village chief as a witness. If we are to annul this engagement, it cannot simply be done without due process. All right, the small figure darted out like the wind. Yijiu remained silent, sitting up straight as she gazed at the Zhang family, the summer breeze thick and stifling, yet lifted her hair delicately. Zhang Chuanrong scrutinized her, his eyes filled with disdain at her disheveled hair, the pallor of her face marred with splotches of dried blood, and her tattered clothing, which were the marks of her fall from the cliff. He could not help but frown slightly. Before long, a crowd of villagers gathered at the doorway, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Jiang, sister-in-law, the Zhang family has come to discuss a marriage proposal, haven't they? Someone boldly inquired. Yi Jiu smiled at the gathering. Not at all. They have come to annul the engagement today. As her words fell, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. The Zhang family's actions are rather unkind. The girl's father has just passed away, and here they are hastily seeking to break the engagement. Is this not a form of bullying the orphan mother? Upon hearing the villagers' remarks, the faces of the Zhang mother and son changed dramatically. Zhang Chuanrong, eager to maintain his reputation as a scholar, quickly sought to clarify. Dear villagers, our Chuanrong has shown promise and has been recognized by the town schoolmaster. This is a testament to our ancestors' virtue, and he will need to reside at the school for an indeterminate time to study diligently in hopes of becoming a scholar. We are genuinely concerned about delaying the young lady from the Yi family, which is why we have resorted to this course of action. As some villagers nodded in agreement, Zhang continued, our family Zong is but a young scholar. With further diligence, he could attain the status of Xiao Tsai, and our village would then have an educated man. When Zong enters the government service, it would surely benefit our community. At this point, more villagers began to concur, recognizing that the village was comprised mostly of simple folk, and the emergence of a scholar would indeed bring honor to their ANC. Estayers. Yijiu leaned against a wall, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. This mother and son truly had a knack for embellishing their own merits. The village chief has arrived. Yijiu stepped past the Zhang family and limped out of the courtyard to greet him. Upon seeing Yijiu standing unharmed, the village chief expressed his concern. You're awake. You mustn't take such risks again. The cliffs are treacherous. Consider yourself fortunate this time, but be more cautious in the future. Receiving the elder's care, Yijiu nodded earnestly. You called for me. Is there something important? Before she could voice her thoughts, Shun hurried over. Yi village chief, thank you for coming. It's not a grave matter, really. My son Zong is soon to travel to Qingxi town for his studies. We do not wish to delay your daughter's future, so we thought it best to withdraw the engagement. Should Zong later succeed in his examinations, your daughter will still be unmarried, and we could welcome her then. We cannot allow her to wait in vain. The village chief frowned upon hearing this. With Yes family having recently lost their physician, to withdraw the engagement now would surely invite gossip. Your son is pursuing his studies, And yes, daughter is still observing her 3-year mourning period. This should not cause any delays. Why must you sever the engagement? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Shun could not help but interject. The village chief, filled with suspicion, inquired, "Is there any other reason?" Noticing Zhang Chuanzong's expression, which resembled a man desperately holding back, Yi Jiu slowly rose to her feet. "Uncle Village Chief, you are correct. Although I am deeply devoted to filial piety, it does not hinder Zhang Chuanzong's studies. However, as you have heard, he himself has stated that he cannot guarantee when he will succeed in the imperial examination. While I do not mind whether he passes or not, he harbors lofty aspirations. He believes that without academic distinction, one cannot establish a family." With that, she cast a teasing glance at Zhang Chuanzong. It could be a year, perhaps 5 years, or even 10. Jiang could not help but let out a chuckle at this. Moreover, this engagement was arranged by our parents. Now that my father has passed, our family is no longer what it once was, and it is only natural for others to desire change. Chapter 4. The dowry must be reclaimed. Yi Jiu spoke in a single breath, her every word imbued with a sense of vulnerability, yet piercingly incisive. The village head gazed at her in astonishment, pulling her aside to whisper, "Have you truly made up your mind? As long as I am here, they cannot annul the engagement without your consent. Your father has dedicated his life to practicing medicine in our Yi family village since he brought your mother here at the age of 20. We have all benefited from his kindness and cannot bear to see you suffer in solitude in the future." With an air of indifference, Yi Jiu replied, "Does marrying him guarantee a life of happiness? He has already harbored doubts. Should I go through with the marriage, it would only lead to mutual disdain. How can one so young perceive matters so profoundly?" The village head inquired. "Uncle, it is not that my understanding is profound. I have lost my father, and I still have my mother and sister." Her words trailed off, laden with unspoken sorrow. It was a jest. For though Yi Jiu was merely 14 at present, she had lived to the age of 35 in her previous life, encountering all manner of scoundrels within the hospital walls. With a resigned sigh, the village head addressed the Zhang family. "Then let us proceed with the annulment. Please present the marriage contract and documentation." "Wait," Yi Jiu interjected. "If we are to dissolve the engagement, we must first settle the accounts." Mrs. Shun's countenance turned pale. "What accounts? Do not speak nonsense." Anticipating their attempts to evade responsibility, Yi Jiu produced a ledger from her bosom and handed it to the village head. "You are fabricating stories. Your father never provided a dowry," Zhang Chuanzong retorted, his face a canvas of red and white as he desperately contested her claims. With a cool, disdainful smile, Yi Jiu regarded him. "Oh? If it is not a dowry, then pray tell, why did my father give you money? Could it be that you have accepted my father as your own? In this world, it is only natural for a father to spend money on his son. Otherwise, there would always be a source to refer to. Villagers, do you not agree?" Indeed, although Dr. Yi often offers free medical consultations to the villagers, it is unreasonable to bestow money without cause. As the discussion intensified, the faces of the Zhang mother and son began to betray their discomfort. The ledger, without a doubt, is authentic. They are well aware that a humble farming family barely earns 1 or 2 taels of silver a year, struggling to make ends meet, let alone support a student. Yi Jiu handed the ledger to the village chief, hoping he would provide justice for us, the orphans and widows. If the engagement is to be annulled, the dowry must also be returned. This is only fair. Mrs. Shun, with an expression of displeasure, defiantly stated, "If it is to be annulled, so be it. In the future, our family will continue the lineage. We do not need your few taels of silver." Hearing her words, the village chief found a table and began to meticulously examine the densely packed accounts, confirming that they were indeed in Dr. Yi's handwriting. The villagers watched in silence as the chief worked the abacus, and within a short time, the amount was revealed, a total of 15 taels. Mrs. Shin gasped, questioning whether there might have been a miscalculation, exclaiming, "How could it be so much?" Zhang Chuanzong remained silent. "Impossible." Mrs. Shin firmly refused to believe it. Yi Jiu slowly replied, "Your son requires 2 taels of silver for his annual tuition alone, not to mention the costs of ink and books, along with expenses for dining out with classmates. At the very least, it adds up to 4 or 5 taels a year. My father has supported him for 4 years. Calculate it yourself. Do you truly believe that your son's talents are so exceptional that teachers would forego payment to eagerly accept him?" Zhang Chuanzong stood there, observing his mother, flushed with anger, as she argued with the village chief. He longed to throw down some silver and leave. Yet 15 taels was far too much for his family to produce. Otherwise, he could simply agree and drag it out. Waiting until he excelled in his studies and secured an official position, at which point money would be plentiful. Yi Zhiyu perceived his thoughts. She limped over to him, and instinctively, Zhang Chuanzong took a step back. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "If you wish to speak without being overheard, come closer," she replied. Upon hearing her words, an inexplicable unease washed over him, and suppressing his discomfort, he stepped nearer. Yi Zhiyu lowered her voice. "I know you were the one who severed the rope that day. Unfortunately, I did not die. The cut in the rope tied around my waist was evidently made by a sharp blade, not by a stone. The rope remains in my home." In an instant, Zhang Chuanzong's face turned ashen. "How can you prove that I cut the rope? You survived. And even if there were evidence, it would not condemn me," he retorted stubbornly. Yi Zhiyu gently shook her bound left leg. "Then tell me. If I were to report you to the examiner for attacking your fiancé, resulting in my injury, and for hastily retracting your marriage proposal after my father's death, do you think a person so heartless and unfilial would be protected in his quest for the coveted title of scholar? Although there was no evidence, I was indeed injured. And you have no proof that it was not your doing. Besides, your desire to break off the engagement is clear. I would not stand in your way. Surely, you would not risk everything for a mere 15 taels of silver, only to end up marrying a woman with a limp?" Yi Zhiyu's words were sharp as blades, striking at Zhang Chuanzong's heart. Zhang's expression tightened, and he hurried to grasp Shen's arm, saying, "Mother, we accept. But son, where shall we procure such a sum? Mother, do not fret. I shall find a way." With that, he prepared to lead Shen away. Yi Zhiyu called out to halt them, declaring, "By tomorrow at the latest. If I do not see these 15 taels by noon, I shall have regrets." Upon hearing this, Shen's heart ignited with fury, scolding, "You wretched girl. My son is destined for greatness. He would not lack for your pittance. You, with your crippled leg, should save this money to secure a husband, lest you remain unmarried." The onlookers gradually dispersed as the sun began its descent, and Zhang led Yi Zhiyu into the inner room. Why did you consent to the Zhang family's withdrawal from the engagement? What will become of your reputation?" Yi Zhiyu had contemplated bringing Zhang Chuanzong's malicious intent against her to light, yet she lacked evidence. Most of her previous threats had merely been to intimidate him. Naturally, she could not disclose these matters to her mother, for the knowledge of being wronged would only burden her with worry. Zhang gazed at Yi Zhiyu's youthful visage, her heart aching. Restraining her tears, she said, "It is getting late. I will prepare some rice." Yi Zhiyu, hindered by her crutch and feeling a twinge of pain in her calf, refrained from rushing to assist. "Forgive me, mother. Once I recover, I shall take on all the tasks and ensure the well-being of you and my sister." Hearing this, Meng came bounding over, taking Yi Zhiyu's hand. "When I grow up, I will care for mother and sister." As we await the growth of Dreamer, the room is filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 5. Zhang Chuanzong and Zhao Xinwan. The autumn nights stretch long, and the farmers hesitate to light their lamps. As darkness envelopes the world, they retreat to their beds. Within their modest abode, there are 2 rooms, one for the parents and the other for Yi Zhiyu and Jiming. Jiming, ever considerate, prepared warm water for Yi Zhiyu's feet, leaving her sister feeling somewhat bashful. She had rarely experienced such tender care. Eagerly, she pulled Jiming onto the bed. "You are such a good girl, and soon sister will recover. When that time comes, I will take you to the market to buy candied hawthorn." Upon hearing the mention of candied hawthorn, Jiming's face lit up with a radiant smile, her excitement palpable as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Sister is the best, the absolute finest in the world." Once Jiming was lulled to sleep, Yi Zhiyu took a pain relief pill and applied a concoction meant to invigorate the blood and alleviate bruising to her injured leg. The healing process was painfully slow, significantly diminishing her quality of life. In her contemplation, she ventured into her storage space and retrieved a vial of a newly developed medicine, renowned for its remarkable and rapid restorative properties for external injuries. Originally intended for the swift recovery of soldiers wounded in battle, its application was fraught with severe pain due to the nerve reconstruction involved, and it was seldom used unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Yi Zhiyu felt she could no longer afford to be so cautious. The hindrance of her leg was too great. Observing her sister's serene slumber, she downed the medicine in one swift motion and then turned away from Jiming, lying down. Soon, waves of excruciating pain surged through her leg. As a physician, Yi Zhiyu found it challenging to quantify her suffering, resorting instead to biting the blanket to stifle any sound, her nostrils flaring as she fought to control her breath. Sweat soaked through her undergarments. Time lost its meaning as she endured the agony, but gradually, the pain began to subside, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Yizhiu rose silently, careful not to disturb her mother and sister as she intended to prepare breakfast for them. However, upon glancing into the earthenware pot, she discovered that the brown rice had nearly run out, barely amounting to a handful. She sighed, lamenting the adage that a clever woman finds it difficult to cook without rice. Since the passing of her father, their family had fallen into dire poverty, and the original owner of this body had foolishly sent money to Zhang Chuanzong. Alas, but now that she had arrived, such hardships would no longer plague her. Yuzhiyu poured the remaining brown rice into a pot and added water to cook porridge. Her legs had only just healed, making her walk slowly, yet each step was firm and steady. The rural air was indeed refreshing, and as she listened to the chorus of cicadas, she inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of joy. Not far along her path, she spotted a small grove and decided to venture into search for wild vegetables. To her surprise, though the grove was modest in size, the soil was moist, and the ground was robustly dotted with mushrooms. Yizhiyu swallowed hard at the sight of the natural wild fungi, imagining how fragrant they would be in her porridge. She gathered them diligently, discarding the red-capped, white-stemmed ones, and soon filled her basket to the brim. Thinking it a rare opportunity, she resolved to collect as much as possible, stowing the remainder away in her space. Her interest piqued, she stealthily approached, finding refuge behind a large tree stump to conceal herself. "Did you not say yesterday that you had broken off your engagement with your betrothed? Why then do you come seeking me today if that matter was not settled?" A woman scolded. "Warner, you know that my heart belongs only to you. Yizhiyu is a betrothal arranged by my father since childhood. We share no genuine feelings. I have already informed her of the annulment yesterday. However, my family's impoverished circumstances mean that I owe much of my education to the support of the Yi family. Now that I am withdrawing from the engagement, I naturally wish to repay this kindness. Otherwise, what would it mean to be a scholar?" Upon hearing Zhang Chuanrong's words, Yizhiyu nearly burst into laughter. "Oh, it seems he has found another, which explains his haste to dissolve the previous engagement." The woman named Warner gazed at Zhang Chuanrong with deep affection, recognizing his profound loyalty. "Truly, he is worthy of my admiration." She then remarked, "What is this so-called kindness if not mere monetary assistance offered during your times of hardship? To repay such kindness now, one need only return the money." Zhang Chuanrong hesitated, estimating the amount to be around 15 taels. "Yet, at present, I am utterly destitute. Once I achieve success in my examinations, I shall certainly have the means to repay her. Regrettably, it seems Warner must wait for me a while longer." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinwan was displeased. "My father has never approved of our union, and should he learn of your betrothal to another, it would be utterly impossible. After all, I am the daughter of the county magistrate. What is 15 taels? I shall provide it, but you must swiftly annul the engagement." Though she spoke lightly, Zhang Chuanrong feigned reluctance. "As a scholar of repute, how could I allow the woman I cherish to spend her money on me? It simply would not be proper." Zhao Xinwan, with a compassionate expression, replied, "Dear Zhang, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Do not underestimate the potential of youth. I firmly believe you will achieve great fortune in the future." With her enchanting gaze, she leaned gently into Zhang Chuanrong's embrace, adding, "Moreover, our affections are mutual. What is mine is yours." Even though his heart brimmed with joy, Zhang Chuanzong feigned reluctance as he accepted Zhao Xinwan's purse. How delightful! Yuzhiyu could no longer endure the scene, her skin crawling with discomfort. No wonder he was so eager to call off the engagement, even risking his own life. It turned out he had become entangled with the county magistrate's daughter. This pair of scoundrels indulged in their clandestine romance in broad daylight, and here was Zhang Chuanzong, who prided himself on being a scholar, engaging in the most unscrupulous deeds. Fortunately, the marriage was soon to be annulled. Otherwise, the mere thought of his name associated with hers was enough to provoke disgust. After they departed, Yizhiyu slowly made her way home through the woods, her spirits exceptionally buoyant. If Zhang Chuanzong had wealth, it implied her family would soon prosper. Indeed, today was a splendid day. "Where have you been so early? Your leg isn't fully healed. How could you wander about?" Yizhiyu looked at her mother, whose face was etched with worry, feeling a pang of guilt. She should have informed her mother before leaving, having grown accustomed to solitude in her previous life. She had forgotten that there were loved ones who cared for her in this world. With a burst of enthusiasm, she presented her woven basket to Jiangshi. Instead of glancing at the basket, Jiangshi stared incredulously at Yu Zhiyu's legs. Where? Your leg? Can you walk? Indeed, Yu Zhiyu replied, twirling around. Yesterday, I applied some herbal medicine according to the techniques my father left behind, and this morning, I was able to set aside my crutches. I can walk slowly without any trouble. Chapter 6. The mushrooms are delicious. Jiangshi regarded her daughter with a hint of skepticism, yet ultimately embraced her joyfully. Your father was skilled in medicine. I am so pleased that you have learned well. Even after the annulment of the engagement, you will have a means of support. It was only then that she noticed Yi Zhiyu's basket. A glance revealed the contents, and she exclaimed, My dear, you must not eat this. During your father's lifetime, he treated several patients who had been poisoned by consuming such fungi. The family's circumstances had been relatively stable, but after the passing of her father, Yi Zhiyu had been foraging for medicinal herbs to exchange for a few copper coins. In recent days, she had fallen into a state of unconsciousness due to an injury, leaving the household with little sustenance. Yi Zhiyu reassured her mother, Do not worry, mother. Father taught me that some mushrooms are toxic while others are safe. I have only gathered the non-toxic ones, so you need not fret. Despite her daughter's assurances, Jiang was still somewhat anxious. However, Yi Zhiyu busied herself with fetching water and began to clean the mushrooms. She opened the pot on the stove, where rice soup was already bubbling, so clear that the grains could be seen rolling about. Swiftly, she sliced the mushrooms and added them to the pot before her mother could intervene. Are you certain this is edible? Jiang asked, concern lacing her voice. Yi Zhiyu, wishing to avoid mentioning her father, realized that without an explanation, her mother would remain uneasy about eating. Thus, she explained, Mother, these are indeed the wild vegetables that father taught me to identify. Although the places I foraged are often inhabited by snakes and insects, father advised against my gathering them. I wore a charm to ward off such dangers, so there is nothing to fear. Besides, the three of us must survive. Is that not the case? Zhang's expression darkened, her thoughts perhaps lingering on her late husband or the burdens of their daily struggles. As the mushrooms simmered, a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. Jiang, inhaling the savory scent, found herself swallowing hard. Yi Zhiyu smiled and said, Mother, these mushrooms are warm in nature, nourishing to the stomach. They are truly beneficial for our health. Upon hearing this, Zhang's expression gradually relaxed. Go and wake Meng'er for breakfast. The kitchen is warm, and Mother is tending to the fire. After a brief interval, a pot of fragrant mushroom porridge was ready. Just before serving, Yi Zhiyu sprinkled a few grains of salt into it. Jiming rested her little face on the table, greedily inhaling the aroma. Sister, it smells wonderful. What is it? This is mushroom porridge. Yi Zhiyu ladled a bowl and placed it before Jiming, advising, Eat slowly, be careful, it's hot. Then she filled another bowl for Jiang, saying, Mother, you should eat too. Finally, she settled down at the table with her own bowl of mushroom porridge. The three of them slurped contentedly as they ate. Jiming, her face glistening with sweat from the warmth, exclaimed, Sister, what is this soft dish? It tastes similar to meat. Meng'er, this is called mushrooms, a type of wild vegetable I collected in the forest this morning. There are plenty more, but I fear you might tire of them, Yu Zhiyu explained. Upon hearing that they were foraged from the woods, Jiming became excited. Did you pick them, sister? They are delicious. Tomorrow, I want to go with you to gather more. Jiang chimed in, I will join you as well. With plenty, we can sell them in town. Mother will ensure you are well fed. Yi Zhiyu chuckled and shook her head. Mother, we indeed plan to go to town tomorrow, but not to sell mushrooms. We intend to spend money. She was reluctant to let too many people know that mushrooms were edible, as the forest harbored many indistinguishable poisonous varieties. If others were to forage and fall ill, it would create trouble for her as well. Jiang and Jiming exchanged glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Yi Zhiyu. They must have thought, this mushroom is indeed toxic. Either Yi Zhiyu has been poisoned, or they are merely hearing things. How could their family possibly afford to buy anything? With a smile, Yi Zhiyu replied, Today, the Zhang family is here to return the engagement and the money. We shall have funds, won't we? She confidently asserted. They will undoubtedly find a way to repay us today. Let us hope so, was the only response. As if summoned by fate, the Zhang mother and son, accompanied by the village chief, arrived just as the trio of mother and daughters finished their porridge and washed the dishes. Upon seeing Yi Zhiyu emerge with her left leg able to bear weight, Shin scoffed, Has your leg miraculously healed in just a day? Or were you feigning weakness yesterday in an attempt to cling to our family? Yi Jiu laughed derisively. Cling to your family? That is laughable. Is your home a golden nest, or a silver one, that I would need to pretend to be lame? Have you forgotten that my father is the village's only physician? I have learned medicine from him since childhood. This minor injury is nothing to me. She then turned her gaze to Zhang Chuanzong. And you? If it were not for my father's skills in earning a living, how could you have had the opportunity to study and flaunt your status as a scholar in my household? Now that her leg had recovered, Yi Jiu felt liberated to express her frustrations. Zhang Chuanzong's face flushed a deep crimson, feeling as though Yi Jiu had transformed into an entirely different person upon waking from her faint. Yet, he maintained his defiance, retorting, "How have you become so sharp-tongued? How can you speak to my mother in such a manner? She is your mother, not mine. I shall speak as I please. Besides, am I not speaking the truth?" The village chief intervened, urging everyone to speak less. Although the engagement was annulled, they still belonged to the same village, and it was easier to resolve enmities than to forge new ones. "Please present the marriage certificate and the betrothal papers," he instructed. Shen hurriedly handed several sheets of paper to the village chief, requesting his assistance in nullifying the engagement. Yi Jiu also produced the marriage certificate and betrothal papers. After receiving them, the village chief took out 3 silver ingots, stating, "This is the 15 taels of dowry returned by the Zhang family. With this amount, your engagement is hereby voided, and in the future, the two of you shall have no further ties." With that, he proceeded to tear the marriage certificate into shreds before letting out a barely audible sigh. "Now that the matter is settled, I must take my leave. There are still tasks awaiting me in the fields." Having said this, the village chief departed. Shen wore a look of satisfaction. "I initially had quite an affection for you as my daughter-in-law, but you must bear the blame for not marrying into a good family. Now, you are unworthy of my son. In the future, maintain your decorum and use this money to find a foolish son-in-law. Life can still be bearable." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Chuanrong sensed a hidden implication in her words. Yi Jiu continued, "Just heed my words." She jingled the silver ingots. "The engagement is annulled. Shouldn't you hurry to share the good news with your Wana?" Shen stepped forward, asking, "How do you know?" The two retreated in a dejected manner, leaving Yi Jiu clutching the silver, lost in a blissful smile. Chapter 7. The Poison of Bamboo Leaf Green with Newfound Wealth. There was no need for worries. Today truly was a splendid day. Initially contemplating a trip to the town for the market tomorrow, I was reminded that the only sustenance left at home, apart from a hen capable of laying eggs, was merely half a basket of mushrooms. One must eat to survive. So I lifted my gaze towards Mother Jiang and suggested, "Mother, let us venture to the town and procure some rice." Jimeng, who had been brimming with excitement at the mention of the market, instantly sulked when Mother announced that she would not accompany us. "Mother, let us all go together." Yi Jiu interjected. "Since Father passed away, we have not acquired anything new for the household. Now that we have some money, let us buy rice and oil, and perhaps a new garment for Meng." She then crouched down to Meng and said, "Shall we take the ox cart together? Yesterday, I promised to buy you candied hawthorn, and today I shall fulfill that promise." "Yes, yes, yes. You are the best, sister." "Mother, please take me with you," Jimeng pleaded, tugging at Jiang's sleeve with a playful charm. Seeing her 2 daughters so exuberantly joyful, Jiang could not bear to refuse and relented. "Very well, I shall grant your wishes. But even though we have this silver, we must be prudent with our expenses. I intend to save for both of your dowries." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu felt a wave of exasperation. After finally managing to fend off a suitor, her mother still seemed intent on marrying her off. With little else to occupy our time, we decided to set off. In truth, we had a few acres of land that Father had tended to, and in my memories, Mother had never once labored in the fields, thus she possessed no such skills. After Father's passing, the land had fallen into neglect. A tinge of envy stirred within me as I reminisced about the celestial love my parents shared. Upon reaching the village entrance, we spotted an ox cart slowly approaching, driven by the village's own Yi Lao heir, whom I typically referred to as Uncle Yi. "Uncle Yi, are you heading to the town?" I inquired sweetly. Yi Lao halted the ox cart, preparing to deliver some game to the tavern in town. Moreover, he added with a grin, "You 3 ladies can hop on as well." Certainly, Yi Lao continued. "After I finish this delivery, I have no pressing matters. A brief wait will not trouble me." Thus, Yi Jiu and the others boarded the cart and found a spot to sit. The ox cart traveled at a leisurely pace, and soon the trio began to feel drowsy from the gentle rocking motion. Yi Jiu closed her eyes to rest. After some time, the cart came to a stop. Yi Lauer addressed the three of them. Sister Jiang, we have arrived. Slowly, Yi Jiu rose and helped Jiang down from the cart. Qingchuan town marked Yi Jiu's first departure from the mountain village since her arrival in this era, and she was enchanted by the quaint architecture surrounding her. The bustling cries of the vendors filled the air, painting a vivid picture of prosperity. Mother, let us first seek out a pharmacy. I wish to sell the cliff ginseng I gathered last time. Indeed, during her perilous fall from the cliff, Yi Jiu had clutched the ginseng tightly in her arms. And today, selling it would yield a handsome profit of a couple of taels of silver. Jiang nodded in agreement. The trio made their way to the familiar apothecary, Tong De Tang. Upon entering, a young apprentice approached them. Miss Yi, what medicinal herbs do you bring today? Yi Jiu retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom. Unveiling a piece of cliff ginseng, roughly the length of a chopstick and as thick as a finger. The apprentice's eyes sparkled upon seeing it. Miss Yi, this ginseng is of exceptional quality. I cannot make a decision on my own. Please allow me to fetch the shopkeeper for an appraisal. Kindly wait a moment. Yi Jiu patiently awaited the shopkeeper's arrival, while Jiming, with the exuberance of youth, fidgeted restlessly, her gaze flitting about. After waiting for a while without the shopkeeper's arrival, she presumed he was occupied with other matters. Thus, she took out some silver and said to Jiang, Mother, I shall wait here. You go buy new clothes for yourself and Jiming, and perhaps a candied hawthorn for her as well, as she seems quite anxious. Jiang felt that her eldest daughter had changed significantly since awakening from her coma. Though she could not pinpoint exactly how, there was a newfound maturity and composure about her. Upon receiving the silver, she set aside her thoughts and nodded in agreement. I shall manage with some coarse cloth to make myself a garment later. Yi Jiu playfully interjected. Mother, can you sew clothes? Perhaps it would be better to purchase ready-made garments. You might as well buy one for me as well. Nothing too extravagant, just something durable. This query flushed Jiang's face with embarrassment. She had never learned to sew. In her family home, she was assigned only to heavy labor. And since marrying into the Yi family, where her husband indulged her, she had become quite inept at such tasks. Very well, we shall both don new attire. Jiang replied cheerfully, leading Jiming out the door. Make sure to return here. Do not wander off. Yi Jiu cautioned from behind. The Tongda pharmacy was the largest in the town, bustling with patrons. Ye's father had mentioned that he and the shopkeeper were once esteemed physicians from a larger city, but had relocated to Qingxi town after incurring the wrath of a noble, establishing the pharmacy instead. Renowned for his kindness and exceptional medical skills, the shopkeeper was beloved by the townsfolk. Suddenly, a commotion arose as a group burst through the door, carrying a stretcher upon which lay a pallid man. Doctor! Doctor! Quickly! Come here! The hall erupted into chaos, and soon, a staff member rushed inside to relay the news. Yi Jiu rose to her feet, casting a glance at the figure before her. His lips were an ominous shade of black, his complexion as pale as paper, and his breath faint, indicative of poisoning. Upon observing the man, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, his fingers long and slender, she noted a slight callus on the pad of his right hand, suggesting he was a scholar. His trousers were torn, revealing 2 gaping wounds on his calves, from which blood continued to seep, evidence of a snake bite. Just as Yi Jiu was about to lift his eyelid to check the reaction of his pupils, a subordinate abruptly swatted her hand away. Who does this wild girl think she is, daring to touch our young master? Yi Jiu pursed her lips and took a step back. Very well, I shan't touch him. Where's the patient? Allow me to see. Do not crowd around here. Manager's son hurried over, and several attendants promptly cleared the way. After examining the patient, Manager's son noted the bloodied wounds on the leg and inquired, when were you bitten? Such audacity. Yi Jiu could not help but roll her eyes at the man's tone. As Manager's son attempted to rise, he was abruptly yanked down by the panicking subordinate, falling heavily to the ground and struggling to regain his composure. Witnessing the elderly manager's son, around 70 or 80 years of age, being shoved to the ground, Yi Jiu disregarded her status and stepped forward to confront the subordinate. You brazenly assault someone in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of the authorities coming to apprehend you? You filthy girl. Do you think the authorities will dare to come after me? It was then that Yi Jiu scrutinized the man before her more closely. His attire was distinctly different from that of the others, indicating he was the leader of the attendants. His arrogance and rudeness ignited within her a desire to draw a weapon from her spatial realm and eliminate him. Yi Jiu took a deep breath, uncertain whether to intervene. She had come to this world with the desire to lead an ordinary life, yet this individual was either affluent or noble, and any misstep could jeopardize her family. However, as a physician, it was unconscionable to stand by and allow someone to perish. After grappling with her conscience, she finally spoke up. Master Sun has already examined your young master. It is your delay in seeking medical attention that has brought us to this dire state. If you continue to resist, your young master will undoubtedly meet his end. The death attendant regarded Yi Jiu with skepticism. Is there still hope for my young master? Yet, he wore an expression of disdain. And you, a mere girl? Why should I place my trust in you? Yi Jiu chose not to engage further, stating, Look at your young master. He is barely clinging to life. He cannot survive this. With that, she assisted Master Sun, preparing to depart. Chapter 8. A consultation fee of 20 taels. Yi Jiu truly wished to avoid further conversation. Very well, I shall take on this life. As a doctor, her mission was to save lives, and though she had initially intended to lead a quiet existence, she found herself unable to ignore her own principles. Moreover, she possessed the antidote for the venom of the bamboo leaf green snake within her space. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. Thus, she resolved not to quibble with the death attendant. The death attendant composed himself, allowing Yi Jiu to pass. He was uncertain whether his choice was wise, but this was his young master's final chance. After all, she was merely a country girl. He doubted she would dare to overstep her bounds. Take him to the inner room. You are not permitted to observe the treatment process. At this moment, Master Sun had regained his composure and, upon recognizing Yi Jiu, urged, Miss Yi, this man is beyond medical help. You should leave at once. Do not risk your own life. Yi Jiu gently reassured, Master Sun, you are well acquainted with my father. I would never bring harm within your pharmacy. I know my limits. The deceased servant was most reluctant to allow her into the inner room, yet he dared not wager the young master's life and reluctantly assisted in carrying him inside. Give me a moment. Should I revive your master? You shall henceforth call me auntie and refrain from referring to me as that wretched girl, Yi Jiu declared before closing the door and requesting Master Sun to provide a lock. Yi Jiu swiftly secured the door from within and, without delay, retrieved the snake venom antidote from her space to administer to the young man. However, the time lost weighed heavily on her mind. There was no alternative. She could not merely stand by and watch him perish. After injecting the serum, the young man showed no signs of improvement. She checked his carotid artery only to find that his heartbeat had ceased. A sense of dread washed over Yi Jiu, and she quickly produced an adrenaline syringe, administering it intramuscularly. She then leapt onto the bed, fervently performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation while counting the seconds. Just as she contemplated whether to administer in 4 for detoxification, the young man's eyelids fluttered gently, and his lips parted slightly. Yi Jiu, with a roughness born of urgency, pried open his eyelids. To her relief, his pupils had dilated and returned to normal. She exhaled deeply, a weight lifting from her chest. It seemed she had successfully brought him back. She promptly stored the used syringe in her space. Lu Yanlin felt as though he had been in slumber for an eternity. Upon gently opening his eyes, he beheld a woman clad in coarse linen seated beside him, her hand resting upon his eyelids. A subtle fragrance of medicine lingering in the air. Noticing his consciousness returning, Yi Jiu inquired, Do you remember your name? Lu Yanlin's head still felt somewhat hazy. Yet he managed to inquire, Did the young lady save me? Noticing his articulate speech, it seemed he had recovered significantly. Indeed, your dead servant was causing a ruckus in the pharmacy, so I had no choice but to intervene. You need not express your gratitude. The consultation fee still stands. Yi Jiu murmured. Lu Yanlin, mustering his strength, rose and bowed respectfully. The life-saving grace of the young lady is unforgettable. I am Lu Yanlin. May I ask for your name, so that I may repay your immense kindness in the future? Yi Jiu ignored him, promptly unlocking the door and pushing it open. Upon seeing Yi Jiu emerge, the deceased servant and manager Sun rushed over to check on her. When they beheld Lu Yanlin standing there alive and well, both were left speechless. The deceased servant suddenly knelt before Lu Yanlin, exclaiming, Young master, you frightened me to death. Had anything happened to you, I would have followed you to the grave. Tears and snot flowed freely, a touching display of master-servant loyalty. Ahem. Yi Jiu cleared her throat. Deceased servant, do you recall the promise you made earlier? Lu Yanlin frowned and replied, Shenyan, was it you who caused the disturbance in the pharmacy? My lord, it was merely a moment of desperation. The old doctor declared your demise was certain, which compelled me to act more forcefully than intended. I never meant to harm anyone. I implore you to forgive my transgression." He then bowed respectfully to Manager's son. "On behalf of my subordinate, I offer my sincerest apologies. Furthermore, I shall present a grand gift later to express my contrition." The servant named Shun Yin dared not allow his master to bear the blame. Instead, he immediately knelt before Manager's son, pleading, "Manager's son, it was I who erred. I hope you may show leniency and forgive my unintentional mistake." Master's son waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would not dwell on the matter. "Young master, do not take it to heart. I am unscathed. Your family is merely concerned for your well-being. It is solely my lack of skill that led to this predicament. Fortunately, Miss Yi was timely in her assistance, sparing me further complications." Noting Master's son's indifference, Yi Zhiyu spoke candidly. "Although the venom has been counteracted, residual toxins remain in your system. Here, I present you with 9 pills. Take one 3 times a day, and after 3 days, you shall return to your former self." She continued, "As for the payment, the total comes to 20 taels, which covers both the consultation and the medicine." With that, she produced a paper bag containing the medicinal tablets. Lu Yinlin listened intently, a warm smile illuminating his features, even as his complexion had waned. Yi Zhiyu found herself momentarily entranced, as this was the first time she had encountered someone so strikingly handsome since her arrival in this world. He was indeed deserving of the phrase "as gentle as jade," unparalleled in elegance. He retrieved a jade pendant from his robe and presented it to Yi Zhiyu with both hands. "This pendant is the emblem of the Lu family. With it, you may seek assistance from any Lu establishment, and you shall receive unwavering support." Yi Zhiyu examined the pendant and mused, "Indeed, a person of wealth. This jade is of exquisite quality, free from impurities." She continued, "However, I do not require the pendant. Silver would suffice. 20 taels, please." Unable to contain his frustration, Shun Yin stepped forward and exclaimed, "You unappreciative one. Do you not realize how many dignitaries wish to ally with the Lu family? Is my young master's life worth merely 20 taels?" At this, Yi Zhiyu could not help but laugh. Who complains about the amount when paying? Is 20 taels truly insufficient? Are you aware that countless ordinary individuals struggle throughout their lives to amass even 20 taels? To speak candidly, I find myself in dire need of funds recently. Thus, requesting 20 taels from you merely reflects your ostentatious attire, which I have taken advantage of. Exercise caution in your words. Do not speak carelessly. For this young lady is my savior." Subsequently, she extended her hand and with utmost reverence presented a purse to Lu Yinlin, along with the silver and the jade pendant. She passed it to Yi Zhiyu. Yet, Yi Zhiyu only accepted the purse, opening it to reveal 4 gleaming silver ingots nestled within. Lu Yinlin momentarily faltered while holding the jade pendant, then smiled gently, acknowledging, "You are indeed a person of noble character. I have been remiss." He continued, "I shall remain in Qingxi town for several days. Should you require any assistance, feel free to seek me at Choding Mountain Villa." Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of dizziness overcame him, but thankfully, Yi Zhiyu was quick to support him. "Remember, this medicine must be taken with clear water." Shopkeeper's son stared intently at the medicine in Lu Yinlin's hand, his eyes filled with curiosity. He then pulled Yi Zhiyu aside and inquired, "Is it true that your medical skills are inherited from your esteemed father?" "Indeed," she replied, "my father has taught me medicine since childhood, though I have never practiced formally. Today, as circumstances necessitated my intervention at your pharmacy, I hope Shopkeeper's son does not hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Shopkeeper's son's slender face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling. Truly, the pupil surpasses the master. The patient afflicted by the bamboo leaf poison had seemingly lost all hope, yet you have miraculously revived them. It seems the ancient texts regarding healing are indeed accurate. The youth is formidable. May I ask, if it is not too much trouble, to enlighten this old man on a few matters? And regarding that white pill, I have never encountered its like. Could you divulge the method of its preparation? So pure and flawless. The pills are undoubtedly synthesized with high precision in modern laboratories, though it cannot be disclosed. Observing Yi Zhiyu's hesitation, Manager's son immediately adopted an understanding demeanor, remarking that it is a tradition for medical knowledge to be passed down from father to son, and he is but an old man overstepping his bounds. Seeing the disappointment etched on Manager's son's face, Yi Zhiyu felt a pang of guilt. However, I cannot divulge the specifics of the pill-making process. Yet, if given the opportunity, we could exchange medical knowledge and save more lives together. Upon hearing this, Manager's son, disregarding the pain from his earlier fall, leaped with joy. Splendid. Splendid indeed. Now, regarding this cliff ginseng, shall we negotiate? Yi Jiu produced the cliff ginseng wrapped in her handkerchief and shifted the conversation to business. The price exceeded her expectations by 4 taels, and she felt a surge of security with the newfound silver. Having accompanied her father on numerous occasions to sell medicine, she knew Manager Sun's pricing was fair and aligned with the market value. After concluding the transaction, Yi Jiu touched the weighty pouch and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Chapter 9. A Grand Procurement Yuer. Sister. Before departing, she remembered to gift Lu Yinlin a sachet containing her personally compounded deworming medicine, instructing him to keep it close to prevent a recurrence of today's events. I will take responsibility for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinlin was so taken aback by her words that he forgot everything else, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. In this world, it was rare for a woman to claim she would take responsibility for him, and he involuntarily smiled. All right. As they exited, Jiang inquired eagerly, what just transpired? Who was that young nobleman? Yi Jiu waved her purse before Jiang, recounting her recent encounter with a man afflicted by snake venom while waiting for Manager Sunday. With a deft hand, she had administered an antidote, successfully healing him, and in gratitude, he bestowed upon her 20 taels of silver as a consultation fee. Jiang was taken aback, her mouth agape. Previously, when Ye's father treated patients in the village, he received only a handful of copper coins. Yet, here was her daughter, commanding such a sum, enough to sustain their family for several years. Our Jiu is truly remarkable, blessed with both talent and fortune, she exclaimed. Mother, we are now affluent enough to improve our living conditions. I shall earn more for you in the future, and you need not live in such frugality. Recalling the worn bedding at home, Yi Jiu suggested, Mother, let us purchase a few new quilts while we're at it. Autumn is approaching, and the weather will soon turn chilly. The old quilts are inadequate, and with your health being fragile, we must guard against the chill. Observing her daughter's meticulous attention to their household affairs, Jiang, who had been tense since her husband's passing, felt a sudden release of her burdens, her eyes glistening with tears. Mother, what troubles you? Yi Jiu inquired gently. It's nothing, my dear. I am simply overjoyed. Our Jiu has grown up and is now capable of caring for others. I am truly happy. With tenderness, Yi Jiu wiped away Jiang's tears, softly assuring her, our future will only get better. This is what father wished to see. As they spoke, the 3 of them clasped hands and made their way to the cotton shop, where they ordered 6 sets of cotton batting. Due to their substantial purchase, the shopkeeper arranged for delivery to their designated location. Then, I went to the butcher's shop to purchase several pounds of meat, including 10 pounds of fatty pork. Initially, I intended to buy more. However, the sweltering heat made it impractical to store, so I settled for a smaller quantity. In this era, there is no vegetable oil. Instead, the fat is rendered into lard, which can be preserved for a longer duration. As I strolled along, I was suddenly captivated by the enticing aroma of steamed buns, and my stomach began to rumble. It was already noon, and the 3 of us had only consumed a bit of porridge in the morning. Surely, my mother and Jiming must be hungry as well. Thus, I inquired, Mother, Jiming, shall we have steamed buns for lunch? The meat buns cost 5 copper coins each, while the vegetable buns were 2 copper coins apiece. Observing Jiming's pallid complexion, I took the initiative and decided that each of us would have 2 meat buns. The 3 of us stood at the roadside, joyfully savoring our meal. Although it may not have been the most refined sight, we relished it with great satisfaction. Upon seeing the 3 members of the Yi family approach, burdened with numerous packages, they hurried over to assist us. Sister Jiang, you've spent quite a bit, haven't you? It makes sense, considering the Zhang family has repaid their long-standing support, leaving you with some extra to indulge in new acquisitions. Yi Lar beamed upon receiving the roasted chicken that was offered to him. In rural households, one seldom enjoys meat throughout the year. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised by Yi Ji's generosity. It's only fair. You've already compensated me generously for the cart fare. How could I accept your roasted chicken? Yi Ji insisted on placing it in his hands. Uncle Yi, you've waited for us for a while. Please do not refuse. Otherwise, it would be awkward for me to ride with you next time. With such earnest words, Yi Lar finally accepted the roasted chicken. Ji, the next time you venture to the town to sell medicinal herbs, do let me know in advance. I will wait for you. Very well, thank you, Uncle Yi. It is only natural. Father taught elder sister, and in the future, I too shall learn the art of healing from her, to cure more people. Yi Jiu sighed, resting her forehead in resignation. Yi Lauter grinned broadly. remarking that with Dr. Ye's exceptional skills, their daughter would also be able to tend to the sick. Thus, the villagers would no longer have to journey to the town for medical care. Yi Zhiyu could only nod in agreement, stating that as a woman, if the villagers placed their trust in her, she would certainly do her utmost. The Zhang family seemed to be acting rather peculiarly, disregarding such a wonderful girl. The words stunned Jiang Shi and Yi Zhiyu, for it was indeed a peculiar remark. Yi Lauder soon realized his indiscretion, scratching his head in embarrassment and apologizing. "Forgive me. I am a simple man and do not know how to speak delicately. My intent was merely that." Following this, the adults fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, the child Jiming, with her innocent disposition, chattered animatedly about the delicious tonghulu and the many delights found in the streets, while Jiang Shi and Yi Zhiyu leaned against the ox cart, quietly listening. Time seemed to slow in that moment. It was the first time since their father's passing that the family felt such joy. Yi Zhiyu basked in the warmth of her family, the journey enveloped in tranquility. Having walked quite a distance that day, her injured leg began to ache, so she and Jiang Shi organized their purchases before resting beneath the phoenix tree in the courtyard. Leaves fell sporadically, each whispering the arrival of autumn. Lu Yanlin had taken a considerable rest at the medicine hall, his expression grave, while Shun Yin stood anxiously by. Go investigate why the bamboo leaf green, which typically dwells deep within the bamboo grove, has appeared at my Chioding Mountain Manor. The attending physician has taken leave today. He sits pensively by the window, his long lashes filtering the delicate light, his demeanor slightly weary. Though he has already come to a conclusion regarding the incident, he still feels compelled to seek out evidence. His family has prospered from Qingxi town, and the ancestral tablets are enshrined in Chioding Villa, a fact known only to the Lu family. The details of his ancestral pilgrimage are known solely to his close relatives. Little did he realize that his elder brother truly desires his life. Were it not for that young lady today, the thought of Yi Zhiyu softens Lu Yanlin's sharp gaze involuntarily. There will be another chance. They shall meet again. Chapter 10. You must live. While having resolved her dining concerns, Yi Zhiyu has temporarily decided to rest. If possible, she wishes to assume the role of a physician. After much contemplation, she considers that Yi family village comprises over 200 households. It is a considerable number. Moreover, neighboring villages contribute to the population. In rural areas, few can afford to seek treatment in the town. Thus, she contemplates becoming a female doctor in the village, providing medical care for the villagers, thereby benefiting the community. In her previous life, she lacked ambition, eschewing research and academic writing, weary of the cutthroat competition for professional titles in hospitals. In a moment of resolve, she decided to become a volunteer doctor on the battlefield in Country X. In this life, she remains unambitious. Practicing medicine and saving lives can occur anywhere, and she can choose to help anyone. With her medical expertise, retreating to the mountains is not without its merits. As the dawn breaks splendidly, Yi Zhiyu greets Jiang and sets off to gather herbs in the mountains. One cannot help but admire that Yi family village, under the jurisdiction of Qingxi town, is indeed a splendid place, adorned with verdant hills, clear waters, and the sweet melodies of birdsong amidst fragrant blossoms. No wonder a refined gentleman like Lu Yanlin, untouched by the mundane world, finds himself in such a place. Love is akin to a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds. Suddenly, Yi Zhiyu walked briskly, humming a popular tune from a past life. She had gathered some common herbs and placed them into her basket, preparing to venture deeper into the mountains in hopes of discovering rare herbs to exchange for money. She certainly craved meat. Being without funds was not an option. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a strong, metallic scent. With her keen sense of smell, Yi Zhiyu sensed an imminent danger and hesitated to proceed further. Damn the doctor's code of ethics. Fear not, for I possess a gun. She approached cautiously, probing for a pulse and detecting faint breaths. The man before her wore a crane-patterned mask, making it difficult to discern his nature, clad in dark attire and official boots. His hair disheveled as if he had endured a fierce battle. Only his pale, tightly pressed lips hinted at his suffering. A sword wound on his chest narrowly missed a vital area, presenting no grave danger. However, his thigh artery had been severely slashed. Despite his attempts to staunch the bleeding with fabric, blood had already begun to seep out, regardless of whether he was a good or bad person. A life was at stake. Yi Zhiyu swiftly retrieved her scissors, cutting away the fabric from the man's chest and pant leg as he lay unconscious. Too late for any anesthetic. Without hesitation, she clamped the bleeding artery with a hemostatic forceps, and began suturing the wound. Her experience in managing battlefield injuries allowed her to perform these tasks with remarkable ease, unfazed by the environment or location. In no time, the wound was treated. And as she closed the skin, she whimsically tied a beautiful knot, finding a moment of leisure in her otherwise urgent task. After finishing her sewing, she gazed at her masterpiece with satisfaction, murmuring to herself, "Quite remarkable. It has been days since I last performed surgery, yet it remains flawless." As she staunched the man's bleeding, he moved his fingers slightly. Observing this, Yizhiu marveled at his tenacity for life, but a sense of caution crept in. The man, masked and adorned in finery, surely held an extraordinary identity. What if he awakened and posed a threat to her? Contemplating her options, she retrieved a vial of propofol spray from her space and administered it to the man's nostrils. Within 3 seconds, he succumbed to slumber once more. Ensuring his safety in this desolate wilderness, where no soul would wander, she produced a bottle of sodium chloride solution and mixed in some antibiotics. Though his external wounds had healed, the severity of his injuries still posed a risk of infection. Yizhiu hung the forebag from a tree branch and settled down nearby to sort through her medicinal supplies. After approximately half an hour, the infusion was complete. Rising to gather her belongings, she collected the medical waste into her space. Unexpectedly, her hand brushed against a box of military rations, chocolate designed to replenish strength. Observing the pitiful figure before her, she reluctantly placed a piece into his mouth. "Truly fortunate you are to have encountered me, yet I must take my leave. Your anesthetic will soon wear off, and I have tended to your wounds. Whether you can find assistance afterward remains uncertain, and I wish to avoid entanglements. Hence, may you fend for yourself." With a sigh, she lamented the irony of saving a life without the prospect of a fee. "If fortune favors you, may you live well." Yizhiu muttered to herself, not forgetting to dip a branch in the man's blood to inscribe on his arm the thread for suturing, indicating that it could be removed after 5 days. Having completed her task, she shouldered her medicinal herbs and departed. Behind her, Zisong Hengji had been awake for some time. Observing the woman who appeared to be saving him, dressed in a simple white linen dress, devoid of makeup, her jet black hair tied up in a rudimentary bun with vines, he deduced she was likely an ordinary village woman. Thus, he refrained from rising, quietly watching her as she stitched and mended his wounds. Though he could not comprehend her actions, he was certain she was endeavoring to save him. When he felt he could move, he prepared to express his gratitude. However, she rendered him unconscious with a sedative. Hearing her lament about not receiving a consultation fee made him want to laugh, yet he dared not move, fearing another dose of the drug, and chose instead to feign sleep. Peering through half-closed eyes at the girl before him, reminiscent of a fawn, he felt as if the bloodshed of recent days had been momentarily cleansed. As she prepared to leave, she placed a small black pill into his mouth, a flavor he had never experienced before, slightly bitter, yet predominantly fragrant and sweet. She urged him to live well. Once Yizhiu had walked away, Zisong Hengji stirred slightly, signaling with smoke for assistance. The pill in his mouth quickly dissolved, imparting a mild bitterness but ultimately revealing a lingering sweetness, suggesting it was not poison. Otherwise, why would she have gone to such lengths to save him? He settled cross-legged, channeling his internal energy. Surprisingly, his severe injuries had already healed significantly. Eventually, his rescuers located him and promptly assisted him into a carriage, instructing the accompanying physician to attend to him. Qin Zhoudao knelt on one knee, addressing the sect leader. "This time of assassination, I am dispatching individuals to investigate. Please grant me 3 days, esteemed leader." Zisong Chengji spoke softly. "There is no need. Such ostentation would only serve to alert the enemy. I possess my own judgment in this matter." "Yes, Your Highness." Qin Zhoudao rose to stand beside Zisong Chengji and inquired of the physician, "Dr. Li, how is the leader's injury?" Strangely, the wound has been treated with such exquisite precision. Akin to delicate embroidery, it leaves me in awe. Moreover, considering the severity of the knife wound, one would expect a high fever. However, I observe no such condition in His Highness. He then asked, "May I inquire, esteemed leader, if another physician has intervened in your treatment?" Chapter 11. An unexpected visit. Zisong Chengji recalled the little girl who had murmured about not receiving her fee, yet still urged him to cherish his life. An imperceptible smile graced his lips. Perhaps it was the mountain spirits who had saved me, as I was unaware during my unconsciousness. He looked at Dr. Li's fervent gaze and instinctively concealed the girl's identity, fearing that the eccentric healer, Li Henshui, would scour the mountains in search of her if he revealed too much. Ah Chong, upon seeing Yi Jiyu, appeared flustered and immediately tugged at her sleeve, leading her hastily towards the village. Confused, Yi Jiyu questioned, "Brother Ah Chong, what is the matter that requires such urgency?" After their grandfather and grandmother passed away, they had been sold to Yi's father for a mere 4 taels of silver by their siblings-in-law as a bride. Fortunately, their father treated their mother well, and for many years, the two families had little interaction. What could have prompted such an unexpected visit today? A foreboding sensation surged within me, prompting an involuntary quickening of my pace to catch up with the Chong. Upon arriving home, I was met by a gathering of neighbors, drawn by the commotion outside my door. "Mother, are you all right?" I exclaimed as I hurriedly pushed the door open. Jiang Shi sat slumped in a chair, her eyes filled with indignation as she glared at the 2 middle-aged individuals before her. The man spoke first, a smile on his face. "This must be my great-niece. I am your uncle." Ignoring his attempt at familiarity, I retorted, "What kind of uncle are you? I have lived for 14 years without ever having met you. And now you appear out of nowhere claiming to be my uncle?" The woman beside him chimed in with a mocking tone. "Oh, so now that you have wealth, you no longer acknowledge us, your less fortunate relatives? We are, after all, your elders. You truly take after your mother." Just as I was about to respond, a stick suddenly swung toward them, and I instinctively blocked it. Ji Meng, fuming, held the stick firmly, glaring at the 2 intruders. "If you dare continue your ruckus in our home, I will not hesitate to break your legs with this stick. I have no intention of allowing anyone to sell my mother's uncle upon entering." "Wait, someone explain to me what is happening here," I said, bewildered by Ji Meng's words. Jiang Shi, weary and frustrated, rose to her feet. "Menger, this is your uncle Jiang Tianming and your aunt Yang Chui." Yang Chui approached me, handkerchief in hand, and with a cheerful demeanor said, "Now that you are around 14 or 15, you are becoming an adult, and it is time for you to marry. Once you are wed, how will your mother, a widow, manage on her own? After the passing of your parents, your elder brother is like a father, and your elder sister-in-law, like a mother. Your mother is now in her 30s, and we have found her a suitable match. What do you think?" Yi Jiyu was taken aback by the shamelessness of the 2 individuals before her. "Aunt, I address you as such because you are my mother's sister-in-law. Just after my father has passed, you come to propose marriage for my mother. If this were to be known, it would surely invite scorn. In the Great Shang Kingdom, widows are permitted to remarry, but only with the consent of the woman involved." Judging by the expression on Zhang's face, it was evident she was both fearful and reluctant. Jiang Tianming remarked, "The suitor, Li Baoda, is a wealthy man from our village. Although he is nearing 50, he possesses several dozen acres of fertile land and lives quite comfortably. Once this opportunity is missed, it may never arise again." Yi Jiyu rolled her eyes at his spittle-flying enthusiasm. "If my mother does not wish to marry, no one can force her away. Child, are you concerned that you and your sister will have nowhere to go? Do not worry, he is willing to take you both in," Jiang Tianming added. Yi Jiyu pondered deeply, questioning why a prosperous man from Wangshan Valley would seek to marry a widow with 2 daughters. It was not that she wished to think ill of others, but the situation seemed exceedingly strange. She gently held Zhang's trembling hand, signaling her to remain unafraid. Upon hearing her firm refusal, Yang Chui immediately withdrew her smile, glaring at Jiang and saying, "I am doing this for your own good. How can a widow with 2 daughters possibly survive? Although you are remarrying and have received a bride price, it indicates he comes from a respectable family." Having accepted the bride price, it appeared that the 2 had not come in a moment of folly, but rather with premeditated intent to sell Jiang for monetary gain. Yi Jiyu scoffed. "The laws of the Great Shang Kingdom stipulate that a widow must wait 3 years before remarrying. Uncle, should I take this matter to the county office? It seems you might receive the betrothal gifts with your life hanging in the balance." Jiang Tianming found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there exists such a law, which dictates that a woman must not remarry for 3 years following her husband's death, while no such restrictions apply to men. At that moment, a voice from the crowd outside broke through, lamenting how some had forsaken their conscience for the sake of money. The family of Li Baoda, though possessing some wealth, was notoriously twisted, having seen 3 wives perish under his hand, all succumbing to ailments he refused to treat. The Zhang family intended to thrust their own sister into that den of wolves. Alas, how tragic. The speaker was a young wife from Yi family village who had married from Wangshan Gully. The crowd murmured in dismay. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiyu was consumed with rage and kicked Jiang Tianming, exclaiming, "What a heartless man! Yang Chui, witnessing her husband being kicked, lunged at Yi Zhiyu with fury. However, before she could even graze her garment, Jiming struck her on the leg with a stick. Jiang Tianming, seeing this, plopped onto the ground and indignantly protested. How dare you strike me and your aunt? Jiang Xiuxiu, is this how you raise your daughter? At this moment, Yi Zhiyu had retrieved her self-defense spray from her belongings, ready to unleash it upon them if they dared to advance a single step closer. Just then, a Chang's voice rang out from the crowd, calling to the villagers. Fellow townsfolk, Dr. Yi, during his lifetime, selflessly treated the sick and saved lives in our village. Who among us has not benefited from his medicines? Those in dire straits were never charged a fee. We have received his kindness. How can we stand by and allow his widow to be humiliated after his passing? This proclamation evidently ignited the collective fury of the crowd, prompting many to step forward. Jiang Tianming, observing the villagers rallying in support of Jiang Xiuxiu, immediately cowered. Chapter 12. The Past of the Jiang Family. The couple from the Jiang family, realizing the situation was turning against them, abruptly knelt down and began to wail. Xiuxiu, we never intended to sell you. It is just that your nephew was deceived into a gambling den last month and lost 15 taels of silver. If he cannot repay it, they will sever his hand. What will become of him? A man who is the primary labor force of the family, without a hand. As they lamented, they noticed Jiang Shi feigning tears. Li Baoda is willing to pay 15 taels as a betrothal gift. You would have a good match. Is this not a win-win situation? 15 taels? Even a maiden of good standing would not command such a sum. Some women began to murmur upon hearing the figure. Jiang Shi turned her head, disregarding them. Seeing her indifference, they continued to weep towards Yi Zhiyu. Zhiyu, dear niece, please persuade your mother. Your uncle and I have only this one son. Yi Zhiyu scoffed. So this is the true purpose of your visit. The pretense of matchmaking is merely a guise. It is the money you seek. Jiang Tianming and Yang Zuiming were aware of the law, yet they chose to act against it, which was inherently strange. Their genuine intentions were finally laid bare. Yi Zhiyu instructed Jiming to put away the stick and took a seat, smiling as she inquired. If my mother is unwilling to marry, does my uncle have any other alternatives? Jiang Shi looked at her brother in disbelief. I have no money. Sister, you cannot turn a blind eye to this plight. I know that recently, the Zhang family called off the engagement and returned you 15 taels. Please, show some compassion and save your nephew. Yang Chui interjected eagerly. Zhang's face was etched with despair. Brother, how could you be so heartless? We three depend on you for our livelihoods. You demand 15 taels without hesitation, as if you have no intention of allowing us to survive. Yi Zhiyu's expression darkened. They had just received 15 taels, and now someone was demanding the very same amount, neither more nor less, suggesting they were perhaps incited by others. It was true that Jiang Tianming was a rogue, yet he was undeniably Zhang's elder brother, and regardless of blood ties, Zhang had benefited from the family's upbringing. Thus, this matter required resolution, lest it lead to future complications. The money refunded by the Zhang family, along with the consultation fee from Lu Yanlin and the proceeds from selling Cliff Ginseng, totaled nearly 40 taels. After purchasing necessities, they still had over 30 taels remaining. They could afford this. Yi Zhiyu spoke. This 15 taels represents the entirety of the Zhang family's refund for the broken engagement. You truly dare to demand it. Jiang Tianming's face grew awkward, yet he remained resolute, unwilling to budge from his demand for 15 taels. We can provide the money without requiring repayment from you. However, you must draft a deed of covenant with my mother, stating that upon receiving these 15 taels, you shall henceforth have no further ties with her. Seeing the money almost within reach, Yang Chui readily agreed without a second thought. Jiang Tianming, however, began to waver. After all, she was his sister, and he had promised their parents to look after her. Consider Xiaobao, our only son. If we fail to return the money, they might sever his hand. Ultimately, after a tumultuous internal struggle, Jiang Tianming resolved to agree. Yi Zhiyu swiftly produced a piece of paper, drafting the covenant, and urged Jiang and Jiang Tianming to sign it. Jiang remained silent, yet decisively pressed her thumbprint onto the document. Yi Zhiyu softly reassured, Do not be troubled, mother. I shall earn a great deal of money, and such troubles shall not plague us again. After affixing her seal, she stored the document away, proceeded to the inner room, and retrieved 15 taels of silver, which she handed to Jiang Tianming. Addressing the onlookers at the door, she declared, I kindly ask all brothers, sisters-in-law, uncles, and aunts to bear witness that today my mother has signed the agreement, severing all ties with Jiang Tianming and his wife, henceforth unconnected in life or death. Very well. We are all watching. With the matter settled, Yi Jiu unceremoniously dismissed the Jiang couple. Once the villagers had enjoyed the spectacle, they gradually dispersed. Mother, do not be disheartened. You need not fear the absence of your natal family. I shall always be by your side, Yi Jiu reassured. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi burst into tears, seemingly releasing years of pent-up grievances. Yi Jiu did not intervene, allowing her to vent her emotions freely. After a while, Jiang Shi finally calmed down and began to recount her story. Jiang Tianming was once very good to me, being the only child in his family. He welcomed my arrival as a new sister. As time passed, he grew up, married Yang Chui. During her youth, Yang Chui did not experience a favorable life at home. Seeing the affection I received from my parents, she began to whisper discontent into Jiang Tianming's ear. Over the years, as Jiang Tianming had a son, Jiang Xiaobao, he gradually grew estranged from me. When I was 12, my parents passed away, and Yang Chui's true nature was fully revealed as she began to abuse me daily, with Jiang Tianming turning a blind eye. During that time, my existence was akin to a living hell, burdened daily with unending household chores and an insurmountable pile of laundry. All while caring for Jiang Xiaobao, my body was in a state of extreme depletion. One winter when I was 15, Jiang Xiaobao played in the snow and caught a chill, leading them to punish me by making me kneel in the snow clad only in thin garments. When Jiang Xiaobao fell ill, I sought out the village doctor, your father, to provide a consultation. At that moment, I was so frozen that my breaths were shallow and labored. Your father, moved by my plight, wished to examine me as well. But Jiang Tianming and Yang Chui opposed this. Your father could not bear the thought of me freezing to death and insisted on bringing me indoors. Yet Yang Chui accused him of attempting to tarnish my reputation, brazenly suggesting he purchase me. Thus, I remained in the Yi family village, performing household tasks for your father as a means of gratitude. Over time, our feelings deepened, resulting in your birth and the arrival of Jiming. As Jiang spoke, tears streamed down her face, and it was only when mentioning Father Yi that a rare softness appeared in her demeanor. Yi Jiu felt a pang of sorrow swell within her. It was heartbreaking to realize the hardships her mother had endured in her youth. In a fit of anger, she declared that had she known this day would come, she would have withheld money from them and driven them away with a stick. Jiming, ever gentle, wiped Jiang's tears away, assuring her mother, "Do not cry. If we encounter those two villains again, I will protect you. Enough of this. It's getting late. Today, I will cook for you all to celebrate my mother's new lease on life." Yi Jiu interjected, eager to divert her mother from dwelling too long in negativity. "All right, let us prepare the meal together." That evening, Yi Jiming sliced the remaining pork into strips, coating them in flour and egg batter before frying a delightful platter of crispy pork fillets. The seasoning was sparse, yet the dish proved to be a rare delicacy. She also utilized some foraged wild vegetables, mixing them with flour to prepare several pancakes. Finally, she crafted a fragrant mushroom soup. In her previous life, whenever she felt downcast, she found solace in fried foods. She wondered if her mother would feel the same joy after tasting them. Jiang Shi and Jiming gazed longingly at the golden fried pork, unable to suppress their appetites. "Sister, what is this?" The two stared at the food before them, their trust in Yi Jiu unwavering. Soon, the three indulged in the sumptuous meal, their faces gleaming with grease, as the shadows of the day seemed to dissipate. Yi Jiu turned to Jiang Shi and proposed, "Mother, tomorrow, let us borrow some vegetable seeds from the village. We can plant them in our garden, and then we won't have to rely on wild vegetables every day." This suggestion received Jiang Shi's wholehearted approval. "Very well, you can gather herbs while I tend to the garden. Together, we shall lead a blissful life." As the night deepened, filled with their laughter and joy, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the silent night. Yi Jiu, a light sleeper, immediately rose to investigate. Upon reaching the courtyard, she found Jiang Shi had already awakened. Opening the door revealed Yi Laer and a Chong, who stood at the entrance, oil lamp in hand, their expressions fraught with urgency. Yi Jiu spoke first. "Uncle Yi, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Jiu, my dear niece, have you truly inherited your father's medical skills?" Yi Laer inquired anxiously. "Yes," she replied. Yi Laer was doing relatively well, but Ah Chong, a grown man, was weeping uncontrollably, breathless and at a loss for words. She had medicine in her space, but presenting herself empty-handed would surely raise suspicions, so she decided to use the medicine box as a cover. However, Jiang Shi directly locked the door and accompanied Yi Zhiyu out. Meng Er was soundly asleep at home. There was nothing amiss. Having given birth to both you and Meng Er, I possess some experience, and I shall accompany you to see if there is any way I can assist. Yi Zhiyu initially intended to decline, but considering the late hour and her first foray into practicing medicine in the village, having her mother accompany her would help avert potential troubles. Thus, the four of them set off together. As they walked, Yi Lao Er explained, "My dear niece, please do not take offense. It is quite late, and my elder brother's eldest daughter-in-law has suddenly gone into labor. We summoned the midwife, but she unexpectedly reported a significant loss of blood, and the mother has ceased to move, which is why we sought your help." A major hemorrhage? This was indeed a grave obstetric emergency. Yi Zhiyu's mind swiftly formulated a treatment plan, and she unconsciously quickened her pace. The two households were not far apart, and they arrived in the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Yi Lao Da's wife, Aunt Lianhua, weeping and clinging to the midwife's sleeve, imploring her not to leave. "Please, take another look at my daughter-in-law and grandson. If you go now, it will truly result in a double tragedy." The midwife, with a heavy heart, replied, "Sister Lianhua, I am also powerless in this situation. Giving birth is a perilous journey for women. Your daughter-in-law's fate seems precarious, and she may not endure. It would be wise to prepare a coffin." Upon hearing the midwife's words, Ah Chong, a robust man, was suddenly struck with panic, collapsing to the ground, motionless and unsure of what to do. Yi Zhiyu navigated through the crowd, urging me to follow her for a closer look. Aunt Lianhua, upon noticing the arrival of Yi Zhiyu and the Jiang family, hastily led the way. According to Yi Lauer, she had treated esteemed patients in town and surely possessed the knowledge to help. When your father was alive, he had remarkable medical skills. As his biological daughter, you must have inherited the ability to save my daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Aunt Lianhua, allow me to examine her first. I cannot make any promises without seeing the patient. Once inside, a pungent scent of blood immediately filled the air. Yi Zhiyu maintained her composure as she approached the bed, lifting the covers to reveal a mattress almost entirely soaked, indicating a significant loss of blood. Ah Chong's wife was barely conscious. She was in peril. Without hesitation, Yi Zhiyu retrieved her silver needles and, drawing upon her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, swiftly inserted them into several key acupuncture points to stem the bleeding. Gradually, the blood loss began to diminish. Seeing Yi Zhiyu's adeptness in medicine, Aunt Lianhua felt a measure of relief. Time was of the essence, and immediate blood transfusion was necessary, yet the room was crowded. Yi Zhiyu urgently addressed the others. "The light here is too dim. Your presence hinders my ability to treat her effectively. Please step outside." After speaking, she began to usher them away. "I will do my utmost to heal her, but I implore you not to disturb me." Reluctantly, Aunt Lianhua complied, grateful that Yi Zhiyu was a woman, thus alleviating any concerns about propriety. As she departed, she couldn't help but implore, "You must save my grandson." To which Yi Zhiyu replied, "I will do everything in my power for your grandson." Though she was not an obstetrician, she had often heard tales from the obstetrics ward in her previous life, where mothers faced perilous deliveries, and grandmothers insisted on prioritizing the child's life. However, in the eyes of a physician, the safety of the mother was always paramount. In the dimly lit room, only Jiang and Yi Zhiyu remained. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhiyu produced a test strip and examined the blood type from the prurient. Type B. Fortunately, it was not a rare type, as the medical supply in the space contained B-type blood bags. "Mother, please fetch another basin of hot water, ensuring it is thoroughly heated, without any dilution with cold water." Upon receiving the instructions, Jiang promptly set out to find someone to boil water. Yi Zhiyu swiftly hung the blood bag at the head of the bed, concealing it within the bed curtains. The flickering candlelight rendered it difficult to detect, even when Jiang returned. With the blood bag finally in place and the silver needle staunching the bleeding, the time had come for the delivery. Yi Zhiyu assessed the situation and noted the fetus's position was favorable. However, the parturient was quite young and had a petite frame, likely around 14 or 15 years of age. This was why childbirth in ancient times was often likened to a perilous journey to the gates of the underworld. Yi Zhiyu urgently administered a dose of oxytocin to stimulate contractions. Given the circumstances, a cesarean section was not feasible. The parturient would need to rely on her own strength. Fortunately, the oxytocin proved effective, and the parturient's abdomen began to contract rapidly. At this juncture, 400 milliliters of blood had been transfused, and the praetorian regained some consciousness. Beginning to exert herself, Yu Jiyu carefully stowed away the blood bag supplies and removed the silver needle that had stemmed the bleeding. Just then, Jiang returned, carrying a basin of hot water. Mother, align your efforts with her contractions and assist her by applying pressure to her abdomen. I fear she may lack the strength. Within a few breaths, the baby's head became visible. Yi Jiu urged the praetorian. With one final push, it will soon be over. Hold on. With a final exertion, the sound of a newborn's cry pierced the air, and Yi Jiu finally exhaled in relief. It is a girl, having been confined within for an extended period, her body bearing a hue of blue and purple. Yet, she cries out, showcasing her tenacity for life. Jiang received the infant, swathed her in swaddling cloth, and stepped outside to share the joyous news. Yi Jiu, observing the frail state of the mother, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Though there were lacerations below, fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. Upon hearing the baby's cries, Achang's wife succumbed to a deep, heavy slumber as if all her strength had been sapped. Yi Jiu conducted a brief examination and found no serious issues. Merely exhaustion had claimed her. After tidying her up, she exited the room. Outside, Achang stood like a simpleton, fixated on the newborn in his arms, afraid to move lest he harm the delicate little being. This was Achang's inaugural experience as a father, and naturally, he was anxious. Aunt Lianhua, feeling somewhat disappointed, greeted Yu Jiu upon her emergence with gratitude before inquiring, "How is my daughter-in-law? Will this affect her ability to bear a second child next year?" Yi Jiu was at a loss for words, yet her reaction was understandable. Not everyone cherished daughters as her own father did. In the countryside, there remains a preference for sons, who symbolize productivity, while daughters, once grown, are destined for marriage. With a resigned tone, she reassured, "Rest assured, Auntie, your daughter-in-law is in good health. With proper care, she will surely bear you a robust grandson in the future." Achang handed the child to his mother and, with a thud, knelt before Yi Jiu. "Sister Jiu, I cannot thank you enough for saving my wife and daughter. I, Achang, shall repay your kindness with unwavering dedication." Hearing this, Achang shyly scratched his head. Yi Jiu smiled and advised, "Go on in and check on your wife. She is asleep, so be sure not to disturb her. When she awoke, you replaced her bedding with a clean set." "All right, thank you, Jiu," he said, and foolishly dashed into the house to find his wife. Yi Laodao approached, "My dear niece, regarding the consultation fee." Yi Jiu instantly grasped his meaning and smiled. "Uncle Yi, Achang saved my life previously. Consider this my way of repaying him. Just 10 copper coins for the errand will suffice." It was imperative to accept the payment. Otherwise, earning a living through medicine would be challenging, yet it should not be excessive, as the villagers were not well off, and Achang's wife needed to recuperate. After accepting the money, realizing the time, Yi Jiu and Jiang Shi took their leave. Aunt Lianhua, cradling her child, continually expressed her gratitude alongside Yi Laodao and Yi Lair, escorting Jiang Shi and her son out. Chapter 14. Let it not be a contagious illness. Yi Jiu sweetly embraced Jiang Shi, slipping the 10 copper coins into her hand. "Today, I owe my gratitude to you, Mother, for saving Achang's wife and child." Jiang Shi smiled. "You flatter me, my dear. I merely provided a bit of support. It is you who is truly remarkable, having inherited your father's skills to perfection." She then proudly added, "I dare say your father may not possess your prowess. I witnessed Achang's wife on the brink of death, and yet you miraculously revived her." Yi Jiu playfully responded, "Only a wise mother could give birth to such a clever daughter." On the dark night path, the two companions felt no fear. The following day, Yi Jiu rose later than usual, having enjoyed a sound slumber. Jiang Shi and Jimeng were already bustling in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Upon noticing that Yu Jiu had awakened, she promptly called out to her, "Achang has come to fetch the medicine. He is waiting in your father's former pharmacy. You should hurry and prepare the medication for him." At such an early hour, Yi Jiu exclaimed, quickly rinsing her mouth with salt water before hastily heading to the pharmacy. Though it was referred to as a pharmacy, it was merely a small study where her father used to attend to the villagers' ailments. Seeing Yi Jiu approach, Achang quickly rose to his feet. "Brother Achang, I apologize for keeping you waiting," she said. Achang, with a sheepish grin, replied, "It is I who arrived too early. You worked hard yesterday, Jiu. You ought to rest a bit longer." Yi Jiu, no longer engaging in pleasantries, took out some craft paper and began wrapping the medicinal herbs she had personally gathered from the mountains. She prepared 4 sets in total, presenting them to a Chong. This is for 4 days' worth. 1 set for morning and evening. How much do I owe you? A Chong asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. If you refuse to accept the payment, then I shall forego it altogether, he added, his face turning crimson. Yi Zhiyu, amused by his earnest demeanor, chuckled softly. It's not that I'm giving it to you for free. I simply seek your assistance. I wish to ask your family for some vegetable seeds. Since my father's passing, our yard has fallen into disarray, and my mother is not particularly adept at gardening. Eventually, Aunt Lianhua will need to come over and teach her. A Chong patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I will have my mother bring some over shortly. With that, he dashed away in a hurry. Yi Zhiyu then made her way to the kitchen, where breakfast was already prepared. Mrs. Jiang had made porridge and steamed white buns. So she picked up a bowl of porridge and began to slurp it down. Mother, Aunt Lianhua will be bringing us vegetable seeds shortly. You and Jiming can plant the vegetables at home while I go gather medicinal herbs from the mountains. Does that sound agreeable? Certainly. She then turned to Jiming and inquired. Meng would you prefer to cultivate vegetables with me, or accompany your sister to gather herbs? Jiming furrowed her small brow, expressing her desire for both. Can I do both? With a light-hearted laugh, she ultimately resolved to remain at home to learn the art of gardening. Chong proved to be remarkably efficient. Barely had they finished breakfast when Aunt Lianhua appeared at the doorstep, a large basket in tow. Sister Jiang, Zhiyu, Chong mentioned that you have not collected any payment for the herbs. How can we accept this? Sister Jiang hurriedly welcomed her inside, assuring her. It's no trouble at all. Chong is quite resourceful and has assisted our family on numerous occasions. Besides, didn't Zhiyu also request vegetable seeds from your family? We haven't suffered any loss. Aunt Lianhua set down her basket with a smile. I even picked some vegetables from our garden for you to enjoy. I've brought the seeds as well. If planted now, they will sprout within a month or 2. Should your supplies dwindle, feel free to come to my home and gather more. Sister Jiang expressed her gratitude warmly. The 3 of them attentively listened as Aunt Lianhua elaborated on her advice. Satisfied to see them bustling energetically in the courtyard, she set off with her bamboo basket into the mountains to collect herbs. Yi Zhiyu hummed a tune. Her spirits elevated. After a lifetime of toil, she finally embraced the serene lifestyle akin to gathering chrysanthemums in the southeast and gazing leisurely at the southern mountains. She also took a moment to inspect her spatial realm, intending to address the medical waste she had previously discarded. Time stood still within this space, rendering the notion of expiration irrelevant for the medicines, which replenished themselves in accordance with usage. Thus, Yi Zhiyu could continuously access an unending supply of remedies. However, the accumulation of medical waste would also continue to grow. Yi Zhiyu had finally discovered a sizable biodegradable waste bin, capable of accommodating organic materials such as certain plastics, paper, and cloth, while glass and metal could only be collected together until they amassed in sufficient quantity to be crushed entirely. The individuals involved were all from the same village, some familiar and others strangers. With great patience, Yi Zhiyu attended to each patient individually, providing remedies for ailments and, when lacking certain herbs, she would compose prescriptions for them to procure in the town, typically charging a modest fee of 10 won. Throughout the afternoon, she treated 6 patients, most presenting with common ailments like headaches and fevers, until an unexpected visitor arrived in the evening. Zhang Chuanzong's parents, Zhang Dayo and Shun Lijuan, made their entrance. Neither of them were originally from Yi family village. They had fled here years ago during troubled times, finding the village's picturesque setting by the mountains and water conducive for settling down. Zhang Dayo, once a hunter from a reasonably well-off family, had been injured by a wild boar during a hunt several years prior, leaving him to resort to trapping rabbits and similar small game to sustain his household. Shun, however, shyly followed Zhang Dayo, murmuring that she had no need to visit. Yet, Zhang Dayo firmly ushered her inside, exclaiming, "Zhiyu, we heard you have begun practicing medicine, so we came to see you." Recalling the previous encounter when they had come to withdraw a marriage proposal, Yi Zhiyu recognized the family's true nature and did not offer them a warm reception. "Speak plainly, what brings you here?" she inquired. Zhang Dayo awkwardly gestured for Shun to take a seat, confessing, "Your aunt is unwell and wishes for you to examine her." He shot a pointed glance at Shun, signaling her to remain silent. Despite her reluctance to engage with them, Yi Zhiyu, as a healer, felt no inclination to turn away those who sought her aid. "What seems to be the ailment?" she asked. Zhang Dayo observed Yi Zhiyu without any sense of concern and quickly revealed a smile. Indeed, Zhiyu follows the noble principle of repaying kindness with kindness, just like your father. Look, the child's mother has been afflicted with numerous rashes since yesterday. Yi Zhiyu rose to close the door, gesturing for Zhang to remove her clothing. Zhang hesitated, but Yi Zhiyu stated, if you do not wish to show me, then you may kindly exit to the left. Father, you should also step outside. Once Zhang Dayo had left, she finally unfastened her garment. It was then revealed that Zhang's neck, chest, and waist were covered with a multitude of rashes, some of which had been scratched open, oozing with traces of blood. Yi Zhiyu instinctively took a step back, concerned it might be a contagious ailment. What have you consumed recently? She urged her to dress again. Zhang cast a sidelong glance at her, replying, it is merely grains and cereals. After you took away 15 taels, our family can hardly afford even eggs. Oh, was that money provided by your family? Yi Zhiyu could not help but think to herself. Chapter 15. Allergic reaction to lacquer tree. She called out for Zhang Dayo to enter. Had she committed an act that was beyond reproach? When did the rashes begin to appear? Where had she gone? Shin promptly interjected, visiting relatives. Yi Zhiyu lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing as they fixed upon Zhang. She noted the look of panic on Zhang's face, her fingers incessantly scratching at her neck, and Yi Zhiyu, observing her comical contortions, stifled a laugh. Suddenly, she noticed a few white stains on Shun's collar and, seizing the opportunity to inspect the rashes, reached toward the collar, rubbing it slightly, feeling a peculiar stickiness. Upon further contemplation, I have come to a realization. Were you wearing this garment when you visited relatives the other day? After a moment's reflection, Shin nodded in acknowledgement. The sap from the lacquer tree is notoriously difficult to cleanse. However, there are no lacquer trees in Yi family village. One must venture along the narrow path to Wangshan Valley, where a grove of lacquer trees thrives. This route is significantly swifter than the village path and offers a degree of concealment from prying eyes. Yi Zhiyu's mind raced. Finally grasping why Jiang Tianming and Yang Chui were aware of her family's possession of 15 taels of silver and their subsequent theatrical departure. This wretched man possesses a truly callous heart, not only breaking off the engagement, but also seeking to drive the Jiang mother and daughter to despair. A wave of resentment surged within her at this thought. In confronting her, she may not recognize her. Yet Yi Zhiyu was resolute in seeking justice for the grievances her mother endured yesterday. Turning her gaze towards Shin, she inquired, have you sought the town's physician? Shin faltered, struggling to articulate a response. Yi Zhiyu, meeting her gaze, presumed you must have sought help in town, albeit without a physician attending to you, correct? They claimed you were afflicted with a contagious illness? Upon hearing her words, Zhang Dayo was taken aback. My dear niece, have you somehow acquired the ability to foresee? He confessed, to be frank, we visited several medical establishments in town, all of which declared it contagious and expelled us. Yet, I feel quite well. Niece, might you be able to remedy this predicament? With a calm demeanor, Yi Zhiyu replied, you are indeed correct. Not only can I foresee, but I can also cure. With a deliberate pause, she continued, however, your daughter-in-law has committed misdeeds and is being punished by the heavens. The method to eradicate these rashes is rather unique. It depends on your willingness to accept it. Zhang Dayo, upon hearing Yi Zhiyu claim her ability to heal, eagerly interjected, expressing his willingness to pay whatever it took to alleviate the suffering, lest his wife be driven to madness. 1 tael of silver, he exclaimed. What? Shin was incensed. Slamming her hand on the table, you charge 10 for treating others, yet here you demand 1 tael. Yi Zhiyu did not deign to respond to her, instead focusing on arranging her medicinal herbs. Others suffer from common ailments, but your condition is exceptional. It stems from vile deeds and karmic repercussions. To treat you, I shall require high-quality herbs. Stop your bluster. You're simply angered that my family has chosen not to continue your line, and you're deliberately attempting to sabotage us. You insufferable wretch, raised by a father without a mother's guidance. Yi Zhiyu listened to her tirade without irritation. A physician who quibbles with their patients hastens their own demise. Zhang Dayo quickly interjected, my dear niece, considering your past rapport with Chuanzong, please overlook her rudeness. She is not herself due to her illness. We will pay 1 tael. With that, he produced a piece of broken silver and placed it on the table. What sort of rapport could she possibly have with Zhang Chuanzong? A relationship steeped in betrayal, or one that seeks to eliminate her? Yi Zhiyu remained silent, picking up the piece of silver, weighing it in her hand before stowing it away in her pouch. Turning to the two, she said, please wait here. I shall prepare the medicine. As she stepped into the yard, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted the family's old hen. A spark of inspiration struck her. She scooped half a bowl of water from the feed trough, then retrieved a grain of chlorpheniramine from her space, crushing it and mixing it into the water. Chlorpheniramine is a commonly used modern remedy for allergies. The ancients, unfamiliar with Western medicine, would find that even a single grain could yield immediate relief. Once again, she took a whiff of the water, perplexed by its peculiar taste. Was this bowl of water truly worth a couple of silver coins? Yi Zhiyu understood that she could not expect Shun to comply so easily, yet she was determined to make Shun taste the bitter fruit of her actions. She leaned closer, her voice dripping with malice as she whispered, "You may choose not to drink it or comply, but beware, for you shall invoke the wrath of the heavens. Not only will you suffer from festering sores, maggots will crawl forth from your eye sockets and nostrils, but even Zhang Chuanrong shall be ensnared in your fate. Your demise may not matter, but your precious son will face insurmountable obstacles in his future endeavors. Are you willing to gamble on this?" A flash of terror flickered in Shun's eyes. "You dare to curse me. You would even curse my son. I shall fight you." With that, she lunged forward. But Yi Zhiyu was quick to evade her grasp. Zhang Dayo swiftly restrained the frenzied Shun. "You should heed Zhiyu's words. Do not think I am unaware of your actions these past few days. If you jeopardize our family's Chuanrong's chances of becoming a scholar, I swear I will not spare you." At this, the shrew fell silent. Her fury quelled as she reluctantly pinched her nose and gulped down the vile concoction. Retching several times afterward, Yi Zhiyu stood by the door, stifling her laughter, and gestured theatrically. "Let us commence. 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Any deviation is unacceptable." Shun, seething with indignation, found herself powerless against the situation. "Uncle Zhang, you must keep a close watch on her. For this is a matter of her life and your son's future," Yi Zhiyu remarked with a hint of mockery. Zhang Dayo nodded earnestly. Shun glared at Yi Zhiyu, her humiliation boiling just beneath the surface, yet Zhang Dayo held her firmly in check. As they ventured further, the number of onlookers increased, and Shun's face had turned crimson with embarrassment, yet she dared not express her displeasure. Jiang looked at her in astonishment. Jiang Tianming's request for money stemmed from what Zhang Lijuan had previously mentioned. The rash on her body was indeed caused by the lacquer trees along the path beside Wangshan Ditch. Chapter 16. The visit from Lu Yinlin. Halfway through her journey, Shen suddenly realized that the itching had ceased. Could it truly be effective? A wave of dread washed over her. Could it be that her visit to Wangshan Ditch to inform Jiang Tianming and the others about the money had incurred some karmic retribution? She touched the rash on her skin, and it was indeed no longer itchy. Fear enveloped her heart. Could it be that Yi Zhiyu, that girl, truly possessed such foresight? Remembering her words about her own son's bleak prospects, her anxiety deepened. In an effort to safeguard her son's future, Zhang began to fervently kneel, disregarding the swelling in her knees, and soon they arrived home. Shun hastily opened her collar. Apart from the bloodstains from her previous scratching, the rash had entirely vanished. Zhang Dayo, in a state of panic, knelt before the door, pleading, "Heavenly deities, my wife has committed a grave misdeed and has already faced her punishment. Please do not let this affect my son. From now on, do not target Yi Zhiyu and her family. Our decision to break off the engagement was already wrong. Why must we continue to harm them?" Listening to Zhang Dayo's reproaches, Shen remained silent, too afraid to speak. Yi Zhiyu nodded submissively, reflecting, "Alas, my dear mother, does your daughter truly lack the discernment between good and evil? It is primarily because you suffered yesterday that I wish to restore your dignity. I am now engaged in my practice, and with prudence, I shall strive to become a benevolent physician, much like my father." Only then did Jiang nod in satisfaction. As the thin wisps of smoke curled upwards, nightfall quickly descended, marking the end of another bustling day. The following day, an unexpected guest arrived in the village. A horse-drawn carriage meandered through the winding paths and came to a halt at the doorstep of Yi Zhiyu's home. At that moment, Yi Zhiyu was busy sorting through medicinal herbs, selecting a few less commonly used but more expensive ones, intending to exchange them for silver at Tongda Hall with Master Sun at a later date. The envious neighbors gazed at the carriage outside the Yi residence, marveling at how the eldest daughter of the Yi family had garnered such a reputation that even noble visitors came to her door. "Miss Yi," Master Sun said, slightly shifting to the side, only then noticing the 2 individuals who accompanied him. Were those not Lu Yinlin and his loyal attendant, Xingyan? Clad in a flowing blue robe, Lu Yinlin stood with his hands clasped behind him, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he regarded her, exuding an almost ethereal glow. The last time they met, he had been afflicted by snake venom, his appearance weary. Yet today, he resembled a dashing young gentleman. Shen Yan, with a slight grimace, remarked, "I thought his eyes might pop out." "Please do not be disrespectful," Master Sun interjected. "Young Master Lu inquired about Miss Ye's residence yesterday. I recalled your previous treatment. And now that the medicine you provided has been consumed, I thought it prudent to accompany him for a visit. I hope it does not inconvenience you." Yi Zhiyu promptly waved her hand, assuring him that a follow-up examination was indeed necessary, having received a consultation fee after all. She then invited them inside, cheerfully adding, "The house is small and humble. Please find a spot to sit, and do not mind the modesty." Shen Yin fetched a stool, wiped it with his sleeve, and placed it in front of Lu Yanlin, saying, "Please, young master, take a seat." Lu Yanlin found himself intrigued, choosing his words carefully. "Last time, when Miss Yi detoxified me, she mentioned that if she succeeded, I should address her in a certain manner. Henceforth, I shall refer to her as Aunt Yi." "Indeed. Your command shall be obeyed," he replied. Yi Zhiyu chuckled softly. "There is no need for such seriousness, young Master Lu. I merely jested." Yet, with a firm resolve, he bowed before Yi Zhiyu and proclaimed, "Auntie." The exclamation startled her with its volume. Feeling a tad whimsical, Yi Zhiyu dismissed his antics and gestured for Lu Yanlin to place his hand on the pulse pillow. "Allow me to examine you." Her hands, though not immaculate due to years spent foraging for herbs, were delicate and slender. Upon hearing her words, a faint blush crept onto Lu Yanlin's cheeks. Her tone resembled that of a playful child, and he found Miss Yi to be quite an amusing character. Seeing that Lu Yanlin had no pressing matters, the shopkeeper's son began to inquire about the rumors he had gathered from the villagers during his journey. Understanding that Sun was not attempting to pilfer her medical knowledge, but rather aimed to benefit more patients, Yu Zhiyu shared her insights without reservation. "At that time, I utilized silver needles to seal the blood C, Inhai, and Dadan acupoints, inserting them 2.5 inches to halt the woman's excessive bleeding. Coupled with ginseng tablets taken sublingually, it invigorated the mother, granting her the strength to deliver her child." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Zhiyu added, "Yet, every individual's circumstances differ. Treatments must be tailored accordingly." Sun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he meticulously noted every word she spoke. Seizing the opportunity while he recorded, Yi Zhiyu procured the herbs she intended to sell. "Shopkeeper's son, you may accept these. Since you are here today, it saves me a trip." Upon hearing her words, Master Sun hastily set down the ledger and accepted the medicinal herbs. Miss Yi possesses a profound understanding of herbal medicine. Her methods of harvesting and preparation are exemplary. "I shall accept these and offer you 5 taels of silver. Does that suffice?" Yi Zhiyu readily nodded, exclaiming, "Certainly. Shall I assist you in placing them onto the carriage at the entrance?" However, before she could lift the bag, Lu Yanlin interjected, "Shen Yan, kindly assist my esteemed aunt in transferring the herbs to the carriage." Yi Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon exchanged a knowing smile with him. It seemed that young Master Lu was aware of Shen Yan's previous indiscretion towards her, and this was a means of avenging her honor. Lu Yanlin then inquired, "Miss Yi, do you find yourself in dire need of finances?" Yi Zhiyu scratched her ear, replying, "It's not that I am in urgent need, but I do have my mother and younger sister to support. My father has passed, and we must earn our livelihood." He then proposed, "Would you consider taking up the position of physician at my Lu residence? While it may not promise opulence, at the very least, you would not want for food and shelter." Master Sun, listening nearby, could hardly contain his desire to applaud. Lu Yanlin bowed his head in apology. "I have been rather pedestrian in my suggestion, and I hope I have not tainted your aspirations." Mississippi Yi Zhiyu took no offense, candidly replying, "It's perfectly all right. I imagine many esteemed physicians would wish to serve in your household, yet few are inclined to practice in these rural areas. Each has their own ambitions, after all." Chapter 17. Chicken and Mushroom Noodles. Meanwhile, Master Sun continued his inquiry, "May I ask, Miss Yi, if a couple is unable to conceive, do you possess effective methods for treatment?" The inability to conceive naturally depends on various factors. Yi Zhiyu was about to convey her thoughts when she suddenly recollected that she was in ancient times and still an unmarried woman, quickly altering her words. "I naturally do not know." Shen Yan and Lu Yanlin, feeling a tad awkward, lifted their cups to sip water as a means of concealment. This old man is truly insufferable, asking such direct questions. Should she now feign a bit of shyness? As noon approached, she intended to invite them for a meal before their departure, but given her family's modest means, they could only offer simple fare, which might not suit their refined palates. Yu Jiyu initiated a change of subject. It's of no matter, Lu Yinlin interjected. Yi family village boasts picturesque scenery, with beautiful mountains and rivers. And I wish to linger a while longer. Moreover, I have never been particularly fond of extravagant feasts. I am content with a modest meal. Yi Jiyu widened her eyes in surprise. Her intention was clearly to urge them to leave swiftly, yet one by one, they skillfully maneuvered the conversation to their advantage. Observing Yu Jiyu's dazed expression, Lu Yinlin tentatively inquired, "May I pay for the meal?" He timidly produced a tin-tail silver ingot. Upon seeing the money, Yi Jiyu's eyes brightened unexpectedly, and the words of refusal stuck in her throat. "Very well, esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I shall prepare your meal forthwith. With money, one can procure anything one desires." Summoning Jiming to assist with the fire, Yu Jiyu began her bustling activity in the kitchen. Considering that preparing meals for 6 was quite a task, perhaps simplicity would be best. After casting a glance at the ingredients in the kitchen, Yu Jiyu sought out Jiang Shi, her mother, Sun Zhengguo, and Lu Gongzi, who were staying at home for dinner. She presented them with 10 taels of silver and instructed someone to visit Aunt Lianhua's house to procure a rooster, leaving the hens to continue laying eggs. "What? 10 taels of silver?" Jiang Shi exclaimed, feeling somewhat guilty. "Lu Gongzi has already paid a considerable sum for the medical fee last time. Surely, this time we can forego the charge." Yi Jiyu replied, "Medical fees are one matter, and meal expenses are another. Mother, please do not concern yourself with this. Just go." With 2 taels of silver spent on a chicken, Aunt Lianhua kindly assisted in preparing it. In the kitchen, Yi Jiyu chopped the chicken into pieces, and as hot oil crackled in the pan, a delectable aroma soon filled the air. After adding water to boil, she retrieved some fragrant mushrooms she had previously foraged from her space and added them all at once. In this era, chili peppers were not yet available, and since Yu Jiyu had a penchant for spicy food, she opted to sprinkle in some prickly ash as a substitute, which also had a hint of spiciness, albeit lacking the fragrance of chili. Initially intending to prepare chicken and mushroom noodles, Yi Jiyu was deterred by the thought of kneading and rolling dough. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Shi and Jimeng were outside gathering medicinal herbs, she pulled out half a box of instant noodles from her space, a task that took quite some time to unpack. Ultimately, she decided to take a bold step and added several seasoning packets to the mix. Indeed, the marvels of modern convenience soon filled the kitchen with an enticing aroma, prompting Jiming and Shinin to rush over and inquire about the dish being prepared. Yu Jiyu covered the pot and instructed, "Jiming, go wash your hands and call your mother to join us for dinner." By a stroke of fortune, the household possesses precisely 6 bowls. Should an additional guest arrive, we would find ourselves lacking. Perhaps it would be prudent to venture into the market for a few more? One can never tell when a distinguished guest might choose to dine with us. With this thought, Yu Jiyu chuckled softly as she laid the noodles upon the table. Lu Yinlin and manager Sun were already seated respectfully before her. Yu Jiyu beckoned Jiang and Jiming to join them, urging them to partake while the noodles were still hot, for they would lose their appeal once cooled. Jiang, feeling a touch of embarrassment, suggested softly, "Shall Jiming and I eat in the kitchen instead?" "Not at all," Yu Jiyu replied. "Young Master Lu is gracious enough to pay, and he does not wish to take advantage of our modest means. He does not perceive this as a mere eatery." With a playful wink directed at Lu Yinlin, she added, "Isn't that so, young Master Lu?" This sudden wink left Lu Yinlin momentarily flustered, and it took him a while to regain his composure. "Madam Yi, please do not stand on ceremony. Simply regard us as ordinary friends of Miss Yi." He then motioned for Xinyan to take a seat as well. The 6 of them picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. "What sort of noodles are these? They are remarkably unique," Manager Sun exclaimed as he took his first bite. The broth was fragrant, the flavor rich, and the noodles smooth with a golden hue. "In my lifetime, I have never tasted such exquisite noodles." Upon hearing Manager Sun's extravagant praise, Lu Yinlin took a measured sip of the broth and was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that such simple ingredients could be transformed into something so delectable. Miss Yi is not only skilled in medicine, but also in the culinary arts. Meanwhile, Xinyan was quite different, slurping away, nearly finishing half a bowl in no time and exclaiming about the heat. "These noodles seem to carry a hint of spiciness. What else is included?" Lu Yinlin inquired, setting down his chopsticks. Jiang was taken aback by Yi Jiyu's words. How could she be unaware of the Yi family's secret recipe? Nevertheless, she decided to let it go, for the noodles prepared by Yuer were simply exquisite. Manager's son picked up a piece of mushroom and inquired, "What is this delicacy?" After finishing the broth in her bowl, Yijiu replied, "This is a type of fungus found in the wild. However, most fungi are toxic, which is why people are unaware that some are edible. Consuming poisonous mushrooms can lead to symptoms ranging from vomiting and diarrhea to fainting or even death. But rest assured, these are all safe to eat." At that moment, Jiming lifted her little face from the bowl of noodles and said, "Grandpa, you can eat without worry. My sister picked a lot, and we have it every day." Manager's son chuckled and affectionately patted Jiming's head, saying, "All right, Grandpa will eat now." He took out a small notebook he always carried and began to diligently jot down notes with his charcoal pencil. Rising respectfully, Manager's son presented a piece of silver to Yijiu. This gesture left her both amused and exasperated, realizing that they perceived her as rather avaricious. "You need not pay. There is no excess, after all. I merely offered you some of what I gathered," she explained. With a smile, Manager's son returned to his seat and expressed his gratitude. Shenyan finished his meal in a flurry and blinked at Yijiu, asking, "Auntie, is there more?" "Indeed, I shall help my brother serve more," Jiming replied obediently, rising to take the bowl and dashing into the kitchen. In no time, the pot, brimming with noodles, was entirely devoured by the six of them, with Shenyan still licking his lips in delight. Jiang and Jiming hurried to clear the dishes, while Manager's son stepped into the courtyard to examine the fungi Yijiu had shown him, meticulously sketching their likeness in his notebook. Lu Yinlin observed Shenyan and remarked, "You have eaten quite a bit. It would be prudent to step outside for a while." Shenyan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, nodded and replied, "Very well, my lord. I shall remain in the courtyard. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." With only the two of them remaining in the room, an air of peculiarity enveloped the space. Lu Yinlin then inquired, "Miss Yi, I am grateful for the warm hospitality you have extended today." His smile radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. In truth, Lu Yinlin had another significant purpose for visiting Ye's village today. He had intended to express this upon entering. Yet he found himself captivated by Yijiu as she meticulously sorted medicinal herbs and explained treatment methods to Manager Sunday. Lu Yinlin finally spoke. "Actually, I have another request." No wonder he had just sent Shunyin away. Yijiu nodded, encouraging him to continue. "Not long ago, I had the misfortune of encountering a venomous snake. Miss Jiu, your assistance was nothing short of astounding. Your medical skills left me in awe. However, my grandmother has been bedridden with illness for quite some time, which is why I seek your help in examining her. Of course, regardless of the outcome, the consultation fee will be ample. You need only do your utmost." Yijiu paused for a moment, then asked, "How long has she been unwell?" "It has been several months. The physicians at the manor have been at a loss, and I have engaged numerous renowned doctors. Despite the prolonged administration of various decoctions and remedies, there has been no improvement, which is why I have turned to you. Healing the sick is, after all, Yijiu's vocation." Hearing his words, she felt a sense of agreement and inquired, "Where is your grandmother currently located?" "In Zhaoyang Prefecture, which is a day and a half's journey by carriage from Qingxi town." Yijiu nodded slightly, acknowledging her agreement to the matter at hand. However, she made it clear from the outset that she would exert her utmost effort, but could not guarantee a complete cure, urging the Lu family not to hold her accountable. Upon hearing her consent, Lu Yinlin was filled with joy and promptly assured her that there would be no difficulties on their part. Observing her unconventional demeanor, Lu Yinlin couldn't help but smile, saying, "Very well, I shall send a carriage to fetch you tomorrow morning." After bidding them farewell, Yijiu gathered Jiang Shi and Jiming together. "Mother, tomorrow I will accompany young Master Lu to Kaiyang Prefecture to attend to his family's medical needs and will be away for a few days. Will you and Ming'er manage at home?" Jiang Shi paused in her task of sorting herbs, expressing concern. "Yue, won't it be dangerous for you to go alone? Perhaps Ming'er and I should accompany you?" "There is no need for that. I am merely going to provide medical assistance, not to engage in any perilous endeavor. You need not worry. Young Master Lu is both courteous and well-mannered, as you have seen. I shall be perfectly safe," Yijiu reassured her. Although Jiang Shi remained somewhat anxious, she recognized her daughter's determination and chose not to press further. Yijiu then explained the storage of the medicinal materials at home before opening her money box and giving Jiang Shi all the earnings she had accumulated over the past days, retaining only 5 taels for herself. Although she would not incur much expense on her visit to the Lu family, she deemed it prudent to keep a small amount on hand for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 18. A chance encounter with Zhang Chuanzong the following morning. As Yu Jiyu completed her morning routine, she noticed a carriage waiting at her doorstep, presumably sent by Lu Yinlin to collect her. With her bundle slung over her shoulder and her medicine box in hand, she stepped outside. Just as she emerged, Lu Yinlin alighted from the carriage, greeting her warmly. "Good morning, Miss Jiyu." Yi Jiyu was slightly taken aback. She had originally assumed that someone would come to escort her, but to her surprise, it was young Master Lu himself who arrived. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she hurriedly prepared to board the carriage. It was indeed an act of great courtesy for him to come personally. The horse-drawn carriage moved with considerably greater speed than an ox cart, and the interior was furnished with soft cushions, while Shun Yin drove outside. The proximity of the two within the carriage created a moment of awkwardness, and the windows rattled with the jolting of the vehicle. Yi Jiu broke the silence, inquiring whether young Master Lu hailed from Zhaoyang. She also asked if, aside from Lady Yi and her sister, there were any other relatives in his family. After a moment of contemplation, she candidly replied, "I am merely an ordinary villager from Yi family village, with nothing to conceal. My father passed away unexpectedly last year, and on my mother's side, there are an uncle and aunt. However, they came to our home a few days ago seeking money. We gave them what they wanted and severed ties. So now I have no relatives left." Noticing the gravity on Lu Yinlin's face, she quickly added, "But I bear no sorrow for it. My mother was found by my grandfather by the riverside, so it matters little whether I acknowledge that uncle or not." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinlin felt a pang of sympathy for such a remarkable young woman whose life had been so fraught with hardship. Yet, he reassured himself that it would be all right. Miss Jiu possessed a resilient spirit and a compassionate heart, and surely brighter days awaited her. He vowed to look after her well. "We shall rest in Chongning County for the night and set off tomorrow. By tomorrow evening, we should reach Zhaoyang Prefecture," he informed her. Yi Jiu nodded in agreement. During the journey, the two engaged in little further conversation. Having traversed through time and space, and with her previous life as a doctor, she held no reservations about the opposite gender. The jolting of the carriage soon lulled her into a drowsy state. Lu Yinlin gently draped a thin blanket over her before stepping out of the carriage to join Xin Yan. The sky was splendid, and the trio's journey was smooth. Soon, midday arrived. Lu Yinlin entered the carriage to awaken the slumbering Yi Jiu. Suddenly, the carriage jolted over a stone, and Lu Yinlin lost his footing, inadvertently landing beside Yi Jiu. The motion caused her to tilt her head, which unexpectedly fell into his embrace. The faint scent of medicinal herbs emanating from the girl enveloped him, and Yi Jiu, waking groggily, rubbed her eyes. Upon realizing she was nestled in Lu Yinlin's arms, she felt a flush of embarrassment and spoke, "I apologize, young Master Lu. I was delayed by family matters last night and found it difficult to rise." At that moment, Lu Yinlin was too flustered to absorb her words, his heart pounding like thunder. "Jiu, Miss Jiu, shall we dine at the tavern for lunch?" Just then, Shun Yin announced that the carriage was parked. "Young Master, Miss, we have arrived." Yi Jiu, still dazed and now quite hungry, stood up, exclaiming, "Let's go?" She remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Yinlin's ears were crimson with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath to quell his racing heart, Lu Yinlin followed her out. The three of them, without much formality, settled at a table together, casually ordering a few dishes before they began to eat. The tavern was bustling at this hour, and in their haste to continue their journey, they consumed their meals swiftly. Before long, Yi Jiu had her fill. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby as a small beggar somehow slipped into the tavern, pleading for alms at a table of patrons. "Get lost, you little beggar." The voice was familiar to Yi Jiu. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the speaker. It was Zhang Chuanzong. Indeed, he had previously entangled himself with the daughter of the county magistrate of Chongning. Thus, his presence here seems rather fitting. Yi Jiu had initially wished to remain unnoticed by him, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. However, when Zhang Chuanzong observed the little beggar lingering, he mercilessly kicked him in the chest, causing the boy to stagger back and fall. Lu Yinlin witnessed this scene as well and gestured for Shun Yin to investigate. "If you refuse to give, so be it. Why resort to violence? You appear to be a scholar. Could it be that your education has gone to waste?" Shun Yin remarked indignantly. Meanwhile, one of Zhang Chuanzong's companions shouted, "I advise you to mind your own business." Unfazed, Shun Yin retorted, "This is a matter I shall certainly involve myself in." Shun Yin, known for his eloquence, had never backed down from a verbal skirmish. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhiyu gently lifted the fallen beggar and calmly assessed his injuries. The poor child was severely malnourished, and Zhang Chuanzong's kick, lacking force, had not truly harmed him. Yi Zhiyu offered him a piece of chocolate, saying, "Here, have a sweet. It will give you the strength to rise." The little beggar wrapped his fingers around the chocolate, savoring it while gazing at Yi Zhiyu with bright, grateful eyes. "Thank you, sister," he said, then knelt before her, bowing 3 times. Yi Zhiyu's presence did not go unnoticed by Zhang Chuanzong. "What brings you to the county town? We have already called off our engagement. Do not linger." This declaration momentarily rendered Yi Zhiyu speechless. She shot back, "Am I to pursue you? Pray, do take a moment to reflect. Are you truly so handsome and affluent? Or merely a man whose education relies on the support of women? Do you think you deserve my pursuit?" Her words echoed through the silence, leaving those around her in stunned disbelief, while Shun Yin stood dumbfounded. Zhang Chuanrong's face turned a deep shade of anger, reminiscent of liver, as he stammered, "You, after all this time, you have yet to speak, and now, in a fit of frustration, you utter a single remark. In the past, you were gentle and kind. How is it that after I called off our engagement, you have become like a shrew?" Gazing at Yi Zhiyu's increasingly delicate face as she lay unconscious, his expression shifted. "If only you were a touch gentler and admitted your fault, once I achieve success, I could even grant you a position as a concubine." Yi Zhiyu burst into laughter. "A concubine? How audacious of you to flatter yourself. Let us not even discuss whether you can pass your exams. Even if you were to become the top scholar, I wouldn't spare you a glance." Zhang Chuanrong seethed with indignation, yet found himself powerless. Shun Yin stood beside her like a guardian statue, and the elegantly dressed young gentleman behind him was undoubtedly of noble status, leaving him hesitant to act rashly. He could only lower his head and mutter with malice, "No wonder you are so defiant. It appears you have found a new suitor. And what of it? He is superior to you in every regard, better looking and wealthier. Spare me your incessant prattle. We are leaving." Yi Zhiyu had no desire to engage further with the ruffian. Taking the little beggar by the hand, she prepared to depart, having obtained 2 steamed buns from the shopkeeper, which she offered to the child. As they reached the doorway, she knelt to inquire, "Are you all alone? Do you have any family?" The little beggar rubbed his eyes, stifling tears. "Sister, my parents are dead. I have no family and live alone in a dilapidated temple." Yi Zhiyu's heart ached for him as she observed his frail form, devoid of even a pound of flesh, clearly having gone without adequate nourishment for an extended period. Compassion surged within her, and she retrieved a piece of silver from her pocket, saying, "Take this money. Be careful not to let anyone take it from you." The little beggar immediately knelt down once more. "Sister, my name is Dogdan. Let me accompany you, for I am capable and possess great strength." Yi Zhiyu hesitated and shook her head. "Sister has matters to attend to and cannot bring you along. You are no longer a child. Take good care of yourself." The world is indeed tumultuous. She could save others, yet she would not casually keep someone by her side, for human hearts have grown cold. With that, she boarded the carriage, leaving Dogdan with a reluctant gaze. Chapter 19. The under attack that individual you just mentioned, did he have a marriage contract with you? Lu Yinlin suddenly inquired in the carriage. Yes. Is it inconvenient to discuss? Lu Yinlin asked. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Many years ago, my father saved his father, and thus our families arranged a betrothal. However, later on, he succeeded in his studies and became infatuated with the daughter of the county magistrate, ultimately breaking off the engagement. The people of Yi family village are well aware of this. Yi Zhiyu replied calmly. We never had any feelings for one another. So the dissolution of our engagement is for the best. It does not hinder his path to success. Lu Yinlin chuckled softly, lowering his head. You just mentioned that I am taller and more handsome than him. Yu Zhiyu suddenly recalled her earlier words in the tavern and quickly spoke up. Young Master Lu, I have been remiss. In that moment, I spoke without thought, merely to vex him. If I have sullied your reputation, I beg your forgiveness. Not at all. Being praised by Miss Zhiyu brings me joy. I wonder, do you speak from the heart? Now it was Yu Zhiyu's turn to blush, feigning composure. Young master possesses celestial qualities. It is not just I who think so, but surely all who have seen you would agree. I merely spoke the truth. Dear aunt, what was that candy you just gave to the little beggar? Could you spare me a piece as well? Shunyan leaned in, gathering the courage to ask after a considerable moment of hesitation. The candy was dark and enticing, and the little beggar seemed to relish it. Yu Zhiyu had never found Shunyan to be so resourceful. His interruption perfectly alleviated the awkwardness of the moment. Swiftly, She retrieved a piece from her pocket and handed it over. Shunyan eagerly accepted it and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Truly delightful. Thank you for your generosity. Dear aunt, he said joyfully before heading to the carriage. Then he turned to Lu Yinlin. Would you like one too? All right. Lu Yinlin felt a bit exasperated. Perhaps she should just hasten to catch the carriage. When would they arrive at Jiayang Mansion? With this thought, Yi Zhiyu dashed out of the carriage and joined Xinyan on the cart. Young Master Lu, the air outside is refreshing. I shall sit here for a moment. You rest comfortably in the carriage without my interruption. Xinyan, with his mischievous demeanor, leaned closer. Aunt, this dark candy is truly delightful. Could you grant me another piece? Not a chance. Too much will ruin your teeth. I don't believe that. I implore you, dear aunt. Inside the carriage, Lu Yinlin gazed at the dark candy in his hand, myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. He reflected on the flutter of emotions he had just experienced and pondered whether he ought to consider marriage. He lingered in contemplation for a moment longer, the warmth of his palm causing the candy to slightly melt. Good things indeed do not wait for the right moment, despite his reluctance. He finally placed it in his mouth. Lu Yinlin had never been fond of sweets, yet this candy was rich and slightly bitter, not cloying at all, and it sweetened his heart. As twilight descended, Shunyan arrived at a quaint inn on the outskirts of Chongning County. The trio disembarked from the carriage and secured 3 adjoining rooms for mutual care. Yi Zhiyu instructed the innkeeper to bring hot water, then luxuriated in a wooden tub to alleviate the weariness of the day's journey. Immersed in the warmth, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the stirring moments in the carriage. Quickly submerging her head beneath the water, she admonished herself, Yi Zhiyu, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. He is not someone you can aspire to. After what felt like the span of a fragrant incense stick, she emerged from the tub, donned her garments, and wrung out her hair, preparing to extinguish the lamp and retire for the night. Suddenly, sounds of a scuffle erupted from the adjacent room, sending a jolt of alarm through her. That was Lu Yinlin's chamber. Could it be that they had encountered a rogue establishment? With this apprehension in mind, Yi Zhiyu searched her room for a sturdy stick and stealthily slipped out. Upon reaching Lu Yinlin's door, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Shunyan stood brandishing a longsword, engaged in combat with a dozen or so cloaked assailants, while Lu Yinlin, lacking martial prowess, could only evade amidst the confines of the room. Gripping the stick tightly, Yi Zhiyu felt an unsettling trepidation. Despite having spent 2 years on the battlefield in her previous life, she had never witnessed such close combat. A particularly keen-eyed assailant spotted Yi Zhiyu and lunged towards her, intent on silencing her. Xinyan was preoccupied with the fray, exclaiming in frustration, "Why are you out here now?" Yi Zhiyu raised her makeshift weapon in defense, but it was swiftly cleaved in two. Just as another strike was poised to descend upon her, a surge of strength pulled her aside. Lu Yinlin shielded her within his embrace, sustaining a wound from the assailant's blade on his left arm. Seeing his master injured, Shunyan wielded his sword with renewed ferocity, swiftly dispatching 4 or 5 of the attackers. Yi Zhiyu assisted Lu Yinlin to a corner of the room, anxiously examining his injuries. Relieved to find they were merely superficial wounds, she tore a strip of fabric from her dress to staunch the bleeding. Just then, a fallen assailant suddenly rose, lunging towards Lu Yinlin with a knife. "Young master, be careful," Xinyan shouted, unable to intervene. With remarkable agility, Yi Zhiyu retrieved a pistol from her space and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the assassin squarely in the forehead, causing him to collapse with a resounding thud. Although Yi Zhiyu had preferred to refrain from using gunpowder weapons in front of outsiders, aware that such armaments could alter the fate of nations and bring her considerable trouble, her life was at stake. Leaving no room for hesitation, since she had already drawn the weapon, she resolved to eliminate the threat entirely. Having trained in marksmanship prior to aiding Country X, she proved accurate, dispatching one assailant after another. The remaining 2 or 3 black-clad figures exchanged glances, contemplating their escape upon witnessing her wielding a rapid-fire weapon. Lu Yinlin coldly commanded, "Xunyan, leave no one alive." "Yes, young master." Assured of his safety, Xunyan unleashed his full fury upon the remaining attackers. In no time, all of the assailants lay defeated. The innkeeper, cowering beneath the counter, nearly lost his wits. Xunyan approached, tossing a pouch of silver coins. "Innkeeper, please arrange for us to switch to another room." Trembling, the innkeeper accepted the coins, replying, "Please follow me, esteemed guest." Lu Yinlin sat at the table, while Yi Zhiyu meticulously tended to his wound. "Xunyan, Having just witnessed Yi Jiu produce an iron object capable of taking a life with a single shot, felt a surge of trepidation. After all, they had met for the first time, and he had been rather rude to her. This lady was not only a provider of delightful treats, but also possessed the ability to kill. He had made his choice. Lu Yinlin's injury was superficial, merely a flesh wound that did not require stitches, yet necessitated disinfection. Yi Jiu opened a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, preparing to apply it. Please bear with me. It may sting a bit. With a hiss, as the hydrogen peroxide made contact with the wound, a chemical reaction caused the skin to froth white. Lu Yinlin's expression remained unchanged. What is this? Observing the bewildered state of both men, Yi Jiu felt compelled to clarify. This cleanses the wound of impurities, preventing it from worsening and festering. Chapter 20. How can a life saved not be repaid with devotion? Once the wound was dressed, Lu Yinlin moved his arm slightly. Miss Jiu, you have saved my life once again today. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Did you not also shield me from harm just now? Otherwise, you would not be injured. Lu Yinlin endured the pain in his arm and quickly added, those individuals were after me. Had it not been for my presence, you would not have encountered such unwarranted peril. Outside, the wind howled, and Yi Jiu felt a sense of unease. The only ones left were Lu Yinlin and Shen Yin, the one who had seen her draw her firearm. After a moment of anxious deliberation, she finally spoke. Since I have saved your life, I must ask you to keep my weapon a secret. As it was a keepsake from my father, I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Indeed, it is only natural. I, Lu Yinlin, am not one to indulge in idle chatter. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced, for in his eyes, Yi Jiu and her late father harbored too many secrets. As friends, it was only fitting that he help safeguard those confidences. Upon hearing his assurance, Yi Jiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jiu, Lu Yinlin called out to her from behind. After a brief pause, he produced a jade pendant from his bosom. Having saved my life on multiple occasions, I find myself at a loss to repay you. Please accept this. Yi Jiu glanced at it, noting its distinctiveness from the one he had previously attempted to give her. Oh, another jade pendant? Is the Lu family in the jade business? At that moment, Shen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the Lu family dabbled in the jade and stone industry. Lu Yinlin spoke with utmost seriousness. Yi Jiu stifled a laugh, preparing to tease him. It is often said that a life saved warrants a lifetime of devotion, yet here with young Master Lu, a mere jade pendant was offered instead. Jiu, are you truly serious? Lu Yinlin stammered, his expression a mixture of confusion and hope. Observing his flustered demeanor, Yi Jiu chuckled inwardly. All right, I shall not jest any longer. I will accept the pendant, as I consider you a friend. However, I must still charge for treating your grandmother. With that, she hoisted her medicine box and strode away. To pledge oneself in gratitude? Perhaps that is not a bad notion after all. Lu Yinlin stood in the room, lost in thought, until Shen Yan's voice broke through his reverie. Young master, is that pendant not a keepsake from your mother? A token for the future matriarch of the Lu family? Autumn has already arrived, yet the cicadas continue to serenade the air. Lu Yinlin felt parched, quenching his thirst with 2 cups of tea before finding some relief. As he gazed at the doorway through which Yi Jiu had departed, it seemed as though he was speaking to Shen Yan, yet also addressing himself. Indeed, if I were to marry a woman to share my life, I would wish for it to be her. Shen Yan was simultaneously astonished and delighted, astonished that Lu's illustrious family, the wealthiest in the nation, would undoubtedly expect a bride of equal standing, not a country doctor like Yi. Yet he was delighted, for if this esteemed lady were to enter the household, even as a concubine, the young master would surely be elated. Moreover, if she could cure the matriarch's ailment, securing a position as a secondary wife would likely be a simple matter. Each of the 3 harbored their own thoughts, and the night passed without dreams. At the break of dawn, Shen Yan knocked on the door, finding Yi Jiu already prepared with her belongings, and they descended together for breakfast. Does young Master Lu know what transpired with the assailants last night? Yi Jiu inquired, her mouth filled with a bun. In a grand family, where wealth is coveted by all, there also lurks peril that is both tumultuous and unpredictable. Lu Yinlin squinted, assuring her, do not worry, Miss Jiu. The journey ahead will be devoid of danger. After their meal and settling the bill, Shen Yan instructed the waiter to pack a meal for later. Today, we shall journey to Zhaoyang Prefecture, and we shall not pause until noon. I fear the esteemed lady may grow hungry along the way, so I have arranged for some pastries. Yi Jiu glanced at the injury on Lu Yinlin's left arm and asked, is it still painful? Not at all, he replied. Your medical skills are remarkable. I naturally recover swiftly. Having said this, they climbed aboard the carriage together. The carriage traveled uninterrupted for nearly 3 hours before coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the Liu residence. The host kindly reassured her, stating that his courtyard was vast and that she need not harbor any concerns about residing there. It would not only provide her with companionship, but also serve to ease her transition. He mentioned he would first pay his respects to his mother and suggested she take some time to rest in her room before he would later escort her to attend to his grandmother's health. Yi Zhiyu nodded in comprehension and followed the maid into the house. From the outset, she was aware of the Liu family's affluence. Yet the extent of their wealth took her by surprise. Upon entering, she was greeted by a magnificent artificial hill standing centrally in the courtyard. Both aesthetically pleasing and strategically positioned to enhance the feng shui. The hill was lushly adorned with money plants, thriving in abundance. Below, a meandering stream flowed gently toward the various courtyards, where golden lotuses bloomed amidst the rippling azure waters. The maid guided Yi Zhiyu through a series of connected corridors. She restrained her curiosity, aware of the opulence surrounding her, while reflecting on her own daily toil for herbs in pursuit of silver for the first time. She felt the stark contrast of their circumstances. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at Liu Yinlin's quarters, a 4-compartment garden that, while less ostentatious than the front courtyard, exuded a refreshing simplicity and elegance. The maid led her to the guest room, where 2 additional maids awaited her. Miss Yi, I am Chunlan, one introduced herself, and this is Zhengguo. During your stay at the Liu residence, you may call upon us at any time should you require assistance. Yi Zhiyu was taken aback by the arrangement of maidservants and, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, replied, Please, you may go about your duties. I wish to rest for a while. Exhausted from the journey and the lingering stress from the previous day's assassination attempt, she yearned for a moment of solace. Truly, it is the Bodhisattva's blessing. I insisted that you refrain from going to Qingxi town, yet you were determined to go. Fortunately, nothing serious occurred. Had anything happened to you, how would your mother cope? While they were engaged in pleasantries, Lady Lu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the bandaged wound on Liu Yinlin's left arm, prompting her to gasp in shock. Did you not say you were unscathed? How could you be injured? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Liu Yinlin confessed to Lady Lu that he had encountered an assassin during the night, yet he was fortunate to have sustained only superficial injuries. Ah, Lu Shihai. It must surely be his doing. Well, that is a relief. We, the Liu family, shall not forget the debt of gratitude owed to her for saving your life. Hasten to take her to visit your grandmother, who has been unwell lately. Liu Yinlin bowed respectfully, saying, Mother, I take my leave. Chapter 21. After all, we have shared our lives. Yi Zhiyu was settled in a room awaiting a summons, languidly reclining upon the bed. Her gaze fixed upon the intricately carved yellow pear-wood canopy above. Even the bed curtains were fashioned from silk satin brocade, and the mattress was enveloped in silk and mulberry silk. In her previous life, she had harbored no particular aspirations for quality of living, only to find herself exhausted by the end, having never once slept beneath a silk quilt. To be fair, this silk quilt was indeed quite soft. As she contemplated, a knock resounded at the door, prompting Yi Zhiyu to rise promptly. Chunlan approached with her head bowed. Miss Yi, the second young master requests your presence to attend to the old matriarch. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Yi Zhiyu hastily adjusted her attire, and while she donned a linen garment, it was nonetheless tidy, ensuring she would not appear disrespectful as she stepped outside with her medical box in tow. My dear Miss Zhiyu, I had intended to host a warm welcome for you. However, I find myself somewhat preoccupied with my grandmother's ailment. Thus I kindly request your presence to visit her first. As Liu Yinlin observed Yi Zhiyu's emergence, he promptly approached her. Following them were 4 maids, as they set forth towards the Mushi courtyard, where the matriarch resided. The Mushi courtyard was not far from Liu Yinlin's Fenglan courtyard, suggesting that the venerable matriarch held a fondness for her grandson. Before long, they arrived. Upon entering, Liu Yinlin respectfully acknowledged the elder behind the screen, and Yi Zhiyu dutifully mirrored his bow. Liu Yinlin gestured for Yi Zhiyu to join him. Grandmother, I have found a renowned physician in Qingxi town and have invited her to examine you. The venerable matriarch affectionately stroked Liu Yinlin's head, appreciating his thoughtfulness, which brought her joy. Yi Zhiyu quickly stepped forward, presenting a handkerchief to rest upon the old lady's hand, and commenced to take her pulse. The pulse appeared weak and the inch pulse sluggish, causing Yi Zhiyu to furrow her brow. Was the elder not frequently troubled by abdominal pain and fatigue? Initially, Lady Yu had not harbored high hopes, perceiving Yi Zhiyu merely as a young woman, and considered her visit a gesture of filial piety from her grandson. To her surprise, the young lady demonstrated a remarkable ability to discern ailments, prompting her to nod in acknowledgement. Though the elder's expression was inscrutable, she remained indifferent, yet signaled for the maids to withdraw. Lu Yinlin also took his leave, stating that there was no need to vacate the room, and that they could remain just outside the screen. Yu Zhiyu added that, as an outsider, she felt it necessary to exercise discretion in her actions. Observing Yi Zhiyu's conduct, the elder found herself increasingly favorably disposed towards her. Once everyone had exited, Yi Zhiyu softly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed matriarch, how is your monthly cycle?" Upon hearing the question posed so directly, the elderly matron felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet she candidly revealed, "My menstrual cycle ceased 2 years ago, but 3 months prior, it unexpectedly resumed, and since then, I have frequently experienced abdominal pain and an overall lack of vitality." It seemed evident that she was suffering from a gynecological ailment. Although the matron was in her early 50s, an age at which such conditions are uncommon, the hormonal upheaval of menopause, compounded by the summer's indulgent coolness and diminished immunity, likely contributed to her plight. Most physicians of this era were male, and their expertise did not extend to women's health issues. Furthermore, societal norms regarding male-female interactions rendered it difficult to ascertain the true cause of her discomfort. Yi Zhiyu pressed further, inquiring, "Do you often notice a significant discharge of yellowish fluid?" "Indeed, yes." The matron nodded vigorously in affirmation. Yi Zhiyu surmised that pelvic inflammation was likely present. Rising to her feet, she addressed the matron, "I am confident that I can bring you relief within 3 days. But this will require acupuncture, a method that may entail some discomfort. Would you be willing to proceed?" After her thorough diagnosis, the matron was convinced of the young woman's capabilities. Yi Zhiyu intended to administer an antibiotic injection. Recognizing that inflammation had lingered for an extended period, antibiotics were the most effective remedy. She anticipated needing to persuade the matron, but to her surprise, the elderly lady readily acquiesced. The syringe was discreetly designed, allowing the matron to turn sideways and remove her garments in preparation for the intramuscular injection. Initially, the matron felt a bit self-conscious, but recalling that the practitioner was both a woman and a doctor, she complied without further hesitation. Yi Zhiyu retrieved the prepared silver needles as a ruse, and while the matron turned her back, she swiftly mixed the medication, inserting the needle into the matron's hip. As the solution was administered, a sensation of soreness and swelling was expected to follow. Indeed, the old lady let out a couple of hums. Is that all? She had anticipated enduring numerous needles, contemplating how to endure the pain, yet it concluded with just one injection. "Young Master Lu, please come in and check on the old lady," Yi Zhiyu called out toward the outside. Lu Yanlin and the maidservants promptly entered. "Is my grandmother in serious condition?" "It's nothing grave, but I may need to stay at your residence for a few more days. The old lady's ailment has persisted for some time, requiring additional treatment." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanlin's lips involuntarily curled upwards, partly because Yu Zhiyu could indeed cure his grandmother, and partly because she would be staying a bit longer. Yu Zhiyu swiftly approached the table, sat down, took a pen and paper, prescribed a remedy for invigorating blood circulation and dispelling blood stasis, and instructed the maid to fetch the medicine. The old lady pointed to her maid beside her and said to Yi Zhiyu, "She is my stewardess, named Duan. Please communicate directly with her for convenience." Duan stepped forward, knelt in greeting, and said, "Yi doctor," with an air of dignity and propriety. She exemplified the demeanor of a stewardess from a wealthy family. The medicine should be administered twice daily, morning and evening. Moreover, every night. You must prepare a basin of mugwort water for the old lady's bath, ensuring she does not catch a chill. The maidservant noted it down. Lu Yanlin curiously observed Yi Zhiyu as she busily murmured instructions. However, as a junior, he refrained from inquiring about the elder's health. Noticing the old lady's fatigue, Yu Zhiyu tactfully took her leave, departing alongside Lu Yanlin. On the way, Lu Yanlin spoke, "Miss Zhiyu, I am immensely grateful to you. Otherwise, my grandmother would have endured much more suffering. It is no trouble at all. There is no need for such formality between us." Yi Zhiyu turned to the side with a gentle smile, recalling the bond they once shared. This smile, carried away by the early autumn breeze, settled deep within Lu Yanlin's heart. He stood frozen in place, gazing at the cheerful silhouette of Yi Zhiyu as she walked ahead, momentarily rendered disoriented. Yi Zhiyu consistently emphasized that they were merely friends, nothing more, nothing less. They belonged to entirely different worlds, a truth she had understood from the very beginning. Chapter 22. A minor punishment for Zhengguo during dinner time. Yi Zhiyu sat by the window, lost in thought, her stomach grumbling slightly. However, Chunlan only brought her some pastries. As she popped one into her mouth, she inquired, "Doesn't the Lu family serve dinner?" Chunlan stifled a giggle, replying, "Dr. Yi. The second young master instructed us earlier that he would join you for dinner later. He asked us to serve you some pastries first, so you wouldn't go hungry." Yi Zhiyu nodded. She quite liked Chunlan. Her round little face was always smiling, exuding warmth. Unlike Zhengguo, who seemed perpetually displeased, her disdain almost written on her face. Yi Zhiyu pondered to herself, wondering what she had done to deserve such contempt. "Chunlan, would you keep me company and chat for a while? I've been lost in thought for quite some time. How about I take you to stroll around the second young master's courtyard?" Chunlan suggested. Yi Zhiyu, delighted, rose to her feet. She had always wanted to glimpse the life of the wealthy, but had refrained from wandering about out of respect. Now, with someone from the household to guide her, she looked forward to witnessing how the affluent lived, while also setting her own aspirations for the future. As Chunlan guided her around, Yi Zhiyu discovered a peculiar detail. Whether in the main courtyard or in the Fenglan courtyard, there were streams branching out everywhere, prompting her to inquire further. Chunlan elucidated that the Lu family had prospered through commerce, believing that water brings wealth. Thus, at the inception of their estate, they excavated an artificial lake, allowing various tributaries to flow into each master's garden, symbolizing the thriving and everlasting nature of their business. Yi Zhiyu nodded, half comprehending. As they passed by a small kitchen, she overheard voices within. Initially intending to leave, she paused upon realizing that the conversation seemed to concern her. That village woman. Does she truly believe that her modest medical skills qualify her to become a mistress of the estate? One voice remarked, "Lower your voice. If the master hears you, he might have your tongue removed." Despite this warning, the other voice, Zhengguo, showed no intention of restraint. How could the second young master be so taken with her? There are countless more beautiful ladies in our estate, and yet he has yet to take a concubine. I suspect she possesses not only medical skills, but also some beguiling charm. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Zhiyu touched her nose. While she acknowledged her medical abilities, she was intrigued by the notion of this beguiling charm. Just as Chunlan prepared to intervene and silence them, Yi Zhiyu discreetly pulled her away, and they quietly departed. "Dr. Yi, why did you pull me away?" "Speaking ill of the master within the estate is a grave offense," Chunlan said indignantly. Yi Zhiyu gazed at the young girl, whose face was flushed with indignation and was moved by her emotion. In a few days, she would be departing, leaving them to work together for the long term. Should she provoke a quarrel, it would surely bring the master's displeasure upon them all. It is better to avoid unnecessary strife. Her purpose for visiting the Lu residence was solely to attend to the old matriarch's health. Chunlan, still brimming with resentment, harbored unspoken affections for the second young master, aspiring to become his favored maid. However, given that the young master rarely graced his home and was indifferent to the company of women, Yi Zhiyu had advised her to conduct herself with propriety. A girl like her was bound to attract trouble eventually. "All right, let us put away the anger," Yi Zhiyu said, retrieving a chocolate bean to appease her. "What is this?" Chunlan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Give it a taste. I assure you, you have never tried anything like it." Yi Zhiyu expressed with confidence in her confection. Chunlan hesitated before the dark morsel but eventually heeded Yi Zhiyu's encouragement. "Go on. Both Xinyan and your second young master enjoy them," she added. Upon hearing this, Chunlan cautiously placed it in her mouth. Instantly, the exquisite flavor erupted on her palate, and a smile broke across her face, her eyes sparkling with delight. "That settles it. She is appeased now. Chunlan, you must be hungry. Go fetch the meal," Yi Zhiyu instructed. "Yes, young master," Chunlan replied. Yi Zhiyu approached to inquire, "How is the old matriarch faring?" Lu Yinlin joyfully responded, "Miss Zhiyu, you are indeed a miraculous healer. Within an hour of your consultation, my grandmother expressed her hunger. In the 3 months of her illness, she rarely showed interest in food. With the inflammation subsiding, her appetite has returned," Yi Zhiyu noted. "That is wonderful. The old matriarch is recovering more swiftly than I had anticipated." Before long, the meal was delivered to the room. Yi Zhiyu smiled, expressing her indifference. A table laden with exquisite delicacies dazzled her senses. However, in this era, seasonings were scarce, and most dishes retained the flavors inherent to their ingredients. Fortunately, Yi Jiu was not a picky eater. She picked up her chopsticks and began to indulge. Lu Yinlin watched her eat with a bright smile, remarking that the cooks in the residence could not compare to her culinary skills. Yet she still relished the meal so heartily. Yi Jiu felt a tinge of embarrassment at this comment, recalling the instant noodles from Yi family village. She possessed no culinary prowess, merely boiling noodles with seasoning packets, not even having kneaded the dough herself. "Please don't stare at me. It's rather awkward," she mumbled, focusing on her food. Lu Yinlin affectionately laughed. All right, enjoy your meal." After finally finishing the feast, feeling quite satisfied, the day had grown late, prompting Lu Yinlin to rise and bid farewell. The bathtub at Lu Manor was significantly larger than that of the previous inn, and Chunlan had scattered flower petals within. Yu Jiu grinned, thinking it was delightful to experience the life of a young lady of wealth even while seeking medical treatment. It felt like a stroke of luck. Just as she was about to step into the bath, Xiang Yue approached with a serious expression, carrying a tray. "Dr. Yi, the second young master noticed your simple attire and had me bring you new clothes. If you require assistance in dressing, please don't hesitate to call for me." Feigning ignorance to Xiang Yue's sarcastic tone, Yi Jiu instructed, "Chunlan, you may leave. Let Xiang Yue stay to assist me with my bath." Chunlan cast a lingering glance at Xiang Yue before bowing and departing, while Xiang Yue wore a reluctant expression. However, bound by the second young master's orders to diligently serve Yi Jiu, she could only grit her teeth and comply. Yi Jiu disrobed and immersed herself in the water, exclaiming, "Xiang Yue, I must say, soaking in such a grand bathtub is truly delightful." Xiang Yue, standing nearby, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Naturally, the Lu family is the wealthiest in the nation and a royal merchant. Thus, their comforts and luxuries are unparalleled. "I reckon Dr. Yi has never experienced such indulgence." Yi Jiu then inquired, "What is the monthly wage for ladies of your standing?" Upon hearing this, Xianglan proudly lifted her chin. "Those of us who serve esteemed masters earn 5 taels a month, while even the roughest maids at the Lu residence receive 2 taels. Feigning astonishment, Yi Jiu replied, "So much? In the countryside, toiling in the fields for an entire year yields barely over 2 taels." Xianglan, noticing her naivety, continued, "Indeed, Doctor, Yi earns more than a farmer due to her medical practice, though I doubt it surpasses our wages." Gently scooping water with her hand, Yi Jiu remarked nonchalantly, "Yes. In the countryside, a consultation merely costs 10 copper coins. Attending to 10 patients a day amounts to only 4 taels a year. Yet, look at me here in your estate, tending to the matriarch, residing in the guest room of your second master's courtyard, feasting on meals equivalent to those of your master's, and even enjoying the luxury of having a lady-in-waiting like you assist with my bath. Pray tell, who should envy whom?" Xiang Yue, catching the underlying implication, immediately changed her expression. Yi Jiu, narrowing her eyes and smiling, added, "You are quite right. I shall indulge myself these next few days. Tonight, please accompany me in the outer chamber, so I may dream sweetly." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yue's face turned ashen, yet she dared not protest. She turned and retreated to the outer room, muttering curses under her breath, lamenting the uncouthness that arose from such impoverished lands, while putting on airs as if she were the mistress. She thought to herself, "I wonder how long you can bask in such arrogance," heedless of whether Yi Jiu could hear her. Yi Jiu, indifferent to her tirade, decided that a minor reprimand sufficed. After all, she was not a resident of the Lu household and preferred to remain silent. Chapter 23. The discounted bracelet. The following day, Yi Jiu rose early. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the new attire laid out beside her bed. She merely caressed the fabric gently before pushing it aside, opting instead for her old garments. Outside the door, Xiang Yue stood with a sullen expression, her eyes shadowed. Yi Jiu stifled a laugh. One must admit that the Lu household maintained a certain decorum, for they had indeed adhered to their instruction for her to keep vigil throughout the night. At that moment, Chunlan entered with a basin of warm water. After washing up, Yi Jiu took a seat to partake in her breakfast. Just then, Lu Yinlin strode in with purpose. Noticing Xiang Yue's dismal countenance, he inquired, "What has transpired to cause such distress?" Xiang Yue, upon seeing her master, hesitated and, feeling somewhat aggrieved, finally spoke. "Last night, Doctor Yi unexpectedly arrived. Perhaps she was unaccustomed to such a spacious room, and thus requested that I keep her company through the night, resulting in my current lack of vitality. I beg for the second young master's pardon." Her intention was to paint Yu Jiyu as spoiled and inconsiderate of her servants, hoping to incite Lu Yinlin's disdain. However, to her surprise, Lu Yinlin took a seat directly across from Yi Jiyu and, with genuine concern, asked, "Did you not sleep well last night? It was my oversight. I hope you will not hold it against Miss Jiyu." Observing Shan Yue's affected demeanor, Yi Jiyu felt a surge of mischievous delight within her. What a fortunate occurrence. Thanks to Sister Shan Yue's vigil, I enjoyed a night of sweet dreams. Indeed, it is her blessing to serve you. Yi Jiyu cast a sidelong glance at Shan Yue, whose face bore an expression so dark it seemed almost capable of dripping with gloom. In high spirits, she indulged in another bowl of porridge. Let us proceed. It is time for the old matriarch's treatment. Yi Jiyu picked up her medicine box, gesturing for Lu Yinlin to join her. While playfulness is enjoyable, one must not forget their duties. Along the way, Lu Yinlin noticed she was still wearing the garments he had gifted her and cautiously inquired, "Does Miss Jiyu not favor the attire I presented?" Yi Jiyu chuckled at his question. "I am but a simple country girl. The clothing bestowed by young Master Lu is undoubtedly exquisite and splendid, yet it lacks practicality for me. Nonetheless, I appreciate your kind intentions." Lu Yinlin fell silent. And soon they arrived at Mushi Courtyard, where the old matriarch appeared to be in significantly better spirits today. Lady Lu gently patted Yu Jiyu's hand, saying, "Good child." She then dismissed the attendants, including Lu Yinlin. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, the old matriarch no longer hesitated. Turning away from Yi Jiyu and positioning herself comfortably for treatment, Yi Jiyu swiftly completed the injection. "Madam, please remember to take your medicine on time. You will recover soon." She then quietly inquired, "After taking the medicine yesterday, did you experience a considerable discharge of yellow liquid for a while, which has since ceased?" With the treatment concluded, Yi Jiyu instructed Du Wan to attend closely to the old matriarch's needs and felt it was inappropriate to linger, thus taking her leave. This outing, Lu Yinlin arranged for Chunlan to accompany them and also brought along Shenyan. "Having arrived at Lu Mansion for 2 days, I only caught a glimpse of Shenyan today. Why did I not see you by your young master's side yesterday?" Shenyan smiled lightly. "My lady, I was assisting the young master with some matters." Since the last encounter where Yi Jiyu displayed her lethal skills, he had come to wholeheartedly respect this remarkable lady who possessed the ability to heal, to kill, and to prepare exquisite meals. Truly, she was a woman of extraordinary talents. The four of them shared a carriage. Yi Jiyu inquired, "Where is Xiang Yue?" Chunlan remained silent, while Lu Yinlin simply stated she has been punished for her mistakes. Yu Jiyu understood the implication without needing further explanation in Lu Mansion. What could possibly be concealed from the master? It was evident that he was already aware of the discord that had transpired with Xiang Yue yesterday. Compared to Changning County, Zhaoyang Mansion was even more prosperous. The streets were bustling with carriages, and the attire of the passers-by surpassed that of the wealthy families in Qingxi town. The city boasted an array of shops, each brimming with a dazzling variety of goods. Yi Jiyu was captivated, not due to a lack of worldly experience, but because the city's vibrancy was truly remarkable. Having spent her previous life in an orphanage, followed by years of study in a preparatory class, and then in a hospital post-graduation, she seldom had the opportunity to indulge in leisurely shopping. The carriage eventually came to a halt at a jade shop, where Lu Yinlin was the first to alight. "Where is young Master Lu headed?" she asked. "Since we are merely wandering, we might as well start here," he replied. Yi Jiyu nodded and rose to follow suit. The jade shop is named Cui Zhengguo, a title that exudes simplicity and elegance. Lu Yinlin walked ahead, casting a knowing glance at the shopkeeper, who immediately understood the cue. "Esteemed guests, welcome to our humble establishment. Please feel free to make any requests," the shopkeeper greeted warmly. Lu Yinlin approached and inquired, "Is there anything you fancy?" Observing her demeanor, Lu Yinlin chuckled softly. "You tend to my grandmother's ailments, and yet you worry about your consultation fees? Besides, I could always gift it to you." "Ah. But one should not benefit without due compensation. Providing care for the esteemed lady naturally warrants a fee. As a friend, I have already accepted your jade pendant. Anything more would be improper." At that moment, Yi Jiyu's keen eyes caught sight of a bracelet in the corner of the counter, ancient and unpretentious, seemingly perfect for her mother. The shopkeeper, perceptive as ever, swiftly approached and presented the bracelet to Yi Jiyu. "You have an excellent eye, young lady. This bracelet was originally part of a pair, but unfortunately, one was damaged. Its solitary nature is considered inauspicious, so we are offering it at a discount. If you like it, shall I wrap it for you? A discount? That sounds splendid," Yi Jiu responded eagerly. How much is it? The shopkeeper's face gleamed with a smile. 2 taels of silver. Yi Jiu gazed at the bracelet, while the shopkeeper's gaze shifted towards Lu Yanlin, who nodded slightly. Very well, please wrap it for me. Yi Jiu said, ready to pay. Just as she reached for her silver to settle the transaction, a mocking voice emerged from outside the door. Oh, when did it become acceptable for just anyone to stroll into Cui Zhengguo to purchase jewelry, especially at a discount? I must ask, shopkeeper, when did your standards fall so low? Yi Jiu turned her gaze towards the sound, and before her approached a young maiden assisting a beautiful matron. The maiden cast disdainful glances at Yi Jiu, noting her coarse linen attire. Following closely behind was a middle-aged man, presumably a relative of theirs. Yi Jiu, wishing to avoid any trouble, paid them no mind, tucked away her bracelet, and prepared to leave with Chunlan. The matron pressed the maiden's hand and remarked, Yen Yen. Pay no heed to these lowly individuals. They do not know their own station. Yes, mother, the maiden replied, turning her attention to Lu Yanlin, who seemed to recognize the man behind them and showed no inclination to depart hastily. Yi Jiu felt compelled to remain seated and wait. What do you two want to drag me along for? I have official duties to attend to. This is nothing short of a frivolous affair. The middle-aged man grumbled in dissatisfaction. All you ever think about is work. You have no idea what it entails. Other men in your position take their wives and children along to enjoy the finer things in life, while you have neither wealth nor companions, the matron retorted, her irritation palpable. Very well, you may choose what you wish to purchase, she finally conceded. Upon hearing this, the matron's expression softened, and shortly thereafter, both mother and daughter selected a set of headpieces. The shopkeeper eagerly approached to package their purchase, stating, Madam, these 2 headpieces are adorned with exquisite gems. One of a kind, perfectly suited to your and the young lady's status. The total comes to a reasonable 800 taels. The man, upon hearing this, was taken aback, exclaiming, What? 800 taels? My annual salary barely amounts to 100 taels. You two truly are extravagant spenders. The beautiful lady, upon hearing these words, scoffed dismissively and pointed out that your meager salary had long since starved my daughter and me. Were it not for my dowry, this household would have nothing to eat. You, being a 4th-rank official, live in such squalor. Do you not fear the ridicule of your colleagues? Chapter 24. Emergency Rescue. The man, having listened to her, was already quite incensed. At that moment, Lu Yanlin approached, bowing respectfully to the man. Lord Duan squinted at Lu Yanlin and inquired, Are you the second son of Lu Songyan? Indeed, I am, he replied. Madame Duan, upon hearing her husband's words, immediately wore a displeased expression. With neither this nor that being accepted, relying solely on your pitiful salary, I, as an official's wife, cannot merely expend my dowry to maintain appearances. Yi Jiu, noticing someone had collapsed, set aside her amusement and hastened over. This young lady is a physician. Your father has fallen ill suddenly. Let her examine him. Then, she proceeded to pierce the earlobe with a silver needle, releasing a small quantity of dark blood. Lord Duan was still struggling to breathe, and there appeared to be no other options. Shun Yin complied obediently, for in his heart, Yi Jiu was a divine healer. Whatever she instructed was surely for a reason. Yes, continue to pat until the bruising subsides. Madame Duan had lost her composure, muttering, My lord, I did not mean to. Though she knew not who Yi Jiu truly was, the presence of the Lu family's young master should ensure she would not act recklessly. Thus, she could only watch her husband with a pained heart. Yi Jiu quietly exhaled in relief and instructed Shun Yin to cease his actions. Lord Duan gradually regained his composure and, with a gesture of gratitude towards Lu Yanlin, expressed, Thank you, young Master Lu, for your chivalrous rescue. Indeed, not only did she save a life without receiving any gratitude, but she also found herself in a subordinate position. Fortunately, Yi Jiu was not particularly perturbed by this. It was at this moment that Lord Duan finally took note of the slender young girl beside him, expressing his heartfelt thanks for her noble act of rescue. Promising that he would come to express his gratitude on an auspicious date, Yi Jiu simply offered a brief explanation using straightforward terminology. As they strolled leisurely, her stomach soon began to growl, and upon glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly mealtime. Lu Yanlin then prepared to escort her to a restaurant. However, as Yi Jiu walked along, she suddenly smacked her thigh in realization, lamenting that she had forgotten to collect her consultation fee. After all, this was an emergency, and she ought to charge extra. With a penetrating gaze, Yi Jiu looked at him and suddenly recalled something. You mentioned that the Liu family's business is quite substantial. Does Lord Liu know that you sold nearly 100 taels worth of bracelets at a mere 2 taels each? Upon hearing this, Liu Yanlin sheepishly rubbed his nose to mask his embarrassment. Later, noticing the respectful demeanor of the shopkeeper towards Liu Yanlin, she deduced that this establishment also belonged to the Liu family. Unable to contain herself, Shun Yin interjected, "Dear lady, please do not be upset. The young master was merely concerned about your financial situation and discreetly instructed the shopkeeper while you were preoccupied. In truth, 1/3 of the industries in Zhaoyang Prefecture belong to the Liu family. It was not his intention to bring you in." What a wealthy and powerful patron. Once she had treated Madame Liu's ailment, she would ensure a profitable arrangement for herself. As Yi Zhiyu enjoyed her meal, she retorted, "Then does this mean you owe me yet another favor?" Liu Yanlin replied with a smile, "Indeed, I shall repay you handsomely." Contentedly savoring her food, Yi Zhiyu even turned to feed a piece of pastry to Chunlan, who stood behind her. Liu Yanlin observed keenly, remarking, "In recent days, Chunlan seems to have developed quite a rapport with you. If you desire, I could bestow her upon you, ensuring that you have someone to attend to you in the future. Please, your family members are far more precious than the daughters of common households in the county. I could not possibly take her away for my own use. I would not want to hinder Chunlan's prospects." Yi Zhiyu replied with a smile. Chunlan chimed in, "Dr. Yi, your kindness is truly commendable. The sugar balls you provided last time were delightful. If I could have such treats daily, I would gladly accompany you, Dr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Xin Yin became animated. "Did you really give her some?" He turned to Yi Zhiyu. "Aunt, I want some too." Yi Zhiyu gave him a bemused look. "Not a chance. When have you ever been in my good graces? Only then will I consider it." Shun Yin immediately deflated, like a punctured balloon. Liu Yanlin chuckled, "All right. Let us maintain decorum." After their meal, Liu Yanlin continued to guide Yi Zhiyu through the West Market. This area was not as opulent as the East Market, but it was bustling with vendors, exuding a vibrant, lively atmosphere. Yi Zhiyu spotted a tiger head hat, meant for a child of 6 or 7 years. She thought it would bring great joy to Jiming, so she purchased it. The craftsmanship was exquisite and sure to elicit envy among the village children. After a lengthy stroll, Yi Zhiyu began to feel fatigued, prompting Liu Yanlin to lead her to a nearby tea house for a respite. The proprietor approached Liu Yanlin with a bow, "Master, the private room upstairs has been prepared." Yi Zhiyu was taken aback. "Young Master Liu, are you here to show me around your own establishments? It seems every few steps we take leads us to one of your shops." Liu Yanlin merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. After taking their seats, Yi Zhiyu inquired, "Young Master Liu, I hope my shopping excursion has not caused you any inconvenience today." "Not at all," Liu Yanlin replied. "It is my honor to accompany Miss Zhiyu on her shopping adventure." Chapter 25. A serendipitous encounter at the Lantern Festival. As Yi Zhiyu sipped her tea, she listened intently to Liu Yanlin recounting the customs and culture of Zhaoyang Prefecture. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the streets came alive with the illumination of countless lanterns, shimmering like stars. The throngs of people began to swell, and with an air of enthusiasm, Yi Zhiyu pulled Chunlan along onto the bustling street. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as the crowd thickened, and Liu Yanlin stood out remarkably amidst the sea of faces. Surrounded by a group of young ladies presenting him with fragrant sachets, he was undeniably handsome, radiating charm wherever he went. Desiring to avoid the throng of admirers, Yi Zhiyu led Chunlan towards a stall selling sugar figurines, calling out to Liu Yanlin from a distance, "Young Master Liu, I shall be entertaining myself with Chunlan. Let us reconvene at the tea house shortly." Before Liu Yanlin could respond, he was swept away by the crowd. Along the way, Chunlan purchased 2 masks, adorning Yi Zhiyu with a rabbit mask. Curious, Yi Zhiyu asked, "Is it necessary to wear these? Is this an ancient matchmaking event?" It was no wonder the young ladies were so eager to surround Liu Yanlin. Feeling somewhat awkward in the mask, as she was not there for matchmaking, Yi Zhiyu hesitated. Yet Chunlan advised, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Wearing a mask conceals your identity, sparing you from unnecessary complications." Considering this, Yi Zhiyu acquiesced and refrained from further objections. At the end of the lantern-lit path lay a world of splendor. Suddenly, the lively sound of firecrackers echoed from afar. Chunlan, brimming with excitement, pointed towards a procession approaching in the distance. "Dr. Yi, look quickly. That is the flower card of the goddess of joy, responsible for matters of love in the mortal realm. If one were to toss a flower into the cart, it would ensure the blessing of finding a suitable partner." Yi Jiu cast a glance of admiration and encouraged, "You should go and toss it. I shall merely observe." Chunlan, the darling little creature, seemed eager yet hesitant, fearing she might lose her way from Yi Jiu. Sensing her apprehension, Yi Jiu reassured her, "Do not worry. Go ahead. I shall remain right here, not wandering off." With that, Chunlan felt at ease and cheerfully made her way towards the cart. The street was bustling with adults and children, all running and laughing joyously. Suddenly, a commotion arose within the crowd, and Yi Jiu stumbled, on the verge of falling, when unexpectedly she was deftly pulled into a warm embrace. Her mask fell away in the process. Upon focusing her gaze, she found herself looking at a young man clad in red, donning a wolf-headed mask. His intense eyes fixed upon her. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Yi Jiu hurriedly attempted to extricate herself from his grasp. However, the throng was too dense, making it impossible to maintain a safe distance. The young man in red smiled and took her hand, skillfully navigating through the crowd. Yi Jiu followed his lead, and they swiftly distanced themselves from the flower cart procession. Arriving by the riverside, where the crowd thinned, Yi Jiu, still holding his hand, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely rescue. I must take my leave now. Otherwise, my family may grow anxious searching for me." The young man bowed gracefully, introducing himself. "I am Zhengguo. I apologize for the unintentional collision amidst the commotion. I hope you can forgive me." Upon concluding his words, he removed his mask, revealing a face of striking beauty, with arched brows reaching the heavens and sparkling eyes that danced with mirth as they looked towards Yi Jiu. This man possessed a beauty that could rival that of any woman. "Miss," Zhengguo remarked, observing the dazed expression on Yi Jiu's face, prompting her to snap back to reality and hastily avert her gaze. "Young Master Sang, until we meet again." Indeed, she had lost her way. A chronic wanderer in her previous life, she had been dragged so far by him that she could no longer discern directions. With a sense of helplessness, Yi Jiu surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of other pedestrians, and contemplated whether to proceed further to inquire for assistance. Zhengguo conjured a lantern, stating, "Here, take this. It shall not impede your affairs." Reluctantly, Yi Jiu accepted the lantern. The flickering flame cast a gentle glow, yet she found herself devoid of any wishes to make. Carelessly placing the lantern into the river to let it drift away. As she turned her head, she noticed Zhengguo's hands clasped in a gesture of reverence, silently granting his own wish. With fluttering eyelashes, she opened her eyes to behold the glimmer of starlight in his gaze against the night backdrop. Yi Jiu felt no curiosity. Instead, she settled beside him by the riverbank, silently watching as he gently set the lantern adrift. "What wish did you make?" Zhengguo soon adopted a playful demeanor, following closely behind her. "A world of peace, where the common folk live in harmony." Zhengguo scoffed, "I do not believe that." As they exchanged playful banter, they walked a short distance until they finally spotted the anxious Chunlan at the roadside. Zhengguo winked with a smile, choosing not to depart, but rather making his way directly to the Laming tea house. Yi Jiu regarded his retreating figure with suspicion, pulling Xianglan along as she followed. After all, Lu Yinlin had mentioned gathering at the tea house, and with so many people on the street, she had little desire to partake in any frivolities. "Cousin, it has been a year since we last met. I trust you have been well. Please take a seat. We are already 18. One would think you could exhibit a bit more decorum," Lu Yinlin chided playfully. As he spoke, Yi Jiu entered and was momentarily taken aback to see Zhengguo and Lu Yinlin seated together. "Do you know each other? You are acquainted with him?" The three were left bewildered. Once Yi Jiu took her seat, Lu Yinlin introduced her. "Miss Jiu, this is my cousin, named." Understanding dawned on Lu Yinlin, and he paused briefly before addressing Zhengguo. "This is the doctor I invited to attend to my grandmother, Yi Jiu." Yi Jiu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Yinlin tilted his head in inquiry. Yi Jiu began, "Just now on the street, the crowd separated me from Chunlan. Fortunately, young Master Sang escorted me. Otherwise, I would have been lost. That is fortunate. What are your thoughts, Miss Jiu?" The group then boarded the carriage together. In the courtyard, beneath the maple tree, Zhengguo persistently inquired how Lu Yinlin had come to know Yi Jiu. Unable to withstand his relentless questioning, Lu Yinlin briefly recounted the incident involving snake venom in Qingxi town. Zhengguo listened, captivated, exclaiming, "Indeed, Miss Jiu possesses extraordinary medical skills." "Miss Jiu?" Yi Jiu rolled her eyes. "Who is your sister?" Zhengguo, with his unparalleled beauty, retorted, with such a sharp tongue, You are merely coming of age. I am 4 years your senior, thus it is only natural that I address you as sister. Why are you leaving so soon? I have just arrived today. Sister Zhiyu, please stay a few more days. Tomorrow, I shall take you hunting in the mountains. Sang Xian stood up in a flurry. Lu Yinlin was also taken aback by this sudden departure and was at a loss for words to persuade her to stay. Yi Zhiyu rose from her seat, saying, You two brothers enjoy your drinks. I shall retire for the night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 26. Rescued from drowning shikamen. Zisong Hung lightly tapped the table, intending to inquire about the background of the divine physician invited by the Lu family. After Qin Jiudao accepted the command, he vanished into the night like a shadow. Zisong Hung suddenly recalled the girl who had saved him in the woods that day. His injuries had been so severe that his vision was blurred, preventing him from clearly seeing her face. As his wounds healed, his curiosity about her grew stronger with each passing day. He touched the scar on his leg, which had been stitched by Li Henshui. The recovery was remarkably swift, leaving only a faint mark. He found himself inexplicably drawn to thoughts of that girl, the one who had bounded away with a bamboo basket on her back. If she were the one to remedy the poison within him, perhaps there was hope. Shikamen is the largest intelligence agency in the world, with countless branches established by Zisong Hung over several decades. It employs a specialized method of message delivery using falcons capable of traveling vast distances in a single day. Yi Family Village, where Yi Zhiyu resides, is home to a girl of approximately 14 or 15 years of age. Reflecting on the place where he had been injured and subsequently rescued, he wondered if she might be the one. Perhaps it was time for him to seek her out. A girl from a mountain village had managed to get him on his feet within 3 days. Her strength should not be underestimated. Fenglan Courtyard. At the break of dawn, Chunlan was attending to Yi Zhiyu as she prepared to rise. Suddenly, Sang Xian dashed over, panting. Sister Zhiyu, I heard from Shun Yin last night that you possess remarkable culinary skills. May I be so fortunate as to indulge in your delicacies? As he spoke, he handed her a gold ingot, weighing no less than 10 taels. Yi Zhiyu couldn't help but silently criticize Shen Yin, the great gossip, for misrepresenting her. How had he reduced her to such a mundane figure, merely someone who could be swayed by riches? Nevertheless, upon reflection, she realized her dire financial situation. With a roll of her eyes, she replied, I can't do it. I have no time. I must depart today. Yet, gazing at the gold before her, she swallowed hard, feeling a pang of regret as she said to Sang Xian, Wait a moment. She retreated to her room, retrieved a porcelain jar, and from her storage, took out a box of chocolates. After removing the plastic wrapping, she poured the contents into the jar. Exiting, she presented it to Sang Xian, saying, Consider it a gift. In light of the gold, Shun Yin observed from the side, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Curious, Sang Xian picked up a piece, examining it closely. This dark confection, is it edible? Just then, Lu Yinlin approached, remarking, You have always had a penchant for sweets. This should suit your palate. Encouraged by his cousin's words, Sang Xian eagerly popped a piece into his mouth, greatly satisfied. With the gold in hand, Yi Zhiyu also felt content. After finishing breakfast, she prepared to visit the old matriarch Lu for one last treatment. However, a servant soon arrived with news that the second young master requested her presence in the front hall. Yi Zhiyu looked puzzled, but Lu Yinlin explained, Go inform my father that I shall join you shortly. He likely wishes to inquire about grandmother's condition. He has been preoccupied with customs paperwork these past few days and hasn't had the chance to see you. Worry not. I will accompany you. Yi Zhiyu nodded slightly and followed Lu Yinlin to the front hall. Upon their arrival, the servant, bowing to Lu Yinlin, informed him that the master had instructed that the second young master enter first, while Dr. Yi was to wait in the pavilion. Yi Zhiyu, understanding the situation, patiently lingered aside. Just as her boredom began to set in, a familiar voice approached. Hey, thank you for saving my father the other day. Yi Zhiyu, sensing a lack of wit in the girl, replied, I was in a hurry that day and forgot to collect the consultation fee, 20 taels. No need for thanks. Duan Yinran, in disbelief, exclaimed, My father is the transport officer of Zhaoyang Prefecture. Saving him is your good fortune. How dare you ask me for money, you country bumpkin, truly pitiful. Despite her status as a steward's daughter, her words were rather coarse, not much more refined than those of someone from the countryside. Yi Zhiyu retorted. Even with Yi Zhiyu's typically good temper, she could no longer ignore such insults. Yet, as an ordinary citizen, she could not afford to confront the steward's daughter physically, so she simply brushed past her with her shoulder and prepared to leave. Duan Yinran, unwilling to let it go, dared to retaliate and forcefully grabbed Yi Zhiyu's sleeve. Yi Zhiyu, unable to maintain her balance, was yanked and staggered, ultimately falling into the Golden Lotus Pond, previously bored at Fenglong Courtyard. Sang Xian had come out to find someone. From a distance, he witnessed Yi Zhiyu being pushed into the water. Without hesitation, he leapt forward, his crimson attire blending with the water as he swiftly rescued the non-swimmer Yi Zhiyu. Which family are you from? Why did you push her into the water? Yi Zhiyu, having only been submerged briefly, coughed up a few mouthfuls of water but was otherwise unharmed, rising to her feet and wringing out her drenched garments. Duan Yuyin found herself in a state of disarray, realizing the situation had escalated. It was merely a gentle push. I never intended to send her into the water, she thought, nearly on the verge of tears. Duan Yinzheng stood there, feeling a sense of regret. Today was supposed to be a day for her father to express gratitude to Dr. Yi, yet somehow she had offended him. Her gaze fell upon the dress that Lu Yanlin had previously sent. With no other option, she resolved to wear it. She could not afford to appear rude, especially since the elder Lu would soon be making an appearance, and she might risk not receiving the consultation fee. Thus, she summoned Chunlan to assist her in changing attire. Admitting that she truly did not know how to wear such a gown, Chunlan entered with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming that Dr. Yi had long desired to see her in this dress, handpicked by the second young master himself. The garment was revealed to be a peach-red wide-sleeved fairy gown, lined with a pale pink underskirt and adorned with delicate, embroidered peach blossoms at the hem. Once dressed, Chunlan was astonished, declaring that in this fairy gown, Dr. Yi looked as though she had transformed into a different person, fit to be called a noble lady. Without heeding Yi Zhiyu's objections, Chunlan proceeded to style her hair into a simple updo. However, when Chunlan prepared to apply makeup, she was promptly stopped by Yi Zhiyu, who expressed her concerns regarding the lead content in cosmetics of this era, which could be detrimental to her skin with excessive use. Yet, appearing barefaced seemed a disservice to such a beautiful gown. Indeed, Yi Zhiyu harbored her own compulsions. From her space, she retrieved a lipstick and delicately applied a hint of color, immediately enhancing her complexion. Chunlan looked at her in wonder. Dr. Yi, this lip color is both vibrant and gentle. It is truly lovely. Did you create it yourself? Yi Zhiyu glanced at the double C logo and could only nod in affirmation. Do not keep Lord Lu waiting impatiently. Let us proceed. Yi Zhiyu lifted her skirt and stepped through the door. Upon seeing her emerge in a new garment, Sang Xian's eyes brightened, and a smile revealed his pearly white teeth. To think that Zhiyu, my sister, possesses such striking beauty. Yi Zhiyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and shot him a glance, chiding, stop your banter. Let us hurry. The three of them hastened toward the main hall, where a servant awaited at the entrance. Upon noticing Yi Zhiyu's arrival, he promptly ushered them into the main chamber. Chapter 27. Is there a match? As Yi Zhiyu stepped inside, clad in a peach-red fairy dress, she truly captivated everyone present. Her raven hair was elegantly gathered, and beneath her arched brows lay a pair of autumnal, water-like eyes that were utterly enchanting. Duan Yanran, with a quivering voice, remarked, Dr. Yi, I must apologize for my earlier actions. I hope you can forgive me. Yi Zhiyu smiled gently and assisted her to her feet, choosing not to dwell on the incident of her falling into the water, recognizing that it was she who had instigated the situation. Duan Yanran blinked her large eyes in disbelief, wondering why Yi Zhiyu was not retaliating as most would in such a predicament. Duan Qingshan approached Yi Zhiyu, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for your timely rescue yesterday. I had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave in haste. My daughter spoke disrespectfully of you in the shop, and today I brought her to apologize. It is regrettable that this led to your misfortune of falling into the water. Yi Zhiyu bowed her head in acknowledgement. Lu Yanlin, observing her adorned in the gown he had gifted her, felt an immeasurable joy swelling within him. During his visit to the family tailor, he had instantly been captivated by the dress, believing it was meant for Yi Zhiyu to wear. After listening to the words, Duan Qingshan was filled with gratitude, yet the final remark seemed to subtly point at himself. He repeatedly waved his hand, and Mr. Lu, understanding the good intentions, decided not to linger on the matter further. As the transport officer, it was inappropriate for him to associate too closely with merchants. Once the guests departed, Mr. Lu let out a cold snort, feigning seriousness. A customs document had taken several days to process and nearly delayed the receipt of goods. He then smiled at Dr. Yi Zhi, saying, Dr. Yi, we owe you a great debt this time. Had you not saved that stubborn old man, who knows how long the verification would have taken, which would have cost us several days?" Just then, Mrs. Liu, supported by the maid, entered the front hall. "Mother, why aren't you resting properly? What brings you out?" Mr. Liu hurried to greet her. Mrs. Liu settled into a chair, exclaiming, "Rest? You think I've lain in bed long enough already? Mother, such talk. I naturally wish for your health and well-being," he replied earnestly. Mrs. Liu dismissed his concern with a wave, beckoning Dr. Yiji to her side. Yiji obediently approached her. "Old madam, I see your complexion is improving. I genuinely rejoice for your recovery. However, you must take a moment to rest before the next acupuncture session." The old lady feigned displeasure, furrowing her brow, insisting she needed another treatment. Observing the old lady's childlike demeanor, Yiji couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, illness strikes like a mountain, yet recovery is as delicate as unraveling silk. The old lady's constitution was robust, and she was recuperating swiftly, yet consistent treatment over 3 days was indispensable. Thorough healing certainly makes matters easier in the long run. The elderly matron observed Yijiu, now adorned in splendid attire, her discerning gaze appraising the young lady. The adage clothes make the man rang true, as the elegant garments accentuated Dr. Ye's ethereal beauty. Feeling a touch of bashfulness, Yijiu lowered her gaze. The matron, who had once co-founded the family business alongside the grandfather of Lu Yanlin, had indeed played a formidable role in establishing their nationwide enterprise. From the very first day Yijiu entered the household, she discerned that her grandson regarded the young woman with a unique affection. The matron found herself fond of the spirited girl, albeit aware that her status did not quite align with that of the Liu family. She mused that if Yijiu could be accepted as a concubine, content to manage the household, it might be permissible. Contemplating this, the matron cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yanlin. As the time drew near, Yijiu assisted the matron to the inner chambers for treatment, as was customary, without retaining anyone to attend. Following the conclusion of the treatment, while Yijiu was tidying up the medicinal box, the matron's keen eyes spotted a jade pendant that resembled the Liu family's heirloom, causing her to squint slightly. Casually, she remarked that the pendant appeared quite exquisite. Yijiu glanced at it, recalling that it was a gift from Lu Yanlin after she had rescued him at the inn. She had thought it would be impolite to refuse such a gesture, so she accepted it and had kept it in her medicinal box ever since. The matron, beaming with gratitude, expressed that she owed much to Dr. Yi in recent days. Otherwise, she could not fathom how many days she might have left to live. Yijiu politely paused her writing, responding that the matron was blessed with longevity, under the watchful care of celestial beings. It was said that she had rescued Yanlin on multiple occasions, and the matron pondered how the Liu family could possibly repay such profound kindness. Yijiu smiled and said, "The old lady is too polite. I have saved young Master Liu twice. Once I accepted a consultation fee, and once a jade pendant. There is no need to speak of gratitude." Noticing that Yijiu did not respond further, the old lady directly inquired, "May I ask how old Dr. Yi is? And is she married?" Yijiu hesitated with her pen in hand, pondering the old lady's intentions. She understood that the old lady's words were not mere idle chatter. Thus, she decided to be forthright and put the matter to rest. In this era, having multiple wives and concubines was commonplace, yet as a modern woman, she found it difficult to accept. Upon hearing Yijiu's response, the old lady chuckled. "Of course, Dr. Yi is intelligent and perceptive and possesses exceptional medical skills. She will undoubtedly find a suitable partner in the future." The daughter of the Liu family was the current imperial consort, and as the matriarch of the Liu household, she could only consider matches that were socially appropriate. Naturally, this was no trivial matter, even if her grandson had bestowed the jade pendant upon Yijiu. It seemed their fate was one of affinity, yet separation. With the old lady's health restored, the Liu residence was filled with joy, and during lunch, all the family members gathered together. The old lady sat at the center, with Master Liu and Madame Liu on her left, while Lu Yanlin and Sang Xian occupied the right. Yijiu also spotted the eldest son of the Liu family, Lu Shihai, along with his wife, Madame Hai, and the third son, Lu Qingma. Chapter 28. Being followed, Yijiu initially sat at the lower end of the table, but was beckoned by the old lady to take a seat beside her, next to Lu Yanlin. Sang Xian jested, "It seems that grandmother truly adores Sister Jiu." Madame Lu smiled and remarked, "Dr. Yi is my savior, as well as Yanlin's benefactor. He is a distinguished guest of the Liu family, and naturally, we hold him in high regard. However, When did you become so familiar with Dr. Yi, calling him sister? You mischievous rascal, do not tarnish his reputation. Refrain from such informalities in the future. Grandmother, I feel an instant camaraderie with Sister Zhiyu. It is perfectly acceptable to call her sister, he responded, glancing at Lu Yinlin. Cousin, do you not agree? The Lu family had grown accustomed to Sang Xian's unrefined demeanor. After all, he was the sixth prince of the palace, and a little flamboyance was hardly offensive. Chunlan, standing behind, served dishes to Yi Zhiyu, while Lu Yinlin used his serving chopsticks to place a piece of sturgeon, a delicacy freshly caught from the river, on her plate. Miss Zhiyu, do try this. It is exceptionally delightful. The others at the table turned their attention to her, causing Yi Zhiyu to feel slightly uneasy, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. Suddenly, she sensed a piercing gaze directed at her, which belonged to Lu de Gongzi. Though Lu Yinlin and he were siblings, they bore no resemblance. Lu Shihai was more effeminate, with an air of calculation in his eyes. Upon noticing Yi Zhiyu's acknowledgement of his stare, he graciously raised his wine cup. Miss Yi, your medical skills are remarkable. I raise this cup in gratitude. He then downed the contents in one go. Yi Zhiyu, adhering to her professional habits, abstained from alcohol, but found it impolite to refuse. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. Lu de Gongzi, I do not partake in wine. I can only offer tea in its stead. I hope you understand. Such gatherings were dreadfully tedious, especially under the unfriendly scrutiny of Lu Shihai throughout the meal. After a considerable wait for the meal to be nearly finished, Lord Lu clapped his hands, and a young woman presented a tray. Yi Zhiyu focused her gaze and was taken aback to find it laden with a stack of silver notes. I must trouble Dr. Yi to come and provide consultation. Now that my mother is in excellent health, this is a token of gratitude. Please accept it. At that moment, Yi Zhiyu's eyes sparkled upon a cursory glance. She discerned nearly 10 notes of 100 taels each, amounting to 1,000 taels. Acknowledging her lack of worldly experience, she realized she need not toil any longer in search of medicinal herbs, for she could comfortably reside in Yi family village for a lifetime. Just as she was about to reach for it, Xianglan, standing behind her, had already stepped forward to assist in receiving the offering. Wealthy families adhere to many customs. Are you departing so soon? Why not stay a few more days? Lady Lu inquired with reluctance. Yi Zhiyu quickly shook her head. There's no need for that. Young Master Lu, you are a person of high status with many affairs to attend to. Merely preparing a carriage for me would suffice. Lu Yinlin felt a tinge of disappointment, but remained concerned. Allow me to have Shun Yin accompany you. It is not safe for a young lady to travel alone. Yi Zhiyu politely declined. There is no need. Shun Yin is your personal guard, and having him with me would be inconvenient. Besides, the world is peaceful now, and the journey is merely a matter of 2 days. Reflecting on the earlier assassination attempt at the inn and the concealed weapon Yi Zhiyu had produced, Lu Yinlin felt somewhat reassured and ceased to press the matter further. Lady Lu observed the exchange between the two, her eyes gently lowered, embodying a knowing demeanor. This girl is quite sensible. Sang Xian, feeling vexed, remarked, Sister Zhiyu, once I have leisure time, I shall come to visit you. Yu Zhiyu took this as a jest and casually replied in agreement. With nothing more to discuss, they concluded the gathering. In the afternoon, she would depart and reach Chongning County by evening, allowing her to rest for a night before returning home the following day. She felt a twinge of longing for her mother and sister. After packing her belongings, Lu Yinlin and Sang Xian were already waiting at the door, with Chunlan standing beside them. After spending a few days together, Chunlan felt a pang of reluctance, her small face displaying a hint of sorrow. As she was helped onto the carriage, the driver assisted in placing the medicine box inside. Chunlan grasped Yi Zhiyu's hand and said, Dr. Yi, may you have a safe journey. Will I see you again? Yi Zhiyu replied gently, there will be opportunities. Lu Yinlin remained silent, his handsome countenance revealing deep reluctance. Yi Zhiyu glanced at him and smiled, young Master Lu, farewell. With that, she turned and boarded the carriage. Sang Xian observed the departing carriage, then dismissed Chunlan and spoke. Does my cousin harbor feelings for Miss Zhiyu? Sang Xian's playful demeanor faded as he continued. Alas, between the Lu family and her, you can only choose one. Without needing Sang Xian to elaborate, he understood the implications. His aunt had entered the palace to become a consort, enjoying years of favor, not only due to bearing the sixth prince, but also because of the Lu family's immense wealth. If Lu Yinlin were to inherit the Lu family estate, his marriage would no longer be his own decision. Should his elder brother succeed, it would likely spell doom for both himself and his mother. Lu Shihai, born of a concubine, had long been in quiet competition with Lu Yanlin. His birth mother had passed away when he was 10 and under malicious influence. He had come to believe that Lady Lu was responsible for his mother's death, nurturing a bitter and sinister disposition over the years. It was highly probable that he had orchestrated the incident in which Lu Yanlin was bitten by a bamboo leaf-green snake in Qingxi town. Only with the demise of Lu Yanlin could he emerge as the rightful heir of the Lu family. A profound sense of desolation enveloped his heart, for there was a time when Lu Yanlin sincerely regarded him as a brother. Within the folds of his sleeve, he clutched the insect-repelling pouch gifted by Yi Zhiyu, as an overwhelming feeling of helplessness surged within him. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Yi Zhiyu cheerfully counted her silver notes. Discovering precisely 1,000 taels, enough to purchase the silk quilt she had long desired. Humming a cheerful tune, she tucked the notes away into her spatial pouch, entirely oblivious to the fact that someone was trailing her. Upon reaching Chongning County, as they passed the tavern where she had previously encountered Zhang Chuanzong, Yi Zhiyu suddenly recalled the little beggar known as Dog Dan, wondering how he was faring now. It seemed unlikely that she could procure a silk quilt in Qingxi town, so she endeavored to find an inn while also searching for a silk shop. After a thorough exploration, her hopes were dashed as she found nothing, leaving her somewhat disheartened. It appeared that her desire for a silk quilt would have to be postponed. At long last, she located an inn to rest her weary head and requested a room. Chongning County remained relatively peaceful, yet Yu Zhiyu did not let her guard down. Once inside her room, she retrieved her pistol and affixed a silencer. The last time she had fired it, the sound had been too loud. Fortunately, Lu Yanlin had promised to keep her secret, for exposure could spell danger. The innkeeper promptly delivered her meal, and with a heart full of longing for home, she instructed the coachman to retire early, planning to set off at dawn. The temperature dropped unexpectedly, and as Yi Zhiyu sat by the bed, gazing at the moon, she gently caressed the bracelet adorning her wrist. She pondered whether the war in that other world had concluded, and if the young boy who had gifted her the bracelet had grown up well. Just as she prepared to close the window and retire for the night, a sudden gust of wind extinguished the oil lamp. Yi Zhiyu was taken aback. Just as she was about to call for help, she felt a cold blade pressed against her neck. Chapter 29. He actually used poison to suppress the goo insect. Yi Zhiyu dared not make a move and calmly inquired, "Who are you?" The figure whispered in her ear, "I should be the one asking you. Who exactly are you?" A warm breath brushed against Yi Zhiyu's nape. "Let's speak civilly. I am merely a passerby." The man let out a cold laugh. "A mere passerby? Can an ordinary person cure the old matriarch of the Lu family's ailment in just 3 days?" Yi Zhiyu's heart sank. It seemed he was no ordinary robber. She slowly moved her hand back, preparing to seize an opportunity to draw her gun. "Don't move. Yi Zhiyu, from what I know, your father is just an ordinary physician. How did you acquire such remarkable medical skills?" The man was highly alert, and she dared not move recklessly. Since he had investigated her and knew she was a doctor, it was unlikely he sought her out for mere financial gain or harm. Carefully, she spoke. "Could you perhaps loosen your grip? This is rather uncomfortable. Let us talk this over. I promise I won't scream." The man was straightforward, replying, "I need you to help me save someone." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu felt a wave of relief. "As long as it is within my capability, I will certainly do my utmost." The pressure against her neck gradually eased, and the man produced a fire starter to illuminate the oil lamp. Zi Songheng, adorned with a crane-patterned mask, appeared before Yi Zhiyu. She was astonished to realize that this was the bloodied man she had encountered on the back mountain of Yi family village. Gradually calming herself, she realized that this man was not to be trifled with. She had witnessed him sustain severe injuries before, and the thought of becoming entangled in his secrets filled her with trepidation. What if he resorted to silencing her? Yi Zhiyu resolved to feign ignorance. "Whom do you wish for me to treat?" The enigmatic smile of Zhengguo intrigued her. "Very well." She grasped his wrist to take his pulse. Oddly, his internal energy was unstable. It seemed indicative of poisoning. Yet, she could not ascertain the specific toxin. However, she had the means to conduct a blood test using the sophisticated instruments in her space, which required no reagents and could directly detect toxins in the bloodstream. She inquired, "May I take a few drops of your blood?" Zhengguo replied nonchalantly, "Help yourself." Such magnanimity. Yi Zhiyu poured a glass of clear water, then produced a silver needle to pierce the tip of his finger, allowing a drop of blood to mingle with the water. This ruse served merely as a diversion. She could not simply let her own blood fall upon her hand. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, she dipped her fingers into the blood water, prompting the instruments in her space to spring into action. To her astonishment, he had been afflicted by at least a dozen different toxins, poisons from flora, serpents, insects, and even minerals. Thankfully, the quantities were not fatal. Zhengguo remained silent, curious to observe the extent of her medical prowess. As she took his pulse again, she pondered why the pulse at his heart was so erratic. The heart pulse relates to the pericardium. Zhengguo hesitantly reached toward his chest, ostensibly. She was checking his heartbeat, but in truth, she was utilizing the instruments in her space to scan the condition of his heart. The affliction within his heart emerged vividly in her mind. Zhengguo murmured, "How can there be a living entity at the core of your heart?" Zhengguo felt as though his heart had been struck by some unseen force. The renowned ghost doctor, Li Henshui, had spent 5 or 6 years uncovering the presence of the parasitic insect within him. Yet this woman had discerned it in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Could it be that he still harbored a glimmer of hope? "Can you cure it?" Zhengguo inquired coldly. Zhengguo, still immersed in contemplation regarding his condition, did not initially acknowledge his question. Zhengguo, despite the tumultuous waves of anxiety within, remained patient. Zhengguo had only read about such matters in ancient texts from Miaojiang, where the Miao people were adept at cultivating parasites, introducing live insects into the human body. Depending on the type of parasite, the extent of control over the host varied significantly. The parasite within him seemed to be gradually gnawing at his heart's pulse, albeit at a sluggish pace. Zhengguo asked, "Are you aware of who instigated the introduction of over a dozen toxins into your body?" This revelation astonished her, but she quickly grasped the implications. "You truly are ruthless towards yourself. You are using poison to force the parasite into a state of dormancy, thereby extending your life." Indeed, Zhengguo could not help but admire the man before her for his resilience during each toxic episode. "Do you possess a method to expel this parasite?" Zhengguo endeavored to mask his disappointment, but was soon met with her response. "While the insect will not emerge on its own, I can assist in its extraction." "How will you do that?" Zhengguo inquired. As Zhengguo pondered briefly before replying, "We shall make an incision directly upon your chest to extract the insect." Zhengguo was profoundly astonished, unable to shake the suspicion that this woman might seize the opportunity to take his life. The heart and throat are the vital points of a person. No one could survive a strike to those areas. Frowning, he inquired, "Do you understand that a wound to the heart can be fatal? Others may perish from such an injury, but I shall not," Zhengguo confidently proclaimed, causing Zhengguo to begin doubting his own judgment. "This is the only treatment I can offer. You may choose to believe it or not. If you wish to kill me, then go ahead." Suddenly, Zhengguo chuckled inexplicably. "Very well, but should I meet my demise, your mother and sister shall not survive either." Upon hearing this, Zhengguo's expression hardened, and she discreetly retreated, her hand already grasping a pistol. "Since you are not sincerely seeking medical assistance, I suggest you seek help elsewhere. While I am confident in my ability to heal you, the threat to my family is disheartening. I shall cease my efforts. If it comes to it, we both may perish." Zhengguo narrowed his eyes and slowly approached. "I am aware that you possess a deadly weapon. But how can you be certain that there are no men from my clan lying in wait in your family village?" At this revelation, Zhengguo felt utterly deflated. Indeed, this man was no ordinary individual. If he could ascertain every detail about her, even knowledge of her pistol, what could he not accomplish? Thus, she resolved to negotiate calmly. "I can assure you that I will not take your life. Should danger arise, I will abandon the process of extracting the insect. My foremost duty is to ensure your survival. What do you think of such an assurance?" Observing her flexibility and adaptability, Zhengguo could not help but smile faintly within. "Very well," Zhengguo added. "I cannot offer you treatment at this moment. I require preparation. You may come to Yi family village to find me, with your capabilities. You must have already conducted a thorough investigation." Agreed. With that, Zhengguo took a swift step onto the windowsill and promptly vanished into the night. Zhengguo collapsed onto the bed, drenched in cold sweat. This individual was truly formidable. Chapter 30. The secret of the Jiang family's heritage. The carriage sped along the road, transforming what would typically be a day's journey into an arrival at Yi family village by noon. Observing the villagers indulging in leisurely banter, she felt a sense of reassurance. Everything at home should be fine. Upon entering, she found Jiang Shi drying medicinal herbs, while Jiming played on a swing beneath the phoenix tree. Thank goodness for a safe journey, mother. Is everything well at home? Has anyone come by? All is well. Yet, recalling the masked figure from the previous night sent a shiver down her spine. It seemed he had not disturbed her family. The three of them gathered in Jiangshi's bedroom. Yi Jiu presented her gifts, stating, "Mother, this is for you." She revealed a bracelet purchased from Quizij, placing it in Jiangshi's hands. "Do try it on and see how it looks." Jiangshi picked up the bracelet, squinting at the sunlight as she examined it. "It is truly beautiful. I do not understand such things, but if you bought it, my dear, it must surely be the finest. I cannot bear to wear it. What if it were to break? That would be heart-wrenching." Carefully wrapping the bracelet in cloth, she retreated into the room, likely to store it away. Yu Jiu did not obstruct her, for it was a gift for their mother, and whether she chose to wear it or not was entirely her decision. She then retrieved a tiger-striped hat and placed it upon Jiming's head. "You have one too. Go look in the mirror," she encouraged. Jiming, filled with joy, leapt 3 feet into the air, exclaiming that her sister had bought her a present. She eagerly bounded off to find a mirror, admiring herself from every angle. Brimming with delight, "Sister, I'm going to show it to her Hua. She will be utterly envious." With that, she dashed out in a flurry. Yi Jiu then entered Zhang's room, her expression shrouded in mystery as she gently closed the door behind her. Producing a stack of silver notes, she presented them to Jiang. "Mother, this is the consultation fee from the Liu family. Please accept it." Jiang gazed at the numerous notes in astonishment, her mouth agape. "How can there be so much money? Tell me the truth. Where did this wealth come from? I have never seen so many silver notes in my life." Yi Jiu blinked innocently and whispered to Jiang, "Mother, what wild thoughts are you entertaining? The Liu family possesses even greater wealth than I had imagined. I treated their elderly matriarch, and the head of the family directly rewarded me with 1,000 taels. Our household shall prosper." Jiang remained skeptical, unable to fathom how a mere consultation could yield such riches. Truly, it is a blessing from the heavens. She accepted the silver notes, feeling a wave of relief. "But please, keep it safe for me. I tend to misplace things, and losing such a sum would be disastrous." In truth, keeping the notes in her space would have been the safest option, yet since the passing of Ye's father, Jiang had succumbed to an overwhelming sense of insecurity. She hesitated to spend, fearing she could not provide for her 2 children. Now that the money was in her hands, she felt a newfound sense of safety. Elated, Jiang tucked away the silver notes and rose to shift the wooden bed. Observing her struggle, Yu Jiu promptly went over to assist. After a considerable effort to move aside, Jiang unearthed a tile from the ground, beneath which lay a wooden box. With utmost care, she opened the box and placed a banknote inside. Yu Jiu, with her keen eyes, noticed a piece of brocade within the box and felt a surge of curiosity. "Mother, what is that?" she inquired, touching the handkerchief. Made of exquisite silk, she surmised that her mother's family must have belonged to a wealthy lineage. The handkerchief bore the embroidered character for Jiang along with an intricate floral pattern, one that Yi Jiu had never encountered before, yet she committed it to memory, hoping that one day, should she see a similar design, it might aid her mother in locating her biological parents. "Mother, do you wish to find your biological parents?" she asked. "I have pondered this too. What if I were abandoned by my true parents? What purpose would it serve to find my kin?" Zhang's expression turned somber as she replied, "This handkerchief is something your father has never seen. After marrying him, all I desired was to live a good life with him, to simply be Jiang Xiuxiu." Alas! At the mention of Ye's father, Zhang's eyes brimmed with tears. Yi Jiu hastily comforted her. "Let us not speak of that. Mother, we are a family together, and that is worth more than anything." "Very well. During the days you were away, Dream and I visited the market in town, mimicking your approach, and brought back some herbs to present to Manager Sunday. He accepted them and even purchased some vegetables and meat. Tonight, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you." In the courtyard, Yi Jiu was arranging the medicinal herbs while Jiang tended to the garden, where the cabbage had already sprouted tender shoots. The mother and daughter engaged in light conversation as the evening glow filled the sky, and time seemed to stand still in that tranquil moment. Suddenly, Jiming stormed in, visibly upset. Yi Jiu hurried over to inquire about the matter. Jiming wore a look of grievance, declaring, "I will no longer play with Erhua. I kindly showed her my new hat. Yet she seized it when I was not paying attention, threw it to the ground, and stepped on it." Upon finishing her lament, she retrieved the slightly dusty tiger hat. Jiangshi took it, brushed off the dust, and assured, "No worries, dear. I shall wash it for you. Once the weather turns cold, you can wear it again." Yi Jiyu observed her little sour face and inquired, "Do you know why Erhua stepped on your hat?" Ji Meng, bewildered, shook her head. Yi Jiyu explained, "It is because you possess something she does not, and you flaunted it, which incited her jealousy. Most people behave this way, however. You will eventually find someone who does not harbor jealousy towards you, and that person will be your true friend." Ji Meng nodded, grasping the essence of her words. "So, Erhua is not my good friend, is she?" Yi Jiyu affirmed, "A true friend rejoices in your good fortune rather than coveting it. Since she is not a good friend, we need not be upset because of her. All right, I shall not play with her any longer." Yi Jiyu ruffled her hair, saying, "Now, go wash up. You look like a little mud monkey." Chapter 31. Zhang Chuanzong. The scholar Zi Sang-hung sat in his study, opposite the ghostly physician. Li Henshui. After a long period of contemplation, he inquired, "Dr. Li, some claim it is possible to perform a heart dissection without causing death. Do you think that is feasible? What if one could staunch the bleeding?" He continued, undeterred. Li Henshui stroked his goat-like beard and replied, "If one could halt the blood flow, anything might be possible. However, I have never heard of such a thing." He then asked, "Has the sect leader found the person who stitched your wound?" As Zi Sang-hung closed his eyes in contemplation, he reflected on the mysterious figure who had tended to his wounds, a visage that remained unclear to him. Recently, however, he encountered a woman whose keen perception allowed her to discern the presence of numerous toxins within him in a mere span of half a tea ceremony. She even revealed that a parasitic insect had taken residence in his heart and proposed a surgical extraction of the creature. Upon hearing this, Li Henshui's eyes gleamed with fervor as he inquired about the whereabouts of this remarkable woman, eager to engage in a discussion with her. Zi Sang-hung, rubbing his forehead in contemplation, pondered whether it would be prudent to trust her methods. Li Henshui sighed, addressing him, "Master, although I have employed toxins over the years to suppress the parasitic insect within you, it has gradually acclimated to the increasing doses. The challenge of detoxification is formidable, and the introduction of additional toxins could jeopardize your life." Li Henshui then asserted, "Since you say this woman can instantly identify the source of your affliction, her medical prowess must be extraordinary. I believe her skills may surpass my own, making it worthy of exploration." Encouraged by Li Henshui's words, Zi Sang-hang felt a renewed resolve to pursue this course of action. He realized that his life could not yet end, for he had yet to avenge his mother and see justice served upon those who deserved it. "Once matters in the capital are settled, you shall accompany me to find her." "Yes, master." Li Henshui's heart swelled with excitement. A lifetime dedicated to the study of medicine and toxins had yielded no solutions for his master's affliction, and now the prospect of a remedy was within reach. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Little did he know, however, that the healer in question was but a mere 14-year-old girl. Yi Jiyu continued to lead her life in Yi family village, ascending the mountains to gather herbs and descending to tend to the villagers' ailments. Jiang, safeguarding the silver notes, observed the days improving, her smile growing ever more pronounced. As autumn deepened, the masked man had yet to pay her a visit, leaving an unsettling feeling within Yi Jiyu. Her intuition warned her of his dangerous nature. Considering the time, the examination results should have been announced, yet she paid little heed to Zhang Chuanzong. However, unable to withstand the incessant proclamations of Shun, she found herself drawn to the riverbank where Shun was gossiping with several other village women while washing clothes. "Zhang's sister-in-law, you must feel like all your hardships are finally paying off," one woman chimed in. "If he passes the scholar's exam, our Yi family village will surely benefit. In 3 years, when the autumn exams conclude, he could become a jiren." Shun listened with a toothy grin, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang. Some people simply lack fortune. They are destined to remain in the mud for their entire lives. Feigning ignorance to Shun's derision, Jiang focused intently on her task. Another woman approached to mediate. "It's not fair to say that. The eldest daughter of the Yi family is now the village doctor and earns a living. Just last month, a noble came by in a carriage seeking her medical expertise. Just because a noble showed her a little courtesy, does she truly think she can rise above us? She remains here in Yi family village, just like the rest of us. As for her 2 young maidens, what can they hope for?" Jiang listened quietly, choosing not to engage in their disputes. After all, one's words were their own prerogative. However, Aunt Lianhua could no longer contain herself. "How dare you criticize others when you have lived in poverty all your life? Were it not for the physician from the Yi family sponsoring your son's education, what hope would you have? Just look at that frail figure of yours, incapable of bearing burdens or even toiling in the fields as efficiently as others. And you? Were it not for Rin Yizhu saving you from that dreadful rash, you would likely have succumbed to festering sores by now. Yet here you are, brimming with energy to chatter incessantly. Aunt Lianhua unleashed a torrent of words. Ding Lianhua, what are you saying? Stop your envy. My son has already repaid all the money given by the Yi family over the years. Once he passes the imperial examination and becomes a scholar, he shall marry the sister of the county magistrate's concubine. By then, you shall find yourselves unable to reach such heights. With that, she tucked the sunflower seeds into her bosom and left in a huff. When Yi Zhiyu arrived to visit Jiangshi, she overheard this exchange. Wasn't it previously said that Zhao Xinwan was the daughter of the county magistrate? How had it now transformed into the sister of the magistrate's concubine? Could there be some unforeseen development of which she was unaware? The flames of gossip ignited fiercely. Yi Zhiyu feigned casualness as she approached. Aunt Lianhua, did you not mention that Zhang Chuanrong was quite close to the county magistrate's daughter, Zhao Xinwan? Why is he now seeking to wed the concubine's sister? Seeing Yi Zhiyu, Aunt Lianhua hesitated, stammering. Zhiyu, you don't harbor any other feelings for that Zhang fellow, do you? Yi Zhiyu grimaced, as if swallowing a fly. Aunt Lianhua, please spare me your distaste. I am merely curious and inquiring. Well, that is good. Aunt Lotus approached and whispered. Zhang Chanzong had previously used sweet words to court the daughter of county magistrate Zhao, but she was deemed unworthy by him and was confined at home. Despite Zhang Chanzong's daily visits to the county office, he was met with harsh reprimands. Eventually, when the sister of the county magistrate's concubine came to visit, she took him to her residence to tend to his injuries. Seeing no hope of becoming the county magistrate's son-in-law, he consequently formed a romantic bond with this concubine's sister. She then winked at Yi Zhiyu, cautioning her not to speak of this indiscretion, as it could tarnish the reputation of the county magistrate's daughter and lead to severe consequences. This is merely something my second brother overheard while delivering mountain goods to the county. Yi Zhiyu nodded in agreement, assuring her that she would not speak of it indiscriminately. Though she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Zhang Chanzong's portrayal as the quintessential sponge, Zhang nodded and said, My dear, just listen to these matters without letting them weigh on your heart. They do not concern us. The two strolled leisurely towards home. As they passed the village entrance, a bullock cart slowly entered the village, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhang Chanzong himself. He spotted Yi Zhiyu but did not bother to acknowledge her. From a distance, Shun rushed over, exclaiming, Son, how did it go? Zhang Chanzong, brimming with excitement, replied, Mother, I have passed the examination and become a scholar. His voice was raised, seemingly for Yi Zhiyu's benefit. Yi Zhiyu rubbed her ears and, linking arms with Jiang, chose to ignore him and continued on her way. Zhang Chanzong called out from behind, When will that man beside you marry you? If he does not want you, simply apologize and soften your stance towards me. I could offer you a position as a concubine, ensuring your comfort and security. In the grand examination of the Dasheng Kingdom, where scholars from across the realm vie for a place among the few dozen esteemed candidates, Zhang Chuanzong has already begun to dream of ascending to the status of an official. The surrounding villagers, initially gathered to extend their congratulations and offer flattery, found it impossible to stifle their laughter upon hearing Yi Zhiyu's words. In Chapter 32, titled Abducted for Treatment, Yi Zhiyu spends the evening teaching Jiangshi how to prepare spicy claypot rice. The soy sauce, a concoction she had crafted herself last month, mingles with the aroma of rice simmering in the earthen pot, layered with neatly arranged slices of cured meat and complemented by fresh vegetables harvested from their garden. A splash of soy sauce transforms the dish, filling the air with an enticing fragrance. Yi Zhiyu expresses her disapproval, stating that their finances are sufficient, and she does not wish for her mother to endure excessive hardship. Mother, in this cold winter, we cannot brew soy sauce. Let us hibernate comfortably at home. After all, you have hidden away 1,000 taels in silver notes, enough for our family to thrive for generations. Jiangshi sighs, reflecting. One can never be impoverished by eating or drinking, but without careful planning, one may face destitution. Yi Zhiyu gently pats Jiangshi's hand, reassuring her. You need only tend to our vegetable garden. I shall take care of earning money. If necessary, we can produce soy sauce come spring and sell it to taverns, ensuring you become a woman of means. Jiming chimes in, and I, too, will earn for you, mother, once I grow up. The three of them share laughter and joy as they finish their meal. Yi Zhiyu muses that it is fortuitous. With her father gone, Jiming can keep her mother company. As she returns to her room and prepares for bed, she is suddenly struck at the nape of her neck, plunging her into darkness. When she regains consciousness, She finds herself suspended in the air, being held aloft by a man clad in dark robes. Yi Jiyu was startled, quickly wrapping her arms tightly around the man's waist. Zisong Hengji felt the sudden grip and instinctively smirked. When Yi Jiyu looked up, she saw the crane-patterned mask and recognized him. I thought you wouldn't come looking for me. Have you come to your senses? Ready for me to treat your ailment? Almost there. Silence, he coldly retorted. Understanding his cue, Yu Jiyu fell silent as he gracefully traversed the rooftops, soon arriving at a private residence, presumably in Qingxi town. Zisong Hengji led Yi Jiyu through a labyrinth of twists and turns before finally reaching a basement. Curious, Yi Jiyu surveyed her surroundings and casually inquired, logically, in such a secretive place, shouldn't you have covered my eyes to prevent any leaks? Damn it, he had indeed investigated her thoroughly. Upon entering the room, they encountered an elderly man with grizzled hair yet bright eyes. Master, is this the goddess doctor you mentioned? She appears to be just a girl. Li Hinshui asked in confusion. Zisong Hengji disregarded Li Hinshui's comment and addressed Yi Jiyu. This is the ghost doctor, Li Hinshui. He will be present throughout the process. So do not attempt any tricks. He then produced Yi Jiyu's frequently used medicine box, stating, Tonight, help me extract the parasite. Wait, when did he bring my medicine box? His efficiency is truly remarkable. It is possible, but there cannot be anyone else present, she replied, her gaze fixed intently on Li Hinshui. No, absolutely not. They both exclaimed in unison. Yi Jiyu brushed off the non-existent dust from her attire and settled onto a nearby stool with a thud. Since you do not trust me, why have you brought me here? Either you follow my instructions, or you may as well end my life. The three individuals found themselves in a stalemate. Zisong Hengji was taken aback by her reaction. Yi Jiyu spoke calmly. Given that you have the power to bring me from my home, the lives of my family rest in your hands. I assure you, I mean you no harm. She then turned to Li Hinshui and inquired, Dr. Li, if you possessed a unique skill, would you wish for other physicians to learn it? Of course not. One must be a disciple to impart such knowledge, he replied. Then it is settled. Why do you not leave? Li Hinshui suddenly grinned cunningly. If you can save the sect leader, I would consider taking you as my mentor. I have studied the cursed insects for decades without finding a remedy. If you can indeed provide one, it would not be a loss for me to take you as my teacher. Yi Jiyu rolled her eyes. You may not lose, but I certainly would. I do not take disciples. I reiterate, trust me and heed my words, or seek assistance elsewhere. In truth, she was also taking a gamble, wagering that this man wished to live and had faith in her ability to save him. As anticipated, after a quarter of an hour of tension, the man waved his hand, signaling Li Hinshui to withdraw. The latter, bristling with indignation, could only suppress his fury in silence. Soon, the room was left with just the two of them. Yi Jiyu glanced at the dimly lit candle and asked, Could you light a few more candles? It is not bright enough. Upon hearing this, Zisong Hengji retrieved a fist-sized luminous pearl from a niche in the wall, instantly illuminating the room. Yi Jiyu was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Such a large luminous pearl indicated that this individual must possess considerable wealth. Although she was astonished, she did not allow it to manifest in any way. Well, just leave it there, she said. Recalling the time she had rescued him in the mountains without charging a fee, Yi Jiyu remarked, However, I do expect payment for my medical services. Naturally, it will be no less than what the Liu family has offered you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiyu felt a surge of joy within her, at the very least. It meant another 1,000 taels in her coffers, causing her expression to brighten involuntarily. Glancing around, she found a long table and, with considerable effort, dragged it to the center of the room. She gestured towards the table and said to Zisong, Please lie down. Since their last encounter, Yu Jiyu had prepared the necessary surgical supplies in her space, and once the anesthesia took effect, she would be able to perform the chest operation. Zisong did not hesitate and complied, lying down on the long table as instructed. As Yi Jiyu began to unfasten his outer garment, she suddenly realized the impropriety of her actions in this ancient setting, where gender distinctions were strictly observed. Halting her hands, she suggested, Perhaps you would prefer to do it yourself? Beneath his mask, his cheeks flushed with a deep crimson as he silently removed his upper garment, revealing a strong chest. The wound from their previous encounter now healed. Yi Jiyu felt a faint blush creeping onto her face, despite having seen countless bodies in her past life as a doctor. This moment felt distinctly different. In a soft voice, she reassured him, Shortly, I will administer the anesthetic, and you will drift into slumber for a while. When you awaken, the goo worm will be gone. So, do take a good rest. Observing the hesitation in Zi Songheng's expression, she quickly added, I understand the unwritten rules of the Zhengguo. Once I fall asleep, I assure you, I will not gaze upon your true visage. Zi Songhengji revealed a barely perceptible smile. Hengji, he said. Yu Zhiyu tilted her head and inquired, What? I am called Hengji. Chapter 33, The Banquet of the Zhang Family. Yu Zhiyu gazed at Zi Songhengji, instructing him to close his eyes. Seizing the moment between his breaths, she injected anesthetic into his arm. Zi Songhengji furrowed his brow slightly, mistaking the sensation for a mere prick of a needle, but soon his head grew heavy. He endeavored to concentrate and rise, yet the embrace of slumber proved irresistible, and he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. After the injection, Yi Zhiyu retrieved iodine, a surgical knife, sutures, forceps, and gauze from her supplies, arranging them meticulously. For safety's sake, she performed a full-body scan prior to the procedure, confirming the location of the parasitic worm. Fortunately, the worm had not yet penetrated the pericardium, but was merely situated on the outer edge of the heart. This meant the operation would be a straightforward surgical task. Otherwise, performing heart surgery alone would be exceedingly challenging. Time was of the essence. After administering antibiotics, she swiftly incised the chest, using retractors to separate the muscle tissue. With one hand wielding forceps and the other a pair of scissors, she delicately searched through the layers. She encountered no blood vessels, and the bleeding was minimal. In a short while, she discovered a flesh worm, the thickness of a soybean and about an inch long, vigorously burrowing into the tissue. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought of the pain it must be causing as it churned within the flesh. With deftness, Yi Zhiyu clamped the worm with the hemostatic forceps and extracted it, placing it aside. Once the parasitic creature was removed from the body, it swiftly lost its vitality and gradually became motionless. Yu Zhiyu couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar nature of the worm, which had survived numerous toxins, yet perished the moment it was severed from the flesh. Indeed, the art of witchcraft was truly extraordinary. Casting another glance at Zi Songhengji, she noted that his breathing remained steady. Contemplating the poison coursing through his veins, and recalling the generous remuneration he had promised, she kindly added a potent antidote to the foredrip before commencing the suturing process. The wound was minor, and to conceal the events that had transpired in the forest, Yi Zhiyu opted for adhesive bandages instead of stitches. Time slipped away, and as the fore completed its infusion, she carefully stored the medicine bottles in her space, leaving the scalpel in the medical box just in case. After a dose of anesthetic, Zhengguo would gradually awaken. Yi Zhiyu stepped outside to summon Li Henshui, inviting him in to check on his master. Li Henshui entered with a swift stride, feeling Zhengguo's pulse with great care. He then unbuttoned the chest to examine the wound closely. What was affixed to his chest? It was as thin as a cicada's wing and translucent. Yi Zhiyu continued to observe the patient's reactions intently, casually remarking, This is woven from the silk of the Tianshan ice silkworm, combined with 100-year-old peach tree resin, and infused with precious hemostatic herbs such as dragoness blood. You should compensate me generously for this. Remarkable, truly remarkable, he replied with feigned admiration, switching hands to check the pulse. Suddenly, narrowing his eyes, he exclaimed, You have even neutralized the poison within his body? It was a simple task, no need for gratitude. It's all included in the fee. On the table, Zhengguo was awakening at an astonishing rate, likely due to his unique constitution. He slowly sat up, withdrawing his hand from Li Henshui's grasp and directing his gaze toward the transparent adhesive on his chest. The 4-inch-long wound beneath the bandage was faintly visible, devoid of stitches. Could it be that she was the one responsible? Yi Zhiyu hurried over to assist, urging caution to avoid reopening the wound. Perhaps due to the robust physique of a martial artist, Zi Songhengji did not feel weak. He sat cross-legged on the table, circulating his internal energy, unexpectedly discovering that his meridians were unobstructed, without a single blockage. Yi Zhiyu presented a worm before him, saying, Look, this is the goo worm within your body. Gazing at the creature, Zi Songhengji's expression turned icy as he summoned his internal power, causing the worm to instantly dissolve into a pool of blood. Such terrifying power made Yi Zhiyu shudder involuntarily. Sensing the change in her demeanor, Zi Songhengji dissipated the chill surrounding him to avoid frightening her. Dressing himself, he retrieved a banknote from the cabinet. Upon discerning the amount, Yi Zhiyu's thoughts were consumed by elation as she clutched the note tightly. Before embarking on their journey, she cautioned, avoid water and refrain from vigorous activity over the next few days. Tear off the adhesive on your chest after 7 days. Turning to Li Henshui, She added, "Do not succumb to curiosity and rip it off. If you do, it will be impossible to reattach, and your master will perish." Li Henshui, seemingly caught in her words, lowered his head in silence. Zisong Hengji nodded slightly to indicate his understanding, then tossed a cloth bag to Yi Zhiyu. Upon opening it, she discovered a fist-sized luminous pearl. "It is a gift for you." Yi Zhiyu was overjoyed to receive the luminous pearl that had been extracted during the procedure, just as she prepared to express her gratitude. Zisong Hengji had already departed. The prospect of encountering this man, Hengji, again seemed distant. Despite his wealth, he was undeniably formidable, and she hoped never to cross paths with him again. Upon returning to the village, it was already well past midnight. Yi Zhiyu stealthily entered her home, relieved that Jimeng was spending the night with the Jiang family. Otherwise, she would have frightened them again. Yi Zhiyu tucked away the silver notes and the luminous pearl into her space, as the pearl was exceedingly rare and keeping it at home might attract unwarranted trouble. The following day, the village was bustling with activity from early morning. Curiosity piqued, Yi Zhiyu stepped outside, initially believing that a celebration was underway at someone else's home. Villagers were all heading towards the Yi family ancestral hall. Standing at the entrance, she spotted a Chong and pulled him aside to inquire about the commotion. A Chong replied, "It's nothing but the Zhang family. I don't know where they got the money, but they've hired a troupe to perform at the entrance of the ancestral hall, and the village chief has encouraged everyone to attend." Where did the money come from? Yi Zhiyu mused. It seemed that the fifth concubine of County Magistrate Zhao was quite favored. Otherwise, how could the young lady afford such extravagance for Zhang Chuanrong's festivities? A troupe of over 10 performers for a day would surely cost at least 2 taels of silver, a farmer's entire annual harvest. Yi Zhiyu had no interest in the spectacle. Meanwhile, village children approached to call for Jimeng, who promptly dismissed them. Her little face set in a frown as she nestled beside Jiang. Jiang remarked, "To hire a troupe for just one scholar. If the Zhang family were to produce a successful candidate, they would surely ascend to the heavens." Yi Zhiyu gently closed the door with a smile and said, "Mother, let them enjoy their revelry. In this entire village, who possesses wealth like you?" Jiang smiled softly in agreement. Just as she had shut the door, Shen arrived with the village chief, knocking on the courtyard gate. "Yi family daughters, we've invited a troupe to perform and would love for you to join in the festivities," Shen said, her wrinkled face beaming with eagerness. In deference to the presence of the village chief, Yi Zhiyu graciously decided against attending, citing household chores as a reason, while extending her congratulations. Shen displayed a facade of magnanimity, constricting her voice as she remarked, "Is it possible that my dear niece still harbors resentment over our family's broken engagement? This is not entirely our fault. Perhaps your fates simply did not align. Nonetheless, we are all from the same village, and it is rather unseemly to avoid each other indefinitely. Wouldn't you agree, village chief?" The village chief, harboring some reservations, had initially wished to decline the invitation. After all, who in the village was unaware of the discord between the Yi and Zhang families? However, he could not overlook Zhang Chuanzong's remarkable achievement of being admitted as a scholar. Though not of the same lineage, the Zhang family's establishment in the Yi village was indeed a point of pride for them. Thus, he reluctantly urged, "Zhiyu, perhaps you and your mother could join the festivities. Even if a marriage alliance does not materialize, it does not render us enemies." "Enemies? Village chief, you are woefully uninformed," thought Jiang after a moment of contemplation. After deliberation, she interjected, "We shall refrain from attending the performance. Instead, we will send our well wishes and a red envelope to celebrate your gathering." Upon hearing Jiang's words, Shen felt compelled to relent, responding with a cheerful, "We will gladly welcome you," before sashaying away with a smile. Yi Zhiyu cast a curious glance at her mother, who explained, "This is merely to send them on their way. When they host their banquet, they will be too preoccupied to notice us." Indeed, her mother was quite astute. Chapter 34. Food poisoning at the banquet. Yi Zhiyu meticulously organized the last batch of medicinal herbs into bags, and by noon, Jiang had prepared lunch. Without pausing to wash her hands, they were soon joined by Xiuhua, who rushed in with her child. Xiuhua was the wife of a Chong, and it was Yi Zhiyu who had assisted in her childbirth. Yi Zhiyu hurriedly inquired, "Sister Xiuhua, what has happened?" Xiuhua, in tears, gasped for breath, her child in her arms wailing uncontrollably. Jiang, coming over to assist, took the child to soothe them. It was only then that Xiuhua managed to speak with composure. "Is it food poisoning?" A sense of alarm surged within Yi Zhiyu. Disregarding any grievances with the Zhang family, she swiftly made her way out. Jiang, still holding the child, followed closely behind her. Upon arrival at the scene, the situation was far worse than she had imagined. 5 tables of guests lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, while the 3 members of the Zhang family languished over the table, suffering in silence. Zhang Chuanrong appeared slightly better off, likely due to not having consumed much. As the crowd noticed Yu Zhiyu's presence, it was as if they had spotted a savior. "Dr. Yi, please save us. The Zhang family intends to kill us. We all dined at their feast, and now we suffer." Yi Zhiyu calmly assessed the dishes on the table, discerning no apparent incompatibilities among the food items. She meticulously touched each dish until she encountered a plate containing only soup, at which point her spatial device began to emit an urgent alarm. Gram-negative bacteria. Yi Zhiyu turned to Xiuhua and asked, "What dish is this?" Flustered, Xiuhua replied, "It's braised pork." The villagers seldom indulge in meat, but today, the Zhang family hosted a banquet and served a large bowl of pork, which everyone eagerly devoured. Upon hearing this, Xiuhua, alarmed, quickly took the child back from Zhang's arms, stepping outside but not departing, as her husband and in-laws remained unaccounted for. Yu Zhiyu promptly fetched 2 buckets of water from the garden's tank and retrieved a vial of copper sulfate from her spatial storage. Pouring it into the buckets with a swift motion, with 2 ladles in hand, she addressed Jiang, instructing him to administer 1 ladle to each adult and half a ladle to the children. Upon hearing the command, Jiang immediately sprang into action. The 2 individuals, each carrying a bucket, proceeded to pour the medicine into the mouths of the poisoned villagers. Outside the door, Xiuhua anxiously observed, clutching her child and hesitant to enter. Yu Zhiyu worked swiftly. When it was Zhang Chuanzong's turn, she administered 2 ladles, determined that he would not succumb easily. Meanwhile, Jiang still had 4 or 5 individuals awaiting treatment. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhiyu fetched another bucket of water and dissolved 50 packets of antiviral granules into it. Before long, those who had ingested the copper sulfate solution began to vomit violently. Yet, upon expelling the contents, they appeared somewhat more lucid. From her elevated position, Yi Zhiyu called out, "Those who have purged themselves, come forth to receive the medicine. You shall recover." Those who felt better and could stand quickly gathered around, placing their faith in Yu Zhiyu's medical expertise. Only Zhang Chuanzong remained retching. Shin, already having taken the medicine, cried out in distress for her son. "Yu Zhiyu, why is my son still vomiting? Do you take pleasure in his suffering?" Before Yu Zhiyu could respond, the other villagers began to rally in defense of her. "Shin, what malevolence do you harbor? We were poisoned at your table, and now that Dr. Yi has come to our aid, you dare to speak ill of her? You exhibit a heart devoid of compassion. Indeed, we have yet to settle accounts with you. What did you feed us? What? Swine fever?" A single revelation stirred a tempest of outrage, with the crowd beginning to direct their ire toward the Zhang family. Zhang Chuanzong, with a pallid complexion, inquired of his mother, "Mother, did Huilan not give you silver to purchase meat? Surely you have not been deceived." Confronted with her son's reproach, Shin did not dare to conceal the truth. "For 5 tables, we required half a pig. I chanced upon a vendor in the town selling pork at a bargain, and thinking of your future studies as a scholar, I purchased the inexpensive meat, never anticipating it was tainted." Zhang Chuanzong, filled with agitation, exclaimed, "Mother, how could you be so foolish? This could cost lives. We must confront him." Shun, lowering her head, timidly murmured, "It was not from a butcher's stall, but merely a person selling by the roadside. We may not be able to find him again." Yi Zhiyu remained composed at the main table, observing the heated debate. The villagers, evidently incensed, advanced to seek an explanation but were halted by the village head. Standing before the Zhang family, he declared, "Your avarice nearly led to calamity. Were it not for Zhiyu, it is likely that none of us would have survived this day. You ought to express your gratitude." Shun, shrinking back, appeared reluctant. But it was Zhang's father who stepped forward, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Yi. We acknowledge our fault, and I extend my apologies on behalf of my family." Zhang Chuanzong stood silently, his neck taut, prompting disappointment from the village head. The villagers continued to curse their misfortune as they passed Zhang Chuanzong. As she walked by, Yi Zhiyu did not forget to whisper, "Since you aspire to a scholarly path, you must hold yourself to a higher standard. Your every action is scrutinized by the common folk. Exercise caution." Gazing upon the seemingly radiant young girl before him, Zhang Chuanrong found himself engulfed in a sense of filth and unworthiness. He could scarcely accept the reality of the situation. Just recently, she had been his unwanted fiancée, and now she dared to address him from a position of superiority. As the crowd dispersed, they could not resist casting a few scornful remarks, suggesting that having merely passed the scholar's examination had inflated his ego, and that should he ever attain an official position, the common folk would be left with no means of survival. Zhang Chuanrong clenched his fists in anger, directing his resentment towards Shun. Mother, what was meant to be a joyous celebration has turned into this debacle because of your greed. It would have been better had we not held it at all. Soon, only the 3 members of the Zhang family remained in the courtyard. Zhang Xianrong's eyes glinted with malice. Yi Zhiyu, your pride will soon be brought low. As time passed, the farce surrounding the Zhang family faded from public discourse, and the villagers continued their lives undisturbed, while the Zhang family refrained from stepping outside for an extended period. One day, a Chang visited Yi Zhiyu, expressing concern over his child, Kaoni, who had suddenly developed a fever. Yi Zhiyu promptly took her medicine chest and accompanied him to examine the child. With the arrival of autumn, the weather had become unpredictable, and children often succumbed to colds due to their weakened immune systems. After a brief examination, it was determined that the fever was merely a result of a common cold. After administering a dose of antipyretic medicine, the child's temperature soon returned to normal. Noticing that the child had fallen asleep, Yi Zhiyu provided a few instructions for care, collected her fee, and prepared to leave. As she passed by a nearby grove, Yi Zhiyu suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence. She slowed her pace, intending to discreetly retrieve a surgical knife for self-defense. Suddenly, she was ambushed from behind by 2 burly men, who swiftly overpowered her and dragged her into the woods. 2 men, unkempt and rough, loomed over Yi Zhiyu, their eyes gleaming with avarice. With her hands firmly restrained, she found herself powerless to resist. Rapidly calculating in her mind, she realized that if she cried out for help, it would tarnish her reputation irreparably. Although Yi Zhiyu was indifferent to the notion of so-called purity, her mother and Zhiyu were still in the village, and she wished to spare them from the disdainful glances of others. As the men began to tear at her clothing, she swiftly withdrew her hand, brandishing a scalpel, poised to strike at the villain's eyes. Just then, a figure approached from behind, delivering a swift kick that sent the 2 men sprawling. Looking up in astonishment, she found it was Sang Xian. How could he possibly be here? Yi Zhiyu hastily rose to adjust her attire, observing Sang Xian still clad in his crimson garments. With a couple of swift movements, he subdued the 2 hulking men, forcing them to kneel at his feet. Zhiyu, why is it that each time you find yourself in peril, I appear just in time to rescue you? Sang Xian inquired with a smile that belied his usual demeanor. Yi Zhiyu ignored him and stepped forward, viciously stomping on one of the man's fingers. Why did you attempt to harm me? The man, writhing in pain, begged for mercy. Please, miss, spare me. We were merely following orders. The one who hired us instructed that no harm should come to your life, only that your reputation be ruined. Upon hearing this, Sang Xian was incensed, his temper flaring. Who commanded this? He demanded, his tone now uncharacteristically fierce. It was a man, the thug stammered, but I couldn't see his face through the screen. Think harder. Yi Zhiyu pressed, applying more pressure with her foot. The man grimaced. I remember there was a woman beside him, calling him Brother Chuan. Yes, the money came from her. Zhang Chuan. Why must one forsake the well-trodden path of sunlight to traverse the bridge of despair? Despite being an educated individual, one's thoughts can be so base as to seek to tarnish another's reputation. Yi Zhiyu, indifferent to how Sang Xian came to be here, directly inquired. Might I borrow your person for a moment? She intended to have them both escorted to the town magistrate. In chapter 35, Are you His Highness, the 6th Prince? Sang Xian, accompanied by his guards, bound the 2 men and delivered them to the magistrate of Qingxi town, explaining the situation. The magistrate, while not a court official, was under the direct jurisdiction of the county magistrate and was responsible for managing local affairs. Upon hearing their intent, he leisurely sipped his tea and inquired, Have you sustained any injuries? Yi Zhiyu replied truthfully, None at all, thanks to this young gentleman who intervened. The 2 burly men trembled as they knelt on the ground. Yet the magistrate tilted his head in skepticism. If there are no injuries, what is there to report? Though she discerned the magistrate's dismissive tone, Yi Zhiyu remained resolute. I, a humble woman, wish to accuse Zhang Chuanzong of the Yi family village of hiring someone to inflict harm. These 2 are witnesses. Upon hearing that the matter involved a scholar, the magistrate straightened himself. What? You refer to Scholar Zhang from Yi family village? Be cautious with your words. He has an esteemed reputation and cannot be falsely accused. Indeed, it was Zhang Chuanzong. The magistrate observed the distinguished young man behind Yi Zhiyu, accompanied by 2 guards, and pondered that this gentleman must possess a noteworthy identity. He could only respond, "It is not that I wish to shirk my responsibilities. But if it pertains to a scholar, then it exceeds my authority. You must take your grievance to the county office." Yu Jiu nodded, acknowledging her understanding. "I shall take these 2 scoundrels to the county office to seek justice for myself." The village chief, preoccupied with how to dismiss her, quickly gestured for them to leave. At that moment, Sang Xian raised his hand to obstruct Yi Jiu's path. Such a trivial matter need not be so troublesome. He turned and instructed the guards behind him. "Qi Feng, Qi Lang, take the command tablet and ride swiftly to Chongding County. Fetch the county magistrate for me, and do ensure that Scholar Zhang accompanies him as well." Upon hearing his orders, both Yi Jiu and the village chief were left in bewilderment. Yi Jiu spoke up, "I understand that the Lu family is quite influential, but I was unaware of your official connections. Pray tell, what is your true identity?" Sang Xian replied, "I never intended to keep it from you. However, your complete disinterest in official matters led you to never inquire about me." The village chief, feeling utterly lost, was certain that this man was no ordinary individual and that he was not someone to provoke. Seizing the opportunity while they conversed, he quietly attempted to slip away. Sang Xian called out to him, "Bring 2 cups of tea over here. I have matters to discuss with this young lady, so instruct everyone else not to disturb us." The village chief hastily bowed and promised to fetch the tea, saying, "Your Grace, please make yourself comfortable." Sang Xian lifted the teacup, inhaling the fragrant aroma without taking a sip. He continued to smile at Yu Jiu. "Sister Jiu, I did not mean to deceive you. It was merely that when we first met on the street, I was unaware of your status, so I introduced myself simply as Sang Xian." He then paused, his smile fading slightly. "In truth, my full name is Sang Xian, with Sang as my surname and Xian as my given name. Zisong, the royal surname of the Dashing Kingdom." Yu Jiu was taken aback, immediately rising to her feet. "Are you a prince?" Sang Xian, observing Yu Jiu's bewilderment, found it somewhat amusing and quickly replied, "Sister Jiu, my mother is the younger sister of the master of the Lu family. I am the 6th in line within the royal family, but you may simply call me Sang Xian." The previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably with Sang Xian's casual mention of his rank, allowing Yi Jiu to relax a bit. Although their interactions at the Lu family had been amicable, the reality of his royal status made her acutely aware of the vast divide between them. She felt a pang of embarrassment when recalling that she had exchanged a box of chocolates for gold from him. "Why has the 6th prince come to Yi village?" Yu Jiu inquired. Sang Xian furrowed his brow in feigned annoyance. "Sister Jiu, are we becoming estranged? I told you to call me Sang Xian." Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. "Or you could call me Brother Xian." Yi Jiu suppressed her irritation, wishing to chastise him, but refrained, knowing he was a prince. "All right, Your Highness Sang Xian, please do not jest with a common girl," she replied with exasperation. "What brings you to Yi village, truly?" Sang Xian scanned his surroundings and spoke softly. "I have come to seek your assistance. Someone is injured and needs your help." Upon hearing it was a serious matter, Yi Jiu's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. "Who is it? What are the injuries?" "The Duke of the capital has fallen from his horse and is now in a state of unconsciousness. The Duke's heir is my close friend, and the imperial physician is merely sustaining his life with ginseng. I believe that if anyone in this world can heal him, it must be you, hence my visit." If she were an ordinary person, Yi Jiu would likely have agreed without a second thought. However, the higher the status of the patient, the greater the risks she would face in her practice. In her previous life, disputes with patients resulted merely in physical altercations, but here, dissatisfaction could lead to devastating consequences for her family. Her willingness to visit the Lu family stemmed from her belief that Lu Yanlin was a gentleman, and that the Lu family was engaged in commerce. Yet, treating a duke would indeed place her life in jeopardy. Noticing Yu Jiu's apprehension, Zisong Xian earnestly assured her, "You are someone I am bringing along. Once you arrive, you need only focus on your medical practice. I will ensure your safety. No one will trouble you. Most of the time, my status as the 6th prince proves quite advantageous." Zisong Xian smiled, dispelling Yi Jiu's concerns. The Duke of Zhengguo had long been engaged in warfare, and after years of stability in the border regions, he had recently suffered a severe injury after being thrown from his horse during a hunting expedition. "Of course, if you are unwilling, you need not go." After listening, Yi Jiu fell into deep contemplation. Observing her furrowed brow, Zisong Xian sensed he had already secured half of her agreement. Having spent years in the imperial palace, he was adept at understanding people's hearts. His sister Jiyu was an exceptionally kind-hearted individual. As expected, Yi Jiyu eventually nodded. I will go, but I must first settle my current affairs. Additionally, there has always been a conflict between Zhang Chuanzong and my family before I depart. I need to ensure my mother and sister are cared for, or I will be uneasy. Zisong Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Naturally, I will defer to your wishes. Meanwhile, the village head, who was acquainted with the county magistrate, rushed forward to kneel upon seeing him arrive. Zhao County Magistrate disregarded the commotion and strode directly towards Zisong Xian, respectfully greeting the sixth prince. I apologize for my failure to extend a proper welcome. I hope your highness will forgive my oversight. Upon hearing the magistrate's title, the village chief was struck with fear, his legs trembling. The highest official he had ever encountered was the county magistrate, and he had nearly offended a prince. The two burly men who had been pulled up could not contain their shivering either. There was no need for Zhao County Magistrate to interrogate them, as the men readily divulged the entire sequence of events like spilling beans. Zisong Xian inquired, what of Zhang Xiaocai? Yi Jiyu asked, does the county magistrate know of Huilan? Hearing this name, Zhao Zicheng's countenance turned pallid as he replied truthfully, my fifth aunt's sister is indeed Huilan. I am not aware of her whereabouts. Yi Jiyu glanced at the two men on the ground. From what they had just said, the woman who had offered money must be Miss Huilan. Zhang Chuanrong had boasted in the village of intending to form a marital alliance with Zhao County Magistrate, marrying this very Miss Huilan. With a resounding thud, Zhao Zicheng knelt before Zisong Xian, indignantly declaring, Your Highness, you see clearly, Zhang Chuanrong is a sycophant. He once used sweet words to lure my daughter into eloping with him. Recognizing him as a man of ill repute, I instructed my daughter to sever ties with him. Yet, I never anticipated he would entangle himself with Huilan, bringing misfortune upon my household. Zisong Xian exchanged a glance with Yi Jiyu, who nodded in affirmation. He then addressed Zhao Zicheng. Now that Zhang Chuanrong has hired an assassin to inflict harm, entangling your domestic affairs, are you capable of conducting a thorough investigation? I shall certainly uphold the law impartially and ensure justice for Miss Yi, Zhao Zicheng vowed, bowing repeatedly in assurance. However, she is merely a concubine sister-in-law, raised in the household out of respect for the fifth concubine. It is unexpected that she would display such audacity. She can no longer be retained. I assure you, I shall have Zhang Chuanrong and Huilan bound and brought here forthwith. Your Highness and Miss Yi, please wait a moment. Sang Xiandao interjected, there is no need for that. Qing Feng, you shall remain here to supervise, while Qing Lang accompanies us to Yi family village. Before departing, he coldly instructed Zhao Zicheng, you shall handle this according to the law. I shall obey. The carriage slowly made its way toward Yi family village. Chapter 36. Riding to the capital within the carriage, Yi Jiyu inquired earnestly, are we to set off immediately to treat the Duke of the State? Indeed, had it not been for the recent incident, we would already be on our way, was the response. Upon reaching Yi family village, Jiang Shi, concerned about Yi Jiyu's delayed return from treating Kaoni, stood watch at the gate. When Xiang informed her that Dr. Yi had long since departed, she became somewhat anxious. To avoid alarming Jiang Shi, Yi Jiyu concealed Sang Xuandao's identity, saying, Mother, this young Master Sang is the cousin of Master Lu. He has come today to request my services, and I may be away for approximately 10 days. Another journey? For such an extended period? I am a bit uneasy, Jiang Shi expressed her concerns. It was then that Sang Xiandao stepped forward respectfully, greeting, and I am Sang Xiandao, a resident of the capital. A member of my family has suddenly fallen ill, and I have come seeking medical assistance. I assure you, Dr. Yi will be well protected during this journey. Faced with Sang Xuandao's earnest gaze, Jiang Shi felt compelled to acquiesce to Jiyu's arrangements. Upon hearing this, Sang Xian's peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, there was no need to rush. They could enjoy their meal and wait for the outcome of the matters at hand. He had long desired to savor the culinary creations of Yi Jiyu, having heard Shun Yin boast of their unparalleled excellence. Yi Jiyu, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a bead of sweat form on her forehead. Young Master Sang, please forgive my younger sister Yi Jiming. Her innocent words should not be taken to heart. Sang Xian, however, remained unperturbed. When the little girl proclaimed that she was even more beautiful than Lu Yinlin, his heart soared with joy. Little sister, next time you see young Master Lu, be sure to tell him just that. Do you understand? Jiming nodded obediently. Yi Jiyu, wishing to spare Jiang Shi from undue toil, remembered that Zhang Xian had expressed his fondness for noodles upon hearing Xin Yan's praise. Thus, she took it upon herself to prepare several packets of instant noodles. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Zhang Xian engaged Jiang Shi in conversation outside, gazing at her face for a moment before inquiring, "And have you ever visited the capital?" Jiang Shi replied with a hint of modesty, "I am but a common woman from the countryside. I have never had the opportunity to visit such grand places." Zhang Xian gazed at Jiang Shi with a sense of nostalgia, as though he had encountered her somewhere before. Embarrassed, Jiang Shi quickly touched her face, assuming that young Master Sang must have mistaken her for someone else, as she had never left the tranquil Qingxi town. Realizing his impoliteness, Zhang Xian promptly apologized. "Aunt, I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Jiang Shi smiled, brushing it off without concern. Soon, Yi Jiyu emerged with the noodles, accompanied by Ji Ming. The dish was simply instant noodles adorned with a few leafy greens. "Time is of the essence. I hope you will not find it lacking," young Master sang. As Zhang Xian inhaled the enticing aroma, his appetite was instantly whetted. Indeed, Shun Yin had not deceived him. This was a rare delicacy in the realm of mortals. Yi Jiu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly upon hearing this. The illustrious sixth prince, who had undoubtedly indulged in countless delicacies, was now so captivated by the technological marvel of instant noodles. Jiang Shi beckoned Qing Lang to join in and savor a bowl, but Qing Lang hesitated, standing rigidly like a wooden figure. Zhang Xian spoke, urging him to take a bowl and partake. Only then did Qing Lang obediently accept the noodles and retreat to a corner to eat. As Yi Jiu pondered the situation regarding Zhang Chuanzong, a sense of unease washed over her concerning Jiang Shi and Jiming. She spoke up, "Mother, there is something you may need to prepare yourself for." Jiang Shi's heart sank. This was a matter that Yi Jiu could not conceal from her. After much contemplation, she disclosed the incident involving Zhang Chuanzong colluding with Huilan to hire an assailant, advising Jiang Shi to be cautious at home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi's hands trembled with rage. How dare he? We have never wronged him. Why must he be so aggressive? First, he called off the engagement, then he incited Jiang Tianming to demand money, and now he seeks to tarnish your reputation. I shall go to the county office and lodge a complaint against them. Yu Jiu, noticing her mother's agitation, quickly reassured her. Young Master Sang is well acquainted with the county magistrate. We have already sent the two of them to the county office. Magistrate Zhao will ensure we receive justice. So there is no need for you to worry. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement, observing that Yi Jiu's approach was indeed within legal bounds. As a mere scholar, Zhang Chuanzong could only be punished in such a manner. Imposing a harsher penalty might lead to allegations of favoritism against the magistrate. Yi Jiu, however, did not entirely concur. Yet, being in this era necessitated a degree of compromise, much like when Zhang Chuanzong had caused her to fall from the cliff, without evidence. There was little recourse available to her. He spoke, asking if he could borrow some of her people to discreetly protect his family. In this world, the Jiang family and Jimeng were her closest confidants, and she could not afford any missteps. Qi Feng informed her that the county magistrate had stationed several constables in Yejia village to prevent any retaliation from the Zhang family. Jiang was left astounded, questioning if it was truly necessary, as the Disheng had laws to uphold, and the Zhang should not act recklessly. Jiming, having picked up a small stick, declared fiercely that anyone daring to cause trouble at her home would be driven out without exception. Yi Jiu could not help but smile wryly. This young girl exhibited not an ounce of femininity. Let it be, she decided. Zhang Xian, savoring the last drop of his noodle soup, elegantly wiped his mouth and stood to bid farewell to Jiang. Yes, my lord. Upon reaching the door, just as Yi Jiu was about to board the carriage, Zhang Xian halted her, saying, Sister Jiu, the carriage is too slow, and I fear we may not arrive in time. After all, the patient remains in a deep coma. Let us ride. The storm steed can reach the capital in half a day. Life and death were at stake. And Yi Jiu had never been one to indulge in frivolities. However, as she was unable to ride, she cast a hesitant glance at him. In a swift motion, Zhang Xian mounted his horse and, once settled, extended his hand towards Yi Jiu. We shall share one mount. Jiming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Sang is so impressive. Recognizing the urgency of saving a life, Yi Jiu ceased her reluctance and took his hand to mount the horse. Be careful on the road. With the powerful steed kicking up dust, the two figures in red and blue swiftly disappeared from Zhang's sight. Chapter 37. Surgery for the Duke of the State on Horseback. Yi Zhiyu's back was firmly pressed against Zisong Xian's chest, feeling the thunderous heartbeat behind her. Upon hearing her words, Zisong Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. His eyes filled with tender affection. Each time I behold my dear Zhiyu, my heart skips a beat. I wonder when she will grant me a consultation of my own. Despite Yi Zhiyu's emotional naivety, she detected the playful tone in his voice, which ignited a flicker of annoyance within her. Yet, she restrained herself and chose silence, deciding not to hold him accountable, considering her friendship with Lu Yanlin, uncertain how long they had been on the road. Yi Zhiyu felt her backside growing numb from the jolting ride. As they entered the official road, the scenery before her gradually transformed into a bustling sight, indicating their imminent arrival. Approaching the hour of Yu, Zisong Xian finally reined in the horse. Before them stood a grand and imposing residence, distinct from the golden bricks and silver tiles of the Lu estate, yet exuding an air of nobility. The plaque above the entrance boldly displayed the 4 characters of the Duke of the state's residence, confirming their destination. Zisong Xian dismounted first, preparing to lift Yi Zhiyu down, extending his hand towards her. However, Yi Zhiyu averted her gaze, examining the horse's stirrup. She placed her left foot firmly on it, grasped the reins tightly, and deftly swung herself down. Zisong Xian observed the emptiness of his outstretched hand and smiled faintly. Let us proceed. I have already informed the heir. As Yi Zhiyu and Zisong Xian entered through the grand doors, they were welcomed by the steward who guided them into the main courtyard of the Duke's residence. Upon entering, they were met by 7 or 8 maids and attendants bustling about, and a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine enveloped the air. By the bedside knelt 4 men dressed as imperial physicians, engaged in earnest discussion. Zisong Xian gently nudged Yi Zhiyu and remarked, "Brother Jiang, you must be exhausted from your late-night vigil. Your eyes seem weary. Can you not see such a grown person?" Jiang Xinjue finally noticed Yi Zhiyu, who was carrying a medicine box, and could hardly believe his eyes, mistaking her for a female scholar brought by Zisong Xian. He found himself in a quandary. This young girl, barely 14 or 15, seemed implausibly to be a healer, let alone a divine physician. Zisong Xian, perceiving his hesitation, spoke up. "I understand your concerns, but Miss Ye's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to invite her. Please allow her the opportunity to assist." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xinjue apologetically clasped his hands together and said, "Dr. Yi, forgive my lack of discernment. I implore you to lend your healing touch." With that, he led her to the window. The man on the bed appeared to be around 40, his face weathered by the hardships of life. Though in a coma, the fierce expression etched in his features sent a shiver through Yi Zhiyu. He was indeed a warrior forged in the crucible of battle. Duke Jiang Qianshan had donned armor at the tender age of 20, defending the borders for many years, accruing countless military accolades. It was only in recent years, with the realm enjoying peace, that he had experienced a semblance of tranquility. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. The valiant general, invincible on the battlefield, had been grievously injured by a maddened steed. Zisong Xian revealed that it had been confirmed the horse had been deliberately drugged with a substance to incite madness. And the groom, fearing retribution, had taken his own life, leaving no trace to investigate further. Yi Zhiyu resolved to save the man before her. A general's noble fate should be to perish on the battlefield, not to fall victim to treachery from within his own ranks. She reached out, placing her hand over the Duke's wrist. This time, rather than merely feeling his pulse, she employed a spatial device to assess his vital signs. Concussed, with a fractured sternum, hemothorax, and a shattering fracture of the left leg, such grievous injuries were beyond the healing arts of ancient practitioners, yet he persevered against the odds. Jiang Xinjue appeared to be a reasonable individual, which emboldened Yi Zhiyu to speak so candidly. Furthermore, with Zisong Xian by her side, he was unlikely to betray her trust given their acquaintance. Understanding her plight, she implored, "I ask you, Dr. Yi, to exert your utmost efforts in the treatment. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu felt a measure of relief. Although she was still concerned about whether Jiang Shizi would permit her treatment process to remain private, she then expressed, "There is one more thing. I prefer to work in solitude while treating patients, as the presence of others can easily distract me. If Shizi cannot consent to this, I fear I will be unable to proceed with the treatment." Jiang Xinjue's face revealed a moment of hesitation. Zisong Xian, perceptively sensing the awkwardness, interjected, "It is said that one must be a divine physician, and a divine physician must have their own practices. I, as a prince, shall vouch for you. Is that agreeable? True to his reputation as the heir to the Duke of Zhengguo, Zhengguo exhibited unwavering decisiveness, promptly ordering everyone to leave. Zhengguo, displaying his understanding of the situation, exited alongside them, reminding Zhengguo, I shall be just outside. Call upon me if you require assistance. Zhengguo focused her attention on the man before her. This was a formidable undertaking. First, she needed to realign the fractured bones while he remained unconscious and locate the source of the pulmonary hemorrhage, which necessitated a thoracotomy, a procedure that would undoubtedly consume considerable time. With her medical gloves donned, she began disinfecting his chest. The Duke's torso was marred by numerous scars, undoubtedly a testament to his survival through harrowing battles. There was no time for further contemplation. She swiftly administered antibiotics and retrieved a heart rate monitor from her supplies. The sharp scalpel sliced through skin, fascia, and muscle before a retractor was employed to hold open the chest cavity, revealing a fractured rib embedded approximately an inch into the right lung. Cautiously, she maneuvered the fractured bone, when suddenly blood gushed forth, splattering onto her face, which she paid no heed to wipe away. With swift precision, Zhengguo pressed a piece of gauze against the bleeding wound, her right hand deftly wielding hemostatic forceps to clamp the vessel, temporarily staunching the flow. Without a moment's delay, she grasped the suturing needle and began to stitch the bleeding point, quickly sealing it to prevent further hemorrhage. The fracture lacked a supportive point, necessitating the insertion of a steel pin, an action that required no explanation within the confines of the body. Glancing at the monitor, she noted a slight drop in blood pressure. After a moment's consideration, she decided to check the blood type and proceeded to transfuse type O blood into his left arm. Finally, she commenced suturing the thoracic cavity. The bed's low height made the task cumbersome, forcing her to bend over, which was already quite taxing. Once the wound was closed, she reluctantly took a moment to rest at the edge of the bed. Outside, the sky had darkened. Fortunately, the Duke's residence was affluent, adorned with candles that provided ample illumination. After a brief respite, Zhengguo rose once more to attend to the injuries on his leg. Impatience grew among those waiting outside. Zhengguo anxiously inquired, Your Highness, why is it taking so long? Is everything all right? At this moment, Zhengguo also felt a twinge of unease. It had been an hour and a half since Zhengguo had entered, and the silence from within was disconcerting. Yet, recalling her confident demeanor, he found solace. She would not undertake a task without assurance. They could only wait. Zhengguo was intently resetting the shattered bones. As time passed, she swiftly attended to the wounds on his leg, suturing the lacerations. The Duke lay in a deep unconsciousness due to a cranial injury, where the accumulation of blood was compressing the nerves. Initially, she intended to administer thrombolytic medication to allow the blood to be reabsorbed naturally. However, the patient before her was no ordinary man, and she could not afford to spend an extended period informing the heir that it would take several days for him to regain consciousness. Thus, she boldly located the site of the hematoma, fortunately situated at the nape of his neck. Drawing upon her years of surgical experience, she delicately inserted a silver needle into the cranial cavity to expel the stagnant blood. She anxiously monitored the vital signs on the monitor, observing little change, and let out a deep sigh, exhaustion overwhelming her as she collapsed onto the floor. Her gaze fell upon the Ford bag. There was still a bit remaining, so she decided to wait a while longer. Chapter 38. Zhengguo faints from fatigue. It was only then that Zhengguo noticed the opulent chamber surrounding her. A majestic Daxiao Longke knife hung regally on the wall. This single room was larger than her entire home, including the courtyard, divided into inner and outer sections. The entrance featured a folding screen embroidered with military imagery. In the inner chamber, a calligraphic piece hung, proclaiming loyal and righteous soldiers, with a royal seal at its conclusion, presumably a gift from the emperor. Every detail exuded the Duke's accomplishments from the first half of his life. The bed curtains were crafted from a gray-brown brocade, yet Zhengguo's attention was drawn to a peculiar design embroidered on one corner, strangely familiar as if she had seen it before. Before she could ponder further, she noticed the Duke's eyelids fluttering, and the machinery emitted a warning sound. He appeared to be awakening. Zhengguo hastily gathered the medical waste and monitoring equipment, and to alleviate his potential pain upon awakening, she thoughtfully administered a dose of analgesic. After all, it was a significant surgery. Even though the Duke had once fought valiantly on the battlefield, it did not imply that he was impervious to pain. Once everything was in order, Zhengguo stepped outside to summon someone. She felt that time passed swiftly, unaware that 2.5 hours had elapsed. The crowd outside dared not disperse until they saw Yi Zhiyu emerge, at which point they filed in one after another. Jiang Xinjue's heart raced as she observed the blood on Yi Zhiyu. She appeared like a specter risen from the depths of hell. Rushing to the duke's window, she cried out, "Father! Father!" Yi Zhiyu glanced at her bloodied attire. No wonder he was worried. To any observer, it looked less like healing and more like an act of violence. Zisong Xian, noticing Yi Zhiyu's pale face and blood-soaked garments, furrowed his brow in concern, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, merely exhausted," she replied before moving to Jiang Xinjue's side. "The duke's condition is stable. He shall awaken shortly." No sooner had she spoken than the duke opened his mouth, uttering, "Water." The imperial physicians nearby gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Impossible. Unless a celestial being has descended, how could he awaken so swiftly? Yi Zhiyu interrupted the physicians' murmurs, instructing them to prepare water, plain water with a pinch of salt. The patient's electrolytes are imbalanced. He can only consume diluted saline. Upon seeing her father awaken, Jiang Xinjue regarded Yi Zhiyu's words with utmost reverence, hastily commanding the servants to prepare the necessary provisions. Before she could express her gratitude, Yi Zhiyu, fatigued from the prolonged strain, felt her vision darken and fainted. Fortunately, Zisong Xian was quick-witted and caught her just in time. "Imperial physician, come quickly and see what has happened to her." A few imperial physicians exchanged glances, none daring to move. Zisong Xian nearly bellowed, "You are summoned here. If anything befalls her, I shall hold you all accountable." At last, one physician stepped forward to take her pulse. Moments later, he knelt before Zisong Xian and reported, "Your Highness, the esteemed physician Yi has merely endured a long journey, resulting in heightened mental strain and physical exhaustion." Zisong Xian continued to inquire, "Physician Wang, pray tell, what caused her to lose consciousness?" Upon hearing this, Zisong Xian felt a sense of relief and turned to Jiang Xian Wan, saying, "Might I trouble you for the use of your guest room, so she may rest properly?" The duke had already regained consciousness, and Jiang Xian Wan was eager to extend every courtesy to physician Yi, promptly sending 2 maidens to fetch Yi Zhiyu. Zisong Xian gazed tenderly at Yi Zhiyu's serene face as she declared, "I shall carry her. You lead the way." With that, she cradled Yi Zhiyu and stepped through the door. Once Yi Zhiyu was laid upon the bed, Zisong Xian inhaled the lingering scent of medicine from her embrace and, with lingering reluctance, instructed the 2 maidens, "Take good care of physician Yi. Notify me immediately upon her awakening." "Yes, Your Highness, we shall ensure the utmost care for the esteemed physician." It was already the second watch of the night, yet the duke's residence remained aglow. The second and third branches of the family, upon hearing the news, hurried to the main courtyard to inquire. The elderly matriarch, being of advanced age, was not to be disturbed, so Jiang Xian Wan commanded the servants to wait until dawn to report to her. Having finished his salt water, the duke could now open his eyes and speak. "Xian Wan, how long have I been asleep?" Jiang Xian Wan immediately approached and knelt beside the bed. "Father, you have been in a coma for 5 days. Thankfully, His Highness the 6th Prince summoned the divine physician, which has led to your awakening." The royal physician, Wang, immediately approached to take the pulse. "I must inform you, esteemed Duke, that you experienced a high fever internally, which has now subsided. Indeed, Dr. Yi possesses remarkable skills. Your breathing is steady, and your life is no longer in jeopardy. However, it is advisable for you to rest a while longer." As the Duke shifted his left leg, an alarming realization struck him. He felt no sensation at all, causing a surge of panic within. Observing the Duke's distress, Wang hesitated, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. After much contemplation, he replied, "The pulse indicates that the meridians are unblocked and flowing freely. As for the reason behind your inability to move, we must await Dr. Ye's awakening before making any further assessments. I dare not make a diagnosis lightly." The other imperial physicians fell silent, rendered speechless by his words. What a tragic fate! They were so engrossed in their duties that even in slumber, the weight of work haunted them, evident in the dark circles beneath their eyes. Upon awakening, they were greeted by a lady-in-waiting who stood by the bedside, ready with a meal. Seeing Yi Zhiyu awake, she hurried to inform the attendants at the door to announce that His Highness the heir was to be notified of Dr. Ye's revival. Yi Zhiyu stretched languidly and inquired of the lady-in-waiting beside her, "How long have I been asleep?" Suddenly being attended to in such a manner felt somewhat disconcerting, so she hastily donned her attire. "Is the Duke in good health?" she asked. Upon receiving confirmation that the patient was stable, Yi felt a wave of relief. After all, she was the one who had invited Zisong Xian and could not afford to tarnish his reputation. After finishing her breakfast, Shitsue approached Yi and said, "The matriarch wishes to see you now that you are awake. I shall assist you in bathing and changing your garments." Yi glanced down at herself, realizing the need for a wash and a change of clothes. After a long day of horseback riding and attending to patients, she had fallen into a deep slumber and felt utterly disheveled, with bloodstains from the previous day's surgery still marking her attire. Shitsue gently accompanied Yi to the cleansing chamber, where a tub filled with warm water awaited her. Uncertain of when Yi would awaken, the water had been continuously heated. Without hesitation, Yi shed her garments and immersed herself in a soothing bath. The room was enveloped in a mist of steam, with petals floating gracefully in the water, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Though she had not enjoyed a restful slumber, the bath rejuvenated her spirit. Shitsue stood outside with a fragrant gown, waiting for Yi to finish. As soon as she emerged, Shitsue hurried to assist her in dressing. Once Yi settled before the dressing table, Shitsue took a cloth to wring out her hair. In her previous life, Yi had struggled with sparse hair due to late nights. However, this new body boasted a rich, lustrous mane that was thick and vibrant. Thus, the chore of drying her hair had always been a nuisance, but with assistance, it was a welcome relief. After exchanging several cloths, Shitsue skillfully styled her hair into a flowing cloud bun. Turning to the copper mirror, she remarked, "Lady Yi, your complexion appears somewhat pallid. Allow me to apply a touch of makeup." "Wait." Yi interjected before Shitsue could begin applying powder. She was apprehensive about the lead-laden cosmetics of ancient times. Shitsue hurriedly clarified, "Lady Yi, please do not take offense. Today, as we visit the matriarch, a little adornment is necessary. Otherwise, I shall be reprimanded for my inadequate service." Her reasoning was sound, as Yi recalled hearing that presenting oneself well was a fundamental courtesy to others. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I prefer to do it myself. There is no need to trouble you, dear Shitsue." In ancient times, bronze mirrors were commonplace, yet they provided a rather unclear reflection. Thus, she retrieved a palm-sized mirror from her space, though Yi was not particularly skilled in makeup application. Nevertheless, upon seeing the dark circles beneath her eyes, she was quite taken aback. No wonder Shitsue was so insistent on applying makeup for her. The sight was rather alarming. In a hurry, she took out some concealer and hastily applied it. Yi had a good foundation to her skin, and after lightly dusting it with some loose powder, she considered it sufficient. However, upon further inspection, her complexion still appeared somewhat lackluster. Consequently, she reached for her lipstick, first applying it to her lips, then using her fingertip to dab a subtle amount onto her cheeks, resulting in a somewhat presentable appearance. Shitsue stood by with wide eyes, astonished at the array of box-like items Yi produced. The cosmetics were surprisingly natural and translucent, and the blush's shade was quite lovely. She wondered from which apothecary Yi had procured such fine products. Maintaining her composure, Yi replied nonchalantly, "I made them myself. Crafted from the fresh flowers and morning dew of the mountains, as I am a physician." "What, then, is this smooth and gleaming object?" Shitsue inquired. Yi shook the mirror, and Shitsue was startled to see her own clear visage reflected back at her, her mouth agape in astonishment. "This is a piece of crystal I discovered while foraging for herbs in the mountains. I found it aesthetically pleasing, so I polished it, applying mercury to the back, which allows for an exceptionally clear reflection." In any case, Yi spoke with such confidence, her words flowing effortlessly. Once her makeup was satisfactorily completed, Shitsue brought forth a simple yet elegant long dress of pure white. Though unadorned, the fabric held hidden intricacies. When the wind blew, it shimmered at the hem, suggesting that it was of no ordinary quality. The grand residence lacks female attendants, thus no garments for women have been prepared. The young lord has instructed the servant to convey his apologies, urging Dr. Yi to be understanding. Yi felt a warmth in her heart. Ever since her arrival in this era, she has managed all familial matters herself, experiencing genuine care from another for the first time. Delighted, she donned her attire, and the thoughtful Huaitsue adorned her hair with a simple hairpin, preparing to visit the matriarch. News of the Duke of Zhengguo's awakening had already reached various factions by the early hours of today. Yi could never have imagined that her actions would impact the political landscape of the court. She also did not foresee that as dawn broke, Jiang Xinjue had been summoned to the palace to report on the duke's condition before the emperor's morning audience. The emperor of the Dajing kingdom, Zisongming, sat solemnly in the imperial study, absorbing the news brought by Jiang Xinjue. You mean to say that a female divine physician revived your father single-handedly last night? He understood well that the duke's recent misfortune was surely the result of treachery. Should the duke perish, the Dajing would lose a formidable talent. Yet, the Jiang family boasts 3 military generals, wielding a significant portion of the kingdom's military power and enjoying immense prestige within the army. What sovereign would not fear a minister whose abilities overshadow his own? If the duke were to pass away, many matters could be reconsidered from the beginning. Now that he has awakened, the court finds itself in a precarious position. Very well, you have shown loyalty. I summoned you to inquire about the duke's injuries. Since he is indeed recovering, I can rest easy. You may withdraw. Your servant takes leave. As soon as Jiang Xinjue departed, the Dark Emperor smashed an inkstone in his fury. The chief eunuch, Lord Sun, hastily approached and knelt, imploring, Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Do not harm the dragon body. What does he mean by that? Will he still guard the lands of Desheng in the future? How is it that our illustrious Desheng cannot endure without the Jiang family? It seems they are increasingly disregarding the royal authority. Observing the situation, Lord Sun quickly rose to support the enraged Dark Emperor, saying, Your Majesty, do not trouble yourself with this matter. It is rumored that the Duke of the State had his left leg crushed by a horse's hoof. The divine physician they summoned, though fortunate enough to save his life, could not restore his leg to its former state. I heard from the imperial physician that when the Duke regained consciousness, he was devoid of sensation in that leg. Upon hearing this, the Dark Emperor's expression eased. It seemed he was indeed fortunate, given that the heir of the Jiang family lacks martial prowess. The continued existence of Jiang Qieshan poses no threat. One day, I shall reclaim the military authority of the Jiang family. In truth, as a physician, Yi Zhiyu ought to attend to her patients first. However, the old matriarch had been waiting in the main hall for quite some time, and Yi Zhiyu dared not keep her waiting. She hurried to pay her respects. Moreover, based on the events of the previous night, the Duke should have no pressing matters. Otherwise, someone would have sought her out by now. Upon entering the main hall, she was greeted by a throng of people, likely members from both the second and third branches of the Duke's household. She refrained from casting her gaze around, recalling the etiquette that Shitsu had instructed her on. Upon entering, she immediately knelt and paid her respects to the matriarch seated at the head. Upon traversing to this era, one must possess the consciousness befitting it. One is but a commoner, and even when in the presence of a county official, one ought to kneel. Previously, my failure to kneel before County Magistrate Zhao was solely due to the influence of Zisong Xian. Yet, regardless of how straight my legs may stand today, I must bow. The esteemed matron seated above promptly gestured for Shitsue to assist Yi Zhiyu in rising. Dr. Yi, you are a benefactor to our household. Such grand gestures are unwarranted. Please, take a seat, she implored. Yi Zhiyu descended the steps gracefully and naturally settled into a chair beside her. The matron continued, Dr. Yi, there is no need for formality. We are a family of military officers, unencumbered by excessive protocol. Lift your gaze so that I may behold you. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu slowly raised her delicate face, and the matron's expression momentarily faltered. How could this be? Chapter 40. If she cannot marry, then you shall take her. However, what did the matron's unfinished words signify? Regaining her composure, the matron inquired further, where does the esteemed Dr. Ye's family reside? Are there others in your household? I am from Qingxi Town, Yi family village, and my household comprises my mother and younger sister. Yi Zhiyu replied. The matron nodded, and your father? Yi Zhiyu hesitated briefly before responding. My father passed away unexpectedly last year. Now, my mother, sister, and I live together. My father imparted his medical knowledge to me, and I practice medicine and gather herbs in the village. Our lives are quite content. The matron gazed at Yi Zhiyu with compassion. What a remarkable child you are, able to support your family at such a tender age. As Yi Zhiyu continued to observe the matron, a sense of familiarity blossomed within her, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. The matron, noticing this, inquired with a smile, Why do you smile as you gaze upon me? Yi Zhiyu, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her head. The elderly matron appeared amiable, prompting the young woman to glance at her a couple of times, for which she sought forgiveness. Ha ha. This girl has won my favor. We are quite compatible. You, too, possess a most congenial demeanor. The old lady chuckled heartily. Madame Ding of the second household flattered the matron, saying, "Mother, in her youth, traversed the battlefields with valor, and Dr. Yi, having achieved success in his youth, is indeed a hero who recognizes another. Merely a country physician, how could he possibly be compared to the matriarch?" A young girl, Jiang Ningxu, interjected inappropriately. Although her voice was not loud, Yu Jiyu heard her clearly. "Swear, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? Dr. Yi toiled last night to save your uncle. How could you utter such nonsense?" The old lady rebuked sternly. Madame Ding hurriedly apologized to the matron, refraining from reproaching Jiang Ningxu. Jiang Ningxu was the most talented woman in the capital, meticulously nurtured since childhood. Proficient in music, chess, literature, painting, horseback riding, and archery. She was the cherished jewel of the second household. With the prince soon to select a consort and her previous acquaintance with him, her chances of becoming the future princess were considerable, which had fostered her spoiled nature. Yi Jiyu chose to lower her head and pretend as if nothing had occurred. The old lady then expressed her apologies, stating, "This girl is usually indulged by us and speaks without thought. Please do not take offense, Dr. Yi." Yi Jiyu smiled, assuring her that it was of no consequence. "Please do not always address me as Dr. Yi. I am unworthy of such a title. If you do not mind, you may call me Jiyu." Furthermore, Miss Zhang's words hold merit. I indeed should not be compared to the esteemed matriarch. Jiang Ningxu raised her delicate brows, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Jiyu. Although Yi Jiyu feigned humility, inwardly she rolled her eyes 1,000 times, thinking to herself how truly sharp-tongued that girl was. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Jiyu sensed that it was time to take her leave. "Madam, I must attend to the Duke's injuries. Though he has regained consciousness, it is imperative that we remain vigilant and adjust the treatment accordingly." The old lady promptly responded, "I apologize for my eagerness. Upon hearing that my son was revived by you this morning, I could hardly contain myself and summoned you here, inadvertently delaying your important duties. Please, go ahead and attend to him, and do come back later to share some conversation with me." Under the watchful gazes of those present, Yi Jiyu rose to depart. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Jiang Xinjue waiting at the door. "Why aren't you going in, young master?" she inquired. Jiang Xinjue replied with a cheerful smile. "The room is filled with ladies. It would be inappropriate for me to enter, so I decided to wait for your return. I shall go and check on the Duke to assess his condition today," she said as they made their way to the Duke's quarters. There, only a few maidservants and young attendants remained, unlike the previous day when several physicians had been present. Upon seeing Jiang Xinjue escort Yi Jiyu inside, the Duke promptly instructed his servants to prepare seats for them. Yi Jiyu waved her hand dismissively and seated herself directly beside the Duke's bed, ready to take his pulse. "How do you feel today, Your Grace? Is there still pain in your chest?" The Duke, noting Yi Jiyu's youthful demeanor and poised manner, felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly replied, "No pain at all, much improved." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiyu reached out, preparing to lift his garment to inspect the surgical incision from the previous day. "No," the Duke exclaimed, his face flushing crimson. "There are distinctions between the sexes. As a virtuous young lady, it would not be proper for you to assist me in disrobing, lest it tarnish your reputation." Yi Jiyu suddenly let out a laugh. This little old man is truly endearing. There is no need for Duke what to worry, for a physician sees no distinction between genders. Moreover, I have already examined you during my visit yesterday, and I have come today merely for a follow-up. The Duke, having spent a lifetime amidst the tumult of war, is quite unaccustomed to such a temperament. Jiang Xinjue stepped forward to mediate. "Father, it would be wise to heed the physician's advice. Miss Yi has rendered great service to our Jiang family, and outsiders dare not speak ill of her." Upon hearing this, the Duke conceded, "Indeed, that is a valid point. Should the esteemed Dr. Yi remain unmarried, you shall take her as your bride." Jiang Xinjue's handsome visage flushed crimson in an instant, while Yu Jiyu's hand hung in the air, uncertain whether to proceed. She hastily interjected, "No, no. Let us focus on the examination first." As she unfastened his garment, she noted that the scar on his chest showed no signs of redness or inflammation, a promising sign. Yet, the Duke appeared perplexed. Yi Jiyu found it odd. After all, during her unconsciousness the previous day, there was a considerable amount of blood. Had the Jiang family not assessed the Duke's injuries? How careless, or perhaps, how trusting they were in her abilities. However, this level of confidence reassured her, prompting her to explain with meticulous care, "Your Grace, the injuries sustained from your fall were internal. Your ribs fractured and punctured your lung. leading to the blood loss that caused your unconscious state. I must perform a thoracotomy to realign the fractured bones to halt the pulmonary hemorrhage. Before they could pose further inquiries, she rolled up his trouser leg, revealing the injury on his leg. The calf had been crushed by a horse's hoof. Unless the shattered bones were extracted and the blood vessels sutured, he would never regain mobility in that leg. Cutting open? Suturing? Both men wore expressions of bewilderment. This is the secret art of my father, employing a knife to incise the afflicted area, treating the wounds, and then suturing the lacerations with thread, allowing flesh and blood to regenerate swiftly and minimizing the risk of excessive bleeding. It is indeed a commendable remedy for external injuries. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu nodded in tacit agreement. After I completed the treatment last night, I succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Could the Duke solicit the imperial physicians to prescribe a remedy? Zhang Xinjue promptly shook his head, explaining that the imperial physicians believe one should not burden two doctors with the same ailment. Yi, the divine healer, employs exquisite techniques, aside from Wang, the royal physician, who merely took a pulse after your departure. No medication was prescribed. No wonder the father and son only just now realized they had sustained 2 cuts. The Duke exclaimed in frustration, denouncing the court physicians as ineffectual, and declared he would only trust Yi, requesting her to concoct a remedy. Chapter 41. Yellow mud as a substitute for plaster. Indeed, at this moment, the Duke's primary need is for antibiotic treatment, yet intravenous therapy is inadvisable. In the patient's conscious state, it is quite challenging to elucidate the origins of these transparent solutions. Turning to retrieve the antibiotics previously poured into a porcelain vial from the medicine chest, she presented them to Zhang Xinjue. The white tablets are to be taken thrice daily, 1 at a time, while the red capsules should be consumed thrice daily, 2 at a time, accompanied by warm water. The white ones are antibiotics, and the red ones are vitamin B12, which aids in nerve reconstruction. Zhang Xinjue gazed curiously at the medications in his hand, perplexed as he remarked on the astonishing nature of such pills that require no brewing and can be ingested directly. Yi Jiu nodded slightly and commenced tending to the calf that had been neglected the previous day. After a brief examination, she found no dislocation. The most prudent course of action was to apply a plaster cast for optimal recovery. Esteemed Lord, could you kindly send someone to the garden to procure 5 pounds of yellow clay? The plaster was not prepared in advance, and its sudden appearance might arouse suspicion. It is far better to utilize the yellow clay, which mixed with a medical adhesive can achieve a hardness comparable to that of plaster. Zhang Xinjue did not inquire about the rationale behind her request, but promptly instructed the servants to comply. Dr. Ye's demands were always justified. Soon, the yellow clay was brought forth, and Yi Jiu diligently disinfected the injured calf, applying waterproof tape to prevent bacterial infection from the clay. She then retrieved potassium permanganate solution and adhesive from her medicine cabinet, blending them thoroughly with the yellow clay. While the Zhang father and son pondered the purpose of the yellow clay, Yi Jiu directly applied it to the Duke's calf. Your Grace, please remain still. The yellow clay will stabilize the fractured bones. After a fortnight of rest, it can be removed, allowing you to gradually regain the ability to walk. Upon hearing this, the Duke became overwhelmed with emotion. Dr. Ye's implication was that he might yet stand again. Although he was unaware of the severity of his injuries, he had lost all sensation in his calf since awakening and feared his leg was irreparably damaged. The prospect of standing once more brought forth tears of joy. Yi Jiu quickly reassured him. Indeed, you can stand again, but you must not move about recklessly. Otherwise, the bone may heal improperly, and you will lose this chance. Yi Jiu, with a tenderness akin to soothing a child, calmed the Duke of Guo into a serene repose before swiftly encasing his lower legs in yellow clay, meticulously wrapping them in thick gauze for hygiene. Zhang Xinjue observed this treatment with a tumultuous heart. This method proved far more stable than mere wooden splints. Although the fragility of the clay raised questions about what additional substances Yi, the esteemed physician, had incorporated. Moreover, the transparent material adhered to the wound intrigued him further. Countless soldiers on the battlefield succumbed to injuries that went untreated, and the concoctions prescribed by military physicians required tedious preparation, consuming precious time. If only Ye's miraculous remedies could be employed, perhaps the casualties could be significantly mitigated. Originally, Yi Jiu possessed a remarkable elixir capable of swiftly restoring skeletal and neural integrity. It was this very potion that had enabled her to regain her ability to walk overnight after a severe leg fracture. However, The extraordinary nature of this medicine posed a potential threat to the entire military strength of the dynasty, not to mention her own safety should it be revealed. Once her tasks were complete, Yu Jiyu turned to Jiang Xinjue and informed him, "The Duke's injuries are quite severe. I may need to remain in the residence for several more days. Once his condition stabilizes and the clay can be removed, I shall take my leave." Jiang Xinjue's face lit up with joy as he hastily replied, "I was uncertain how to express my desire to retain your presence, esteemed physician. Your voluntary stay is truly delightful. You shall be treated as an honored guest in our abode, with all your needs catered to." Yu Jiyu nodded and, with a smile, responded, "Please, do not refer to me as esteemed physician. My name is Yu Jiyu. You may call me by my given name." "Very well, Miss Jiyu," he replied. After bidding farewell to Yu Jiyu, Jiang Xinjue stood resolutely by the bed of the Duke, his expression unwavering. "Father, this Dr. Yi possesses extraordinary medical skills. Though his methods are somewhat unconventional, the efficacy is remarkable. If we could enlist him to serve the Jiang family army, it would undoubtedly minimize casualties in battle. A tremendous boon for both the nation and its people. Indeed, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well." In the royal garden, Zisong Xian wore a troubled expression as concubine Lu presented him with dozens of portraits of women, assisting him in selecting a bride. "Xian, look here. The legitimate daughter of the left chancellor. She is of pleasing appearance and exceptional talent. What do you think?" Concubine Lu meticulously examined the options, while Zisong Xian jested, "Mother, the left chancellor is the foremost civil official. His daughter must indeed be outstanding. If I were to marry her, she might even rival the crown prince." At this remark, Concubine Lu immediately covered Zisong Xian's mouth, admonishing him, "Do not speak carelessly. The walls have ears." Zisong Xian's gaze suddenly sharpened. He dismissed the attendants and, with a light chuckle, said, "I understand that you wish the best for me, mother. Over the years, I have frivolously indulged in pleasures, neglecting my studies and transforming myself into a languid prince, allowing us to lead a peaceful life in the palace. I must not be momentarily foolish. I would prefer to marry a humble official's daughter than to take the left chancellor's daughter as my wife." Concubine Lu fell silent. Though she held the esteemed position of a favored concubine, the hardships endured were known only to her and her son. Had it not been for Xian's deliberate modesty, the Lu family's substantial tax contributions to the treasury would likely have already drawn the attention of the Empress Dowager. In the perilous depths of the palace, navigating each step with trepidation, a mother's heart yearns to select a suitable wife for her son, even if fate does not grant him a position of prominence. Living a life as a leisurely prince, distanced from the court, is not an unfavorable prospect. Lady Lu, the beloved concubine, produced another portrait, saying, "Take a look at this one, the daughter of the Minister of Rights. I encountered her at the last banquet. She is a cultured and graceful beauty, aged 15. A perfect match for you." Zisong Xian found himself in a humorous dilemma, realizing that his mother was resolutely intent on arranging his marriage. Just as he pondered how to excuse himself from this conversation, the 9th prince happened to pass by and, seeing them, approached to greet. "Lady Lu, 6th prince. What a coincidence today." Lady Lu and Zisong Xian immediately rose to pay their respects. 9th prince. Zisong Xian, seizing the opportunity to extricate himself, suggested, "Ninth uncle. I was just about to visit the Duke's residence. Would you care to join me? My father heard that the Duke has regained consciousness and asked me to deliver a century-old ginseng. I shall not accompany you. I came to the palace to pay my respects to my elder brother and must take my leave now," replied Zisong Xian coldly. Unfazed, Zisong Xian persisted, "Ninth uncle. Do join me. I have delightful treasures to share with you." Lady Lu hastily intervened, admonishing her son, "Your royal uncle is in frail health. You must not be disrespectful. Release him at once." The 9th prince was the youngest son of the late emperor, his mother a princess from the western barbarians, who had married into the Da Sheng dynasty. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. The 9th prince fell ill and passed away at the tender age of 5. When the late emperor departed, he was merely 10 years old. Due to his fragile constitution, the emperor had always harbored deep sympathy for this young sovereign. In order to avoid the incessant chatter of concubine Lu, Zisong Xian clung tightly to Zisong Hengji, seizing the opportunity when he was distracted to stealthily stuff a sugar ball, procured at great expense from Yi Jiyu, into his mouth. "Uncle, do try this. Is it not delightful?" Zisong Hengji, caught off guard, found himself in a predicament from which he could neither swallow nor spit out. Suddenly, a familiar flavor began to spread across his palate. Was this not the very concoction a woman had fed him while he was wounded in the woods near Yi village? You call this a sugar ball? Zisong Hengji inquired, perplexed. Indeed, it is quite delicious, Zisong Xian replied with a twinkle in his eye. This sugar ball was obtained from the physician I invited to treat the Duke. Alas, I have consumed the rest. This is the final one. If you wish for more, you must accompany me to the Duke's residence. A subtle smile graced the lips of Zisong Hengji. Very well. The Duke had devoted his life to the nation's military endeavors, and, having recently recovered from grave injuries, it was only fitting to pay him a visit. Concubine Lu could only shake her head helplessly as she watched their figures fade into the distance. Chapter 42. Deworming Medicine. Sister Zhiyu, you are awake. Are you unwell? Yu Zhiyu slightly bent her knee in a respectful gesture. Your Highness, I am quite well. You have come to visit the Duke, I presume? I shall take my leave. Zisong Xian quickly intercepted her. Sister Zhiyu, do not be so formal. Allow me to introduce you to His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince. Yu Zhiyu promptly knelt, exclaiming, I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. Zisong Hengji, however, reached out to assist the young woman to her feet, recognizing her instantly. Yi Zhiyu. Previously, when she assisted in dispelling the curse, she merely harbored suspicions about whether this was the first time she had saved him. Now, with the candy beans presented by Zisong Xian, it has been unequivocally confirmed that the two women who rescued him from peril were indeed the same. Yi Zhiyu. During their prior encounter, Zisong Heng had donned a mask as the master of the Shiska sect, rendering him unrecognizable to Yi Zhiyu, who merely noted that he appeared rather unwell, seemingly afflicted by a lingering illness. Dr. Yi, you need not stand on ceremony. You are the savior of the Duke of the State, and thus, also a benefactor to the Great Shang Kingdom. Henceforth, you need not bow in my presence, Zisong Heng jestingly remarked to the 6th Prince. I suspect your visit under the pretense of seeing the Duke of the State is but a ruse. In truth, you have come to see Dr. Yi. No wonder your mother has been presenting you with various suitors, yet you remain indifferent. It seems your affections lie elsewhere. Zisong Xian's face flushed at this comment. Yet he retorted defiantly, what nonsense. As the esteemed 6th Prince, I shall naturally marry the woman I cherish. The words, however, bore an air of uncertainty, as royal offspring seldom possess true autonomy over their matrimonial fates. Shitsue followed closely behind Yi Zhiyu, and as they strolled leisurely within the estate, Yu Zhiyu posed a sudden inquiry, Sister Shitsue, do you have any understanding of what the 9th Prince is like? Yu Zhiyu nodded thoughtfully, for reasons unknown. The 9th Prince's thin lips appear oddly familiar, yet he emanates an aura of coldness, lacking the carefree charm of Zisong Xian or the gentle demeanor of Lu Yinlin. Despite his handsome features, he conveys a sense of remoteness. Ahead, the elderly lady's maid noticed Yu Zhiyu and approached her. Dr. Yi, she said, the old lady wishes for you to join her for a while, and we shall dine together later. With nothing else to occupy her, Yu Zhiyu followed the maid without hesitation. Upon entering the room, she observed the elderly matriarch reclining on a couch, engaged in conversation with Madame Lu from the 3rd household. Madame Lu, originally the daughter of a fellow officer of the 3rd Master, had been entrusted to him after her father, General Lu, perished in battle. The couple maintained a relationship marked by mutual respect, having raised a son and a daughter. Their son, Jiang Tianqing, aged 8, was still pursuing his studies, while their daughter, Jiang Xixia, aged 14, was kept close at hand. The Jiang family, having gradually relinquished military authority since the generation of Jiang Xinjuan to avoid suspicion from the imperial power, had no grandchildren enlisted in the army. In contrast, Madame Lu lacked familial support, unlike the 2nd household's Ding family, where the daughter of the Grand Commandant and the remarkable Jiang Ningshu commanded greater presence. She dutifully served the elderly lady, maintaining a low profile. Upon seeing Yi Zhiyu enter, the old lady quickly gestured for her to sit and ordered fruits to be brought forth. Zhiyu, do sample this. These are honey tangerines sent from the southern regions. Delightfully sweet and refreshing. Thank you, old lady. Yu Zhiyu recognized the fruit as akin to the modern sugar tangerines, and without a second thought, she peeled one and tasted it. While not as sweet as the cultivated varieties she was accustomed to, it was nonetheless a rare delicacy in this region. Old lady, she remarked, though the honey tangerines are delightful, they are quite warming. It is best to consume them in moderation to avoid excessive heat. After listening, the old matron was somewhat astonished, yet upon recalling Yu Zhiyu's remarkable medical skills, she nodded repeatedly. It was no wonder that the sweet oranges sent annually had always been my favorite. I could devour 7 or 8 in one sitting. only to find myself restless the following day. How enlightening. Zhao Mama, you must keep a watchful eye on me henceforth. I must not indulge excessively. The old servant acknowledged this and promptly withdrew. Madame Lu gazed at Yu Jiyu with a smile, exclaiming, Miss Yi, such prowess in medicine at such a tender age. Your mother is indeed fortunate. Reflecting on Jiang Shi, Yi Jiyu felt a pang of longing for her mother and Jiming. With a gentle smile, she replied, My mother has endured much hardship, far from the comforts of noble women in the mansion. However, I possess some medical knowledge, allowing me to earn a modest living. So we managed to get by. Yet, it seems that I share a connection with the Jiang family. My mother's maiden name is also Jiang. Upon hearing this, the old matron sat upright, intrigued by such serendipity. Jiang Tianqing, ever obedient, paid his respects to both mother and grandmother. Upon seeing Yu Jiyu, he earnestly greeted her. Good day, Dr. Yi. Yu Jiyu responded with a warm smile. Good day, young master. Have you completed your studies today? Madame Lu maintained a stern demeanor as she inquired. The old matron, noticing her seriousness, interjected, Do not be so harsh all the time. The child is but 8 years old and should be allowed to play. Look how thin he has become from all the studying. Madame Lu lowered her head in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. Seeing Jiang Tianqing, Yi Jiyu was reminded of Jiming, both being of similar age. While Jiming still played in the village, this child had already begun attending school daily, which stirred a sense of empathy within her. The elderly lady, feeling a pang of concern for her grandson, beckoned him to come and enjoy some pastries. Jiang Tianqing obediently nestled into her embrace. Upon closer inspection, Yi Jiyu noticed some spots on the child's fair face and curiously inquired whether the young master had experienced any mild abdominal pain during the night. Jiang Tianqing glanced at Yi Jiyu and then at Madame Lu. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered that it wasn't very painful, just occasionally bothersome. Mother, it's not too painful. Perhaps I've simply overeaten. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiyu understood, suspecting that he might have roundworms in his belly, and felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Tianqing's maturity. The elderly lady asked, Jiyu, is there anything amiss with Qing'e? Yi Jiyu reached into her medicine box and retrieved a piece of Bouda candy, placing it in Jiang Tianqing's hand. Take this medicine, and in the future, your stomach will no longer hurt, and you will grow stronger. To alleviate the adult's worries, Yi Jiyu explained, if young children frequently drink untreated water, they are prone to worms in their stomachs. Once the worms are eliminated, they will sleep soundly and grow healthier. Everyone gazed at the Bouda candy in astonishment. Indeed, Dr. Yi possessed remarkable medical skills, discerning ailments at a glance, and providing such a convenient remedy was truly impressive. Jiang Tianqing looked at Yi Jiyu with bright eyes, cradling the Bouda candy. Dr. Yi, is this medicine bitter? Yi Jiyu found his innocence amusing. Young master, it is not bitter, it is sweet. With that reassurance, Jiang Tianqing placed the Bouda candy into his mouth, and immediately the sweet flavor danced upon his tongue. He smiled broadly, truly finding it not bitter at all, and he expressed his gratitude to Dr. Yi. Yi Jiyu gently remarked, In the future, if you feel unwell, you must inform an adult. You cannot endure discomfort merely out of fear of medication. Understood. From now on, I will seek Dr. Yi when I am unwell, replied Jiang Tianqing. Lu Shi chuckled as she patted Jiang Tianqing's head. You are quite clever. Yes, mother. Yes, grandmother. Chapter 43. The old matriarch's meal. Meanwhile, upon finishing their audience with the Duke of Zhengguo, Zisong Xian was eager to find Yi Jiyu. Recognizing the wisdom in this, he readily agreed. Turning to Zisong Hung, he inquired, Ninth uncle, would you like to stay and join us? Very well. Zisong Xian had merely extended a polite invitation, as the ninth uncle typically preferred solitude. Yet he unhesitatingly accepted, leaving Jiang Xinjuan in a state of disbelief. They hurriedly instructed their servants to make preparations. Zisong Hung repeatedly gestured dismissively. It is merely a meal. There is no need for fuss. I do not enjoy large gatherings. Today, I shall visit the old matriarch. The three could not approach the matriarch directly, so they sent a servant to relay their message and then sat in a pavilion, engaging in a game of chess to pass the time. Observing the two engaged in their match, Zisong Hung took a sip of tea and casually inquired, Old Six, how did you come to know Dr. Yi? At the mention of Yi Jiyu, Zisong Xian eagerly launched into conversation. Previously, when my maternal grandmother was gravely ill, my cousin summoned Dr. Yi for treatment. Coincidentally, I was sent by my mother to pay a visit, and thus we became acquainted. Dr. Yi is not only skilled in medicine, but also possesses remarkable culinary talents. The sugar beans you received this morning were made especially for you. They are quite delicious. He conveniently omitted the fact that he had spent 10 taels of gold on them. The corners of Zisong Heng's mouth curled into a smile. Ah, Lao Lu. You and your penchant for frivolity. Dr. Yi is a benefactor who saved the Duke of Zhengguo. You must exercise discretion and refrain from carelessly flirting, lest you hurt her feelings. Your Highness, please do not speak in jest. I do not engage in such frivolities. My heart is sincere towards every maiden. He turned to Zhiyu and added, Sister Zhiyu, you are indeed a remarkable woman. Fear not, I am well aware of my boundaries. As dinner time approached, the old matriarch found herself engrossed in conversation with Zhiyu, almost losing track of time. It was only when darkness began to settle that she remembered to send a servant to summon the meal. To everyone's surprise, the 9th prince chose to remain in the residence for dinner, prompting the addition of several extra dishes. As Zhiyu stood to assist the old matriarch, she inadvertently knocked over a teacup. Fortunately, her attire remained dry, and she quickly offered her apologies. The old matriarch, unfazed, took out a handkerchief to help her clean up. With a bashful smile, Zhiyu remarked, It is nothing. I did not stain my clothing. Thank you for your understanding, dear matriarch. Suddenly, Zhiyu noticed that the handkerchief bore the same circular floral pattern found on the duke's bed curtains. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Her mother had a handkerchief adorned with a similar design. Could it possibly be a merchant's emblem? Observing Zhiyu's fixation on the handkerchief, the old matriarch explained. This pattern is the family crest of the Jiang clan. All personal items belonging to the Jiang family are embroidered with this emblem. Realization dawned upon her. Could her mother's long-ago disappearance be connected to the Jiang family? A myriad of questions began to take root in Zhiyu's mind. I merely found the pattern appealing and gazed upon it a moment longer. I did not realize it was the emblem of the duke's household. I beg your pardon. It cannot be considered the emblem of the duke's residence. Rather, it is a symbol of our Jiang family. Zhiyu, you may not be aware that the position of duke was won through our struggles on horseback. However, in the previous dynasty, our Jiang family held the esteemed title of the foremost among the 4 great clans. The matriarch spoke proudly of the past, while Zhiyu pondered thoughtfully. Well, let us not dwell on past events. Let us proceed to dine. Upon arriving in the dining hall, the 3rd branch was already awaiting their arrival. Only when Zisang Xian and the others arrived did they gradually take their seats. As the prince, Zisang Heng naturally occupied the seat of honor, with Zisang Xian following suit. Unexpectedly, Zisang Heng disregarded the gazes of those present and casually chose a seat for himself. Please, I am but a junior and a guest. I shall sit here, he declared. The matriarch did not insist otherwise, as this 9th prince had always possessed an eccentric disposition. Initially, Zhiyu intended to take a seat at the lower end, but was instead pulled beside Zisang Xian. Sister Zhiyu, do sit next to me. I have something to discuss with you. Zhiyu could not refuse, and thus took her seat. The matriarch observed them with a knowing gaze, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, who had anticipated an ordinary family banquet, felt a sudden wave of trepidation upon realizing that both a prince and a royal scion were present. Zisang Heng spoke, Please, everyone take your seats. I am merely here to enjoy a meal. Do not mind me. Only then did the guests gradually settle down. Jiang Xixia, shyly lowering her head, appeared delicate yet somewhat reserved, contrasting with her cousin Jiang Ningshue's bold and flamboyant demeanor. With the presence of the 6th prince and 9th prince, the atmosphere at the table grew subdued, as everyone quietly partook of their meal. Zisang Xian inquired softly of Zhiyu. Having heard that she would be residing at the duke's mansion for some time, he proposed to show her around the capital soon. Zhiyu smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, your highness. Rest assured, I shall stand by you. Should he trouble your family again, I will ensure that he finds no peace in Chongning County. Upon hearing this, Zhiyu finally felt a sense of relief. Zisang Heng, quietly observing from the side, began to perceive deeper meanings in the exchange. The minister's daughter pays her respects to His Royal Highness the 9th Prince and His Highness the 6th Prince. It was evident that she was indeed the most talented lady of the capital, exuding an air of sophistication in every gesture. Initially, Jiang Ningxue had no intention of attending. Had she not received an invitation, she would not have come uninvited. However, with the 9th Prince present, she felt compelled to ingratiate herself, especially since rumors suggested that the late emperor had left a secret summons for him, and as the son of a Western barbarian princess, he was unlikely to ascend to the throne. The most probable outcome was that the secret summons could influence the selection of the heir apparent. Jiang Ningxue surveyed her surroundings. her gaze landing on Yi Jiyu, and she spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Currently, Dr. Yi enjoys the favor of my grandmother. I cannot compare. Even my sister Xixiao seems to be more favored by her. Observing Jiang Ningxue's aggrieved expression, the matriarch could only respond, "Come, sit here beside me. This gathering is a small affair of mine. Your grandmother knew you were not at home, and she did not call for you. How can you blame her when you chose to enjoy yourself outside?" With that, Jiang Ningxue's countenance brightened, and she took her seat with a smile. Chapter 44. A diagnosis for Jiang Ningxue. On the left of Yi Jiyu sat Jiang Xinjue, while on her right was Zisong Xian. Opposite her, Jiang Ningxue looked at her with a somewhat mischievous glint in her eyes. "Dr. Yi is truly remarkable. I have heard from the elders that you can discern my younger brother's ailments without even taking his pulse. Pray, do you think you could examine me? Is there anything amiss with my health?" As soon as she finished speaking, the old matriarch furrowed her brows at Jiang Ningxue. "Nonsense. Who curses themselves into illness?" Jiang Ningxue smiled playfully. "Grandmother, I am merely curious about Dr. Ye's medical skills and wish to engage in a discussion with no ill intentions." Yi Jiyu set down her chopsticks and spoke earnestly. "Diagnosis involves observation, inquiry, and examination. It is not a matter of mere guesswork. The young master is slender, and his face bears traces of illness. It was only after careful questioning that I arrived at my conclusion." Her beautiful eyes cast downwards, avoiding direct eye contact. She pondered why she had not offended Jiang Ningxue, yet found herself repeatedly challenged. Now, at the dining table, Jiang Ningxue was stirring up trouble again. Yi Jiyu could only strive to diminish her presence, seeking to avoid conflict. Miss Jiang appears as radiant as a peach blossom, full of vitality. "Surely, there is no need for a diagnosis." "Then you should examine me," Jiang Ningxue insisted. "Everyone, including my brothers and uncles, refer to you as Dr. Yi. Undoubtedly far superior to the imperial physicians. Please, check my pulse for peace of mind." Yi Jiyu found herself in a quandary. Discussing diagnosis at the dining table was hardly appropriate. The old matriarch, sensing Yi Jiyu's discomfort, intervened. "Ningxue, do not be foolish. Let us eat first, and we can discuss this later." Jiang Ningxue then turned her gaze towards Zisong Hung, intending to speak, but was startled by the chill emanating from him, causing her to shiver. Yet, one could see Yi Jiyu seated between the sixth prince and her cousin, the heir apparent, momentarily incensed, nearly losing her composure. Merely a rustic fellow, fortunate enough to have roused the duke from slumber, how dare he climb the ranks when given a mere foothold? Upon reflection, her tone shifted. "Your Highness, in 3 days, Miss Gu from the Dingyuan Marquis will host the Autumn Chrysanthemum Banquet. Might I inquire if your Highness intends to attend?" Zisong Xian has always delighted in participating in such poetic gatherings. It is well known throughout the capital. "Sister Jiyu, I presume you have never attended a poetry gathering? How about I take you with me in 3 days? The young scions and daughters of noble families from across the capital will be present. It shall be quite the lively affair." Yi Jiyu felt ill at ease. Having grown up in humble surroundings, she was only familiar with herbal remedies and was unversed in poetry and literature. She feared that her presence would invite ridicule, and thus contemplated declining the invitation. "Fear not. We are merely going for enjoyment. Poetry is of no concern. Stay by my side, and I shall ensure you indulge in merriment and feasting. No one shall dare to make things difficult for you." Jiang Ningxue observed the sixth prince's gaze, which was wholly fixated on Yi Jiyu, affectionately referring to her as sister, and felt a surge of indignation. Struggling to suppress her ire, she added, "Indeed, Dr. Yi, do join us. It would be delightful to enjoy a day out. As a distinguished guest of our duke's residence, it is only fitting that I take you to explore." The matriarch nodded in agreement. "Jiyu, you should accompany them. Remaining cooped up in the estate all day is rather dull. Venture out to experience the festivities. Xi and Ju, you should also join them for their support." With such words spoken, Yi Jiyu found herself compelled to accept the invitation, despite her reluctance. A flicker of derision danced in Jiang Ningxue's eyes as she remarked, "Go ahead. Only by attending will you truly grasp the chasm that separates you from the Jiang family." As the hour grew late and the meal drew to a close, Zisong Xian and Zisong Hung rose to take their leave. Their laughter and joviality rendered Yi Jiyu speechless. "No matter, since Miss Jiang wishes to consult, I shall oblige," she said gracefully, taking her seat and gesturing for her to proceed. Jiang Ningxue promptly dismissed her sleeves and extended her hand, seating herself opposite Yi Jiyu. What could be spoken was but a fraction of the truth. During the pulse examination, Zhang Ningxue had surreptitiously scanned her entire being with a spatial device. It was evident that she was no longer a maiden, and she bore some minor gynecological ailments that, with a modicum of attention, would pose no significant threat. I assure you, I am in good health, but I appreciate your concern, Dr. Yi. Jiang Ningxue retorted with a cold huff. Seizing the moment, she leaned closer to Yi Zhiyu and whispered, "You are ultimately a servant. It would do you well to remember your station." With that, she bid farewell to the matriarch and departed with her maidservant. Jiang Tiancheng, his small eyes darting, hurried over and leaned close to Yi Zhiyu, his face flushed as he whispered, "Dr. Yi, I noticed several worms the thickness of chopsticks in the chamber pot after I relieved myself." Yi Zhiyu smiled gently and leaned in to reply, "Those were merely the parasites within you, dispatched by my medicine. You shall no longer suffer from abdominal pain henceforth." The matriarch observed the two whispering and could not suppress her delight, noting how her son, who had always been rather shy, seemed to find a kindred spirit in Zhiyu. Madame Lu nodded in agreement. On their way home, Jiang Xinjue walked alongside her, one on either side. "Miss Zhiyu, my cousin has been somewhat headstrong since childhood and has gained a bit of notoriety in the capital due to her flamboyant nature. I hope you do not take offense. Your Grace, please do not say that. Miss Jiang is indeed well-renowned. As a mere country doctor, it is my fortune to attend to a lady of such stature." Zhiyu could only respond in this manner. As for why she remained unmarried, such matters were beyond her contemplation. The sordid affairs of large estates were not for her to ponder. Upon reaching the guest room, Jiang Xianju halted his steps. "Miss Zhiyu, please rest early. Should you require anything, simply send Shichuei to find me." Once he departed, Zhiyu could not help but feel a headache coming on. Why had she not outright declined the autumn chrysanthemum feast? As a science student, what did she know of poetry and literary arts? Nevertheless, she resolved to confront whatever challenges arose. After Shichuei left, Zhiyu took out paper and pen, contemplating whether to write a letter to her mother. Feeling apprehensive, she sealed the letter, hoping that if she encountered Zhangxian in the future, he might assist her with this matter. The following day, Zhiyu continued her routine visit to the Duke to assess his injuries. He was already able to sit up against the bed. Had it not been for Jiang Xianju's intervention, he likely would have attempted to rise. The old gentleman, unaccustomed to antibiotic treatment, was exceedingly sensitive to medication. In just 3 days, the wounds had visibly scabbed, and his vitality had significantly improved. It seemed that in a few more days, the stitches could be removed. After examining the injuries, Zhiyu prepared to take her leave. The Duke hastily urged Jiang Xianju to see her off. Jiang Xianju was holding water, ready to administer medicine. "Father, you should take your medicine first." "You foolish boy, I am giving you an opportunity. You must learn to seize it," the Duke chided. Exasperated by his son's lack of initiative, Yi Zhiyu, her hand trembling as she held the medicine box, flushed with embarrassment. Before anyone could utter a word, she dashed away with remarkable speed. The Duke truly exemplified the forthrightness of a military household, speaking with unvarnished candor. As she walked part way, Jiang Xinjue hurriedly approached from a distance. Yi Zhiyu paused, and before she could speak, Yi Zhiyu took the initiative, inquiring, "Your Highness, may I ask where I might locate the 6th prince? What business do you have with him?" Jiang Xinjue queried, her expression one of curiosity. "It is nothing of great importance. I am unfamiliar with the capital and wish to send a letter to my family." Realization dawned on Jiang Xinjue, as she recalled that the 6th prince had recently been preoccupied with the matter of selecting a consort, entangled with concubine Lu, making it difficult for him to leave the palace. "If you wish to send a letter, you may entrust it to me, and I shall ensure it is delivered personally." Given the sensitive nature of her mother's background, which might be connected to the Jiang family, Yi Zhiyu felt compelled to exercise caution. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xinjue perceptively suggested, "Alternatively, you could wait until the Choju banquet tomorrow and deliver it to him then." After a brief reflection, she added, "Do not take to heart my father's words, Miss Zhiyu." With that, she offered an awkward smile, contemplating that she would remain in the capital for several more days. The autumn in the capital felt drier than in Ye's village. She licked her lips, pondering how delightful it would be to have a bottle of ice-cold cola at that moment. Ice-cold cola. The thought ignited a spark of joy in Yi Zhiyu's eyes. As she recalled having seen a refrigerator during her last trip to the space in search of something else, not having given it much thought at the time. Now, however, it was perfectly serendipitous. After dismissing Shitsue, Yi Zhiyu picked up the kettle on the table and emptied its contents. She fetched a large bottle of cola from her space and poured it in with a satisfying glug. Taking a hearty sip, she felt an invigorating rush. The sound of fizzing bubbles bursting momentarily distracting her from her troubles. After downing nearly half the bottle, she let out a long belch, realizing she could consume no more. Shitsue, come in for a moment. Yes, Dr. Yi, what is your command? In this era, most dishes were prepared using the simplest cooking methods: steaming, boiling, braising, and simmering. The remaining half bottle of cola was perfect for making cola chicken wings. Although Yi Jiyu was a physician, she had a penchant for bold flavors: spicy, oily, and sweet. Shitsue, I noticed there is a small kitchen in the courtyard. May I prepare my own meal? Shitsue looked at Yi Jiyu in surprise. Is the food in the residence not to your liking, Dr. Yi? Should I report to the young master and request a different cook for you? No. No, Yi Jiyu quickly waved her hand. I simply wish to occupy myself by cooking something for myself. If it proves unsuitable, I shall abandon the idea. Dr. Yi is overthinking. The young master has instructed that you may do as you please in the residence. Whatever ingredients you require, they are available in the small kitchen. If anything is lacking, I shall fetch it for you. Upon hearing Shitsue's words, Yi Jiyu decided to explore the small kitchen. As she continued her search, her peripheral vision caught sight of a half slab of ribs in the corner of the countertop, the meat a fresh and vibrant red. It seemed feasible to make cola ribs as well. With this thought, her culinary craving was ignited. Shitsue, tonight I shall prepare my own dinner, and you shall have the pleasure of tasting my culinary skills. Yi Jiyu rolled up her sleeves, ready to begin. With ample time before dinner, she felt confident. Well, Dr. Yi, you can cook too, Shitsue exclaimed in surprise. The small kitchens in each courtyard lacked dedicated staff, merely heating meals for the masters occasionally, with ingredients delivered that very day for unforeseen needs. Xianglan, could you assist me in starting the fire? Of course, Dr. Yi. The two busied themselves in the kitchen, one stirring the pot while the other tended to the flames. The ingredients for the cola ribs were minimal. The cola itself contributed a rich flavor, complemented by a touch of salt for delightful taste. As the lard heated in the pan, the ribs sizzled to a golden brown before half a bottle of cola was added, causing an immediate bubbling. Attracted by the enticing aroma, Shitsue peeked in. Dr. Yi, what did you add? It smells wonderful. It's a secret recipe from the Yi family. Isn't it delightful? Be sure to have a generous portion later. The spatula danced through the pot, and soon a delightful smoke filled the air, prompting a satisfied nod from Yi Jiyu. Next, she instructed Shitsue, who was diligently working at the stove, you needn't add more firewood. Please take a moment to rest. With a cheerful grin, Shitsue revealed her soot-smudged face. All right. Dr. Yi, you're truly impressive. I thought you were just bored and wanting to occupy yourself, but it turns out you can really cook. Seeing this, Yi Jiyu laughed lightly. I truly apologize. I imagine you've never had the chance to tend to the fire or cook before. I appreciate your help today. With that, she took out a cloth to wipe Shitsue's face. Dr. Yi chuckled. We, the servants, are adept at many tasks. My family is poor. I learned to do everything from a young age. Later, when my father fell gravely ill and could no longer work, I was fortunate enough to find employment as a maid in the Duke of Zhen's residence. Yi Jiyu gently touched her small face and asked, And how is your family now? The father has passed away, and my mother took my younger brother and the money I earned from selling myself to flee. Thankfully, I am living quite well now. Although Shitsue spoke with a smile, the melancholy in her eyes was unmistakable. Do not dwell on her. You must focus on yourself and live well. Yi Jiyu felt a pang of guilt, realizing that her inquiries had stirred painful memories for Shitsue. Shitsue defiantly lifted her chin. Dr. Yi, I am not sad. I am currently in the Duke of Zhen's residence, and life is far better than it was at home. The old lady is kind. Although I initially signed a contract for 10 taels of silver that was meant to be a lifetime bond, she changed it to a 10-year agreement upon learning of my circumstances, saying that a young lady will eventually marry, and after 10 years, I may choose to leave or stay as I wish. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Now I receive a monthly stipend. If I save for a few more years, I will have some money of my own. I will not fear going anywhere. However, I do not wish to leave. I am quite content with the Jiang family. Yi Jiyu pondered deeply, recognizing that even in the capital, there are still families who struggle to survive, resorting to selling their children. The world remains a daunting place. She instinctively advised, you must take care of yourself, but do not become entirely dependent on others. Remember, mountains may crumble, and people may abandon you. Only by achieving spiritual independence can you truly be free, no matter where life may lead you. Independence. Shi Chui murmured this phrase, only to be interrupted by Yi Zhiyu, who replied, "You need not understand. Merely remember this phrase." With that, she instructed, "All right. The dishes are ready. Go fetch a food container." She intended to deliver some to Tian Cheng, for children have an insatiable fondness for sweets, and he would surely enjoy the kola ribs. Yi Zhiyu had prepared nearly half a pot, accustomed as she was to cooking in large quantities in Yi family village, especially since Jiming had a hearty appetite, leading her to cook more than necessary. As Shi Chui returned with the container, Yu Zhiyu had already thickened the sauce over the fire, the rich caramel hue glistening on each rib, prompting Shi Chui to swallow hard in anticipation. Yi Zhiyu scanned the remaining ingredients, noticing some seasonal vegetables, and with salt and soybean paste at hand, an idea struck her. After all, there were items unavailable in this era that she possessed in her space. During her time at the battlefield shelter, the doctors were all natives of Huaxia, and considering they might not be accustomed to the cuisine of X country, she had intended to prepare her own meals when time permitted. Unfortunately, her schedule had been relentless, leaving her no opportunity to do so. Thus, some unique condiments from her homeland had been preserved in the refrigerator. Had she discovered these earlier, she would not have resorted to using osmanthus in place of chili peppers. Swiftly, she sought out some spicy and sour cabbage, adding a few Sichuan peppercorns to enhance the flavor, and prepared a seaweed and egg soup. Even with simple vegetables, the use of lard rendered them exceptionally fragrant. Chapter 46. The legitimate young lady of the Duke's Manor. Ye girl, I have heard you have started cooking in the little kitchen. Would you mind if this old woman came by to share a meal? Upon hearing the sound, Yi Zhiyu hastily dried her hands and approached. Oh, esteemed matron, it is but a trifling matter, merely preparing a few homely dishes out of sheer boredom. They are hardly worthy of your attention, otherwise I would have invited you to join me. She continued, the Duke's condition has improved, and with nothing pressing to occupy my time, I ventured to the third residence and happened upon your servant delivering food to Chen. The delightful aroma beckoned me here. As the matron entered the room, she exclaimed, oh, how fragrant. It seems today I am in for a treat. Yi Zhiyu smiled and assisted her, saying, as long as it pleases you, I consider myself fortunate. Even if the fare is simple. The room was filled with the enticing scent of spices, and the surrounding attendants couldn't help but inhale the aroma eagerly. Once the matron settled into her seat, Yi Zhiyu rose to fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Please hold on a moment. I shall bring them forth immediately. She wiped the edges of the plates and arranged them neatly. Though lacking in refinement, the presentation was at least presentable. Noticing there was still plenty left in the pot, Yu Zhiyu ladled out 2 more plates, setting them aside for the eager young maid, Jitsue, who had been eyeing the food for some time. 2 dishes and a soup may seem rather meager in the Duke's residence. However, it was all she could manage. As the 3 dishes graced the table, several pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon them. The matron, having seen the dishes Yi Zhiyu had sent earlier to the third residence, was filled with curiosity. Since they were intended for the younger generation, she felt too shy to request them herself. Thus, she had come over with eager anticipation. After the old lady departed, both Lu and Xixia were filled with curiosity, having never encountered such a hue of ribs before. Hesitant to pick up their chopsticks, their trepidation lingered until Tianqing stealthily dipped his fingers into the broth and savored a mouthful, instantly captivated by the delightful aroma. The flavor was sweet, yet not cloying, rich in layers unlike the singular sweetness of cane sugar. Their eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons as Lu and Xixia hastily joined him in indulging. And before they knew it, they had polished off an entire plate of ribs. In the end, Tianqing even cradled the dish to lick it clean. Residing in the Duke's residence, their meals were already superior to those of most dignitaries in the capital, yet they had never tasted such exquisite delicacies. Observing the old lady's intrigue, Yi Zhiyu took the initiative to explain. Esteemed lady, this is medicinal broth ribs, crafted from herbs that I personally foraged, simmered with cane sugar to create a sweet flavor that is not overly rich. Yi Zhiyu spoke truthfully, for the original purpose of cola's development was indeed as a remedy for colds. This is stir-fried cabbage, seasoned with spices that lend a slight spiciness. Lastly, the soup is a wild vegetable and egg broth, refreshing and palate-cleansing. After her introduction, the old lady and the matron were left speechless. Could these peculiar ingredients truly have been foraged by Dr. Yi herself? Yi Zhiyu ladled a bowl of soup for the old lady and, with deliberate grace, continued. In our countryside, we have little to eat. The mountains abound with resources, and I have taken to tasting various herbs. To my surprise, I discovered that this wild vegetable is edible, so I gathered some and brought it along. Initially, I thought the journey would be long, and there might not be any food available, so I prepared some dishes myself. However, I was pleasantly surprised when His Highness the Sixth arrived in a mere half-day on his swift steed. The elderly lady took a spoonful of the dish, and upon tasting it, she was utterly captivated by the exquisite flavor, her eyes instinctively narrowing in delight. Is this truly wild vegetables? How can it be so delectable? She quickly took several more sips. Of course, it was not wild vegetables. It was something from the sea, and since I do not reside by the coast, I could only concoct a fanciful tale to obscure the truth. Taking a bite of the tender, juicy rib, the elderly lady praised, "Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate." Witnessing the enthusiasm for her culinary creations filled Yizhiyu with joy. She summoned Shitsue, saying, "There are 2 more dishes in the kitchen, one for the young master and one reserved for you. You and the old lady may dine together shortly." Shitsue beamed with delight, having thought that with the arrival of the elderly lady, her chances of eating were diminished. She felt deeply touched that Dr. Yi remembered her. The old lady, upon hearing Yuzhiyu's words, also wore a joyful expression. After Shitsue left to deliver the dishes, the old lady continued her meal with the attentive service of the old matron. "Please fetch me a bowl of rice. This cabbage is simply divine." Observing the elderly lady lightly sweating with enjoyment as she savored each bite, Yizhiyu also picked up her chopsticks. Naturally, upon hearing this, Zhao matron happily withdrew. The room was soon left with just Yizhiyu and the elderly lady, both relishing their meal with vigor, and it wasn't long before the plates were nearly empty. "My dear, I haven't indulged in such a feast in ages. Zhiyu, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." The elderly lady, with a satisfied expression, gently caressed her abdomen. Upon noticing this, Yizhiyu rose to assist her away from the table and settled into a chair. She then ventured into the kitchen to brew a pot of barley tea, a concoction she had prepared herself, known for relieving greasiness and aiding digestion. "Strangely, every time I see you, my dear girl, it feels as though we have met before. There is an inexplicable sense of familiarity," the elderly lady remarked after sipping her warm tea. "Your brows and eyes bear some resemblance to those of our Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Yizhiyu's heart quivered. The elderly lady continued with a teasing tone, "Miss Ningxue from the Duke's residence is a paragon of beauty, and Miss Xiao possesses a countenance that can eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. As for myself, I am plain and unrefined. How could I dare to compare?" The elderly lady gazed affectionately at Yizhiyu, her eyes radiating warmth. "If my daughter were here with me, she would surely resemble you." At this revelation, Yizhiyu felt a surge of tension, though her expression remained tranquil. The elderly lady seemed to imply that she had another daughter who was not present. "In my time at the Duke's residence, I have only encountered the 3 gentlemen. I was unaware there was a legitimate young lady." "Has she married?" Yizhiyu probed discreetly. "Oh, it has been nearly 30 years. In truth, aside from bearing 3 sons, I had a daughter as well. But I lost her." After a brief pause, the elderly lady's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt an affinity, for you remind me of myself. The vitality in your demeanor, the ease in your words." Her voice trembled, stirring deep emotions in the listener. Yizhiyu looked up and inquired, "When did the legitimate young lady go missing?" The elderly matron, without a moment's hesitation, recalled that it was at the tender age of 4, shortly after her birthday. That if she were still alive and had married, she would likely have a child of your age. Yuzhiyu was struck with astonishment. The timeline aligned perfectly. Her mother had mentioned that following her fall into the water, she could not recall anything prior, only that she was 4 years old and had just celebrated her birthday. Now, her mother was 33, a match in age. A chilling thought surged within her heart. Could it be that her mother was the legitimate young lady lost by the Jiang family over 2 decades ago? Wiping away her tears, the matron gently patted Yizhiyu's hand, saying, "Enough of these sorrowful memories. I have wronged her, after searching for so many years without success. It seems there is little hope left. I can only wish for a next life to make amends. Do not grieve, dear matron. Worry can harm your health. The legitimate young lady is of noble birth and surely possesses her own blessings. I believe she is living well elsewhere. Please take care of yourself. Who knows what opportunities may arise for us to meet again." Before long, Nurse Zhao and Shitsue returned after their meal to attend to them. "Zhiyu, I apologize for intruding today. You must rest early as you have the chrysanthemum banquet tomorrow. I shall take a stroll to aid my digestion." "Take care, matron," Yizhiyu replied. Shitsue, with a cheerful demeanor, instructed others to clear the dishes and leaned closer, saying, "Dr. Yi, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Both Zhao and I savored 2 bowls of rice each. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Yi Zhiyu replied. When I delivered the meal to the young master, he was engrossed in a book. Upon learning it was you who sent the food, he accepted it with great pleasure. Though Yi Zhiyu smiled and nodded, her heart was heavy, for the news she had received that day was profoundly shocking, promising yet another sleepless night ahead. Chapter 47. Attending the chrysanthemum banquet on the following morning, as Yi Zhiyu awoke and rose from her slumber, she discovered that Shitsue was already eagerly holding a basin by her side. What could have brought such exuberance so early in the day? With a radiant smile, Shitsue exclaimed, "Today, Dr. Yi is attending the chrysanthemum banquet, a momentous occasion. I must ensure you are splendidly adorned." Yi Zhiyu chuckled in resignation. "I am merely accompanying the 6th prince to broaden my horizons. There is no need for elaborate preparations. It would be unnecessary to trouble yourself." Over the past few days, her camaraderie with Shitsue had blossomed, allowing for a more comfortable exchange. As a humble country physician, I cannot compare to the elegance of the young ladies from noble houses. My presence is merely to fulfill a quota. There is no need for excessive effort. Though slightly disheartened, Shitsue nonetheless presented Yi Zhiyu with the garments sent by the matriarch that morning for her selection. The fabrics were exquisitely fine, and after a brief inspection, Yi Zhiyu chose a simple azure dress, devoid of ostentatious embroidery, characterized by its understated elegance, neither too extravagant nor overly plain, striking a commendable balance. Shitsue skillfully fashioned her hair into a cloud-like updo, complementing the attire with a single, unadorned jade hairpin. Yi Zhiyu then attended to her makeup. Her complexion was decent, and her brows, naturally defined, required no enhancement. A mere touch of subtle lipstick elevated her appearance significantly. As Shitsue beheld Yi Zhiyu, now fully adorned, she was momentarily entranced. She had not anticipated that with such modest embellishment, Dr. Yi would appear so strikingly beautiful, entirely unrecognizable as someone from the countryside. One might easily mistake her for a distinguished young lady of a prominent family. Enough with the flattery. If you praise me further, I shall grow quite bashful. After all, I am merely a ward of the Duke's residence, Yi Zhiyu retorted lightly. With that, the two prepared to embark on their outing. "Sister Zhiyu, are you awake?" The voice of Zisong Xian echoed from the doorway. Yi Zhiyu hurried over, kneeling in respect. "Your Highness, why are you here so early today?" "Of course, I have come to escort you. We agreed to attend the chrysanthemum banquet together," he replied. As Zisong Xian approached and beheld Yi Zhiyu's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Zhiyu, each time I see you, you never fail to surprise me. After just 2 days apart, you seem even more radiant." Shi Chui, standing nearby, stifled a giggle behind her hand. Yi Zhiyu, feeling shy, turned her head away. "Your Highness, please do not jest at my expense. We should be on our way." Naturally, Shi Chui was to accompany them, as she had been assigned to attend to Dr. Yi, and thus would not leave her side. As they reached the entrance, Jiang Xin one was already waiting. "Miss Zhiyu, my father sent me to accompany you. I hope you have an enjoyable day." "Oh, when did my brother become so considerate? You have never accompanied me on an outing before. One might think that Dr. Yi is your own sister." Jiang Ning Shui interjected with a hint of jealousy, followed closely by her half-sister Jiang Ning Lu from the 2nd house, and Jiang Si Xia from the 3rd house. This was Yi Zhiyu's first encounter with Jiang Ning Lu. Hearing Shi Chui's explanation from behind, she understood who the girl was. Realizing that she was likely not favored within the household, which accounted for her absence in many social gatherings. Why, she wondered. Did Jiang Ning Shui choose to bring along her half-sister today? Jiang Xixia looked up and offered Yi Zhiyu a kind smile and nod. "When do you ever go out without a throng of maids and servants? Do you truly need your brother's company? The hour grows late, let us depart. Sister Zhiyu shall share a carriage with me, while the young master can graciously accompany the young ladies." Zisong Xian urged with a smile. Jiang Xinjue glanced at his 3 sisters, feeling somewhat conflicted. While they could share the carriage, he preferred to ride on horseback. Despite being cousins, Jiang Xinjue had little experience interacting with women, and the thought of 3 ladies sharing one carriage made him feel uneasy. Upon hearing his intention to ride, Jiang Ningxue kindly suggested, "Riding can be quite bumpy, and the wind may touzle your hairpiece. It would be better if you traveled in the same carriage as the 6th prince, while Dr. Yi accompanies us." Relieved by her words, Jiang Xinjue nodded. However, Zisong Xian appeared displeased. wearing an expression of regret, yet refraining from voicing his discontent, muttering, "There will be plenty of time in the future." Yi Zhiyu sensed an underlying tension, and before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Ningxue affectionately took her arm, urging her towards the carriage, applying a gentle pressure as if fearing her reluctance. It seemed this journey would not be an easy one. As everyone boarded the carriage, it began to move slowly. Yi Zhiyu and Jiang Xixia sat on one side, while Jiang Ningxue and Jiang Ninglu occupied the opposite side. The atmosphere along the way felt stifling. She tried her best to avoid Jiang Ningxue's piercing gaze, but alas, the latter was determined to initiate conversation. "Dr. Yi seems to share a close bond with the sixth prince? Miss Ningxue, you flatter me. The sixth prince is kind-hearted and magnanimous. I have merely attended to the matriarch of the Lu family at Zhaoyang Manor, and our acquaintance has been but a handful of encounters. There is a vast chasm between us, hardly worthy of being called a friendship." Jiang Ningxue snorted coldly. "At least you are perceptive enough to understand your place. Are you aware of the Gu family's autumn chrysanthemum banquet being held today? In the esteemed residence of the Dingyuan Marquis, the legitimate eldest daughter, Gu Qingqing, is deemed worthy of His Highness the Sixth Prince. As for you, merely contemplating such a notion tarnishes the dignity of the royal lineage." Yi Zhiyu maintained a subtle smile, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Xixia gently squeezed Yi Zhiyu's hand in her sleeve, conveying a silent message to not take it to heart. Jiang Ningxue's words seemed to fall upon cotton, and her interest in ridiculing swiftly waned. Fortunately, the journey was short, and they arrived in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. As the carriage came to a halt, Jiang Ninglu was the first to alight, carefully raising the curtain for Jiang Ningxue, adopting an air of cautious servility. Once they disembarked, Shitsu stood outside the carriage, assisting Yi Zhiyu down, with Xixia following closely behind. Upon entering the main gate, Jiang Ningxue promptly approached Zisong Xian, stating, "Your Highness, let us proceed inside. I trust Qingqing has been awaiting us for quite some time. You go ahead. I shall wait for Sister Zhiyu to join me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxue's expression turned slightly awkward, yet she acquiesced. "Very well, we shall enter together." A steady stream of guests arrived, with carriages arriving one after another. Jiang Xinjuan approached, whispering to Zisong Xian, "Today, my father has asked me to bring Miss Zhiyu for a visit. It would be best to avoid unnecessary troubles. If she enters with you, those noble ladies enamored with you may very well make things difficult for her. It would be wise for her to remain by my side." Zisong Xian pondered deeply, recognizing the validity of the concern. He turned to address Yi Zhiyu, saying, "Sister Zhiyu, I shall be just ahead. Shortly, you and Xinjuan will sit beside me." Thus, Zisong Xian and Jiang Ningxue walked at the forefront, followed closely by Jiang Xinjue. In an effort to avoid any misunderstandings, Yu Zhiyu chose to maintain a distance from him. Fortunately, Xijia held her hand, allowing them to walk side by side, preventing any feelings of loneliness. Xijia lowered her head and softly remarked that Gu Qingqing shared a close bond with her cousin. One harbored affections for the crown prince, while the other admired the sixth prince. Noticing the sixth prince's particular attentiveness towards Yi Zhiyu, Xijia explained that such remarks stemmed from this observation. She added that many noble ladies attending the chrysanthemum banquet today likely held affections for the sixth prince, suggesting they should enjoy themselves without provoking these individuals. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come," Yu Zhiyu murmured. Xijia chuckled softly, reassuring her that there was no need for excessive worry. After all, Yi Zhiyu had become the savior of the duke's household, and they would not dare to act against her, especially with her elder brother present. Previously, Yi Zhiyu was aware of Zisong Xian's striking looks and had nearly been deceived by his handsome fade. She also recognized his flirtatious nature but was taken aback by the extent of his romantic entanglements. Indeed, regardless of gender, extraordinary beauty often leads to calamity. Chapter 48. The hostility from Gu Qingqing. The banquet was set in the back garden of the, where chrysanthemums were in full bloom, showcasing a myriad of rare varieties. Young ladies and gentlemen gathered in small clusters, engaged in lively conversation. Yi Zhiyu internally marveled at the opulence of the. As she gazed at the array of exquisite pastries before her, her stomach rumbled. Having skipped breakfast, she found herself quite hungry at that moment. "Dr. Yi, let us sit over there," Xijia suggested, pointing to a discreet corner, which Yi Zhiyu readily agreed to, as it provided an opportunity to indulge in some food. Most of the pastries here are fruit confections, exquisitely crafted sweets made from mung bean flour. Although Yi Zhiyu is not particularly fond of them, they serve well to satisfy her hunger. Upon seeing Yi Jiyu, Zi Sangxian hurriedly approached her, inquiring, "Sister Jiyu, do you enjoy this poetry gathering?" Suddenly recalling her urgent matter, Yi Jiyu pulled Zi Sangxian aside and said, "Your Highness, may I trouble you to expedite a letter to my mother?" As she spoke, she retrieved the previously written letter, carefully enclosed it in an envelope, and sealed it with wax. "Is it truly that serious?" Zi Sangxian mused, toying with the envelope. As he examined it, Yi Jiyu felt a wave of anxiety. "Your Highness, I have come to the capital alone, and you are the only person I can trust. This letter is a message of reassurance for my mother. I must rely on your assistance." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Zi Sangxuan's lips, for he realized he had become the most trusted person in Jiyu's life. "Of course, once the banquet concludes, I shall ensure it is delivered. Since you trust me, I will not hesitate to brave any obstacle." "Is it really that grave?" Yi Jiyu suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. The two conversed in a corner, oblivious to the prying eyes around them. "Elder brother, who is this young lady? I have not seen her before. Is she your new confidant?" A man clad in a deep blue brocade robe approached them. "Do not speak nonsense. What new confidant? Keep it up, and I shall inform father," Zi Sangxian replied, slightly embarrassed as he glanced at Yi Jiyu, then introduced, "Sister Jiyu, this is my seventh royal brother, Zi Sangjin. Seventh brother, this is Miss Yi, a renowned physician invited by the Duke's residence." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiyu quickly bowed and said, "This humble girl pays her respects to His Highness the Seventh Prince." Zi Sangjin scrutinized Yi Jiyu and exclaimed in admiration, "When did my sixth brother develop such a refined taste? Miss Yi is so fresh and extraordinary. One might mistake her for a hidden noblewoman." "Enough of your nonsense, Zi Song. Do not offend the lady." However, Zi Sangjin paid no heed and continued to gaze at Yi Jiyu, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "Come, seventh brother, let us move over there. The daughter of the Grand Tutor is here today as well. We should engage in conversation." To prevent Zi Sangjin from further prattling, Zi Sangxian forcibly pulled him away. "Do not take offense, Miss Jiyu. This is just his nature. Let us go over there, and do partake of the refreshments." As the two moved away, a mocking voice suddenly rang out nearby. "What sort of poetry gathering is this, with one so preoccupied with eating? Which family do you hail from? You seem unfamiliar." Not far off, Jiang Ningxue noticed and hurried over, saying, "Qing Qing, this is the miraculous physician who revived my uncle, hailing from Yi family village. Naturally, you wouldn't recognize her. My grandmother asked me to accompany her for a bit of leisure." She emphasized the words Yi family village. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing recalled the whispered conversation she had with Zi Sangxian moments ago, and her expression shifted dramatically. "You are Yi Jiyu?" "Indeed, this humble girl. It is a pleasure to meet Miss Gu," Yi Jiyu replied, rising to perform a respectful greeting without a hint of subservience. Gu Qingqing lifted her chin, regarding her with an air of haughtiness, and coldly remarked, "Since you are a distinguished guest of the Duke's residence, we shall certainly extend our hospitality to you." Despite her words, the contempt in her gaze was unmistakable, and Yi Jiyu perceived it all too clearly. Dr. Yi should indeed consume fewer fruits. The grand banquet is about to commence. With that remark, Jiang Ninglu turned away, departing alongside Jiang Ningxue. Yi Jiyu squinted, observing the retreating figures, and couldn't help but reflect that today's chrysanthemum feast would not be easily navigated. "Are you unwell, Dr. Yi?" Su Xiao inquired with concern. "I am fine," he replied, suddenly recalling something and asking, "I heard that Miss Ninglu is not usually close to Miss Ningxue. Why is she accompanying her today?" "Today is at grandmother's behest, instructing the ladies of the household to venture out together," stating that. Upon finishing, Su Xiao's delicate face flushed ever so slightly, piquing Yi Jiyu's interest further. "What did she say?" "She mentioned that the sisters in the household ought to see the world. In previous years, the chrysanthemum feast has been hosted by various families, serving as the most prestigious poetry gathering of the year, attended by nearly half of the unmarried youth in the capital." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her complexion nearly crimson. Shitsue chuckled from behind, teasing, "Dr. Yi, please do not put Miss Su Xia in an awkward position. She is too shy to elaborate." "Then you tell me," he urged. Shitsue glanced around before softly disclosing, "It is indeed a poetry gathering, but primarily serves as an opportunity for young gentlemen and ladies from distinguished families to meet one another. However, not everyone is permitted to attend. Most participants hail from noble houses, including dukes, earls, and the offspring of various ministers." "Then what purpose do I serve here?" Yi Jiyu questioned, perplexed. Shitsue playfully responded. Perhaps the old lady has taken a liking to you, wishing to find a suitable match for you in the capital, so that she may see you frequently in the future. At that moment, Yijiu felt a flush of embarrassment. In this era, as a woman reaches a certain age, is there truly nothing more to pursue than marriage? She feigned anger and retorted, "Do not speak such nonsense." Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed the case. In feudal times, a woman's primary duty revolved around supporting her husband and raising children. Once a girl reached maturity, she was expected to be attentive to her future in-laws. Should she remain unmarried past a certain age, she would likely be labeled as a spinster. Lost in thought, she spotted Gu Qingqing standing amidst the crowd, presiding over the poetry gathering. "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen," she welcomed, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at the Gu residence for the chrysanthemum feast. It is a privilege to host you all, and the banquet shall commence shortly. Please, take your seats." The guests, mindful of their social standing, sought appropriate places to sit. Although no explicit regulations dictated seating arrangements, the young gentlemen and ladies of the capital were astute enough to understand the unspoken etiquette, especially with a royal prince in attendance. Naturally, they aimed to position themselves as favorably as possible. Zisong Xian and Zisong Jin occupied the foremost seats, followed closely by Gu Qingqing. "As per our customary practice," she announced, "before the banquet begins, each one shall compose a poem to commence the festivities. Today, as hosts, we of the Gu family shall begin." "Very well." Gu Qingqing glanced at Zisong Xian, her confidence unwavering as she wielded her brush, composing as she recited. In the frost, the autumn moon shrouded in mist. A cup of clear wine against the chilling breeze. If one were to inquire what troubles a woman's heart, it is surely the evening wind that knows the late chrysanthemums. As her 7-character poem concluded, applause erupted throughout the hall. A servant collected the verses, circulating them before mounting them for display. Chapter 49. Thoughts on a Tranquil Night. Yijiu lowered her head, indulging in fruit pastries, clapping in time with the others. Though being a science student, she was not well versed in such matters. Soon, the young masters and misses from various families took turns composing poetry, creating a lively atmosphere. When it was Jiang Ningxue's turn, she rose and paused momentarily, the entire assembly eagerly anticipating the verses of the capital's foremost literary talent. Unbeknownst to them, "I have brought a distinguished guest today. My grandmother instructed that she should enjoy herself thoroughly. It is her first time attending a poetry gathering. So perhaps we should allow Dr. Yi to compose a poem first." Jiang Ningxue mused inwardly. "Today I shall show you that not every circle is accessible to just anyone. A country doctor, who knows a few characters and can diagnose minor ailments, thinks himself remarkable. I refuse to believe that in your Yi family village, besides foraging for herbs, there is no time for studying." Yijiu was unexpectedly called upon, her mouth still half full of sweet melon. Jiang Xinjuan shot a glare at Jiang Ningxue, signaling her to refrain from causing trouble. The hall fell silent as all eyes turned to Yijiu, who remained motionless. Zisong Xian stepped forward to diffuse the tension, stating that Dr. Yi had only recently arrived in the capital and was unfamiliar with the customs of the poetry gathering. Therefore, she need not compose a poem. "I can simply drink in her stead." This statement caused an uproar within the assembly. Gu Qingqing fixed her gaze on Yijiu, filled with unbridled resentment. Indeed, Yijiu was not acquainted with the conventions of such gatherings. Thinking Xia whispered explanations to her from the side, indicating that the opening of a poetry gathering typically required participants to compose verses. However, some families of military officials, less skilled in poetry, could substitute with a drink as a penalty. Upon hearing this, she glanced at Zisong Xian and rose to obstruct him from imposing a penalty drink. Gu Qingqing regarded Jiang Ningxue as a thorn in her side, and should the 6th prince enforce a penalty drink on her behalf, her tranquil days would be irreparably disrupted. Yet, disinclined to indulge in alcohol, she reluctantly stood her ground, declaring, "There is no need for you to impose a penalty drink on my account. Since this is a poetry gathering, I, an unremarkable woman, shall compose a poem. I hope you will not mock my efforts." Though she lacked the skill to craft poetry, she had memorized a considerable number during her schooling, and with her remarkable photographic memory, she resolved to transcribe a simple piece to pass off as her own. As she grasped the brush, an unsettling thought struck her. Her handwriting, when penning prescriptions, was diminutive and barely legible. The prospect of presenting a scrawled mess would surely raise suspicions. In search of assistance among the crowd, her gaze fell upon Jiang Xinjue, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Yesterday, I inadvertently sprained my right hand, and I fear my writing may tarnish the elegance of this gathering. Might I trouble young Master Jiang to assist me with the pen? Jiang Xinjue had noticed her less than stellar handwriting when she previously penned prescriptions, and he readily acquiesced. Whispers circulated among the audience, some bemused by the audacity of this young doctor who dared to request Jiang Xinjue's help. How brazen, they murmured. Lower your voices. If the Jiang family hears you, they might mention he is a divine physician and a distinguished guest of the Jiang estate. Yu Zhiyu remained undeterred by the chatter, her mind racing to recall a poetic verse about medicinal herbs. The mica screen opens, the pearl curtain closes to shield against the wind that scatters the incense. Longing subdued, golden threads weave sulfur, cypress shadows intertwine with laurel branches. Gracefully rising, I manipulate the Mercury Hall. Forsythia sweeps across the midsummer, cooling the mint garments. A crescent moon rests upon the vines. In a commonplace mountain night, dreams linger on the battlefield. Long since adorned in light powder and delicate hues, I dwell alone in an empty chamber. Longing to reconnect the severed strings, the white-headed crow endures the bitter separation of the stars. With angelica and ripavodia, the earth ages, and the chrysanthemums bloom in gold. Yi Zhiyu recites verses while Jiang Xinjue, with fervor, wields his brush. As one finishes reciting, the other has already set down his pen, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Gu Qingqing and Jiang Mingxue, who had anticipated Yu Zhiyu's misstep, now were expressions of dismay. Though this poem may not be extraordinary upon careful listening, it narrates the tale of a man who has served in the military for years while his wife waits at home. Remarkably, the poem artfully incorporates 25 varieties of medicinal herbs, executed with precision. With a heart full of emotion, one inquires, "May I ask, Miss Zhiyu, what is the title of this poem?" A Garden of Tranquility, Quiet Night Thoughts. Excellent. Truly splendid. Sister Zhiyu, I had no idea your medical expertise was matched by such profound literary talent. It has genuinely opened my eyes. Zisong Xian rises to applaud, further darkening Gu Qingqing's expression. Dr. Yi, you are truly formidable. With this poem, I doubt anyone present can rival your poetic prowess, Xia remarks, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at her. Is this truly the pinnacle? Merely selecting a lesser-known work by Xi and Qiji, yet it stands out remarkably. Yu Zhiyu feels a pang of regret. Her initial intent was to fulfill the task with minimal effort, not to attract such attention. Xia gently adds, Dr. Yi, this poem has undoubtedly established your reputation. Should you be a young lady in the capital, suitors would surely be clamoring at your doorstep by tomorrow. With that, she covers her mouth and chuckles. You tease me. Your medical skills are exceptional, your culinary talents remarkable, and now your poetry is equally outstanding. It seems even my elder cousin, the foremost talent in the capital, may have to concede. After listening, Yu Zhiyu sensed a subtle danger. Inadvertently, she had thoroughly offended Jiang Mingxue and Gu Qingqing. Jiang Xixia glanced ahead and gestured for Yu Zhiyu to observe Gu Qingqing's approach, accompanied by a maidservant who gracefully carried a goblet of wine. Although Gu Qingqing wore a smile, an unsettling feeling gripped Yu Zhiyu. Dr. Yi is indeed remarkably talented. The poem Quiet Night Thoughts has truly embellished this chrysanthemum banquet. As the host, I would like to offer you a toast. She signaled the maid to place the wine before her. Gu Qingqing interjected, I beg your pardon, but I am not well versed in consuming alcohol. I will instead offer you tea in gratitude for your kindness. However, Gu Qingqing insisted, halting the maid's hand that bore the tea. At this banquet, we serve fruit wine. It bears little potency, and we typically treat it as juice. If Dr. Yi continues to decline, it may seem as though you do not regard our Ho residents highly. As Gu Qingqing pressed her to drink, Yi Zhiyu felt an alarm ringing in her heart. The wine likely concealed a treachery. Yet, being in the Gu household, she felt compelled to comply. Reluctantly, she accepted the goblet, remaining cautious. She subtly dipped her finger into the wine, intending to test it discreetly. Indeed, treachery was afoot. The goblet contained croton seeds, their pungent aroma masked by the intense fruitiness. Yi Zhiyu raised her gaze and smiled, effortlessly consuming the wine. Gu Qingqing's smile broadened upon witnessing her drink, for she had included a sufficient amount of croton seeds. Yu Zhiyu, who revels in showing off, shall soon embarrass yourself before the sixth prince. Let us see how you manage that. Chapter 50. Encouraging Xijia to brave the front truly, she resembled a canary confined within a cage, not only mischievous, but also rather dim-witted, daring to administer poison in the presence of a physician. After Gu Qingqing departed, Yi Jiu swiftly consumed a tablet to counteract dysentery, neutralizing the effects of the poisonous substance. The crowd before her gradually dispersed. The young gentlemen engaged in poetic exchanges while the ladies formed small groups, wandering about joyfully. Having satiated her hunger, Yi Jiu contentedly wiped her mouth. At this moment, Sijia spoke up, remarking that the ribs sent by Dr. Yi the previous day were far superior to any dish served at this banquet. It is rare to see you relish your meal so heartily. Food is merely sustenance. I am not particular. If I desire something different, I shall prepare it myself. She replied. With a smile, Sijia inquired, May I, like grandmother, dine in your room next time? Yi Jiu nodded. Of course, you may bring your younger brother along. However, I fear my time in the capital is limited. Once the Duke's condition improves, I shall take my leave. Can I visit you at Yi family village in the future? Sijia asked eagerly. Certainly. Although the countryside is rather barren, you might find it difficult to adjust. As they conversed, Sijia's gaze and thoughts wandered, fixating on a gentleman clad in moon-white brocade, whose eyes radiated tenderness. Yi Jiu astutely perceived this, and her curiosity was piqued. Feigning casualness, she inquired, Who is that gentleman in white? Caught off guard by the question, Sijia hesitated momentarily before softly responding. He is Wei Jie, the son of the left chancellor. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Do you fancy him? Dr. Yi should refrain from speaking so recklessly. Before she could finish her words, her earlobes were almost dripping with blood from embarrassment. Yi Jiu gazed at her blushing face and gently urged, Why don't you go and converse with him? Little does Dr. You know, the political landscape is fraught with treachery and change. Although I am the daughter of the third branch of the Duke's household, I am still unworthy of the esteemed Wei family. Yi Jiu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of confusion. Why do you feel unworthy? The Duke of Zhen is a first-rank general with a noble title, and your father is a general of the Tiger Cavalry, a family renowned for its loyalty. Why do you feel unworthy? What I mean by unworthy goes beyond mere status and family background. It also pertains to oneself. Yi Jiu grasped her hand tenderly and spoke softly. You are wonderful. Although your reputation may not rival that of Miss Ningxue, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I think you are splendid, with a good disposition and pleasing appearance. If you do not attempt to engage, how will you ever know if you are unworthy? Other young ladies can converse with gentlemen. Why not take the initiative to speak with him? It is essential to understand each other better. Marriage aside, if he possesses good character, it is naturally worth cultivating a friendship. Women can also carve out a space for themselves. In this era, women may not enjoy the same freedom as Yi Jiu, but if given a choice, who would not desire a fine husband? Encouraged by Yi Jiu's words, Tyaxia tightened her handkerchief and bolstered her resolve. Ultimately, she made up her mind, stood, and walked out. Yi Jiu watched her with a smile, her heart filled with satisfaction. Once Tyaxia departed, Yi Jiu found herself alone. With nothing to occupy her time, she decided to accompany Jitsue to the pavilion by the lake, where she could relish a breath of fresh air, as it was currently deserted. Sister Jiu, I've come to find you. The sudden appearance of Zisong Xian startled her. She glanced around to ensure no one else was present before daring to speak. Have you come to take a breather, Your Highness? Zisong Xian, holding a flask of wine, settled beside her. Naturally, I sought you out. The banquet was far too distant. I made a point to come and converse with you. Perhaps the fruit wine had a higher alcohol content than she anticipated, for Yi Jiu replied with a hint of exasperation, Your Highness, please refrain from seeking me out. The young lady from the Gu family has set her sights on me. If you draw too close, she may very well dismantle me. Upon hearing this, a playful smile crept across Zisong Xian's lips. Are you referring to Gu Qingqing? What? Are you feeling jealous? No, I must endure. He is a prince. Yi Jiu's heart flared with indignation, yet she stifled her feelings. Zisong Xian took a sip of his drink and spoke nonchalantly, It may not be hers. There are matters you do not comprehend. If I had to choose, I would prefer you. Your Highness, you've had too much to drink. Zisong Xian chuckled lightly. I jest. Yi Jiu released a sigh of relief and took a seat across from him. What a predicament she found herself in. She had initially come to rescue someone, only to stumble upon the enigma of her mother's past, and now she had drawn the ire of Jiang Ningxue and Gu Qingqing. All she had wanted was to live a simple life as a doctor in Yi family village, alongside her mother and sister. But now she was adrift and uncertain of her path. Reaching for Zisong Xian's flask, she declared, Your Highness, forgive me, I am not one to observe propriety, and I have grown weary of pretending. Allow me this moment of indulgence. Zisong Xian was not the least bit surprised by her words. Rather, he found great joy in them. Sister Zhiyu, that is precisely how it should be. Before me, there is no need for pretense. I cherish your candid nature. After downing a mouthful of the fiery liquor, which left her throat stinging, she coughed a few times and returned the drink to Zisong Xian, exclaiming, "This is far too spicy. You may as well keep it." Observing her disheveled state, Zisong Xian could not help but burst into laughter. The two exchanged playful banter, and before long, Yi Zhiyu was propped up on her hand, eyes closed in tranquil repose. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting strands of her hair, leaving Zisong Xian momentarily spellbound. He hastily gulped down another sip of the liquor. Unbeknownst to them, not far from the shore, beside the ornamental rockery, Gu Qingqing's fierce gaze was fixed upon them. Watching the two revel in their drinking, she felt her hand nearly tearing the handkerchief she clutched. "You wretched girl, how long can you bask in this glory? Soon the effects of the potion will take hold, and we shall see if His Highness the Sixth can still meet your gaze." However, after a prolonged wait, she noticed that Yi Zhiyu exhibited no signs of reaction, which left Gu Qingqing feeling anxious. A nearby maid ventured to remind her, "What if she has discovered our plan to drug her? After all, the Jiang family refers to her as the Divine Doctor." Slap! A resounding smack landed on the maid's face. "How dare you speak?" Gu Qingqing's expression darkened as she flung her sleeve and departed. "Ah, Yi Zhiyu, our paths will cross again." Glancing at the sky, she realized it was growing late. Xia was searching for Yi Zhiyu everywhere. Upon spotting her at the pavilion in the center of the lake, she hurried over and, upon seeing Zisong Xian, quickly bowed. "Your Highness the Sixth. May you walk slowly, Your Highness," Xia said as Zisong Xian took his leave. Afterward, Yi Zhiyu looked at Xia's flushed face and teasingly inquired, "Well, how do you fare?" "Dr. Yi, I just greeted young Master Wei, and it turns out he knows me." Yi Zhiyu perked up, saying, "If we are to discuss this, I am no longer sleepy. Do tell." "Previously, when I went outside the city to distribute porridge, young Master Wei was also present. Just now, when I approached him, he mentioned that he remembers me." Yi Zhiyu listened with great enthusiasm, asking, "And then?" Xia lowered her head, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms, and replied, "There was nothing more. He simply suggested that we could travel together in the future." "Wow, I told you, you ought to give it a try. See, he has noticed you." "Thank you, Dr. Yi," Xia said earnestly to Yi Zhiyu. "I truly appreciate your encouragement. Without it, I would never have taken that step." Chapter 51. Recognizing the Duke as an adopted daughter. Yi Zhiyu nodded in acknowledgement and expressed her gratitude. With 2 carriages remaining, Jiang Ningxue, in a fit of temper, chose to ride with Jiang Ninglu, leaving Yi Zhiyu, Xia, and Jiang Xinjue behind. Jiang Xinjue quickly conveyed his farewells and departed with several young gentlemen. Inside the carriage, Xia's blush had yet to fade, prompting Yi Zhiyu to curiously inquire, "Miss Xia, Miss Ningxue is over a year older than you. Does she have someone she fancies? Everyone in the capital knows of my sister's affections. You, being new here, are unaware. She has a deep connection with the Crown Prince, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is destined to become the Crown Princess. So you see, even though my father holds a position in the military and my second uncle possesses no official title, we in the third branch will always be overshadowed by the second branch." After a day of companionship, Xia had already regarded Yi Zhiyu as one of her own, patiently addressing her confusions. "You need not call me miss. Simply refer to me as Xia." "Very well, Xia." The two exchanged a smile across the carriage. "And what of Jinglu?" A hint of disdain flickered in Xia's eyes. "Just observe how she fawns over Jiang Ningxu. Her birth mother was a concubine who, taking advantage of my second aunt's pregnancy, climbed into my uncle's bed. Now, her life and fortune are entirely at the mercy of my second aunt. Today's banquet was arranged by my grandmother. Otherwise, she would likely end up like any ordinary illegitimate daughter, being casually promised in marriage." Yi Zhiyu understood. In this era, even women from prestigious families could not transcend the insurmountable chasm between legitimate and illegitimate birth. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Lu Yanlin. If she were to marry him as a concubine, her children would likely face a similar fate of being at the mercy of others. Shaking her head, she dismissed such thoughts. Jiang Ningxu and Jiang Ninglu had already seated themselves inside the room. The matriarch looked at Yi Zhiyu with a beaming smile. "The poem you composed has spread through the streets in no time. I have read it myself. It is truly remarkable. I did not anticipate that at such a young age, you would possess such knowledge. It seems my judgment was indeed astute." Just as the old lady finished speaking, Jiang Ningxu's expression changed abruptly, but was swiftly concealed. Indeed, Dr. Yi has made quite a name for herself at the autumn chrysanthemum banquet today, bringing honor to our duke's residence in the process. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Ningxu's words were impeccably chosen, delighting the matriarch. What knowledge? I have merely read a few medical texts. It hardly merits such distinction. I beg your pardon, esteemed matriarch. A poem, consisting of no more than 100 words, employs 25 medicinal herbs to depict the tribulations of the families of military commanders, which is truly remarkable. The venerable matriarch is lavish in her praise. However, she humbly attributes her admiration to the recent heroic deeds of the Duke of Zhengguo's household, which have moved her deeply. Yi Zhiyu is aware that the poem is a mere imitation, and she feels her cheeks flush with embarrassment at the compliments. The matriarch smiles contentedly, her gaze darting towards Granny Zhao beside her. Granny Zhao blinks, and the two elderly ladies seem to share a secret. Did the autumn chrysanthemum banquet present an opportunity to encounter a fine young gentleman? Yi Zhiyu's face turns crimson at the question. The matriarch reassures her, stating that her visit today is merely to broaden her horizons, and that no gentleman from any family is someone she could aspire to. Hearing this, the matriarch quickly interjects, suggesting that if Yi Zhiyu is willing, she could have her eldest son adopt her as a goddaughter, as her son has only one child, Exine Wan, and there are no daughters in the household. If she agrees, the matriarch would consider herself fortunate to have gained a granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu is taken aback and hastily rises, exclaiming that the matriarch is jesting. As a commoner, she feels unworthy. Jiang Ningxue, upon hearing this, struggles to maintain her composure. But as a junior, she cannot refute her elder's words. Unable to pretend any longer, her expression darkens as she addresses her grandmother, stating that she feels somewhat fatigued today and will take her leave, suggesting that Sister Xixia and Dr. Yi stay to converse with their grandmother. With that, she stands to depart, and Jiang Ninglu follows closely behind. This girl, usually so spoiled. The matriarch feels a flicker of annoyance. Jiang Xixia wore a cheerful expression. For if Zhiyu were to become the daughter of her uncle, she would henceforth be her cousin, which was delightful indeed. Yi Zhiyu's thoughts whirled rapidly in her mind. The Jiang family's desire to adopt her as a goddaughter seemed rather inappropriate. Initially, she merely wished to lead a tranquil life in Yi family village, resembling a salted fish, yet outright refusal might come across as ungrateful. It was plausible that her mother had ties to the Jiang family, but the reasons behind her mother's disappearance remained uncertain. Thus, this matter must be deferred. The old matriarch's interest in her was indeed a stroke of fortune, yet with her mother still present, it was imperative to inform her. Therefore, she sought the old matriarch's understanding, proposing that the discussion be postponed. Yi Zhiyu nodded, acknowledging that the immediate priority was to heal the duke's leg, as that was the true purpose of her visit to the capital. After exiting, the two strolled together in the courtyard. Xixia broke the silence, inquiring, "Zhiyu, do you not wish to become your uncle's goddaughter? You noticed, did you?" Yi Zhiyu replied with a smile. "I am merely a simple girl from the countryside, devoted to healing and living freely. If I were to become a lady of the duke's household, my actions would inevitably be constrained. I am not one to adhere to rules. Pretending to be something I am not would be exhausting." Upon hearing this, Xixia chuckled softly. "Zhiyu, you truly are extraordinary. Should you acknowledge your uncle as a father figure, the title of the duke's daughter would grant you significant leverage in the capital. Although Jiang Ningxue belongs to the second branch, she has always been regarded as the legitimate daughter of the duke's household due to the absence of females in the first branch. Did you see how upset she was just now? She has already begun to harbor resentment towards you. Even if you decline this kindness, she will undoubtedly make things difficult for you in the future. Your medical prowess is undoubtedly exceptional, not to be underestimated. You should have considered your own future long ago." Listening to Jiang Xixia's words, Yi Zhiyu fell into deep contemplation. This girl, who usually appears taciturn and introverted, surprisingly possesses such profound insight. Regarding this matter, I have my own considerations. Thank you, Xixia. Jin Sui, who had been following closely behind, suddenly rolled her eyes and remarked, "If you are indeed a daughter of the duke's residence, then you would be most suitably matched with the sixth prince." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu raised an eyebrow and responded playfully, "Oh, you two have learned to speak recklessly. Just wait until I scold you." The three of them frolicked and laughed in the courtyard, while not far away, Jiang Ninglu clenched her fists in frustration. "After all, I am also of the duke's bloodline. Even as a concubine's daughter, I am superior to this rural girl in nobility. Why does she receive grandmother's favor and have her name recorded under the duke's title? Chapter 52. Inviting Xixia to enjoy spicy chicken. Another day passed, and considering the time, it was finally suitable to remove the duke's plaster cast. Early in the morning, Yi made her way to the main courtyard. After the servants announced her presence, she entered. Dr. Yi, you have finally arrived. Is today the day you will remove the yellow clay from my leg? The duke inquired, his expression one of resignation. Zhengguo was also present that day. Yi nodded with a smile and proceeded to examine the duke. Indeed, the wound is healing well, she noted, and then tested the injured leg with a silver needle. Your Grace, do you feel any sensation? Yes, it hurts. It seems the nerves have healed as well. We can proceed to remove the stitches and the plaster. Yu delicately wielded a small pair of scissors, methodically severing each stitch with precision. She then procured some iodine and gently dabbed it with gauze to avert any risk of infection. Turning her attention to the leg, she retrieved a small steel saw from the medical kit and began to saw with a steady hand. Both Zhengguo and the Duke were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. This saw, so exquisitely crafted, was it specifically designed for cutting through yellow clay? As Yi immersed herself in her task, her head remained bowed. It could also serve to saw through bone. Should a patient delay in seeking medical attention, resulting in necrosis of the limbs, amputation would be necessary. And this very saw could perform that grim duty. The Duke shuddered involuntarily at the thought, filled with a sudden dread. Thankfully, the sixth prince had the foresight to summon a miraculous physician. Otherwise, the leg would have been irretrievably lost. Yi, acutely aware of the patient's trepidation, cautioned, Duke, please remain still, do not endanger your leg. The yellow clay, though inherently fragile, had been fortified with an adhesive during its initial binding, rendering disassembly a formidable task. After laboring for what felt like an eternity, she finally completed the task. Brushing the dust from her hands, she declared, Duke, you may attempt to rise from the bed, but be cautious, do not put weight on the injured leg. A crutch will suffice. Upon hearing this, the Duke was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, while Zhengguo swiftly moved to offer his support. The prospect of standing once more, despite having shattered his right leg, filled him with hope. Tentatively, he shifted his right leg. It could move, albeit without exertion. Yi promptly intervened, noting that injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days for proper healing. Although I managed to realign your leg in a timely manner, it is imperative to recuperate gradually. For the time being, you must spend most of your days sitting or lying down and utilize a cane when moving about. Within a month, you shall be restored to health. The Duke nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity of caution. Prolonged immobility is detrimental. Thus, it would be beneficial for you to be assisted daily by servants to sit in the pavilion and bask in the sun, which would aid in your recovery. Very well. I shall make my way there at once. Zhengguo, unable to resist her father's wishes, joined Yi in supporting the Duke, guiding him step by step to the pavilion. I shall also prescribe you a course of medicinal soup for 7 days. I kindly asked the Duke to adhere to the medication schedule. Yi was well aware that Western medicine serves only as a temporary remedy, while true healing relies on traditional Chinese medicine. A servant brought paper and ink, and she swiftly composed a prescription to invigorate the blood and open the meridians, instructing the servant to prepare it. The breeze outside was slightly cool, yet the sun's warmth was comforting. The Duke reclined against the back of the chair, lazily soaking in the sunlight. He turned to Yi and Zhengguo, suggesting, you should also sit and keep me company for a while. With little else to attend to, Yi took out her silver needles, and given the crisp autumn air, she decided to provide a few acupuncture treatments to promote circulation. The Duke obediently extended his leg, observing Yi's diligent actions, and tentatively inquired, Dr. Yi, I have heard that my mother intends to adopt you as her goddaughter. Would you be amenable to such an arrangement? Once again, this matter arose, and Yi hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Before she could compose herself, the Duke spoke again, expressing his admiration for her. In our family of military officials, we do not concern ourselves with social status. If you have affections for my son, I shall take the liberty of welcoming you into our household as a daughter-in-law. Should you decline, I would gladly honor your name under that of my late wife, recognizing you as the legitimate daughter of our Duke's residence. What say you? Father, interjected his son, Miss Yi is pure and virtuous. We must not jest with her, for it could tarnish her reputation. Do you truly disdain the lineage of the esteemed Dr. Yi? Miss Jiyu has already graced us with her presence. I cannot fathom how you could be my father. What an exceptional young lady. One would be hard-pressed to find her equal, even with a lantern. Skilled in medicine and poetry, of excellent character. And I hear she can also cook. Which young lady in the capital could possibly compare? Jiang Xinjuan cast an apologetic glance at Yi Jiyu. Father, I hold Miss Jiyu in high regard, but I see her as a sister, with no improper intentions whatsoever. Yi Jiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Duke. The heir is exceptionally talented, and I have never harbored any such aspirations. Please, Duke, do not misinterpret our intentions. The Duke sighed heavily. Alas, it is true that a forced union yields no sweetness. What of the matter of acknowledging you as a foster daughter? In truth, when his mother first broached this subject, he had been amenable, though he harbored a desire to find a suitable wife for his son. However, as neither party harbored such inclinations, they were left to seek a compromise. The Duke resorted to playful obstinacy, while Yi Jiyu could only place her hand on her forehead in silent exasperation. In truth, the Duke's lingering interest was not solely due to his injuries. He also yearned for the delectable, dark-hued ribs prepared by Yi Jiyu. On that occasion, when Jiang Xinjue visited him, he brought along the evening meal, which included those exquisitely flavorful ribs. The Duke initially presumed that the household had acquired a new chef, only to discover that they were, in fact, delivered by Yi Jiyu herself. His fondness for her surged exponentially. Now, he found it even more challenging to part with her. Yet he could not articulate the true reason for his reluctance and resorted to using his leg injury as an excuse to retain her presence. Yi Jiyu, oblivious to the subtleties of his intentions, regarded Jiang Xinjue with a puzzled expression. Dr. Yi, you cannot leave just yet. Did you not promise to accompany my grandmother to the temple for incense tomorrow? It would not be too late to depart after the offering. Indeed, she almost forgot, having been momentarily flustered by the Duke's remarks. Yes, I shall accompany the matriarch to the temple. I must inform her of my departure. Upon finishing her statement, Yi Jiyu rose to take her leave. Wait, the ribs you made last time were exquisite. A smile graced Yi Jiyu's lips. I shall prepare another batch this evening and have someone deliver them. The Duke, having just recovered from his illness, certainly needs nourishment. Very well. I shall take my leave to prepare. Finally, upon her departure, Yi Jiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated that such a shrewd and commanding general would possess a fondness for sweet delicacies, which she found rather endearing. This time, she did not enlist the help of Shitsue to tend the fire. Instead, she busied herself alone in the kitchen, preparing ingredients. After an hour or two of diligent work, she began to cook. First, I prepared a pot of kola ribs. While they simmered, I took 3 chickens, removing their wings and legs, and marinated 6 wings and 6 legs with the Orleans seasoning from the pantry. Naturally, I did not waste the chicken meat. I chopped it into pieces and fried them in oil until they turned a golden brown, setting them aside for later. Next, I poured a small amount of oil into the pan, added a generous handful of chili peppers, which were not very spicy but fragrant, and finally tossed in the chicken pieces, seasoning them with salt and MSG, and sprinkled sesame seeds on top, completing the spicy chicken dish. The Duke had just healed from his wounds and was advised against consuming overly spicy food, yet he could afford to try a little, primarily for the sake of Jiang Xinjue. The marinated chicken wings and legs were soon fried as well, and the delightful aroma quickly filled the small kitchen. In the end, I cracked a few eggs and prepared a large batch of fried rice, sufficient to serve 5 or 6 people. Although I had promised the Duke, I was no chef by trade and could not whip up such a feast all at once. I could only manage something simple. Once the ribs had absorbed the sauce, I arranged a plate of ribs, a plate of spicy chicken, a pair of chicken wings, a pair of chicken legs, and a large basin of fried rice in the food box, before calling for Shitsue to come in. Take this food box to the young master, and inform him that the Duke should only have a small piece of chicken, just a taste will suffice, while he may indulge in the rest. Upon seeing the delectable spread before her, Shitsue's eyes widened in anticipation. Very well, Dr. Yi. Watching her eager expression, Yi Jiyu could not help but chuckle. There's plenty for you. Hurry along before it cools. Chapter 53. Inquiring about matters from Sijia Jiyu. Are there any delicious dishes? When Shitsue came to summon me, I initially feared that something had happened to you. Along the way, I incessantly inquired, and it was only then that she revealed you had prepared a meal. Her face was alight with joy, brimming with eagerness. Indeed, today you are in for a treat. Yi Jiu presented the freshly prepared dishes, while Shitsue assisted in arranging the bowls and chopsticks, standing by to attend to the needs, despite her mouth watering in anticipation. As a maid, she was not permitted to dine with her mistress. Although Dr. Yi did not mind, Sijia, being the rightful mistress of the household, necessitated adherence to certain decorum. Yi Jiu exchanged a knowing glance with her and winked, indicating that there was food reserved in the kitchen. Thus she need not serve any further and could partake in her meal, while she engaged in conversation with Miss Sijia. Once Shitsue departed, Sijia hastily took up her chopsticks, wiping her hands in preparation to begin, yet she found herself momentarily at a loss before the table laden with delicacies. Yi Jiu deftly selected a piece of chicken wing with her serving chopsticks and encouraged her, stating, "Do try this. It's a secret recipe for chicken wings. They would taste even better if roasted, but alas, the small kitchen lacks an oven, so we had to fry them in lard instead. Do savor the flavor." Confronted by the entire wing, both the tip and the drumette, Sijia found herself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. Observing her hesitance, Yi Jiu unabashedly grasped a chicken wing with her hand and began to gnaw on it. "This is how we country folk enjoy our meals, unrestrained and satisfying. You should give it a try. Doesn't it become tiresome to always maintain the air of a refined lady?" Sijia, with a slight furrow in her brow, still struggled to take the plunge. However, witnessing Yi Jiu relish the dish so heartily, she could no longer resist. Swallowing hard as she delicately lifted the chicken wing with her dainty fingers, bringing it to her lips. Soon, a peculiar aroma enveloped the mouth, leaving Xiao momentarily stunned. The flavor was truly extraordinary. "Jiu, I never anticipated that the culinary offerings in Yi family village could be so exquisite," she remarked. In the village, such a plethora of meat was rarely available, only indulged in on rare occasions. To savor this rare opportunity to relish meat, I endeavored to enhance its flavor further. Yi Jiu leisurely explained that the Duke did not adhere to such refinements. Upon beholding a box of delectable dishes, he seized a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it, with his right hand wielding chopsticks to grasp the vegetables. He encountered a piece of spicy chicken that provoked both tears and runny nose, despite Yi Jiu using relatively mild peppers. Nevertheless, for someone unacquainted with spice, it was still a fiery sensation. Yet, the Duke did not relinquish his chopsticks. "Father," Jean Xianju interjected, "Miss Jiu has advised that you should not indulge excessively in this dish. Merely a few bites will suffice, lest it exacerbate your injuries." However, he could not deter the Duke. After consuming a substantial portion of fried rice, the Duke arrived at a momentous conclusion. He was determined to adopt Jiu as his goddaughter. Meanwhile, Yi Jiu and Zhang Xixia were enjoying their meal with delight. Suddenly, Xixia leaned in conspiratorially. "Did you know that elder sister was quite furious today in her chamber? What was the cause?" Yi Jiu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It pertains to her relationship with the crown prince. They have grown close, and the elders at home have tacitly approved. Yet they have yet to receive the imperial edict for their betrothal. As time drags on, she is already 16. It is only natural for her to be vexed." Yi Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it that the emperor disapproves, or does the crown prince have another candidate?" After finishing the last rib, Cixia wiped her mouth, and this knowledge was beyond our grasp. If the eldest sister were the daughter of the uncle, it would be a different matter. With the crown prince's ascension, the duke's estate would undoubtedly provide substantial influence, making such an affair a foregone conclusion. Alas, the eldest sister possesses only the reputation of the foremost talented woman in the capital, while the second uncle lacks ambition. Which explains why the crown prince and the empress have yet to come to a decision. Yi Jiu, listening intently, suddenly recalled her previous visit to diagnose Jiang Ningxue. It seemed evident that Jiang Ningxue's man could only be the crown prince. Since she aspired to become the crown princess, she would not associate with any other man, for the royal family places great importance on chastity. However, this was not the matter she wished to ponder at present. Observing Xia's high spirits, she inquired, "Having previously heard from the old matriarch about a lost daughter, have you heard of it?" "Indeed, I have," Xia replied. "Grandmother often tells us that we have an aunt. However, when she was young, during an outing, a wicked maid led her astray and sold her to traffickers. And she is yet to be found." Yi Jiu's heart stirred with realization. It was indeed possible that her mother was the daughter of the old matriarch. "And what of that maid?" she asked. Xia shook her head. "I am not certain of the specifics. All I know is that she was bribed. And when she was discovered, She had already thrown herself into a well. But these matters belong to the elders, and we are truly uninformed. Why are you so curious about this? Xia inquired, puzzled. It is nothing, Yu Zhiyu replied. I have simply heard the old matriarch speak of her daughter with such sorrowful expression, so I wish to inquire further. Xia nodded repeatedly, fully aware of her grandmother's deep sorrow, having given birth to her father and 2 uncles, yet only having one daughter who was abducted. The weight of such a loss must be unbearable. Moreover, this incident was well known among those in the capital who had connections with the Duke of Zhengguo's household. But for years, no one had been able to uncover the truth. Curiously, Xia inquired, Zhiyu, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing, she replied. I was just thinking about the old lady's heartbreak over losing her daughter, and it pains me. To divert Xia's attention, she swiftly changed the subject. By the way, why didn't you bring your younger brother with you today? The two soon polished off all the dishes on the table, and Xia patted her full stomach. Oh, tomorrow I will accompany grandmother to offer incense, and my elder sister will join us as well. Let's share a carriage. She's been rather irritable lately. And I do prefer to avoid any unnecessary strife. Yu Zhiyu smiled. All right, we shall go together. As she contemplated the possibility of Xia being her own cousin, her gaze softened unexpectedly. It dawned on her that she had more family in this world than just her mother and Ming, filling her heart with genuine joy. As they chatted, they lost track of time, and as dusk fell, Yi Zhiyu instructed Shi Chui to escort Xia out, while she remained behind, lost in thought by the window. Chapter 54. Incense offering at Zhengguo Temple. The following day, as dawn broke, Shi Chui roused Yu Zhiyu. Miss Yi, today you are to accompany the old lady to offer incense. Do not delay the hour. Yi Zhiyu rubbed her sleepy eyes. All right, I shall get up at once. After a brief tidy-up, she and Shi Chui proceeded to the old lady's courtyard, where Jiang Ningxue was already waiting. Upon seeing Yi Zhiyu's arrival, she couldn't help but throw a few jibes her way. Is she not yet the daughter of the Jiang family? And already she begins to adopt the airs of a young mistress? When the elder uncle accepts you, will our grandmother have to wait for you? Yu Zhiyu lowered her head, listening intently without responding. Jiang Ninglu, unable to contain herself, scolded her. Yu Zhiyu raised her gaze, her eyes sharp, causing Jiang Ninglu to falter slightly, though she still rolled her eyes. Despite being a concubine's daughter, she bore the Jiang bloodline within the Duke of Zhan's household. And what did she have to fear from a mere country girl? As a concubine's daughter, her greatest skill lay in reading others' expressions. It was evident her elder sister disdained this person, and naturally, she would align herself accordingly. Moreover, she had long contemplated that her status as a concubine's daughter would make it challenging to marry into a reputable family. Those of noble standing would look down upon her, while those of lower status would hardly satisfy her. However, if her elder sister were to marry into the prince's residence, she would undoubtedly bring along accompanying maidservants. Cultivating a good relationship with them could lead to her own elevation when the prince ascended the throne, allowing her mother to live more comfortably and freeing her from the scorn of others. With this thought, her expression became resolute. Yu Zhiyu let out a cold laugh, remarking, Miss Ningxue, your filial piety is truly moving, yet I am but a country bumpkin, unfamiliar with the customs of worship at temples. I had not anticipated that rising earlier would equate to greater sincerity. I shall certainly improve next time. Her words left Ningxue and Ninglu momentarily speechless. Just as they prepared to interject, they saw Granny Zhao assisting the old madam out of the room. Today is the first day of the month, a time for temple offerings. What manner of custom is this, to argue so early in the morning? Jiang Ningxue hurriedly donned a smile. Grandmother, there is no quarrel. I was merely exchanging playful banter with Dr. Yi. Wasn't I, Dr. Yi? The matriarch stepped forward, taking Yi Zhiyu's hand. What rules are there? Sincerity is what matters. Just stay by my side. With that, she strode outside, paying no heed to the others. Jiang Ningxue clenched her teeth in frustration, simmering with anger as she followed closely behind. Yi Zhiyu, after today, I wonder what face you will have left to remain in the residence. Since the Choju banquet, where Yu Zhiyu had stolen her limelight, Jiang Ningxue had begun plotting her downfall. However, given Yi Zhiyu's recent favorable treatment by the Jiang family and her role in treating the Duke of Zhan's ailments, she could not afford to take her life. Otherwise, the ensuing investigation would leave her in a precarious position. Yet, to ruin a woman, it was all too easy. Have you found the person I asked you to locate? The ladies of the Jiang household set out together, with the second branch's Ding family and the third branch's Lu family also joining today, arranging 3 carriages. The 3 from the second branch shared 1 carriage, while Xia from the third branch and Lu family took another. Yi Zhiyu was assigned to travel with the matriarch. And Zhao Mama, being of advanced age, was also on the carriage to attend to her closely. Zhengguo Temple lay just outside the city on a hill. Not far away, the carriage journey took a little over half an hour to reach the temple gates. Yi Zhiyu lifted the curtain of the palanquin. Grandmother, there are indeed many people here to pay their respects today. Today is the first day of the month, and also the birthday of the Wenhua Bodhisattva. So it is only natural that there are more pilgrims, the old lady replied, and with the support of Mama Zhao, she slowly descended from the carriage. Several young ladies nodded in agreement. Although Jingguang Temple was not a royal temple, it was renowned for its flourishing incense offerings, said to be home to wise masters with profound Buddhist teachings and great wisdom. The temple was frequented by numerous devotees, predominantly residents of the capital, many of whom hurriedly offered their incense and departed. By midday, the temple was considerably less crowded. After completing their offerings, the Ding family and the Lu family attended to the elderly matriarch, who had gone to listen to the teachings of the abbot. Xia accompanied Yi Zhiyu as they leisurely strolled through the back courtyard. It was unexpected that the matriarch was such a devout Buddhist, as she intended to listen to scriptures even after her incense offering. Yi Zhiyu, curious, inquired about this, for in her perspective, listening to scriptures and engaging in practices were pursuits typically undertaken by lay practitioners. It seemed overly pious for the matriarch of the duke's household to be so devoted. Ever since she could remember, her grandmother had always listened to teachings after offering incense. Her mother had mentioned that this was due to the prolonged search for her missing aunt, which had caused her grandmother distress. Thus, she visited the temple monthly, perhaps as a means of self-comfort. Yi Zhiyu pondered this, realizing that the loss of her daughter had likely been unintentional. This thought brought an inexplicable sense of relief and a touch of joy to her heart. When the time was right, a reunion between her mother and the matriarch would indeed bring closure. By the way, where were the young ladies Ning Shui and Ning Lu? Yi Zhiyu glanced around but did not see them, prompting her to ask. They must have gone to the small Buddhist hall to transcribe scriptures, she mused. She often endeared herself to her grandmother, and after the lecture concluded, she would have completed her transcription as well. In previous years, her grandmother had generously rewarded her for these efforts. Xia pouted, expressing her discontent. Yi Zhiyu chuckled lightly, asking, "What troubles you? They are transcribing scriptures, and you could do the same. If she has put in the effort and received rewards, it is well deserved. It is only through sincere devotion that the scriptures are of any value." Yet she clearly detests the worship of the Buddha while pretending to be pious before her grandmother. The crown prince, who holds Taoism in high regard, has inspired her to seek out methods of the Tao, and she even procured an alchemist to concoct elixirs for him. Yi Zhiyu felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Alchemy? She was uncertain of the formulas employed in this era, but she recalled that ancient practitioners often utilized substances such as vermilion and mercury, which, while not necessarily poisonous, could deplete one's health over prolonged use. Jiang Ningxue certainly possessed audacity. Just as she was about to inquire further, Xia did not wish to continue the conversation about her. The temple's rear courtyard boasted a vast grove of osmanthus trees, suggesting a vibrant energy in the location, with the blossoms blooming exceptionally well, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. "Let us go and gather osmanthus flowers. They can be placed in sachets and will scent for several days," she proposed. Thus, the two hastened towards the grove, but as they approached, they heard a cry for help. Chapter 55. A chance encounter with Madam One of the Xiang residents. "Help. Please save my mistress." A young woman's voice echoed from a short distance away. Yi Zhiyu and Xia exchanged glances and hastened their pace without hesitation. Upon nearing the source, they discovered a beautifully attired woman lying on the ground, while a maid nearby was on the verge of tears, clearly desperate to summon aid, yet too fearful to stray far. Yi Zhiyu rushed forward to assess the situation and noted the woman's lips were a deep shade of purple. Upon prying open her mouth, she observed the tongue bore the same hue. Poisoning. It didn't seem likely. She grasped the woman's wrist to take her pulse. It was not poisoning, but rather an acute cardiac episode. The maid sat awkwardly beside them, torn between wanting to intervene and the fear of doing so. At that moment, Jiang Xixia stepped forward and assured the young lady, "There is no need for concern. I am Jiang Xixia, the second daughter of the Duke's household. This esteemed physician is the one who revived my uncle, the Duke. Rest assured." The maidservant, feeling somewhat reassured, quickly bowed and said, "I am a maid from the left minister's residence. My mistress is the literary concubine of the household." I kneel before you in gratitude for the Duke's physician saving her. Please, I implore you, do everything in your power to save my lady." The maid shook her head in despair, explaining, "My lady has indeed suffered from poor health, often plagued by shortness of breath, yet no physician has diagnosed her with any heart ailment. We do not have any medicine on hand." Yi Jiu nodded in understanding and swiftly took out silver needles, inserting them into several acupoints atop the literary concubine's head. She instructed the maid to fan the concubine's face and mouth with a fan. The maid, trembling with fear, struggled to maintain control of the fan, prompting Yi Jiu to furrow her brow in concern. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Jiang Xixia snatched the fan and began to fan her personally. "Did you not bring anyone else with you today?" "There is also my young master, but he is ahead of us," Jiang Xixia interjected. "Then you must find him quickly. Leave this to us, and be certain to bring your young master here." With the silver needles in place, relief would soon follow. Concealed within her pocket, Yi Jiu retrieved a bottle of emergency heart-saving pills, pouring out 5 or 6 of them. She pried open the concubine's mouth and placed the pills under her tongue for her to dissolve. It must be said that the efficacy of the heart-saving pills, a product of thousands of years of Chinese medical culture, serves as a remarkable remedy for heart emergencies. After taking the medicine, the literary concubine's breathing began to stabilize. As Xia gently fanned herself, she observed the changes around her and felt a sense of relief. Antwan slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing 2 unfamiliar young ladies fanning her, inquired, "Who are you, young ladies?" Yi Jiu smiled and assisted her into a sitting position, explaining, "You experienced a sudden heart ailment, and we happened to pass by, so we came to your aid. Fortunately, Miss Jiang has been wholeheartedly caring for you, which is why you have awakened." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by this, Xia introduced herself. "Madam, I am Jiang Xiaxia, the second daughter of the Duke of Zhengguo. The esteemed physician who treated you has been invited by our household. I merely assisted and did not contribute much." Upon hearing this, Antwan hurriedly attempted to rise to express her gratitude, but as she opened her mouth, a bitter taste caused her to grimace. Observing her discomfort, Yi Jiu quickly interjected, "The medicine in your mouth is for treating your heart condition. Remember, bitter medicine is often the most beneficial, so do not spit it out." "Thank you, esteemed physician, and thank you, Miss Jiang. May I inquire about my maid?" "Please refrain from calling me madam. I am the 3rd concubine of the left chancellor's residence, so you may simply call me Antwan." After speaking, she felt her body was no longer in distress and managed to stand. Antwan, still somewhat shaken, patted her chest in relief, remarking, "How fortunate I am to have encountered you 2 young ladies. Otherwise, I would not have known if I would see the sun tomorrow." "Do you often suffer from shortness of breath, Antwan?" Yi Jiu asked. "Not frequently. It happens sometimes on rainy days when the air is heavy, but it usually resolves after a while. Today, however, it was sudden and overwhelming." Yi Jiu understood the situation, surmising that the unexpected heart ailment was likely triggered by the overpowering fragrance of flowers and the dense shade of trees, leading to an allergic hypoxia, and promptly informed her of this assessment. "Madam Wen, in the future, you should refrain from engaging with overly heavy floral scents, and avoid remaining in poorly ventilated environments for prolonged periods. Your heart condition can only be managed with care." She then placed the recently retrieved quick-acting heart-saving pills into her hand, advising her that should she experience further symptoms of chest tightness or dizziness, she could dissolve 3 pills under her tongue for relief. Yi Jiu observed from a distance as a familiar figure approached with small, hurried steps. Was that not Wei Jie? Upon realizing this, she glanced at Jiang Xixia, who also recognized him and instinctively displayed a bashful expression, as if, indeed it was. Originally, Madame Wen was not permitted to mingle within the circle of noblewomen. Hence Xixia only knew that Wei Jie was the illegitimate son of the left minister, unaware that her biological mother was, in fact, Madame Wen. This serendipitous encounter was quite remarkable. "Madam, how are you? Are you well?" Wei Jie inquired with genuine concern, momentarily oblivious to the presence of the ladies beside him. "I am well, thanks to the assistance of the young lady from the Duke of Zhengguo's household and the divine physician. Please extend my gratitude to both young ladies." It was only then that Wei Jie turned to see Xixia and Yi Jiu, bowing in acknowledgement. "Miss Jiang, Dr. Yi, what a delightful surprise to see you here. It truly is fate. How is it that you know the 2 young ladies?" Madame Wen asked, puzzled by the connection. Upon hearing this, Madame Wen's face broke into a broad smile. It indeed felt like destiny. "Prepare some gifts for tomorrow. You must personally visit to express your thanks." Madam, when tucked away the medicine provided by Yi Jiyu. Divine physician, this medicine has proven remarkably effective. I feel completely at ease. I can only imagine its considerable cost. I regret that I did not bring sufficient silver today. May I send the consultation fee to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence tomorrow? Yi Jiyu hastily waved her hand, indicating that such formality was unnecessary. I am merely the physician here to attend to the Duke of Zhengguo's health. I cannot accept the gratitude of Lady One. To save a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. Moreover, without Miss Zhang's assistance, my task would not have been so effortless. If there is anyone to thank, it should be Miss Zhang. Yi Jiyu subtly shifted the credit towards Xixia, winking at her, which caused the latter to blush deeply. Wei Jie performed a formal bow, earnestly addressing Xixia, expressing his gratitude to Miss Zhang and assuring her that he would send a formal note of thanks on a later date. Afterward, considering Lady Wen's delicate condition, he prepared to take his leave. Observing Xixia's reluctant gaze, Yi Jiyu spoke, Miss Xixia, although Lady Wen has shown improvement, it is wise to proceed with caution. Young Master Wei, being a gentleman, may find it inconvenient. Perhaps you could assist in escorting them? Xixia understood the implication and readily agreed, saying, Lady Wen, my grandmother and mother are listening to sermons at the abbot's place, so I am in no hurry to depart. Allow me to accompany you for a while. Wei Jie's face flushed slightly, yet he made no objections, graciously thanking Miss Zhang for her assistance. Watching the figures of the departing group, Yi Jiyu and Shitsue stifled their laughter behind them. Shitsue teasingly remarked, Dr. Yi, instead of focusing on your medical duties, when did you begin to usurp the role of the matchmaker? Chapter 56. Yet again, such methods that ruin one's reputation. Yi Jiyu chuckled softly, remaining silent. Having risen early that day, she felt a bit fatigued. Inquired the young monk. There was only one guest room available in the west wing for the pilgrims to rest, which was rather distant from the chamber where the esteemed matriarch and her companions listened to the teachings. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. A few extra steps would suffice. As Yi Jiyu settled down and poured herself a cup of tea, she noticed Jiang Ninglu entering with a smile. Ah, Dr. Yi, are you resting here? I thought you had gone to admire the blossoms. Where is Miss Xixia? Yi Jiyu harbored no fondness for Jiang Ninglu and inquired curtly, what is it? The matriarch has sent word that in half an hour, we shall proceed to the east wing for a shared meal. I was tasked with notifying the ladies. Jiang Ninglu then glanced at Shitsue. I am unsure where Sister Xixia has gone. Shitsue, could you find her? I must inform my elder sister. Yi Jiyu nodded, signaling for Shitsue to search for Xixia ahead. Once Shitsue had departed, Jiang Ninglu smiled at Yi Jiyu. Well then, Dr. Yi, I shall take my leave. You may rest here, and when the time comes, proceed to the east wing with Sister Xixia. After Jiang Ninglu had been gone for some time, Yi Jiyu remained perplexed. She had only just been led by the young monk to this resting place. How had Jiang Ninglu discovered her whereabouts? If it were mere coincidence, it was indeed too coincidental. Furthermore, despite being a concubine's daughter, she held a position of some authority. It was unlikely that the matriarch's maid would send for a secondary daughter to run errands. While she pondered this, the door was suddenly flung open, and a man stumbled in, nearly colliding with her. Yi Jiyu, adhering to her medical ethics, did not flinch but instead steadied him. However, upon his gaze meeting hers, she was taken aback in shock. His eyes were a deep crimson, and his skin radiated a feverish heat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The man forcefully threw Yi Jiyu to the ground, beginning to tear at her clothing. She was slight of frame, unable to withstand the towering figure of the man who stood 7 feet tall. Help, she started to call out, but suddenly recalled something, promptly silencing herself. This was yet another trap. The man was in a state of delirium, his strength formidable, leaving her with no energy to draw a knife for self-defense. She feared she had fallen victim to some intoxicating poison. Yi Jiyu gritted her teeth and fought back with all her might. If her suspicions were correct, Jiang Ninglu was likely involved, but she lacked the audacity to confront her. If she was not mistaken, it was Jiang Ningxue who orchestrated this scheme. Previously, Gu Qingxing had used croton seeds against her, making her realize that, as a doctor, she was incapable of using poison effectively and thus turned her schemes against others. Aside from her medical expertise, she was defenseless, making her an easy target. Just as she felt herself on the brink of capitulation, the door suddenly burst open. The man was struck down with a swift blow to the back of his neck, collapsing instantly. When Yi Jiyu managed to push him off her, she finally discerned the figure standing at the entrance. He was illuminated by the light pouring in from outside, appearing like a deity gazing down upon her. In a fluster, Yi Jiu scrambled to her feet. It was him. She quickly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely assistance." Zisong Hung stepped forward, kicking the unconscious man on the ground before taking a seat. "Dr. Yi, it has been a while, but you certainly have a knack for getting into trouble. You have barely been in the capital for half a month and have already offended someone to the extent of inciting such a plot against you." The ninth prince, wise and discerning, could easily perceive the treachery of the deceitful. However, this was not the moment for discourse. "If my conjecture is correct, a throng will soon arrive to catch the wrongdoers," Yi Jiu remarked, her eyes ablaze with animosity. "This chamber offers no sanctuary. What shall you do?" Zisong casually inquired. Yi Jiu surveyed the surroundings, indeed laying bare every corner, with no refuge in sight. She was torn between administering an antidote to this man or taking advantage of his unconscious state, simply discarding him outside. Zisong took a sip of tea, revealing his identity as the son of the esteemed Chui family from Jufu Tower in the capital. While they were not as affluent as the Liu family, which resided in Jiayang Prefecture, the Chui family were natives of the capital, well connected with various factions. Ostensibly, they operated a hotel, but behind the scenes, they were involved in brothels and gambling houses. Yi Jiu paid little heed to his words, her gaze fixated on his hand. "Ninth Prince, the cup you are using was just in my possession." Zisong raised an eyebrow, slightly embarrassed, and set the cup down. "It matters not. I bear no disdain. Aren't you a physician? Administer the antidote and rouse him," Yi Jiu urged, feeling somewhat conflicted. Although she could not afford to offend Cui Chang'an, the thought of him awakening and turning against her was a daunting prospect. Observing her apprehension, Zisong reassured her, "With me here, what do you have to fear?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Jiu felt a sense of calm. Since the ninth prince was willing to assist her, she would accept this favor and repay it in due time. Swiftly, she administered an antidote to Cui Chang'an and then used silver needles to stimulate his acupoints, coaxing him back to consciousness. Upon hearing that there was a situation concerning Yi Jiu, the elderly matron, disregarding her frail health, promptly accompanied Zhao Mama to investigate. Behind them, Zhang Ningxue observed with a barely perceptible smirk. The onlookers, witnessing the matron abandon her meal to seek out Yi Jiu, followed closely behind. As they approached, they noticed the door to the west wing ajar. A sense of unease enveloped Zhang Ningxue, yet she feigned composure as she advanced with the matron. Inside the west wing, Cui Chang'an knelt on the ground, restrained by a guard clad in brocade, while Yi Jiu sat opposite Zisong Hengji at the table, taking his pulse. The matron, upon witnessing this scene and noting that Yi Jiu was unharmed, quickly bowed in greeting to the ninth prince. A multitude behind her knelt in unison. Zisong Hengji rose to assist the matron gently, stating that she need not be overly formal, for he had come to pay respects to his mother and had not anticipated encountering Dr. Yi. He expressed a desire for her to examine his health, as he had been unwell for some time, hoping she might discern the cause. However, he soon realized that an intruder had entered the room, prompting him to have the assailant apprehended. "Does anyone recognize this individual?" he inquired. In a corner, Zhang Ninglu knelt, trembling in fear and unable to raise her gaze. Ding Shi, upon recognizing Cui Chang'an's face, gasped, "Isn't this the young Master Cui from Jufu Tower? Could there be some misunderstanding? Or is it that someone has plotted to harm His Highness?" The tone of the inquiry was gentle, yet it sent a chill down the spine. Cui Chang'an trembled as he spoke. "Your Highness, I dare not. Not long ago, I consumed a piece of pastry, which made me feel feverish, and I intended to rest. A maid guided me here, and thereafter, my senses became muddled, leaving me unaware of subsequent events. Every word I utter is the truth. Please, Your Highness, consider this." Zisong smiled with intrigue. "Pastry? From whence did it come? Oh, are you suggesting that someone at Zhengguo Temple intends to assassinate me?" Chapter 57. Zhang Ninglu confesses. Cui Chang'an, terrified, lowered himself even further. Just recently, Zhang Ninglu had approached him, presenting a box of pastries she claimed to have made herself. Overjoyed, he had long admired the second miss of the Jiang family, believing his status as a merchant unworthy of her. Now, with her overtures of kindness, he felt elated. As he hesitated on whether to disclose the truth, the voice of Zisong resonated above him. "Unless you can provide a specific explanation, I shall have to send you to the prison under the escort of the Jinyui to ponder your fate. An attempt on the royal family is a grave crime punishable by extermination. Your Highness, spare me. I have already stated, it was the second miss of the Jiang family." Zhang Ninglu, who gifted me the pastries." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ninglu collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Ding Shi swiftly slapped her, exclaiming, "You despicable wretch! The old matriarch thought to bring you along, as you are of our Jiang lineage, to offer prayers. Yet, who would have imagined your heart to be so wicked? Plotting to harm others." Yu Zhiyu timely stepped forward, feigning a look of confusion as she inquired, "Miss Jiang Ninglu, why do you wish to assassinate the ninth prince?" "No, I did not. I merely administered a love potion to Cui Chang'an, unaware that the ninth prince would be here." Yi Zhiyu then shifted her tone. "Oh, so you were targeting me then? When have I ever offended you, Miss Jiang Ninglu? You seek to tarnish my reputation." At that moment, Jiang Ninglu was utterly terrified. Her face devoid of color, her lips tightly pressed together, unwilling to speak, her peripheral gaze constantly darting towards Jiang Ningxue. Just then, Jiang Ningxue suddenly threw herself before her. Her voice choked with tears. "Sister, you are being foolish. I know you harbor feelings for His Highness the Sixth Prince, but Dr. Yi is our benefactor. How could you act in such a manner? Even if you disregard your own well-being, you must consider the plight of your aunt." The last statement was nearly a shout from Jiang Ningxue. Jiang Ninglu was not foolish. She understood that her elder sister intended to shoulder all the blame. With no choice left, as her and her aunt's lives were still in the hands of the second house's Ding family, she straightened up, her face pale, and confessed, "Yes. I wanted to ruin Yi Zhiyu's reputation. I have loved His Highness the Sixth Prince since childhood, but I did not anticipate that Yi Zhiyu would captivate him and receive his protection. In a moment of despair, I resorted to this desperate measure, alarming the ninth prince. I deserve the gravest punishment." Zi Songting spoke softly. "Indeed, the gravest punishment is warranted, yet not for offending me, but for the transgression against Dr. Yu." Upon the utterance of these words, the other ladies of the duke's residence lowered their heads in silence. Ding's gaze, filled with resentment, bore into Jiang Ninglu, wishing she could strip her of her very skin. Her daughter was destined to enter the prince's court as a consort. Their fortunes were intertwined, and any misfortune would reflect upon her. As the matriarch, she bore the responsibility of nurturing the lesser offspring. Now, with the ninth prince's insinuation that her illegitimate daughter was unworthy of recognition, it was tantamount to a veiled accusation against her competence as the mistress of the house. This was not a matter of intentionally defending Jiang Ninglu, but rather a delicate concern for Yi Zhiyu's reputation. One must tread carefully. Should the ninth prince take action, inquiries would surely follow, and the tale of Cui Chang'an's attempt to sully Yi Zhiyu's honor could easily be distorted by malicious tongues into a truth of its own. Well, the prince himself had no desire to meddle in such affairs. He simply admired Dr. Yi and could not bear to see her disheartened. Having spoken, he departed with the imperial guard. "Farewell, ninth prince." Seeing the prince leave, Cui Chang'an stumbled away in a flurry. Ding rose, seizing Jiang Ninglu and delivering a resounding slap. "Wretched creature, had I known you would bring shame upon the duke's residence today, I would never have allowed you to remain. If news of your actions spreads and tarnishes the marriage prospects of my children, I shall not hesitate to end your life alongside your shameless mother." The old matriarch, weary of her reprimands, interjected with irritation, "Enough. We are all of the duke's bloodline. Do not speak so harshly. In light of this incident, you, as the matriarch, bear the responsibility of inadequate upbringing. With so many illegitimate children in your household, you must exert greater diligence as their mother." Ding's countenance darkened as she nodded in acquiescence. Xia approached the crowd, her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired, "Zhiyu, are you all right?" "Naturally, there was nothing amiss, and I apologize for causing you concern. I never anticipated that Jiang Ninglu would be so audacious, daring to act recklessly in such a sacred place." Yi Zhiyu narrowed her eyes, asserting that she was not that bold. However, there were those who surpassed her in daring. Xia, perplexed, asked, "Are you referring to Jiang Ningxue?" Yi Zhiyu nodded, explaining that Jiang Ninglu seldom ventured out, and even though the sixth prince frequently visited the Jiang residence, it was primarily to see the heir, making it unlikely for them to cross paths. Today, she had brazenly echoed Jiang Ningxue's words, claiming that she harbored feelings for the sixth prince and sought to harm me. Do you find that reasoning plausible? The sixth prince truly is a pitiful figure, his reputation soiled, allowing anyone to use him as a scapegoat. As they spoke, laughter bubbled between them, relieved that Prince Jiao had appeared in time. Otherwise, Jiang Ninglu's scheme might have succeeded. Their conversation led them to the carriage, where the matriarch boarded with an irritable expression. Yu Zhiyu followed closely, retrieving a small bag of noodles she had prepared earlier and offering it to the matriarch. Grandmother, given today's events and the fact that you haven't had lunch, please take this nourishment I brought with me this morning. Understanding the situation, Yi discreetly informed the others and then settled into the carriage of the second branch. Xia sighed, foreseeing that her second aunt would likely face reprimand today, especially since her mother had accompanied her in the past. Is Madame Lu unoccupied? She should be summoned as well, so they can share the admonishment and prevent any resentment from brewing in my second aunt's heart. Yi gazed at Xia in surprise, remarking on her profound understanding of human nature at such a tender age. Could it be a guise of modesty? Xia chuckled, responding, What do you mean by tender age? Jiu, you are merely a few months my senior. Haha, it is not modesty. I simply lack the wisdom of Jiang Ningxue. Moreover, with my father often absent and my mother without a maternal family to rely on, I find it sufficient to adhere to convention, avoiding the limelight. After this self-deprecating remark, she smiled faintly, adding, This grand estate is far less liberating than the countryside where you dwell. Chapter 58. A request to meet you initially. Jiu intended to inquire about the relationship between Jiang Ningxue and the crown prince, but upon hearing Xia's words, she found herself at a loss for how to broach the subject. Xia, however, unperturbed, swiftly shifted the conversation. By the way, Jiu, thank you for today. You saved Aunt Wen yet humbly attributed the credit to me. You are truly kind. How did your conversation with young Master Wei unfold? Xia shyly twisted the handkerchief in her grasp. We hardly spoke. It was mostly Aunt Wen and I exchanging pleasantries. She is quite easy to get along with. Yi laughed. That is wonderful. Do you not see that you have taken another step closer to your heart's desire? She paused before asking, Tell me, why do you think the crown prince has yet to bestow a marriage upon Jiang Ningxue despite their mutual affection? The moment Jiang Ningxue's name was mentioned, Xia's interest peaked. Jiu, do you know why she seems to target you at every turn? Particularly when she learned that grandmother intended for uncle to recognize you as her goddaughter, she lost her composure. Yi shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Jiang Ningxue hailed from the second branch, while the Duke of the State's title belonged to the first branch. The Empress and the Crown Prince intended for her elder uncle to adopt Jiang Ningxue into the first branch, granting her the status of the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence and marrying her into the Eastern Palace. Although they were all family, a simple marriage would have sufficed, and her uncle would have been willing to adopt her, bestowing upon her a respectable identity, as the first branch had no daughters, which would bear no significant consequence. Xia finished her explanation in one breath and turned to Yi, asking if she understood now. Yi remained puzzled, questioning why the crown prince's ascension to the throne, which seemed inevitable, was a cause for concern, especially with the crown prince's growing power. Xia leaned in and whispered that the Ming emperor was still in his prime. Even if a crown prince were established, he did not wish for a scenario where a son flourished while the father withered. Jiu, you need not delve into these matters. Simply understand that Jiang Ningxue's marriage into the Eastern Palace hinges on this final step, yet it is fraught with difficulty, for the old matriarch would not easily relent. Xia, you truly are a wellspring of knowledge. What does being a wellspring of knowledge mean? Yi smiled, explaining that it signifies you possess remarkable wisdom. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Yi and Xia disembarked, only to see that the old matriarch was being assisted down from the carriage by Zhao Momo. They hurried forward, inquiring, What has happened to the old matriarch? Behind them, Ding and Lu remained silent, heads bowed. The old matriarch had likely caught a chill today. She mentioned feeling a bit of a headache during the carriage ride and requested Dr. Yi to take a look. With that, Zhao Momo assisted the old matriarch toward the courtyard. The old matriarch waved her hand, signaling for them to leave. Yi instructed Zhao Momo to help the old matriarch onto the favored concubine's couch for easier diagnosis and treatment. After taking the pulse, I immediately discerned the outcome. The elderly matron was not suffering from a headache induced by wind, but rather from a surge of anger that had triggered her affliction. Yi produced silver needles and administered a few acupuncture points on her head. Soon, the old lady's furrowed brow began to relax, indicating a measure of relief. Upon witnessing the improvement, Lu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Earlier in the carriage, she had remained silent while Ding had exchanged a few sharp words, which had aggravated the old lady. Had there been any serious consequence, she would have been unable to escape the blame. The old lady opened her eyes and surveyed the room, slowly stating, You may all withdraw. I wish to rest for a while. Jiyu, you stay behind. I have something to discuss. The others, understanding her intent, exited discreetly. Yi Jiyu then spoke, Elder Madam, I possess some knowledge of massage techniques. While acupuncture can alleviate pain, it is essential for someone of your age to be well cared for. Allow me to massage you. I assure you this headache will not trouble you for half a year. The elderly matron smiled and nodded, expressing her gratitude. You are very kind, little Jiyu thus. Yi Jiyu settled before the lady on the opulent couch, gently pressing on the acupoints, while the old lady sighed softly. But where does it hurt? The latter gestured dismissively. Your technique is excellent. I am nearly asleep. You are so good to me, yet I feel I have not reciprocated. Yi Jiyu continued her ministrations and inquired with curiosity. Why do you say that, Elder Madam? Today, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince advocated on your behalf, yet I chose to retain Jiang Ninglu. Are you displeased? The old lady replied, I am not so petty, especially since she did not succeed in her ambitions. Her light-hearted tone only deepened the old lady's sense of guilt. Yi Jiyu continued, I hail from the countryside and am unfamiliar with the customs of the nobility. However, I am aware that when one flourishes, all flourish. When one suffers, all suffer. There are still several young ladies in the household awaiting marriage, and should this matter become public knowledge, it would certainly bring ridicule upon the Duke's residence. Rest assured, I am quite well. The old matriarch replied, regarding my earlier proposal to adopt you as my granddaughter, I urge you to consider it further. I genuinely hold affection for you, my dear. If only the others in the household possessed half of your sensibility. Her light-hearted tone elicited a series of chuckles from the old matriarch. Well, the pain has subsided, yet I find myself somewhat famished. The rations you provided smell delightful. But alas, I was vexed by the second branch upon boarding the carriage and have yet to eat. Do summon Zhao Mama to bring the meal. Accompany me for a light repast. Her playful remark instantly dissipated the old matriarch's ire, prompting her to laugh heartily, you little monkey. After the meal, Yi Jiyu resolved to check on the Duke's injuries and bid farewell to the old matriarch. Upon arriving in the Duke's courtyard, she beheld him leaning on a crutch, taking tentative steps with the assistance of the servants. Yi Jiyu gazed at him with admiration. In merely half a month, he had made such remarkable progress. Indeed, he possessed the resilience of a seasoned soldier. Upon noticing her arrival, the Duke's face lit up with joy. Dr. Yi, have you come bearing more delicacies for me today? Yi Jiyu responded with a soft laugh. Might it be possible that I have come to examine your condition? The stars in the eyes of the Duke dimmed instantly. Yi Jiyu assisted him in taking a seat on the stone bench in the courtyard, checking his pulse. The Duke's recovery was progressing splendidly. In another half-month, he would no longer require a cane. At that time, I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Upon hearing this, the Duke's face brightened with joy. In truth, I could manage without a cane even now. Will I be able to savor your spicy chicken pieces tonight? Observing the old man's feigned bravado, Yi Jiyu could not help but chuckle inwardly. Suddenly, the Duke recalled, Yi Doctor, it seems you cannot leave just yet. A message has arrived from the palace. The Emperor wishes to see you for his birthday banquet in 2 days. Why? Yi Jiyu inquired, casting him a puzzled glance. Why does he wish to meet me? The Duke stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is likely due to your saving my life. The Emperor wishes to express his gratitude. Do not fret. Although you are currently of common birth, my Duke's residence will ensure your safety. Very well, I shall defer to your arrangements. In any case, you may choose the identities of my daughter-in-law and daughter as you please. I am amenable to whatever you decide. He laughed heartily. Yi Jiyu felt a surge of embarrassment. Why was this topic resurfacing? He truly was a mischievous old man. Hastily, she rose to take her leave, her demeanor appearing shy, as if she were fleeing in embarrassment. Yet behind her, the Duke laughed even louder. The Emperor wishes to see me? Jiang Ningxue seeks my demise? The Duke desires to adopt me as his goddaughter? She had never anticipated that her visit to the capital would embroil her in such a myriad of events. Was it not possible to merely exist as a carefree soul? Lying in bed, she drifted into a hazy slumber. Despite Shitsue's calls for her to rise and partake in dinner, she remained unperturbed, sleeping until the latter part of the night. The room was enveloped in darkness, and Shitsue had likely retired for the evening. Unable to find the fire starter or the location of the candles, she groped her way to the table to pour herself a glass of water. At such a late hour, it would be inappropriate to rouse someone else. After all, they were all laborers, deserving of a little extra rest. Today marked the first day of the month. The crescent moon cast a dim light, and as she sat at the edge of her bed, feeling the autumn breeze, She wondered if her mother had received the letter and what decision she might have made. Lost in thought, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, flinging the door open to reveal a sprinkle of starlight. Yitsiu rose to close the door, chastising Shitsue for her carelessness in leaving it ajar. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a figure stepped forward, covering her mouth. "Do not make a sound. It is I." The voice was familiar. Could it be him? Yitsiu turned swiftly, recognizing the figure clad in black, the distinct crane-patterned mask adorning his face. "How did you find me?" she inquired. "No, wait. The Duke of Zhengguo's residence is heavily guarded. How did you gain entry?" Zhengguo slowly produced a fire starter and ignited a candle. "Are you still unfamiliar with my capabilities? Do not underestimate me. I could infiltrate even the imperial palace if I wished." His tone bore a hint of jest amidst the seriousness. Yitsiu, maintaining a stern expression, queried, "How long have you been here? Though I am a physician, I am still a woman. How can you casually enter a lady's chamber?" A smile flickered beneath Zhengguo's mask. "I have just arrived. It was fortuitous that you were awake. What troubles you this evening that sleep eludes you?" Zhengguo raised his arm in silence, revealing an injury. "I came seeking your aid for my wounds." Yijiu leaned in for a closer look at the wound, a superficial gash that still oozed blood. "Do you not have a physician?" "That old man. If he cannot tend to such a minor injury, what purpose does he serve? Perhaps you should simply dismiss him," Zisong Qingji retorted. "Dismiss him? And would you follow me then?" Yijiu took his words as jest and turned to fetch the medicine box, discreetly extracting some common healing remedies from her space, unwrapping them before placing them in the box. As she sat beside him to tend to the wound, a series of disinfection and hemostatic measures ensued, and soon the injury was bandaged, the black fabric of his sleeve contrasting sharply with the pristine white of the gauze. Zisong Qingji then remarked, "I speak sincerely. Why not accompany me?" Yijiu lowered her gaze and shook her head. "I refuse. I have a mother to care for. I have no desire to live a life filled with the violence that characterizes your world." Noticing her unwavering rejection, Zisong Qingji shifted the topic. "Is there anything to eat? I find myself quite hungry." "Brother, what do you expect me to procure for you at this hour?" Yijiu muttered softly. "Here, take this. Finish quickly and depart. Daybreak is approaching, and once it arrives, you may find it difficult to escape," she urged, handing him a piece. Without hesitation, he took a bite, the crisp texture surprising him. This girl certainly possessed an array of peculiar items, yet her true identity remained elusive, merely a farmer's daughter, which piqued his curiosity. "Do you not wish to know what I do? I noticed you did not inquire when I previously summoned the insect for you." After consuming 2 biscuits, Zisong Hengji naturally reached for the water cup on the table and took a sip. Yijiu, unable to intervene in time, exclaimed, "That cup was just used by me." It is indeed peculiar how people of this era often prefer to use vessels that have been touched by others. Even the 9th prince was the same during the day. Zisong Hengji did not intend to be inconsiderate, yet her words rendered the situation somewhat awkward. "Thank you for your bandaging and provisions. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again." "Wait a moment," Yijiu said as she retrieved the medicinal supply she had prepared earlier, carefully packaging the powder. "This white powder, when sprinkled upon a wound in the event of future injuries, will staunch the bleeding. The white tablets, when consumed, will prevent the wound from deteriorating and causing a high fever. And this red pill, should you find yourself poisoned, take one immediately. It is effective against most toxins. However, if it happens to be a deadly poison, then you must not dwell on it. I may not comprehend your world of martial arts, but your body is your own, and it deserves to be cherished. Do you understand?" Yijiu waved her hand dismissively. "Last time, you bestowed upon me 1,000 taels as a consultation fee, along with a valuable luminous pearl, which shall suffice for this medicine. Although you did abduct me last time, you did not cause me harm, and I remember that." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Do not let that unreliable doctorly experiment with these medicines. They are not to be squandered on fruitless research." Zisong Hengji's lips curled into a smile. "Very well. You should depart now. I wish to rest a while longer. We shall meet again soon." With that, she soared into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 60. Madame Wei's visit. It felt as though merely turning over in bed had ushered in the dawn. Yijiu had scarcely slept when Shitsue knocked and entered. "Dr. Yi, did you sleep well last night? You didn't even have dinner. You must be hungry now." "Yes, I am a bit hungry. Please fetch me something to eat. I shall wash up and join you shortly." Jiu, are you awake?" Suxia called out from a distance. Yijiu hurried through her morning routine and stepped outside to greet her. "Jiu, Quickly tidy yourself. Accompany me to the main hall. Madame Wei has come with a formal visit. Grandmother is currently entertaining her. Yi Jiu looked at her in confusion. Which Madame Wei? The Madame Wei from the left minister's family, the biological mother of Wei Jia. Yesterday, you saved concubine 1 at Zhengguo Temple. Today, Madame Wei has come to express her gratitude along with concubine 1 and young Master Wei. Grandmother said you should attend. Su Xia, growing increasingly flustered, struggled to articulate her urgency. Yu Jiu urged her to remain calm. All right, Su Xia, I didn't eat dinner last night. At least let me have a bite before we go. Very well. But please hurry. Seeing Su Xia's anxious demeanor, Yu Jiu couldn't bear to keep her waiting. She hastily drank half a bowl of porridge while Shitsue helped her arrange her hair into a simple yet elegant style, which was soon completed. Given your eagerness, could it be that Madame Wei has come to propose a marriage? Upon hearing this, Su Xia's face flushed crimson, and she dared not urge Yi Jiu any further. Gently clutching Yi Jiu's sleeve, she whispered, Jiu, please don't jest with me. They have come to express their thanks. Yi Jiu set aside her teasing tone and said, All right, let's be on our way. On the way, please tell me about the Wei family situation. Why is Madame Wei so attentive to a concubine? Even taking the effort to visit in person? Concubine 1 was well-mannered and did not vie for favor. The previous day, the two had gone to Zhengguo Temple together. One offered incense and prayed for blessings while the other visited the back courtyard to admire the osmanthus blossoms. As Yi Jiu listened, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, when it came to the affairs of the capital, Si Xia was well informed. Madame Wei had a son and a daughter, but she placed great emphasis on young Master Wei, who had been cherished since childhood. Throughout the journey, Si Xia chattered incessantly, as if the mere mention of young Master Wei unleashed a torrent of words. Before long, they arrived at the main hall. Si Xia adjusted her dress and, taking small steps, entered, greeting her grandmother, Madame Wei, and concubine 1 with grace. Embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady, Yi Jiu, almost forgetting to bow in her amusement, followed suit. Madame Wei, this is the esteemed physician we have invited to our household. Yi Jiu. The young lady beside me is our second branch's granddaughter, Jiang Xixia. Concubine 1 cast a friendly glance at Madame Wei from behind. Yet, as a concubine, she refrained from speaking freely. Madame Wei gestured to a maid behind her, who presented 2 boxes. I sincerely thank you both for rescuing my sister yesterday. I have prepared a small token of appreciation, though it may be modest. The maid opened the boxes, and Yi Jiu's gaze sharpened. Inside were 2 sets of exquisite headpieces, far superior to those she had seen at the Liu family's jade shop, suggesting they were worth at least several hundred taels. Yi Jiu bowed respectfully, and Madame Wei responded courteously, stating that the young lady merely happened upon concubine 1's discomfort, which was a duty befitting a physician. Such a gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Madame Wei smiled warmly at the 2 young ladies, remarking that they were both good children. One cannot decline the generosity of elders. You should both accept it. Tomorrow is the Emperor's birthday banquet, and I have heard that Dr. Yi will be attending. Consider this token as my gift for your attire for the occasion. The old lady interjected, urging, Su Xia, Jiu, do not forget to express your gratitude to Madame Wei. The 2 ladies complied, bowing in thanks, while a nearby maid took the jewelry box away. Yi Jiu stood aside, stealing glances at Su Xia and Wei Jia, who both kept their heads lowered, occasionally exchanging shy glances that turned their cheeks crimson. The old lady also noticed the 2 and remarked, the left chancellor is the foremost of civil officials, while our duke's household is of military lineage. Such infrequent interactions are indeed a rarity. It is thanks to Dr. Jiu's benevolent act that our families can unite, which ultimately is a matter of fate. Madame Wei nodded in agreement, adding that matters of the court are for the gentlemen to decide, while we women have our own bonds of friendship. The young ones are of similar ages and should cultivate their acquaintance further. Madame Wei cast a knowing glance at Su Xia, continuously nodding with a smile, affirming the old lady's sentiment that they should indeed engage more often. She then turned to Wei Jia, inquiring, do you not also have a token of appreciation for the 2 young ladies? Why has it not yet been presented? Yes, mother, he replied. Wei Jia stepped forward, retrieving 2 elongated wooden boxes from his sleeve. Unlike my mother, who possessed an innate understanding of a woman's heart, I had prepared 2 modest gifts, which I humbly requested the 2 young ladies to accept. Si Xia's face flushed crimson as she picked up the box, opening it to reveal a hairpin, a silver shaft adorned with a magnificent pearl at its apex. The design was simple yet exuded an understated elegance. Yi Jiyu, with her keen eyes, noticed the character Xia intricately engraved on the shaft, suggesting that Master Wei had crafted it personally. Upon opening her own box, she found a floral hairpin of a different design, a delicate piece embellished with green jade, unmistakably the work of a skilled artisan, indicating it was purchased rather than crafted. Yi Jiyu leaned closer to the matriarch, presenting her floral hairpin and playfully remarked, "Look, Master Wei has indeed put thought into his choices, selecting the latest styles from the jewelers of the capital." The matriarch smiled gently, glancing at the hairpin in Xia's hand, and lowered her head in quiet amusement. Madame Wei and concubine 1, observing Xia's captivated demeanor, exchanged knowing smiles. "Dear matriarch, we shall not impose further. Once the autumn examination results are announced, our residents will certainly revisit for further discussions on important matters." The matriarch nodded with a smile, affirming, "We shall await your esteemed presence." Yi Jiyu, puzzled by Madame Wei's earlier words, received an explanation from Shi Chui standing nearby. "Lady Yi, you may not comprehend. Today, Madame Wei's visit ostensibly served as a gesture of gratitude. Yet in truth, it was a means to assess Miss Xia. In my view, this is a promising development." "What makes it promising?" Yi Jiyu nodded, partially understanding, baffled by the intricacies of these customs. "Then, in your opinion, how is the family ethos of the left chancellor's household?" Shi Chui furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. "Though I am not well acquainted with the intricacies of their family dynamics, it is evident that, despite young Master Wei being an illegitimate son, the harmonious relationship between Lady Wei and concubine 1 suggests that Miss Xia would not suffer any indignities should she marry into their family." Chapter 61. The Emperor of the Underworld's birthday banquet. Time swiftly ushered in the day of the Emperor of the Underworld's birthday celebration. Under Yi Jiyu's careful ministrations, the Duke had fully recovered from his internal injuries, and his left leg was now able to bear some weight. Since her previous encounter with young Master Wei and Lady Wei, Xia had sequestered herself in her room, engaged in some unknown pursuits. As the palace banquet was scheduled for the evening, Yi Jiyu visited the Duke once more during the day to administer acupuncture, ensuring he would not falter during the evening's festivities. "Dr. Yi," the Duke instructed, "today you need only to accompany the matriarch within the palace. With so many nobles present, remember to speak sparingly and with caution." Yi Jiyu, having put away her silver needles, nodded in agreement. "Understood, Your Grace. You must also take care of yourself. Your leg has just begun to heal, and prolonged standing could hinder your recovery." "Very well, I shall heed Dr. Ye's advice," the Duke replied thoughtfully. "The Emperor specifically requested your presence this time, and I suspect it is a form of commendation. However, both thunder and rain are the Emperor's grace. Should he make any demands that you find disagreeable, remain silent and allow my mother or me to respond. Although the affairs of the court are intricate, it is still within the power of our Duke's household to safeguard an individual." Upon reflecting on the Duke's words, Yi Jiyu contemplated whether he implied that there might be peril in her visit to the palace. No, he continued, "there is no immediate danger. Rather, your unparalleled medical skills may attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. This serves as a timely reminder to Yi Jiyu, for the imperial palace is rife with treachery, concealing peril at every turn." Shita gazed at the lake blue daffodil dress upon the tray and, looking up, inquired, "It must have been sent by the old lady's messenger. How strange that there was no prior notice." With that, Shitsue reached out to unfold the garment, preparing to hang it on the rack to remove the creases. Heavens! This must be a gift from the sixth prince. This is the weaving cloud brocade, a tribute from Jiangnan, primarily used by the noble ladies of the palace. I never expected His Highness to be so considerate, sending this attire specifically for your entrance to the palace today. Yi Jiyu, astonished, asked, "How do you know all this?" 2 years ago, after the Duke's victorious campaign, the Emperor bestowed this, and while serving the old lady, I was fortunate enough to see it once. This weaving cloud brocade is woven in a twill pattern, soft yet substantial, and under the sunlight, it appears to ripple like flowing clouds, hence its name. Yi Jiyu gently caressed the fabric, remarking, "It certainly befits the palace's standards, but is it appropriate for me to wear this? I fear it does not align with my status." After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Shitsue to put the dress away and retrieve the gown previously gifted by Jiang Xinjue. "As a mere commoner, my entrance to the palace is already a privilege. If I were to don something excessively ostentatious, it might cause trouble for the sixth prince. It is best to keep it aside and return it to him at a later time." Zisong Xian truly lacks prudence. Despite being acutely aware of her circumstances, she continues to flaunt her status, exhibiting the traits of a careless dandy. Entering the palace is not akin to ordinary life if one dresses too plainly. It could be perceived as a slight against the royal family. Shi Tsue styled her hair and selected 2 elegantly simple hairpins from the adornments gifted by Madame Wei, securing them in her coiffure. She personally adorned her visage with cosmetics, appearing like a radiant lotus blossom, her enchanting eyes glimmering with allure. Shi Tsue stood beside her, entranced. She was aware that Dr. Ye's blush and powder were exceptionally effective, yet witnessing Yi Jiyu achieve such a complete look today left her utterly captivated. Dr. Yi, could you impart your wisdom to me? How do you create such a natural makeup effect, as if no makeup has been applied at all? Yi Jiyu smiled gently. There is no need for instruction. It is merely that my blush and powder are of superior quality. Before I depart, I shall gift you a set. Oh, thank you. Dr. Yi. As Yi Jiyu exited, Shi Tsue discreetly brought along the set of lake blue attire onto the carriage, for attending the palace banquet necessitated maintaining a pristine appearance. Should one inadvertently spill soup or wine during the meal, an immediate change would be required. Otherwise, it would be considered a grave disrespect to the royal family. For this banquet, Jiangning Lu had not been granted permission to attend, while Jiangning Shui had set off on her own without waiting for the others. Ding and Lu families shared a carriage, whereas Xia, Yi Jiyu, and the elderly matriarch occupied a larger 4-horse carriage. Following the lengthy official road, they arrived at the palace gates after approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Upon disembarking, they trailed behind the matriarch to undergo the customary inspection by the palace attendants, which prohibited weapons and medications. Fortunately, all of Yi Jiyu's belongings were concealed within her space. Otherwise, the repercussions of their discovery would indeed be dire. Subsequently, under the guidance of the palace maids, they entered the grand hall to take their seats, where men and women were not separated, a surprising deviation from Yi Jiyu's expectations of the ancient feudal society. According to rank, the princes and princesses occupied the first 3 rows, while the Duke of the State was seated in the 4th. To the left were the civil officials, and to the right, the military generals. The matriarch of the family sat with the ladies of the household behind the Duke and Jiang Xinjue. This palace banquet permitted only those of the 3rd rank and above to bring their families, and the long seating arrangement extended beyond the hall. Most attendees had gathered, and Yi Jiyu observed that directly opposite the Duke of the State was Madame Wei and her family. Concubine Wen was absent, accompanied instead by her son and daughter, along with Wei Jia. It was evident that Xia had also noticed, as she lowered her head, too timid to glance forward. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. With the eunuch's announcement, everyone hastily vacated their seats and knelt in the center of the hall, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor, long live, and long live the empress, long live, long live." Subsequently, the empress dowager was announced and took her place behind the curtain beside the dragon throne. Several consorts, who had borne princes, were also present. One particularly beautiful consort, seated just below the emperor, appeared somewhat familiar. If her memory served her correctly, she was likely Lu Guifei, the mother of the 6th prince. Yi Jiyu quietly inquired why the empress dowager remained concealed behind the curtain. "My beloved subjects, today's birthday banquet is meant for all to enjoy. There is no need for the formality of the court. Please, take your seats," the emperor proclaimed. At his words, the attendees rose and returned to their places. Yi Jiyu noticed that the duke seemed to struggle to stand, and with quick reflexes, she hurriedly assisted him. Placing his cane into his hand, Jiang Xinjue appeared unaware but conveyed his gratitude through a glance. However, this act of kindness stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. The emperor inquired, "Jiang Aiqing, who is this young lady to your family? I do not recall having seen her before." The minister respectfully replied, "The injuries I bear were solely treated by Dr. Yi, and it is by sheer fortune that I have survived." At this moment, the empress remarked, "Oh, was she summoned by the 6th prince? It is only fitting, as he has always maintained a close relationship with your son, Jiang. Let me take a closer look at you. At such a tender age, to possess such remarkable medical skills is truly impressive." Yi Jiyu slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes clear as she regarded her exalted audience. It was then that she noticed the princes and princesses seated above her, all of whom were now fixated upon her. The empress commended, "What a charming young lady. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." Your poem Quiet Night Thoughts is indeed splendid. Yi Zhiyu promptly knelt, saying, Your Majesty bestows excessive praise. I am but a humble girl from the countryside, acquainted with a few herbs. I am unworthy of your commendation. The Empress nodded in satisfaction. The Emperor continued his inquiry. Lord Zhengguo mentioned that you have healed his injuries. Yet I observe he still seems to struggle with movement today. This statement was a subtle test, and Jiang Xinjue felt a chill of anxiety coursing through him. Yi Zhiyu had indeed informed him that her father was recovering well, and his legs could return to their former state. However, this was not the outcome the Emperor wished to hear. She spoke no falsehood. The Lord Zhengguo had indeed suffered a comminuted fracture, and even with recovery, he would not regain the vigor of his youth. Yet he was only in his 40s, still in the prime of life. Jiang Xinjue exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the kneeling Yi Zhiyu, feeling a profound gratitude for her cleverness. After all, one had not been forewarned. The Emperor of the Underworld, somewhat skeptical, cast a glance at the Empress Dowager seated behind the curtain. My esteemed minister has toiled for the nation for half a lifetime. It is time for you to rest and recuperate. Dr. Yi, for your successful treatment of the Duke of the Nation, you shall be rewarded with 100 taels of gold, 10 bolts of shoe brocade, and a pair of jade auspicious objects. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu's previous trepidation regarding the imperial palace dissipated like mist, replaced by a radiant fervor as she knelt down, sincerely expressing her gratitude for the Emperor's benevolence. The Emperor's seemingly indifferent reward for Yi Zhiyu also served to demonstrate to his ministers that he was a ruler who was just in his rewards and punishments. Let us not discuss state affairs today. Let us commence the banquet. As the Emperor's words echoed in the hall, the musicians struck up a lively dance tune. With the melody, a group of elegantly attired ladies glided into the center of the hall, their graceful forms captivating all eyes. Yi Zhiyu couldn't help but steal glances at the dancers. Indeed, they were all strikingly beautiful. Yi Zhiyu was oblivious to these rare treasures and renowned artworks. She paid little attention to them. Just as the festivities neared their conclusion, an announcement came from outside the hall. The head of the Liu family from Zhaoyang has arrived to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. The Emperor, who had been drinking with concubine Liu, set down his cup upon hearing the report and gestured for the dancing maidens to withdraw. Concubine Liu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed ahead. Following her line of sight, Yi Zhiyu beheld the patriarch of the Liu family, no, more accurately, the Duke of the Kingdom, accompanied by his 3 sons as they approached. The commoners present their respects to the Emperor, wishing for his eternal longevity and the everlasting prosperity of the great Shang. The 4 men knelt reverently before the throne. Curiosity piqued, Yi Zhiyu inquired of her companion, Xixia, isn't the elder Liu the brother of concubine Liu? Why does he refer to himself as a commoner? Xixia glanced around, signaling her to speak softly, then whispered, in Desheng, only the siblings of the Empress are considered the Duke of the state. Over the years, the Ming Emperor has shown considerable favor to the Liu family, yet has not bestowed upon them any official position, merely granting them the title of royal merchant. Hence the designation. Yi Zhiyu understood and nodded. The Ming Emperor hastily raised his hand, urging the others to rise, and courteously remarked, Brother Dongyang, you are being too formal. We are, after all, one family. There is no need for such grand gestures. Lord Liu quickly interjected, it is merely your Majesty's graciousness. Decorum must be upheld. Today, as a commoner, I have brought a significant gift. Upon hearing this, everyone became curious, wondering what kind of grand gift the esteemed Liu family, the wealthiest in the nation, could possibly present. A palace attendant then approached, holding a scroll, which was taken by the chief eunuch and presented upon the dragon table. The Ming Emperor, intrigued, thought it could not merely be a piece of calligraphy or painting. He unfurled the scroll, laying it upon the table, and inquired, Dongyang, what is this? Your Majesty, came the reply, this is a topographical map of a mountain that my Liu family has purchased, which we were preparing to cultivate. To our surprise, we discovered that this mountain conceals an iron mine. With your birthday approaching, it is surely a divine blessing from above, a boon for Desheng. His words were fervent, and Yi Zhiyu could not help but glance at Liu Yanlan. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. Even though Yi Zhiyu belonged to a different era, she understood that iron mines were state property. Hoarding such resources would be tantamount to treason. The Liu family, by presenting this gift, had thrown a hot potato into the mix, while simultaneously securing a favor from the Ming Emperor. Excellent, excellent. The Emperor of the Underworld sat majestically, applauding enthusiastically, his face unable to conceal the delight that radiated from him. The Liu family truly stands as a pillar of our great Shang dynasty, consistently yielding the highest tax revenues year after year. Now, having acquired such a treasure, one might ponder what reward I should bestow upon you. Lu Dongyang dared not engage further, opting instead to express, "To alleviate the burdens of your majesty is the duty of a humble subject. I do not presume to seek accolades." The emperor's gaze flickered with uncertainty, aware that the assembled officials, both civil and military, were keenly observing. Determining an appropriate reward posed a dilemma. The Liu family was immensely wealthy, and Liu Guifei, a favored concubine, was also the maternal kin of the sixth prince. Though the sixth prince may be somewhat unrefined, he remains of the emperor's own bloodline. Furthermore, as one of the four prominent families of the previous dynasty, the Liu family's influence was profound and immeasurable. Thus, the emperor had long hesitated to confer titles, wary of potential external interference in governance. Now, with such a significant mineral resource being presented, it was evident that their loyalty was unwavering. Otherwise, given the Liu family's financial prowess and the riches of the mine, it would not be inconceivable for them to aspire to establish their own kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor spoke. The Liu family is loyal to the throne and devoted to the nation. Presenting this iron mine, should I fail to reward you, would it not dishearten the populace? Therefore, I hereby confer upon Lu Dongyang the title of Marquis of Zhaoyang, hereditary for 3 generations, after which the title shall be downgraded. Along with the grant of a residence in the capital, Lu Dongyang opened his mouth slightly, preparing to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by the emperor. There is no need for the Marquis of Zhaoyang to decline. It is merely a title. You need not attend court regularly. Focus on your business. Your diligent service to the Shang dynasty merits this recognition. Lu Leo weighed this in his heart, recognizing it as perhaps the greatest concession the emperor could offer. He could only bow deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "This humble subject. No, this lowly minister. Thanks your majesty for your generous reward." The queen casually cast a glance at the favored consort Lu, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Yet, Lu was engrossed in the joy of her brother's elevation and remained oblivious to the queen's gaze. The Dark Emperor observed the 3 young lords behind her and proclaimed, "Today, I am exceedingly pleased. You are all nephews of Lady Lu, and thus, let us enjoy this occasion together. Rise and speak." Lu Yanlin, the epitome of a refined gentleman, rose gracefully from his kneeling position, his demeanor untouched by the mundane. "Your Majesty, I harbor no extravagant desires. I simply wish for your enduring health and prosperity, and for Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress to enjoy robust well-being and profound blessings." His words flowed seamlessly, each imbued with elegance. Yu Zhiyu observed several young ladies in the back row discreetly peeking through their fans. "Lord Zhaoyang, your eldest son is indeed sensible. There is no need for rewards. Bestowing upon him the title of heir apparent is only fitting." Lu Yanlin bowed in gratitude. As for the second son, still quite young, he shall attend the Ministry of Personnel to pursue his studies and aspire to achieve distinction in the future. Regarding your illegitimate son, the Dark Emperor pondered for a moment. Lu Shihai, recognizing the moment, interjected, "Your Majesty, I have a heartfelt wish that I hope you might fulfill." "Oh, pray tell." Lu Shihai's gaze had already drifted toward Yi Zhiyu. "On the day when Dr. Yi cured my grandmother's lingering illness, I was instantly smitten, unable to sleep a wink. Now that we meet again, I cannot bear to let this opportunity slip away. I humbly beseech your Majesty to grant me this wish." Chapter 63. Lu Shihai's proposal. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu lost her grip on her cup, which fell to the ground with a crash, splattering the hem of her skirt with tea stains. Lu Yanlin observed with a heart ablaze. Unable to adhere to decorum, he hastily interjected, "Elder brother already has a sister-in-law. Why utter such words today?" Lu Shihai relished the sight of his brother's flustered demeanor, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Casting a sidelong glance, he earnestly declared to the Emperor of the Underworld, "I am willing to bestow upon Dr. Yi the position of wife." Those present who recognized Yi Zhiyu tightened their expressions. While the term wife was used, it scarcely masked the implication of a concubine. The Jiang family wore expressions of deep discomfort, yet dared not reveal a hint of their discontent. "Sixth brother, isn't this Dr. Yi the woman you fancied at the last chrysanthemum banquet? How dare that illegitimate son of the Liu family compete with you?" The seventh prince whispered from the sidelines. Zisong Xian's visage darkened as he admonished softly, Lower your voice. In the eyes of some, time seemed to stand still, all awaiting the next utterance. At that moment, the emperor of the underworld spoke. The eldest son of the Lu family possesses keen judgment. Although this Dr. Yi hails from humble origins, her appearance is pleasing, and her medical skills commendable. Should she become a wife, it would not tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Zhaoyang Marquisate. Lu Shihai glowered at Lu Yinlin, impatiently anticipating his response. During Yi Zhiyu's previous stay at their estate, though their interactions were minimal, he was aware that the 2 assassination attempts he orchestrated were thwarted by this very woman who had aided his younger brother. Whatever Lu Yinlin coveted, even if he personally disapproved, he felt compelled to seize. He, an illegitimate son born of a concubine, despite being later welcomed into the household, had ultimately met a tragic demise, harboring resentment until his last breath. Yi Zhiyu was merely a country maiden, and among all, they were but rotten fish and stinking shrimp, perfectly matched. If Lu Yinlin desired her, he must abandon his lofty pretensions and contend with her in this mire. Your Majesty, think twice. Lu Yinlin, Yi Zhiyu. And the venerable Lady Jiang spoke almost in unison. At that moment, Zisong Xian let out a deep sigh. The emperor of the underworld became intrigued, observing the trio closely. Designating Yi Zhiyu as a concubine for the esteemed son of the Zhaoyang Marquis was already an elevation of her status. Lu Yinlin's intervention suggested he harbored some interest in her himself. Regardless of the Lu family's standing, the weaker her lineage, the easier she would be to manipulate, and thus, he would welcome the arrangement. What could the young master of Lu intend? Was he perhaps also inclined toward Dr. Yi? The emperor of the underworld spoke ambiguously. If you favor her, why not voice it? I had asked you first. The Zhaoyang Marquis tightly grasped his sleeve, silencing him. He had labored diligently for years. First introducing a Lu daughter into the palace, then offering mineral resources. It was not that he was unwilling to serve, but the emperor's terms were insufficiently enticing. Now that his aspirations were finally within reach, he was naturally reluctant to jeopardize such a promising future over the romantic entanglements of a legitimate heir. In a hushed tone, he cautioned, Yinlin, be prudent. Although Dr. Yi has rendered great kindness to our family, she is also a savior of the Duke of Zhengguo's household. Out of reason and sentiment, it is not our place to interfere. Listening to his father's words, Lu Yinlin's expression tightened, but he quickly regained his composure and respectfully addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, that is not the reason. It seemed these sentiments had also been conveyed to him by the matriarch of the Lu family, leading him to indulge in a moment of self-mockery. The emperor of the underworld turned his gaze toward Yi Zhiyu, inquiring, is that so? Yi Zhiyu hastily knelt, articulating with clarity, Your Majesty. Though I am but a humble commoner, I do not seek wealth or nobility. I merely wish to avoid the fate of becoming a concubine. A sudden uproar ensued, with voices rising all around. The empress and the dowager empress sat composed, relishing the unfolding drama, while consort Lu appeared increasingly unsettled. The Lu family had just conformed to her brother's wishes and attained a noble title. Should they offend the underworld emperor for the sake of a mere village girl? It would be a fool's bargain. Casting a glance at Lu Dongong, she pondered the implications, especially considering he was the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Zhang. Lu Dongyang lowered his gaze, choosing silence, while Lu Shihai's countenance darkened. A few days ago, I discussed with my mother the absence of female heirs in our branch. We contemplated adopting Dr. Yi as our goddaughter, establishing a shrine in her honor, and designating her under the name of my late wife. Now, with the eldest son of the Lu family seeking to wed her, even if Dr. Yi were amenable, our Duke of Zhengguo's estate would not acquiesce. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as it became evident that the Lu family had stumbled into a predicament. The matriarch nodded in satisfaction from behind, realizing that her foolish son, aside from his martial prowess, could finally be of use. The underworld emperor, exasperated, rubbed his temples. It was astonishing how a mere woman could incite such fierce rivalry among two prominent families. Clearly, he had underestimated her. The empress's expression soured. She had intended for Jiang Qianshan to adopt Jiang Ningxue as the legitimate daughter of the primary line, only to have Yi Zhiyu emerge unexpectedly. Fortunately, the Dowager Empress intervened, averting a complete debacle. As her words resonated, the banquet resumed, filled with music and dance. Zisong Xian exhaled a deep sigh, reflecting on how had the Duke of the State spoken just half a moment later, she might have impulsively sought her father's permission to betroth Yi Zhiyu to him. Despite the slim chances of success, Her voice, as delicate as silk, resembled a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. Meanwhile, the sweat on Yi Zhiyu's back had thoroughly soaked her inner garments. This unforeseen turn of events was entirely beyond her expectations. Fortunately, thanks to the Duke's timely intervention, she narrowly escaped a calamity. Xia also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhiyu, your skirt is damp. You should change into a fresh outfit. But I did not bring any spare clothes, she replied. At that moment, Shi Chui stepped forward. Dr. Yi, please follow me. I have prepared something for you. As they spoke, the two made their way to a designated pavilion within the palace for the ladies to change and tidy themselves. Chapter 64. Zhiyu, would you consent to be my bride? When Shi Chui unveiled a lake blue cloud-patterned silk gown, Yi Zhiyu shook her head in dismay. Why did you bring this one? Was it not said that such ostentation would be inappropriate? I only brought it as a precaution. Never did I imagine it would be needed. Perhaps I should borrow something from Miss Xia. Please wait for me. Observing Shi Chui's self-reproachful demeanor, Yi Zhiyu felt a pang of reluctance to impose further trouble. Never mind, I shall wear this instead. Come evening, under the dim light, I doubt anyone will notice the fabric. Just as she was changing, Yi Zhiyu suddenly recalled something and inquired, why have I not seen Miss Ningxue today? Is she not coming? After all, as long as Jiang Ningxue was not within her sight, Yi Zhiyu could not shake the feeling that she was up to no good. Shi Chui helped tidy the hem of her skirt and casually remarked that Miss Ningxue was the most talented woman in the capital and a candidate for the crown prince's consort. She had entered the palace early to prepare for the emperor's birthday banquet, where she would later perform. No wonder, for the palace was unlike any other place. Offending a noble could cost one their head. Just as they were about to turn away, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Lu Yanlin hurried over, greeting, Zhiyu. Long time no see, as if they were old friends reuniting after years apart. Yi Zhiyu responded with a sweet smile. It's been a while, young Master Lu. No, I should refer to you as young Master Lu now. Congratulations. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the recent events in the Grand Hall. Did you come specifically to find me, young Master Lu? Shi Chui wisely stepped back a few paces, allowing the two to converse privately. Yi Zhiyu replied, You are in the capital while I am in Yu family village. How can we meet often? Isn't the Duke of Zhengguo going to adopt you as his goddaughter? She asked. Observing his serious demeanor, she couldn't help but laugh. That was the Duke's way of rescuing me. The Empress and the Crown Prince will not allow the Jiang family to have their way. Even if I were to become the Duke's goddaughter, I would still be Yi Zhiyu, the Yi Zhiyu from Yi family village. That cannot change. The two gazed at each other, and Lu Yanlin seemed to realize he had never fully perceived the woman before him. She possessed a stronger personality and clearer convictions than he had imagined, maintaining her own principles amidst the currents of life. Upon reflection, he once dared not express his desire to marry, only able to secretly send tokens of affection in the form of a jade pendant to his beloved. When his grandmother discovered the hints of his intentions, she admonished him, fearing that he would suffer indignities within the Lu family. In hindsight, it became evident that the Lu family was unworthy of such a remarkable woman. Although autumn had deepened, insects still lingered by the water's edge. Yi Zhiyu glanced at the mosquito bites on Lu Yanlin's arm and remarked helplessly, You've been waiting here for quite some time, haven't you? It seems the mosquitoes have bitten you, yet you haven't thought to relocate. Lu Yanlin chuckled dreamily, initially believing that the fragrant sachet you once gifted would deter the mosquitoes, but alas, he had been bitten nonetheless. So much time had passed. The medicinal properties had long since dissipated, and it was indeed time for a change. As she spoke, Yi Zhiyu retrieved a bottle of essential oil from her pocket and gently applied it to the swollen bites, massaging it in with her fingers. In the twilight, Lu Yanlin's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yi Zhiyu's earnest expression, and he inadvertently blurted out, Zhiyu, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? To take you as my beloved. Yet before he could finish, he found himself laughing at the absurdity of the situation. As the legitimate son of the Lu family, he had never been master of his own marriage arrangements. Now that his father had been bestowed the title of Marquis Zhaoyang, and he himself was a prince, the matter had become even more complicated. Realizing that he must tread carefully, he chose to divert the conversation. Smiling as he told Yi Zhiyu, Xinyan and Chunlan are clamoring to come to the capital, eager to meet you, now that they know I might see you. Lu Yanlin did not inquire about the pressing matter she mentioned. He simply smiled and nodded, finding solace in Yi Zhiyu's unreserved manner of speaking to him. The recent proposal had indeed been rather forward. As the dance concluded, Jiang Ningxue gracefully descended from the grand drum and knelt before the emperor of the underworld, reciting words of congratulations that greatly pleased him. Excellent, excellent. Truly deserving of the title of the capital's foremost talent. Excelling in both arts and martial prowess. A fine daughter raised by the Zhang family. Seizing the emperor's good mood, the empress interjected, just now. Duke Zhengguo mentioned that his main branch has no female heirs and is considering adoption. Who better than her, carrying the bloodline of the Zhang family? The implication was clear. Yi Zhiyu was of little significance. Jiang Ningxue cast a triumphant glance at Yi Zhiyu, her disdain evident. The emperor feigned indifference to the empress's remarks, showing no concern over whom Jiang Qinshan might adopt. He would not mind if it were a beggar, but it must not be Jiang Ningxue. He could tolerate the crown prince bringing in a powerless member of the Yu family, yet the duke's main branch was a different matter. If the adopted daughter were to hold the status of the legitimate daughter of the main branch, given the crown prince's influence in court, his own throne would be precarious. Just as the emperor pondered how to navigate this situation, Jiang Ningxue suddenly doubled over, clutching her abdomen in excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Yi Zhiyu, upon glancing over, immediately discerned that this was no mere case of indigestion. Ding Shi, witnessing her daughter's distress, disregarded decorum and rushed to embrace the nearly unconscious Jiang Ningxue. Shuer, are you all right? Do not frighten your mother. The queen and the crown prince sensed something amiss and promptly summoned the imperial physician. The grand hall was adorned with a crimson carpet, and as Jiang Ningxue was carried away, Yi Zhiyu keenly observed some bloodstains on the floor. The queen followed closely behind, for she was concerned about a woman favored by her son. As a mother, it was only natural for her to show care, especially given the circumstances of performing before the emperor of the underworld while feeling unwell. Chapter 65. You truly are fated to survive. A minor incident did not disrupt the festivities of the longevity banquet, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at Yi Zhiyu's heart. She feared that Jiang Ningxue's condition was more than mere abdominal pain. Sure enough, within a short span of time, a palace attendant arrived to report that the young lady from the Zhang family was experiencing excessive bleeding and the situation was urgent. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression turned grave as she rose to address the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I am somewhat worried about my granddaughter. I must take my leave. Please forgive my transgression." The emperor nodded in acknowledgement, though he felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. It was indeed inauspicious for such an event to mar the celebration. The crown prince also took his leave. The matriarch, accompanied by Yu Zhiyu and Jiang Xixia, proceeded to visit Jiang Ningxue. With Yu Zhiyu's remarkable medical skills, there was hope. If things took a turn for the worse, at least the cousins could meet one last time. Jiang Ningxue was placed in a side chamber, with basin after basin of blood being carried away. Yi Zhiyu watched with concern, reminded of the scene when Xiuhe from the Yi family had endured a difficult labor. Could it be an ectopic pregnancy? Entering the outer room alongside the matriarch, they beheld 3 imperial physicians kneeling before the queen in perfect alignment. Have the esteemed physicians made an error? How could the young lady from the Zhang family be suffering from a miscarriage? Upon seeing the old matron enter with her entourage, I deliberately raised my voice, proclaiming that Miss Jiang is an unmarried maiden, and such a diagnosis is a direct affront to the dignity of the Duke of Zhengguo's household. The prince, who arrived shortly after, was visibly taken aback by these words. The imperial physicians knelt trembling on the ground, acutely aware that they were in the presence of formidable figures. I recognized one of the court physicians as someone I had seen before at the Duke's residence. Under immense pressure, Physician Wang candidly stated that the pulse indeed indicated a miscarriage, yet Miss Jiang was experiencing persistent hemorrhaging, and the stillborn child could not be expelled. We are at a loss. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ding fainted instantly in the outer chamber. The prince could no longer contain himself and addressed the empress, saying, "Mother, the child within Miss Jiang is indeed my offspring. I implore you to save her life." The empress, unfazed by his plea, instructed her attendants to summon the imperial physicians on duty that night. The old matron gripped Yi Zhiyu's hand tightly, knowing that only she could save the Jiang family now. Should Ningxue perish within the palace tonight, it would be considered a grave taboo, and the underworld emperor already harbored suspicions towards the Jiang family, thus providing a perfect pretext for retaliation. The prince then turned his attention to Yi Zhiyu, hastily approaching her, declaring, "You are renowned in the capital as a divine physician. I command you to enter at once and save Ningxue, or I shall take your head." However, Yi Zhiyu was unperturbed by such threats. She knelt before him, asserting that the title of divine physician was merely the misguided praise of the nobility, and she did not dare to claim it. As long as Miss Ningxue still drew breath, she would exert every effort to provide treatment, but she could not guarantee success, and thus requested the prince's understanding. As the atmosphere reached an impasse, the empress spoke. You, a dignified crown prince, should not act so impulsively, threatening to take lives at a whim. How will you command respect in the future? She then assisted Yi Zhiyu to her feet, adding, do your utmost. The crown prince is merely acting out of haste. Upon hearing the empress's words, Yi Zhiyu rose to prepare for treatment. Addressing the empress, she remarked, today marks His Majesty's birthday celebration. It would be improper for both your highness and the crown prince to be tainted by bloodshed. I kindly request that you wait in the adjacent room. Turning to the physicians, she continued, gentlemen, you are aware that this is a case of miscarriage. It is inappropriate for men to remain here. I ask that you also step outside. If it were indeed an ectopic pregnancy, surgery would be necessary, and no one could remain in the room. Fortunately, Yi Zhiyu's reasoning was sound, and the assembly agreed to depart. The matriarch, having anticipated this moment when treating the Duke of the State, had already dismissed everyone. Understanding Yi Zhiyu's practices, and quietly led Si Xiao away. Before leaving, she did not forget to instruct her attendants to carry away the fainted Ding. At the last moment, as the prince closed the door, he cautioned, Dr. Yi, please ensure Ningxue's safety. Yi Zhiyu nodded, realizing that the crown prince was indeed a man of deep affection. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Yi Zhiyu locked the doors and windows from within. The small chamber was soon secured. She approached the bedside to attend to Jiang Ningxue. At this moment, her complexion had turned an ashen hue, devoid of the usual vitality, her gaze vacant as she stared at Yi Zhiyu, weakly uttering, who invited you? Do you wish to see my misfortune? Not a chance. Yi Zhiyu chose not to dwell on her words. The gravity of life and death overshadowed past grievances. Despite Jiang Ningxue's previous attempts to harm her, having promised to save her, Yi Zhiyu was determined to exert every effort. Otherwise, the Zhang residents would likely face an undeserved calamity. Observing the substantial blood loss, it was evident that a transfusion was imperative. Otherwise, once the blood was completely drained, even the most divine being could not intervene. Concealing her actions within her ample sleeves, Yi Zhiyu seized the opportunity while Jiang Ningxue was in a daze to administer a sedative directly into her neck, calming her momentarily. Once she succumbed to unconsciousness, Yi Zhiyu promptly conducted a blood test, retrieving a blood pack from her spatial storage, establishing a venous access on her arm, and commencing the transfusion. Utilizing a spatial scanner, Yi Zhiyu swiftly identified the internal bleeding source, confirming her earlier predictions. It was indeed an ectopic pregnancy, with a rupture in the right fallopian tube. It was likely that Jiang Ningxue had conceived when she had coerced Yi Zhiyu into the examination, though it may have been too early for detection at that time. Now, half a month later, the embryo had been growing uncontrollably within the fallopian tube, exacerbated by today's vigorous dancing, leading to the rupture. Yi Zhiyu let out a deep sigh, grateful that it was her who had come to her aid. Otherwise, given the medical standards of Desheng, this day would have marked her end. On the other arm, Yi Zhiyu administered a saline solution combined with antibiotics, injecting a full-body anesthetic through the intravenous line. Induction anesthesia may render a person unconscious, yet excruciating pain can still rouse them from slumber. To ensure absolute safety, an additional dose of general anesthesia was administered. Yi Zhiyu swiftly tied her wide sleeves, exposing her forearms, and retrieved the hysteroscopy equipment from her space, preparing to perform the operation single-handedly. Having grown accustomed to such endeavors on the battlefield, with everything in place, she deliberately sourced the luminous pearl gifted by the man in the crane-patterned mask, illuminating the entire area around the bed. The so-called hysteroscopy involves the insertion of a mechanical probe through the lower body to excise the lesions and suture the wounds, demanding utmost concentration. Fortunately, Yi Zhiyu had abstained from alcohol during the recent banquet. Otherwise, this procedure would have been impossible. Jiang Ningxu, your fate is not yet sealed. She mused. Chapter 66. The Zhang family is coming to the capital with her full attention on the surgery. The adjacent room remained eerily silent. The empress and the crown prince had not departed. They waited with the elderly matriarch. Outside the hall, the duke, hindered by his mobility, sat on the stone steps. Sighing deeply, Jiang Mingshan, the second son of the Jiang family, brimming with anger and dissatisfaction, spoke up. Brother, cease your sighing. Had you adopted Ningxu earlier, She might have already wed into the Eastern Palace, thus avoiding this torment. The Duke of Zhengguo, incensed by his words, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? You failed to raise your daughter properly, and now shift the blame onto others. Do you think you deserve the title of father? How utterly shameful." Upon witnessing her father's fury, Jiang Xinjue hastily approached to support the duke. "Father, please calm your anger. The most pressing matter at hand is to ensure Ningxue's swift recovery. We have witnessed Miss Ji use medical expertise. She will undoubtedly succeed." Jiang Xinjue nodded resolutely, assuring his father, "I understand." Unbeknownst to her, Yi Jiyu was obliviously engrossed in her task, kneeling by the bedside, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the monitor, where she finally detected the ruptured fallopian tube. With steady hands, she maneuvered the robotic arm to commence the incision. The right fallopian tube was beyond salvage, the tear too extensive to rectify. Fortunately, the left side remained intact, albeit the probability of future pregnancies would be diminished. In an era where a woman's worth was largely defined by her ability to bear children, this was indeed a disadvantage. Nevertheless, this was not a concern for Yi Jiyu. After considerable effort, she successfully extracted the excised embryo, her demeanor remaining untouched by emotion. Having witnessed far too much in her medical career, the removed embryo was not discarded carelessly but placed delicately in a white porcelain dish, as she would need to report back to the Empress shortly. Subsequently, she removed the silver needles from the abdomen and observed that there was no further bleedings, indicating that the surgery was successful. Jiang Ningxue would survive. However, performing surgery on a low bed was exceedingly exhausting, leaving Yi Jiyu's back stiff and sore. She mused to herself that it would be splendid if she could transport patients into a more convenient surgical space. If she could find someone she absolutely trusted, or who was utterly incapable of regaining consciousness mid-procedure, she might consider such an option in the future. Completing the final tasks, Yi Jiyu was so exhausted that she could barely lift her head. She made a feeble attempt to move her neck and remove the intravenous drip. Jiang Ningxue's complexion began to subtly improve, no longer as ghastly pale as it had been at the outset. Taking a deep breath, Yi Jiyu opened the door to meet the Empress. Although her sleeves were tied back, she was still stained with blood. Yi Jiyu knelt on the ground and nodded before presenting the embryo she had just retrieved from behind her. The fallopian tubes were coiled together, rendering them indistinct, and the dish contained merely a mass of blood clots. The Empress quickly turned her head and waved her hand, commanding that it be taken away, declaring it inauspicious. The Crown Prince, upon seeing Yi Jiyu covered in blood, disregarded the Empress's warning and hastily approached Jiang Ningxue. The Empress maintained her composure, but in front of everyone. She remarked that the young lady of the Jiang family had experienced abdominal pain due to an unexpected menstrual onset while performing for His Majesty. "Should I hear any idle gossip outside, I shall not be lenient." The palace attendants knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Yes, Your Majesty." There was no need for formal greetings from the Jiang family, as her actions preserved the royal dignity while also maintaining the reputation of the Duke of Town. Once the Empress departed, the others exhaled in relief. The old matriarch and Si Xia went to visit Jiang Ningxue, leaving Yi Jiyu standing outside the hall, stretching her weary limbs. So tired, utterly fatigued. At that moment, Zi Sangxian suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Sister Jiyu, how are you? I intended to come find you earlier when I saw you leave the table, but my mother forbade it." As soon as the banquet concluded, I hurried over. Observing Yi Jiyu, drenched in blood, Zi Sangxian glanced left and right, asking, "Is that blood yours?" "Of course not." Zi Sangxian, feeling a twinge of anxiety, patted his chest, exclaiming, "Why is it that every time you tend to patients, you end up drenched in blood?" Yi Jiyu chuckled lightly, replying, "Oh, it's nothing serious. Merely a bit regrettable that this lovely dress you gifted me has become soiled. I wonder if it can be cleaned." "What dress?" Zi Sangxian asked, bewildered. "I haven't had the chance to give you a dress. Before the banquet, I was preoccupied assisting my mother in preparing gifts for my father, leaving no time to seek you out." This left Yi Jiyu puzzled. "Isn't this dress you gave me?" Only then did Zi Sangxian comprehend. Narrowing his charming peach blossom eyes with a grin, "Ah, my dear Jiyu, you are indeed captivating. You've only just arrived in the capital, yet you've already garnered so many admirers. I must feel a sense of urgency." Seeing his playful demeanor, Yi Jiyu felt both exasperated and amused. "Perhaps it was Jiang Xinjue who sent it to you. He is always meticulous. This fabric is the exquisite Jiyun brocade from Jiangnan, and aside from the palace, only the Duke of Zhengguo's residence possesses such material." "That cannot be, For if this fabric is so precious, why would the young ladies of the household not receive it? Why was it given solely to me? Would Jiang Ningxue not be upset? Yu Zhiyu still harbored doubts. Zisong Xian chose not to delve deeper into this matter, instead delivering significant news to Yi Zhiyu. Let us set aside the dress for now. The person who gifted you this will not wish you harm. If they have ulterior motives, they will surely come forth. According to Qingfeng's arrangements, it should arrive by tomorrow. Yi Zhiyu was taken aback, impulsively giving Zisong Xian a playful shove. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Zisong Xian firmly grasped her hand, disregarding the bloodstains upon her, and with a teasing smile inquired, why are you no longer calling me sixth prince? Are you to become the young lady of the Jiang family, reverting to your former wildcat demeanor? Please do not mock me, sixth prince. I was merely caught in a moment of desperation. As he observed her retreating figure, he murmured softly to himself, unfortunate to be admired by someone, yet fortunate that there exists another who adores even more. Today's incident with Lu Shihai truly startled him. Although he was indeed her cousin, he paled in comparison to the upright and honorable Lu Yanlin and the admirable Ji Yu, making it unfathomable for him to be associated with her. Fortunately, the Duke of Zhengguo also held her in high regard. Chapter 67. The resentment of Jiang Ningxue. The events concerning Jiang Ningxue had been scarcely understood by anyone other than the royal family when the palace servants reported during the birthday banquet. It was only known that her abdominal pain, triggered by dancing, was rather severe. The news was swiftly suppressed. She was wrapped entirely and exited through the back gate of the palace, while the Duke of Zhengguo and the old matriarch chose to leave through the front, to avoid drawing attention. Only the couple from the second household accompanied Jiang Ningxue. Luckily, the Jiang residence was not far from the palace. Upon entering the estate, they directed the carriage through the side gate into the courtyard and summoned a few matrons, bound by an oath, to assist in carrying Jiang Ningxue down. As the matriarch, she was the head of the family. Given the gravity of the situation involving the female members, the Duke could not intervene. And with no matron from the first household available, it fell upon her to address the matter. In truth, Jiang Ningxue had already regained consciousness within the carriage. However, in her dazed state, she overheard the imperial physician mention a miscarriage, which filled her heart with anxiety and fear. It was only when Yi Zhiyu entered the room that she, in a frenzy, hurled a teacup at her. It is all your fault, you mere commoner. How dare you bring about the demise of the dragon lineage? I shall end your life. In a fit of hysteria, the servants were powerless to intervene. Yi Zhiyu evaded the onslaught, silently deriding the woman. With such a significant loss of blood, it seemed she had received far too much transfusion. Slap. The old matriarch struck Jiang Ningxue across the face, momentarily silencing the chaos. Why should I refrain from striking her? Look at how you, the second branch, have indulged her. The royal family has never even arranged a betrothal for her. Yet she dares to engage in clandestine communications with the crown prince and flaunt her dancing at the emperor's birthday banquet, resulting in a miscarriage. Were it not for the empress's concern for the royal family's reputation, today might have spelled disaster for our duke's residence. Fortunately, Zhiyu saved her life. Otherwise, we wouldn't merely be contemplating her punishment, but we might even be accompanying her to the grave. The old matriarch felt a surge of anger, her breath quickening. Observing this, Yu Zhiyu hastily stepped forward to offer comfort, fearing an unexpected incident. Mother, please do not speak ill of Shuer. Had you and uncle adopted her into the main branch earlier, Shuer would now rightfully be the crown princess, destined to become empress in the future. With only Ningxue as the remarkable woman in this household, the glory of the duke's residence would likely rest upon her shoulders. Yet you persist in withholding her rightful position as the legitimate daughter, and now look where we stand, having lost everything. Ding Shi wept as she recounted her grievances, while the old matriarch struggled with her breath, clutching her chest. Such shallow-minded individuals deserve to be struck down alongside you. I should have known the second branch would bring nothing but trouble. When has our Jiang family ever needed to rely on a woman to uphold the family? Yi Zhiyu hurriedly retrieved a few heart rescue pills, placing them beneath the old lady's tongue. Madam, hold them there. Do not swallow, she implored, disregarding the hierarchy in her urgent whisper. Second, madam, cease your words at once. If you provoke the old lady to illness, the rumors that will circulate throughout the capital tomorrow will be insufferable. After all, Miss Ningxue's public display of discomfort is already common knowledge. Upon hearing Yi Zhiyu's reprimand directed at Ding, Jiang Ningxue began to lose her composure anew. Who do you think you are to speak of my mother? A lowly wretch like you. Do not presume that because grandmother favors you, you can ascend to greatness. Do not forget, you are merely an outsider without blood ties. You cannot possibly compare to my past. Stop dreaming. In that moment, Yi Jiu turned a deaf ear to the venomous tirades, focusing solely on the old lady's condition. Fortunately, the heart rescue pills worked swiftly. The old lady exhaled deeply, rising to her feet, exuding an aura of authority as she regarded Ding and Jiang Ningxue. This has already transpired. It is my failing. You three are of the same blood, yet I never imagined I would raise such short-sighted daughters-in-law and granddaughters. I am growing old and can no longer oversee many matters. Tomorrow, news will arrive from the palace, and you are left with two choices. 1. Find a white silk and hang yourself tonight, and our household will claim you drowned by accident. Or 2. Tomorrow, a small sedan chair will likely arrive to escort you to the Eastern Palace. Your fate will depend on your own actions. Upon hearing these words, Ding and her daughter turned ashen. The prospect of becoming the crown princess was within reach. Yet they were to be carried into the Eastern Palace in a mere sedan chair, a profound humiliation indeed. Jiang Ningxue, unwilling to meet her demise, had no choice but to wager on the prince's affection for her. Even as a concubine, if she could capture the prince's heart, the position of princess consort would eventually be within her grasp. The old matriarch, weary from the burdens of her life, found solace in the presence of Yi Jiu, who prevented her from succumbing to the frustrations of the family. Zhao Mama, observing Yi Jiu's diligent efforts, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The old matriarch had managed the household for a lifetime, and now, with the arrival of Miss Jiu, it seemed as if a pillar of support had emerged. Perhaps the decision to adopt her was indeed a wise one. Upon departing from the old matriarch's courtyard, Yi Jiu made her way to Jiang Xinjue's residence, contemplating that seeking his assistance would be the most prudent course of action. Upon being informed of her arrival, Jiang Xinjue hastily emerged to greet her, and Yi Jiu chose not to enter but instead met him at the pavilion by the entrance. Young master, I shall not beat around the bush. I am aware that an incident occurred in the residence today. I do not wish to trouble the old matriarch, so I must turn to you for help. She stated plainly. Miss Jiu, please, speak freely. Today's situation owes much to your intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, Jiang Xinjue replied readily. Seeing his willingness, Yi Jiu candidly expressed, my mother is expected to arrive in the capital tomorrow. As I am unfamiliar with this city, I would like to request that you arrange accommodations for her at an inn. Jiang Xinjue initially assumed it was a matter of great importance and responded, Miss Jiu, you are our family savior. How could we allow your kin to stay outside? Our home has ample space. Yi Jiu bowed her head in silence for a moment, then implored, young master, please do not stand on ceremony. This time, I would ask you to heed my wishes if you would be so kind. Her tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Through their days of acquaintance, Jiang Xinjue came to understand her nature, seemingly gentle, yet inherently stubborn. Thus, she refrained from excessive politeness and readily agreed. When your family arrives tomorrow, seek out Uncle Zhou. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. After speaking, Yi Jiu prepared to take her leave. Jiu, in the coming days, I must trouble you to look after grandmother and ensure her well-being. Chapter 68. Counting ants at the city gate. As anticipated, early the following day, a decree arrived from the palace. Though it was not an imperial edict, but rather the queen's proclamation. The eunuch delivering the decree entered the courtyard of the second residence and began to read aloud before Jiang Ningxue's door. By order of Her Majesty, the Queen, the daughter of the Duke of Zhengguo, Jiang, possesses a graceful disposition and a virtuous character, a lady of noble birth and esteemed conduct. She is granted the title of the Crown Prince's consort. However, as Jiang Lianyuan is unwell, she is permitted to rest at home for half a month before selecting a day to enter the palace. The eunuch cast a disdainful glance at the nearly lifeless Jiang Ningxue within the room. Jiang Lianyuan, do come forth to receive the decree. The Ding family and the second master knelt in silence, not daring to utter a word. Jiang Ningxue, with great effort and supported by her maid, slowly made her way to the door and knelt to accept the decree. This humble daughter thanks Her Majesty for her grace. The words seemed to emerge through gritted teeth, laced with profound resentment. Rising, she stood erect before the eunuch. Sir, as you can see, the sky is still early. One cannot be certain whether it will rain later. I do hope you do not mistakenly misjudge the talents before you. A strange smile crept upon her lips. This was indeed a directive from Her Majesty the Queen herself. A loss of virtue before marriage, regardless of the crown prince's affections, would preclude one from the esteemed position of crown princess. It was only out of respect for the Duke of Zhengguo that she was permitted entry into the palace, granted a nominal title. Did she truly believe herself to be a lady of high birth? Upon receiving news from her servants, the elderly matriarch promptly made her way to the Snowfall Pavilion, accompanied by Yi Zhiyu, to provide a follow-up consultation for her beloved granddaughter. Despite her transgressions, she deserved the chance to live well. However, when Jiang Ningxue learned of Yi Zhiyu's presence, she frantically expelled her from the premises, refusing even to see the elderly matriarch. Yi Zhiyu, shaking her head, chose to remain at the stone bench outside, writing a prescription which she entrusted to the steward of the second household. She instructed him to ensure that the young lady adhered to the regimen, taking the medicine for 7 consecutive days to avoid any adverse effects on her future well-being. The steward, a matronly figure, grasped the implication of Yi Zhiyu's words. Her medical expertise was widely acknowledged throughout the household. Gratefully accepting the prescription, she promptly arranged for the preparation of the medicine, discreetly attributing it to the household physician. Yi Zhiyu nodded in satisfaction, assisting the elderly matriarch as they departed. "You are truly a kind-hearted child," the matriarch tenderly remarked, "given how she treated you at Zhengguo Temple. Your ability to repay enmity with kindness reflects the excellent upbringing instilled by your parents." Yi Zhiyu playfully responded, "In that case, dear matriarch, you must bestow upon me a generous consultation fee, so I may honor my wonderful mother." At last, the elderly lady smiled. The second household had fallen into a serene quietude, interrupted only by the occasional clatter of shattered cups and dishes, yet all was relatively peaceful. "Lord Duke, Zhiyu has come for a follow-up." In order to alleviate the pervasive gloom within the household, Yi Zhiyu unconsciously adopted a playful demeanor. "What hardship is there? Over these past days, the Duke's residence has kept me plump and well-fed, and with Shi Chui attending to me, I, a country girl, have experienced a taste of being a young lady." At this point, the Duke shifted his tone, "What I mentioned before the Emperor last night stands. You might want to give it some serious thought." As Yi Zhiyu laughed and assisted him into the room, she replied, "Let us discuss this matter in a few days. For now, I shall examine your leg and administer acupuncture once more. Afterward, I must go to the city gate to fetch my mother. Once I ensure her comfort, we can deliberate on our plans." Seeing her tone soften, the Duke felt a surge of joy, the frustrations caused by the second branch of the family dissipating in an instant. "Very well, first see to your mother. Once we formally acknowledge our kinship, I shall welcome her into the residence. After all, we have plenty of space. If it proves uncomfortable, I shall purchase the adjacent house for you, facilitating our interactions. Don't you agree, Zhiyu?" A warm smile spread across Yi Zhiyu's face. The man before her might be her uncle. Though he appeared as a rugged warrior, his sensitivity was striking, revealing the happiness and suffering of her late aunt. Following the acupuncture, he took her pulse. It was steady, the flow robust. In approximately half a month, he predicted she would return to her normal state. "Zhiyu, there have been many affairs in the household lately, and I may need to neglect your family for a couple of days. However, do not worry. Once everything is settled, we shall host a welcoming feast for your family." Yi Zhiyu nodded silently and said to her uncle, "When the time comes, I will unveil the truth to you. But please do not be upset." Upon returning to her room, she changed into a simple linen dress she had worn earlier and prepared to personally greet her mother and sister at the city gate. She decided to walk leisurely through the capital, opting not to hire a carriage or bring along Shi Cui. It was only when Su Xia came looking for her that they realized Yi Zhiyu was missing. The two foolish girls, hesitant to seek their grandmother, went straight to the Duke, reasoning that since they were to be adopted into the main house, it was only natural to find their father when a daughter was lost. It wasn't until the Duke mentioned that she had gone to the city gate to meet her mother and sister that they felt reassured enough to attend to their own matters. Yi Zhiyu was not well acquainted with the routes of the capital, so before setting out, she inquired with Zhou Bo about the location of the inn arranged by the young master. After securing her accommodation and obtaining the key, she followed the innkeeper's directions and headed eastward. As she ambled along, she paused frequently. Although she had sufficient funds, the plethora of new sights had rendered the trinkets by the roadside somewhat unappealing. Indeed, wealth can lead one astray. "Yi Zhiyu, you have succumbed to decadence." The sixth prince had not informed her when Qing Feng would arrive, leaving her to idly squat at the city gate, counting ants. Suddenly, she heard a gentle voice from behind. "Zhiyu, what are you doing?" Yi Zhiyu stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and smiled as she replied, "What a coincidence to see you here at the city gate. I am quite curious. Why are you dressed so simply, squatting here to count ants? Yi Zhiyu smiled gently, remarking that her mother was coming to the capital today, though she was uncertain of the arrival time. Thus, she ventured out alone, dressed modestly to avoid drawing too much attention, though she knew quite well that she was indeed quite beautiful. Lu Yanlin suppressed a laugh, affirming that she was beautiful, and not merely in appearance. Yu Zhiyu, initially in high spirits and ready to exchange playful banter, felt a twinge of embarrassment at his earnest response, lowering her head in a flustered silence. Chapter 69. A chance encounter with a patient of tuberculosis. At that moment, a commotion erupted near the city gate, suggesting that a carriage was attempting to enter but faced some obstruction. Yu Zhiyu felt a flicker of concern, wondering if it might involve her mother. As she glanced over, she spotted the Lu family's carriage waiting for Lu Yanlin not far away. Uncertain of the situation, she still felt compelled to approach and pay her respects to the Marquis of Zhaoyang. Approaching the carriage, Yi Zhiyu bowed gracefully, uttering, "Commoner pays her respects to the Marquis of Zhaoyang and to the esteemed young master." Her manners were impeccable, devoid of any hint of the previous day's discord. Lu Dongyang did not harbor any ill feelings towards Yi Zhiyu, especially considering she had once saved his mother's life. However, he felt conflicted due to his legitimate son's apparent interest in her. After striving for half a lifetime, he had finally attained a noble title, and the future of the Lu family promised even greater prosperity. The fiancé of the heir must possess connections that could be advantageous. Although the Duke of Zhengguo's estate had promised to adopt a daughter, the absence of blood ties raised doubts about the longevity of such a bond. Thus, he found himself unconsciously distancing from Yi Zhiyu. After the formalities, Yi Zhiyu spoke, "It seems there is a situation over there. I shall go take a look. Young Master Lu, I bid you farewell. There is no need to rush. I shall accompany you to take a look." Seeing his son express such a sentiment, the Marquis of Zhaoyang could only gently close his eyes in a moment of repose, nodding in agreement. Having recently joined the epicenter of power in the capital, it was only natural for him to cultivate amicable relations at every opportunity. Upon reaching the carriage, Lu Yanlin inquired about the circumstances and, upon discerning the identity of its occupant, was taken aback. "Young Master Lin? Lin Shay?" Within the carriage lay a gaunt young man, seemingly in his 20s. Yi Zhiyu, with her keen senses, soon detected a potent aroma of medicine. The young man was persistently coughing, clearly unwell. The guards, upon seeing the Lu family carriage, though the news of the title conferred had not spread rapidly, were aware that the Lu family was closely connected to the favored concubine Lu in the palace. They hastily explained that the individual within the carriage appeared gravely ill, and according to regulations, for the safety of the capital, they could not permit passage. The attendants within the carriage recognized Lu Yanlin and urgently implored, "Young Master Lu, we beseech you to save our young master. Our divine healer Valley sent numerous disciples to the northern wilderness to aid disaster victims, and unexpectedly, our young master, on his first journey for experience, out of compassion, took in a sick child." They continued to plead with the guards, "Please, good sir, save our young master. The divine healer Valley will respond to any future requests. We shall traverse the city at great speed, without any delay. I vow by the name of the divine healer Valley." The guards remained steadfast, aware of the divine healer Valley's reputation, yet they understood that such connections were beyond their reach. The emperor's authority loomed like a sword over their heads, capable of extinguishing not only their lives but also those of their kin. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of communication, Lu Yanlin cast an apologetic glance at Yi Zhiyu, only to find her crouched beside the carriage, examining her injuries, her face obscured by a peculiar white mask. The onlookers were perplexed, directing their gaze towards Lu Yanlin. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed them to follow Yi Zhiyu's orders. Just as he intended to approach, Yi Zhiyu swiftly blocked his path, warning, "Do not come closer. You might contract the illness." She ordered the attendants to disembark, then, from her elevated position on the carriage, began to interrogate the two men before her. "Is this your friend?" Lu Yanlin replied, "He is a companion I encountered during my travels for business, the grandson of the leader of the Divine Healer Valley." He then turned to the attendant and inquired, "Are you aware that your young master has tuberculosis? How long has it been since the onset of his condition? Have you taken any preventative medicine to avoid contagion?" The attendant, head bowed and visibly distressed, responded, "We have all taken medicine, but the young master has a frail constitution, and due to close contact, he unfortunately contracted the illness." Yi Zhiyu pressed on, "If you were to traverse through Dajing, How long would it take to reach the Divine Healer Valley? The attendant sighed. It would take approximately another half a month. After several rounds of questioning, Yu gathered a general understanding of the situation and stated directly, I do not recommend that you enter this city, although I am unaware of your medical expertise. The fact that the preventative medicine you have is not universally effective speaks volumes. Upon hearing her words, the attendant's face flushed with anger. On what grounds do you assert that our Divine Healer Valley is incapable? How dare you curse our young master to death? Sadness welled up within him uncontrollably. Lu Yinlin gazed at Yu, who wore a peculiar mask, her voice muffled yet oddly endearing. It was not that he was indifferent to Lin Che's life. Rather, he instinctively felt that as long as Yu was present, no ailment was insurmountable. Observing a hint of hesitation in her demeanor, he posed a question. As the esteemed elder of the Divine Healer Valley, if someone were to be bitten by a bamboo leaf-green snake, what would be the maximum delay before rescue becomes impossible? Do you possess the confidence to save them? The attendant pondered for a moment. The bamboo leaf-green snake was highly venomous, and the longest one could afford was the duration of an incense stick. Beyond that, even a celestial being would find it challenging to render aid. Lu Yinlin smiled gently. Allow this young lady to save your master. She has the ability to revive someone poisoned for over an hour, whose breathing has ceased. Were it not for the fact that it was young Master Lu speaking, the attendant would have dismissed this as mere deception. Fear not, the poisoned individual is I, and it is Dr. Yi who has come to my aid. After uttering these words, the attendant's eyes widened in disbelief yet gradually relaxed, entrusting his master to the young woman before him. Yu instructed Lu Yinlin, open your mouth. A smooth, round pill swiftly slid into his mouth, and without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Extend your hand. Lu Yinlin obediently complied. Yi Zhiyu dispensed a pump of antiseptic gel into his palm, explaining, you have just come into contact with a patient. To prevent any contagion, the pill you ingested is a Sehexiang pill, which has detoxifying properties. Rub this liquid all over your hands, ensuring complete safety. I shall commence treatment now. You are all to keep your distance. With that, she secured the carriage door from within. Chapter 70. The Heir of the Divine Physician Valley. Lin Che Yu swiftly applied disinfectant gel to her hands, donned medical gloves, and retrieved a sterile surgical gown, not for the sake of the patient, but to safeguard herself. She commenced an examination of the lungs. The presence of hemoptysis was alarming. Such a symptom was dire. In ancient times, pulmonary tuberculosis was a certain death sentence, and the bravery exhibited by the Divine Physician Valley was commendable. Unconsciously, she felt an intensified resolve towards this young master. She was determined to restore his health. In this world, the presence of good individuals is essential to cultivate a more beautiful existence. In contemporary society, pulmonary tuberculosis is synonymous with tuberculosis, a disease notoriously difficult to treat. Initial scans revealed that Lin Che's lungs exhibited mild caseous necrosis, yet it remained within a controllable range, accompanied by a slight pneumothorax. Had she not intervened, he likely would not have survived beyond 3 days. Fortunately, ancient medicines lacked resistance to modern drugs, thus presenting a manageable challenge. She administered an intramuscular injection of antitubercular medication, and due to the inflammation, anti-inflammatory treatment was also necessary. After several injections, Lin Che's breathing began to stabilize, and upon removing the needle, no abnormal sounds were detected. Following modern protocols for treating pulmonary cough, she procured rifampicin, isoniazid, ethambutol, and several other tablets. She retrieved the craft paper and charcoal pencil she had stored earlier, carefully unwrapped the medications and placed them within the craft paper bags, meticulously labeling each with the dosage and frequency using the charcoal pencil. After shedding her surgical gown, she disinfected herself with alcohol before finally stepping outside with the medications. Lu Yinlin hurried over, inquiring, Zhiyu, how is Lin Che's condition? In your current state, you cannot enter the city. I heard from the innkeeper that there is a dilapidated temple a mile east of the city where you can rest temporarily. Later, I shall bring you blankets and food. You have always aided those afflicted by disaster, so I believe you will not be particular about your accommodations. Observing the doubts in your servant's eyes, Yu Zhiyu lowered her gaze to contemplate. In truth, you must know that tuberculosis is an ailment that cannot be cured. If I claim that it can be treated, why not give it a try? What if I manage to save your young master, and he emerges in even better health than before? Thank you, Dr. Yi. I am Lin Bei. You may call me Xiao Bei. If you can heal my young master, the Divine Physician Valley will surely remember your immense kindness. Very well, take your young master to the temple to rest. Be cautious this evening and avoid exposure to the cold. Lu Yanlin gazed at the earnest woman before him, a softness creeping into his eyes. Just as he was about to speak further, the Marquis of Zhaoyang sent someone to urge them along. Once everyone was sent off, he suddenly remembered that he had come to fetch his mother and sister, and he began to search anxiously. In the instant he turned, he spotted Qingfeng, the Jiang family, and Jimeng standing neatly in front of the carriage, all looking at her. Yi Zhiyu, filled with excitement, jumped up. Mother, you saw me. Why did you not call out? I have been waiting in this wind for so long. Zhang's face brimmed with maternal affection. Seeing you so engrossed in your medical duties, I could not bear to interrupt. Jimeng, a small figure, rushed forward to embrace Yi Zhiyu, but was halted at a distance. Ming'er, the patients I just attended to were unclean. Once we reach the inn, and I have washed up, I will take you both out for a delicious meal, shall we? Casting a fleeting glance at the contents of the carriage, I couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Mother, why on earth have you brought the blankets along? Yi Zhiyu stifled her tears and comforted Jiang Shi. Dear mother, you have become a petite landowner. Are you truly worried about spending a few coins? I find myself in urgent need. Might I borrow a blanket for a spell? Upon hearing Yi Zhiyu's request, Jiang Shi nodded eagerly. Of course, my dear. Take it and use it as you wish. Qingfeng, would you kindly deliver the blankets to the dilapidated temple located a mile east of the city? Please hand them over to someone named Xiao Bei, and then report back to His Highness the Sixth Prince. Understood. Wait a moment. I have something for you. Yi Zhiyu retrieved a bottle of matai from her space. She had long prepared this token of gratitude for Qingfeng, knowing he had been vigilantly watching over Jiang Shi in Qingxi town. The liquor had been carefully bottled in a ceramic vessel, intended as a gesture of thanks. This wine is for you, and this box of sweets is for His Highness. Qingfeng, ever stoic, did not decline the gifts and clasped his fists in salute before departing. Zhiyu, I just heard you mention the Sixth Prince. Upon arriving at the inn, Yu Zhiyu, along with Jiang Shi and Jimeng, indulged in a warm bath after days of travel, which surely had left them fatigued. After their refreshing baths, they felt rejuvenated. Jimeng, curious, leaned against the window, gazing at the bustling street outside, marveling at the throngs of people. It was no wonder this girl, having ventured no further than Qingxi town, was so captivated by the lively scene before her. Hearing this, Jiang Shi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. A prince? Yuer, how could you be so audacious? As mere commoners, how could we possibly forge a connection with a prince? I even had his guard escort me to the capital. The Prime Minister's residence is no place for someone like us, let alone a prince. Yi Zhiyu poured a cup of water for Jiang and continued. Do you not wish to know the location I mentioned in my letter, where I spotted a similar pattern? Where is it? Upon hearing that it pertained to her own lineage, Jiang involuntarily tensed. It is at the residence where I sought medical treatment, the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion. The pattern in their family tree is identical to that on your handkerchief. Jiang was rendered speechless by her astonishment, merely listening in silence. Yu Zhiyu slowly recounted. The Duke of Zhengguo's family also bears the surname Jiang. At first, I suspected it was merely a coincidence, but during my illness, I engaged in delightful conversations with the old matriarch of the household and inadvertently learned that the Jiang family lost a 4-year-old legitimate daughter 29 years ago, coinciding with the time your grandfather found you. This led me to harbor such suspicions, prompting me to write and inquire about your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang was moved to tears. Knowing her mother wept, Jimeng hurried over, distressed, and wiped her tears. Mother, what is wrong? Jiang smiled gently, reassuring her, do not worry. My dear, mother is well, she is simply joyful. Jimeng, puzzled, sat down to listen. Yuer, do you know why the Jiang family lost their daughter all those years ago? Yi Zhiyu initially harbored reservations, pondering the possibility that the item had been deliberately discarded. Thus, she refrained from immediate recognition and instead engaged in prolonged inquiry. Based on her observations, the matriarch of the Jiang family appeared to be a benevolent soul, her longing for her daughter seemingly genuine rather than feigned. She conveyed all her insights, gathered over the past days, to the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang was already in tears, exclaiming, Yuer, I wish to find my mother. Yi Zhiyu, with tears welling in her eyes, comforted her. In a couple of days, the Duke's residence has been embroiled in some domestic affairs. Hence, I have temporarily arranged for your stay at the inn. When the time is right, I shall personally explain the situation to the matriarch. After listening attentively, Zisong Xian finally grasped the situation, asking, Mother, have you found your own mother? Indeed, Mother also has a mother now. In Chapter 71, Zisong Xian, intrigued, noticed the bulging contents in Qingfeng's arms and skeptically inquired, "Are you secretly hoarding the items Yi Zhiyu entrusted to you?" Although Qingfeng served as a covert royal guard, the two had grown up together, leaving Zisong Xian at a loss yet curious about the contents. He gently persuaded, "Come now, Qingfeng. I do not wish to take your possessions, but might I have a glimpse?" Being a servant, his prior refusal could warrant severe consequences. However, he had surreptitiously opened the bottle during their journey, and the intoxicating aroma filled the air, surpassing even the finest wines of the capital. As an aficionado of fine spirits, he pondered that he could not relinquish it. Perhaps a reprimand for the sixth prince would suffice. Qingfeng slowly produced the wine bottle and uncorked it, allowing the sixth prince to savor the fragrance. In an instant, the room was filled with the intoxicating aroma of wine, so rich that one could savor its essence without even drawing near. This only deepened Zisong Xian's jealousy, yet he found it beneath himself to compete with his subordinates over trivialities. Qingfeng, caught in a dilemma, cast a hesitant glance at the sixth prince and tentatively inquired, "Shall I pour you a glass, my lord?" Zisong Xian eagerly nodded like an obedient puppy, seizing a large teacup. "Your Highness, one cannot resort to trickery." "Very well. I shall not serve you." Zisong Xian promptly conceded, producing a small wine cup. "Ah, Qifeng, do let me have a taste." Qingfeng had never encountered such an unabashed prince, yet he felt compelled to indulge his master. Zisong Xian savored the rich wine, exclaiming in delight, and as his eyes sparkled with mischief, he suggested, "You see, this afternoon, I find myself quite unoccupied. If I am free, then so are you. Why not summon a feast so we may indulge ourselves? Would that not be delightful?" At last, Qingfeng comprehended the sixth prince's ulterior motives. Just as he was about to decline, Zisong Xian revealed a box of chocolates. "I shall share half of this confectionery with you. I know you are not fond of sweets, but the esteemed Xie from the Bureau of Treasures has a penchant for them. Would you not consider offering it to her to win her favor? To be candid, I once procured this from Dr. Yi for 10 taels of gold. It is a delicacy found nowhere else. Do you not think that if Xie were to enjoy it, she might regard you with a warmer demeanor?" With a persuasive charm, Qingfeng seemed to waver. Seizing the opportunity, Zisong Xian commanded the kitchen to prepare a lavish banquet. Having reached this point, the gentle breeze could only take advantage of the situation and decisively abscond with half a box of chocolates, subsequently producing some liquor to share. The distillation technique of Desheng's spirits was far from refined. Some of the stronger liquors had a harshness that masked their impurities, and their alcohol content was insufficient, lacking the rich and delicate flavor of Maodai. Before long, he collapsed onto the table, utterly incapacitated. On the other hand, Yi Zhiyu and the Jiang family had already adjusted their emotions and prepared to confront reality, concerned that Jiang Shi and Jimeng might be fatigued from their journey. Yi Zhiyu requested the inn to serve dinner. After a lapse of more than half a month, the family could finally dine together once more. After the meal, Yi Zhiyu inquired, "Mother, did you bring the handkerchief you have carried since childhood?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi promptly retrieved a burlap pouch from her bosom, within which the handkerchief was carefully wrapped, always kept close to her. "I shall take this handkerchief for now. When I arrive there, I will seek an opportunity to explain the situation to the old matriarch." Once the matters at hand were settled, Yi Zhiyu urged them to rest early, saying, "Mother, the Duke is still recovering from his injuries, and the old matriarch is not in good health either. As the physician they have summoned, I must visit them this evening. You may rest assured, I shall come to find you tomorrow." The inn had been arranged by Jiang Xinjue, conveniently located not far from the Duke's residence, ensuring a secure stay. "A persistent high fever? Have you not taken any medicine?" The specifics were unclear, so it was best for physician Yi to take a look first. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu felt a surge of urgency. A postoperative fever was indeed a grave concern. Although it was a minimally invasive procedure, there remained internal incisions that could not breathe, making inflammation escalate rapidly. Reluctantly, despite her aversion to this individual, she acknowledged that he was nonetheless her patient. Hastening to the Snowfall Pavilion, the weeping of Madame Ding was quite vexing. The old matriarch was not present. Only Madame Ding and a few maidservants remained, who immediately surrounded Zhiyu upon her arrival, grasping her sleeves. "It must be you. You surely harbor resentment for the events at the Golden Light Temple, plotting revenge against our second branch, using the guise of healing to torment my unfortunate daughter." "Torment you?" Yi Zhiyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Was it I who caused her to lose her virtue before marriage with the crown prince? Or did I compel her to wear dance skirts in the autumn and perform, leading to her miscarriage? Was I the one who forced her to refuse the medicine I prescribed? From the moment Yi Zhiyu entered, the absence of medicinal scent signified that Jiang Shui had undoubtedly neglected to take her medicine, leading to her current plight. Madame Ding, face flushed with shame and anger, found herself at a loss for words. Yi Zhiyu's assertions were not only factual, but surprisingly mild. One could only fear the tales that might spread beyond these walls. The matron in charge grasped Madame Ding's arm, offering comforting words. Dr. Yi has prescribed the medicine, specifically instructing not to disclose to the young lady that it was she who provided it. Yet, it seems the young lady has learned of this from somewhere and is resolutely refusing to take it. She is now in a fevered haze. Madam, you cannot afford to be muddled. Our only hope now rests with Dr. Yi. Madame Ding ceased her lamentations. Yi, Dr. Yi, Madame Ding, let us refrain from unnecessary words. We must prioritize reducing Miss Ning Shui's fever, Yi Zhiyu stated, lightly touching the young lady's forehead, which felt alarmingly above 39 degrees. She swiftly drew a silver needle, pricking her own finger to allow a drop of blood, and promptly employed her spatial instrument to analyze it. Indeed, the elevated white blood cell count indicates a typical postoperative inflammatory response. The immediate priority is to alleviate the inflammation and reduce the fever. It is impractical to send her outside. Oral medication is the only viable option. As I prepared to administer an antipyretic tablet to Jiang Ningxue, she, despite her fever-induced delirium, resolutely clenched her teeth, muttering, "Get out, I do not want your help." The patient's lack of cooperation posed a significant challenge. Ding Shi, standing nearby, implored, "My dear daughter, please take the medicine. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly endure it?" Yet, Jiang Ningxue remained unyielding. At that moment, a maid entered and spoke. "Second madam, it has been discovered that this morning, when Dr. Yi prescribed the medicine, 2 careless maids overheard and subsequently gossiped to the young lady, which is why she refuses to take her medicine." Upon hearing this, Ding Shi immediately assumed a commanding presence and demanded, "What was said?" The maid quivered. Responding in a barely audible whisper, they said that the young lady has waited for the crown prince for 3 years, only to end up with a mere favored concubine. Once Dr. Yi is adopted by the duke, the position of crown princess may very well belong to her. Nonsense. Ding Shi's fury erupted, and she ordered the 2 maids to be silenced and then sold away. Chapter 72. Revealing the truth to the matriarch after listening. Yi Zhiyu could only manage a bitter smile as she leaned closer to Jiang Ningxue's ear. "If you do not take the medicine soon, you may perish. And when you are gone, I shall ascend as the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence." Do you think the crown prince would grant me the title of crown princess for the sake of the Jiang family's military power? You lost your purity before marriage and succumbed to a miscarriage. Henceforth, your ancestral grave will be unapproachable. What will you do now? Will you not take the medicine? I am aware that you are reluctant to accept my remedy, yet there appears to be no alternative. At present, I am your sole savior. She understood that despite Jiang Ningxue's delirium, she could still comprehend spoken words. Thus, she deliberately spoke in such a manner to provoke a reaction, eager to see if she could be stirred. Indeed, when she pried open her mouth once more, resistance had faded. Yi Zhiyu promptly inserted a fever-reducing tablet into her mouth and instructed a servant to assist her, administering a small amount of clear water. The remaining anti-inflammatory medication was entrusted to Madame Ding, advising that in approximately 15 minutes, the fever would subside. Once the fever abates, the white tablet should be given with clear water twice daily, 1 tablet at a time. Should the fever persist by tomorrow, the yellow pill may be administered again, ensuring she does not catch a chill. After 5 days of this regimen, she shall be restored to health, at which point I will prescribe further treatment to regulate her body, ensuring no repercussions for future offspring. Upon hearing the mention of progeny, Madame Ding immediately became attentive and assured, "Very well, Dr. Yi, I shall ensure she adheres to the medication regimen. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope for your understanding." "No matter," Yi Zhiyu replied, not feeling the need for further pleasantries. Her efforts to save Jiang Ningxue were solely for the security of the Jiang family. She was a physician, but certainly not an innocent bystander. There was no reason to extend aid to those who wished her harm. At long last, she had completed a troublesome task. Should she perish within the palace, it would be the responsibility of the duke's household. If she were to die in her own residence, the onus would fall upon her, the attending physician. Having encountered an abundance of medical disputes in her previous life, She now harbored a genuine fear of patients hastening their own demise. Subsequently, she hastened to pay a visit to the elderly matriarch, for so much had transpired in recent days that she feared the old woman might not endure. As anticipated, within mere hours, the matriarch's vitality had swiftly waned. Zhengguo knelt beside her, speaking softly, "Matriarch, you must not allow yourself to falter. This grand estate relies upon your strength." The matriarch, with a gentle smile, reached out to caress her hair, exuding warmth as she replied, "You have only been with us for less than a month, yet it feels as though I have known you for ages." She then glanced at Nurse Zhao and mused, "Is it true that as one grows old, one tends to dwell on fanciful thoughts? How splendid it would be if Zhengguo were indeed my granddaughter." The matriarch continued, "Lost in her own reflections, Ningxue, that child, has been under my watchful eye since her youth. Alas, her second brother is disappointing, indulging in frivolities with numerous concubines. Fortunately, he has fathered a daughter of exceptional merit." It was evident that the matriarch held genuine affection for her granddaughter. Regarding the earlier slap, one could only wonder if Jiang Ningxue had grasped its significance. Observing the matriarch's pallor, Zhengguo seized the opportunity to check her pulse, only to find it sluggish and impeded, far from a sign of longevity. Her heart sank, feeling desolate. It was imperative to uplift the matriarch's spirits. She had toiled in her elevated position for far too long and deserved to live for herself. Clenching the handkerchief in her grasp, she steeled her resolve and knelt respectfully before the matriarch. This action evidently startled the old lady. "Zhengguo, my child, why are you kneeling? Quickly rise." "Old lady, Zhengguo has committed a transgression. There is something I have concealed from you. What is it that you have not disclosed to me?" The old lady regarded her curiously. "If you have something to say, please do so. The ground is cold." Zhengguo remained motionless, yet words flowed forth from her lips. "When I first attended to the Duke, I noticed that the Duke's residence bore many circular patterns. Later, when I inquired with you, you mentioned they were the Jiang family crest. I was quite astonished, as I had also discovered such patterns among my mother's belongings." Upon hearing this, the old lady's lips trembled uncontrollably, yet she dared not utter a sound, merely signaling with her eyes for her to continue. "I remarked how familiar you appeared, genuinely feeling that you bore a resemblance to my mother upon our first meeting, which piqued my curiosity. Later, when you dined at my quarters and shared tales of a lost daughter, I became convinced that my mother might indeed be the daughter you had lost." At this revelation, the old lady's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she held them back, momentarily overwhelmed with joy, forgetting to inquire further, simply listening in silence as Zhengguo continued. Upon concluding, she retrieved a handkerchief, a treasured keepsake of the Jiang family for generations, presenting it to the old lady. With trembling hands, the old lady accepted it, recognizing the embroidery as her own handiwork, yet struggling to believe it. Embracing Zhengguo tightly, she exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew you were one of my own. Otherwise, how could I have felt such an affinity for you?" Madame Zhao was also in tears, exclaiming, "Let us go to Yi family village at once. I must find my Su Xin." As she spoke, she grasped the hands of two companions and hurried outside. Zhengguo, smiling, interjected, "Dear madam, my mother has arrived in the capital. We shall seek her out tomorrow. It is late now, and she has already retired for the night. Is that truly the case? You must not deceive me." The elderly lady, overwhelmed with joy, was beside herself. Seizing the moment, Zhengguo took her pulse, and indeed, the flow of her qi and blood had significantly improved. She had chosen this moment to reveal the news because the old lady had been brooding over Miss Ningxue's affairs, which, if left unaddressed, could harm her vitality. Now, after such a joyous outpouring of tears, her qi and blood were finally unblocked. "I assure you, my mother arrived today and is temporarily staying at an inn." Madame Zhao could not contain her tears, exclaiming, "Heaven be merciful, my daughter has finally been found, and such an exceptional daughter at that." Zhengguo assisted the old lady to bed, and upon entering the room and taking her pulse, she noted some distress, indicating that the old lady was troubled by Miss Ningxue's situation. With her tears shed, the burden seemed lifted. "Rest well and restore your spirits. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet my mother and your other granddaughter, Zhiming, a lively little monkey." "Very well, I shall take good care of myself. I have missed Su Xin for 29 years. I must live a few more years to accompany her." Chapter 73. Mother and daughter finally meet. Since being assigned by the old lady to attend to Zhengguo, Shi Chui had dedicated herself solely to this task. Today, however, with Zhengguo absent the entire day, She found herself bored and dozed off at the stone table in the courtyard. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Yu Jiyu could only comfort her, saying, "It is not that it is bad. I merely went to fetch my mother today and took the opportunity to wander a bit myself. Consider it a day off for you. Is that not agreeable?" Pouting, she retorted, "Well, you could at least have informed me. I was quite anxious. All right, I promise to take you next time. You say, if I were to leave the capital, could you still accompany me?" With a glint in her eye, Shitsue replied, "That could be arranged. If the old lady is willing to grant me a contract of servitude, I would gladly follow you, as I shall not starve. But wait, are you not to serve the Duke as a daughter? Perhaps you could request me from the old lady when that time comes, and I could serve as your stewardess. Dear Dr. Yi, how does that sound?" Yi Jiyu stifled a chuckle, not out of a desire for wealth and status, but rather because, should it truly be confirmed that her mother was indeed the missing young lady of the Jiang family, having Shitsue by her side would be most fitting. It would not be considered as having a maid, rather, it would be akin to gaining an additional sister. In the Chiefing Palace, the Empress Dowager gazed at the red marks on her neck in the bronze mirror. Dan Ko clenched her hand tightly, while Granny Sun gently smoothed her palm, offering a soothing touch. "Your Majesty, are you in pain again? The maternal worm within me has gone out of control. Do you think I would not be in pain?" Initially, all was well. The maternal worm within her and the offspring worm planted within Zisongyang were in a state of perfect balance. However, several months prior, it had suddenly lost control, and the maternal worm had begun to writhe within her. When the worm was first implanted, it was stated that should the offspring worm be resolved, the maternal worm would naturally perish. Yet, why then did it turn against her? She pondered in confusion. Could it be that that little imp employed some secret technique to counteract her? Have the dispatched individuals uncovered the reason? Grandmother Sun lowered her head and replied, "The person who has long resided in the royal residence, apart from visiting the emperor and the empress dowager at the beginning and middle of the month, hardly leaves the premises, showing no signs of suspicion." However, the empress dowager closed her eyes in contemplation. Could it be related to the physician from the duke's residence? Yet the timing does not align. It should not be her. Investigate further. Grandmother Sun acknowledged and withdrew. She had not seen anyone for several months. Initially, the mother worm was crafted by Lin Zhenyuan, a direct disciple of the divine physician Valley. And now that individual is deceased. It seems that only by locating someone from the divine physician Valley can this dilemma be resolved. That wretched child, Zisong Hung, was insisted upon by the late emperor to be designated in a will, commanding the 6 esteemed ministers to obey the decree. Otherwise, she would have long since eliminated him and avoided the trouble of using worm control over him. The night was tranquil, and apart from Chiefing Palace, the Empress's Ziyuan Palace was also brightly lit. The mere thought of Jiang Ningxue ensnaring her prince in such a manner left her unable to swallow her indignation. After years of rivalry with imperial concubine Lu, maintaining a firm upper hand, her son was now the crown prince, while Lu's offspring merely possessed a fade, indulging in frivolities and chaos. Initially, she had planned to adopt Jiang Ningxue to the Duke of Xin's household, thereby securing military power and ensuring the crown prince's position. However, yesterday's incident altered everything. Now, with the Lu family granted nobility, their business would undoubtedly flourish, and soon, the court may no longer be under her and the Empress Dowager's control. Meanwhile, Yi Jiyu enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. The next morning, Granny Zhao arrived early to knock on the door, finding Shi Tzi still asleep. After greeting the matriarch, she inquired if there were any pressing matters. As they conversed, Yi Jiyu had already awakened, astonished by the old lady's impatience. Yet she swiftly donned her garments and rose from her bed. "Old lady, why not sleep a while longer? I am a bit anxious. Do not mind me. You go ahead and freshen up. I shall wait for you outside," the old lady replied. Yu Jiyu dared not keep her waiting, hastily rinsing her mouth and washing her face. She grabbed a garment and stepped out, her hair merely gathered in a hasty fashion, secured with a silver hairpin, leaving half cascading down her shoulders. Shitsue followed her out, but was halted by the old lady. "You need not accompany us today. I will take Jiyu for a stroll." Being sensible, Shitsue refrained from questioning further and retreated. Along the way, the old lady grasped Yi Jiyu's hand, trembling incessantly, likely overwhelmed with excitement and trepidation, fearing that they might be mistaken and face a hollow joy. The carriage had scarcely moved when it halted abruptly. The old lady, flustered, disembarked and stood before the inn, hesitating to enter. "Jiyu, do you think your mother will resent me? Resent me for having lost her?" With a comforting smile, Yi Zhiyu reassured her, "Not at all. Mother longs for you dearly." Upon receiving my letter, a woman who has never ventured beyond Qingxi town hurriedly brought her child to the capital in search of her kin. How could she possibly harbor any grievances? Upon hearing this, the old lady's heart steadied. She lifted her feet and entered the inn. When the door to the room was opened, Jiang Shi beheld her daughter accompanied by an elderly woman standing at the threshold. She seemed to sense something, standing motionless. "Su Xin, are you truly my Su Xin?" Tears brimmed in her eyes. Jiang Shi glanced at Yi Zhiyu. "Is this my mother?" Yi Zhiyu nodded. "Quickly, come inside. It is inconvenient to linger out here with so many people passing by." Several individuals embraced as they entered the room. Yi Zhiyu spoke first, addressing the elderly matriarch. "Dear madam, the evidence of the embroidered handkerchief is insufficient. My mother went missing and fell into the water at the age of 4, losing her previous memories. To ensure certainty, could you recall any distinguishing birthmarks or identifying features on your lost daughter? The bond between mother and daughter transcends the need for further proof." Upon seeing Jiang, she instinctively recognized her as the daughter she had lost nearly 30 years ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang's tears flowed instantaneously and in a flurry. She wiped her eyes, disregarding the presence of others, and removed her shoes and socks to reveal a vibrant peach blossom birthmark. Witnessing this, all doubts were dispelled. Jiang Xiuxiu was indeed the legitimate daughter Jiang Su Xin who had vanished from the duke's residence. The three wept together, embracing one another. The elderly matriarch, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Why still refer to me as Miss? I am now a grandmother." The servant, taken aback, apologized for her words, overwhelmed by happiness. Their cries roused Jimeng, the little one sitting up in bed with a pillow clutched to her chest, asking, "Mother, why are you crying? Who are these two elderly ladies?" It was then that they noticed Jimeng was still present. Yi Zhiyu approached her, helping her get dressed, and explained, "This is your maternal grandmother, and the other is Granny Zhao. Go and greet your grandmother properly." Jimeng rubbed her eyes and inquired, "Is maternal grandmother my mother's mother?" "Indeed," came the reply. In chapter 74, the elderly matriarch, tears streaming down her face, lifted Jimeng into her arms. Her face adorned with a multitude of wrinkles from her smile, murmuring softly, "How wonderful, truly wonderful. Isn't grandmother happy? Why do you cry and laugh at the same time?" The elderly lady smiled as she spoke to her. "Minger, your grandmother is exceedingly delighted to finally find you." Zhang's eyes conveyed a multitude of unspoken words, hesitating to voice her thoughts. The elderly lady discerned her unvoiced query. "You wish to ask why you were lost to us, do you not? It would be no harm to share the tale, particularly now that you are a mother yourself, and with your father no longer present, it is of little consequence." Yi Zhiyu, too, was intrigued but understood the need to respect the privacy of her elders and contemplated taking her leave. However, the elderly lady stopped her, saying, "You are a sensible child. Stay and listen. You have 3 older brothers, and as the youngest legitimate daughter, you were most cherished. Since childhood, you were given the finest of everything, for my thoughts were solely upon you. Alas, this led to inappropriate notions arising from your father's acquaintances. One day, a servant reported that your father had drunkenly spent the night with a female scholar. In that moment, my mother-in-law insisted on elevating her to the status of concubine. Being young and impetuous, I was not inclined to accept this and confronted your father in a heated argument. When he married, he assured me that he would never take a concubine. I could never consent to such a thing, and being of a forthright nature, I had that maidservant sold away. At that time, my mother-in-law pointed her finger at me, demanding I copy scriptures in the Buddhist hall as punishment. I bore it in silence, yet not long after, you vanished. You had just celebrated your 4th birthday, eagerly pleading to go out and play, but I was bound to my penance. And an elderly woman of considerable standing led you away. When I sought you, you had already vanished. In my frantic search for that old woman, I discovered she had taken her own life by drowning. It took me a considerable time, during which I dispatched others to find you while investigating the reasons behind that woman's actions. She was an elder of the Duke's household, after all. Ultimately, I traced the maid whom I had sold off. It turned out she was that woman's daughter. After being sold, she ended up as a concubine in a wealthy household, only to be beaten to death by the mistress within 6 months. From that moment, the old woman harbored a deep-seated hatred for me, plotting to abduct you in revenge, wishing for me to experience the agony of losing a daughter. However, I had expressly instructed the matchmaker to ensure she found a good home, as I did not wish for her to suffer unduly. It was only at the old woman's death that I learned the entirety of her machinations. She resented her son's constant attention towards me and sought to diminish my influence by arranging for him to take a concubine. That fateful night, it was indeed the old woman who drugged your father, and nothing untoward transpired. Selling the maid to a household plagued by a malicious wife was also her design, intended to incite that woman to take revenge against me. Throughout this ordeal, her hands remained untainted by blood, yet she was responsible for 2 lives lost. I shall never forgive her, and even in the afterlife, I will seek justice against her. Reflecting on the many unsaid words between them, Yi Zhiyu recalled the consumptive patient outside the city gate and decided to leave them to converse. Upon hearing her title, the old lady feigned indignation, asking, "What do you call me? Your sister addresses me as grandmother. Why do you insist on calling me old lady?" "Yes, grandmother." After bidding farewell, Yi Zhiyu located a pharmacy and procured several prescriptions. The individual known as Lin Che had a constitution inherently weak. Conventional medicine could merely alleviate his pulmonary tuberculosis, while his overall health required gradual recuperation. She also acquired a stove, which could be utilized for brewing medicine as well as preparing simple porridge. With all the necessary provisions in hand, she summoned a carriage and exited the city gates, eventually arriving at the dilapidated temple. Indeed, they had not departed. It seemed her medicine had begun to take effect, for otherwise, the two would have left long ago. Lin Bei, upon seeing Yi Zhiyu, promptly knelt down, tears streaming down his face, expressing his gratitude for her assistance the previous day, which had alleviated his young master's condition. "Here I bow to you, miss," he proclaimed. Yi Zhiyu was taken aback and hastily urged him to rise, as she was unaccustomed to such displays of reverence. "There are provisions and supplies I purchased for you on the carriage. Please help yourself." Donning a mask and gloves, she approached Lin Che, extending her hand to feel his chest, assessing the condition of his lungs. He had ceased coughing blood, indicating that his condition was evidently under control. Lin Che, with his wide eyes, stared at her motionless and inquired, "Are you truly a doctor? Why do you not take my pulse but instead examine my chest?" Yi Zhiyu glanced up and replied, "Are you not the young master of the divine physician valley? How is it that you have never encountered this before?" The youth before her appeared to be of similar age, prompting her to tease him. Lin Che's face flushed with embarrassment. In this vast world, medical knowledge is boundless. How could I possibly know everything? He was indeed a well-mannered young man. "Your tuberculosis affects your lungs. Naturally, a direct examination of the chest yields more precise results." In truth, Yi Zhiyu merely made use of the modern instruments within the space, rendering a natural explanation impossible. "How did you feel yesterday?" At this moment, Lin Bei also brought in the stove, and Yi Zhiyu instructed him to procure some water and firewood to prepare the medicine. Then, she began to question him in return, asking whether he believed in the existence of deities. "Isn't your family part of the divine healer's valley? Yet, you have never encountered a deity." "I am not a deity, but your divine healer's valley resembles one, which is precisely why I chose to save you." Fully aware that tuberculosis is highly contagious and notoriously difficult to cure, yet you dared to venture into the disaster area to assist the victims. Lin Che was momentarily rendered speechless, struggling to articulate his thoughts. That child, whose parents succumbed to tuberculosis, was desperately clawing his way forward to fetch medicine to survive. I simply could not bear to watch, so I took him in my arms. I had taken the preventive medicine, but I overestimated my physical constitution, and still. Yi Zhiyu earnestly advised him that for a physician, the paramount duty is to ensure one's own safety first. Do you understand? Well, your condition is stable now. Take the medicine I've given you on schedule, and once you no longer cough and are free from contagion, come back to me. I still have the remaining medicine for you, which you must take for 2 months to achieve a complete recovery. The medicine prescribed is meant to nourish your body, and given your current state, it appears you may have been born with deficiencies. Perhaps your mother gave birth to you prematurely? Lin Che's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the woman before him, pondering her true identity, for her medical expertise was nothing short of extraordinary. Even though Yi Zhiyu wore a mask, obscuring her features from view, her eyes radiated warmth akin to the gentle embrace of a spring sun, instilling a sense of reassurance. "Pray, how may I address you?" "I am Yi Zhiyu. You may seek me at the Duke of State's residence." Chapter 75. A blood oath of kinship. Upon alighting from the carriage, Yi Zhiyu spotted Shitsue anxiously awaiting her at the entrance. The young girl's face was a mixture of worry and confusion, evidently perturbed by some unforeseen circumstance. Yi Zhiyu approached unhurriedly, reassuring her, "No need to rush. We shall depart shortly." She positioned herself beside Xixia, joining them in anticipation of the matriarch and her mother's arrival. The others also turned their attention towards them. With a serene smile, Yi Zhiyu remarked, "There is no need for concern, second master. My presence here is purposeful." No sooner had she spoken than the matriarch entered the ancestral hall, grasping Jiming with one hand and pulling Jiang with the other, silhouetted against the light. "Now that you are all here, please take your seats. I have significant news to share." The heads of the third household exchanged glances of suspicion towards the unfamiliar woman and young girl before them, puzzled yet compelled to sit down. While the servants stood in orderly rows outside. "Your eldest, second, and third, do you recall your younger sister, Jiang Suxin?" The matriarch began, her voice steady. At this, the three men's expressions shifted into deep contemplation. Third Master Jiang Weiran spoke softly. "Indeed, we remember. Our sister went missing at the tender age of 4, and since then, we have had no word of her." As he spoke, he drew Jiang before the assembly, eliciting a wave of astonishment among the attendees. "Mother, from whence did you procure this individual? What proof do we have that she is indeed our sister?" Jiang Mingshan interjected hastily, voicing his skepticism. "How absurd. Do you truly believe that I have aged to the point of not recognizing my own daughter? Please, dear mother, do not be angered. My concern stems from the treachery of this world. Have there not been instances when individuals have come claiming to be my sister, only for us to later discover their deceit?" The elderly matron gazed upon Jiang with a face radiating maternal affection. "This time, there can be no mistake. This is indeed my daughter, Su Xin. I have verified this, for she possesses a handkerchief bearing our family crest, a piece I meticulously crafted with my own hands. How could I possibly fail to recognize it?" Upon hearing his mother's words, the third master instinctively moved closer. "Is it truly you, my third sister? Do you remember that I am your third brother?" In truth, from the moment Jiang entered the estate, the familiar surroundings evoked a profound sense of nostalgia within her. Yet, having lost her memory following a childhood accident at the age of 4, she could only faintly recall the general appearance of her former home. She shook her head in honest response. Jiang Weiran regarded her with a tinge of disappointment. The rapid unfolding of events had left everyone in a state of bewilderment, including the Duke, who, however, keenly sensed that this woman must be Yu Zhiyu's mother. If she were indeed his third sister, it would mean that Zhiyu is his niece. The elderly matron continued. Su Xin was abducted at the age of 4, and due to the malice of others, she fell into the river, sustaining a head injury. Being so young, it is no wonder she cannot recall her early years. Nonetheless, the evidence cannot be fabricated. She bears a 3-petal red peach blossom birthmark on her soul, which I have verified beyond doubt. Jiang Mingshan remained skeptical, but refrained from voicing his doubts in that moment. It is indeed a twist of fate. Were it not for Zhiyu, I might never have had the opportunity to reunite with my daughter. After speaking, I gestured for her to approach. Zhiyu is Su Xin's daughter, which makes her my beloved granddaughter, along with Yi Zhiming, both of whom are of the noble lineage of the Duke's residence. It is inconceivable. It must be a conspiracy. Jiang Mingshan could not possibly believe that everything was mere coincidence. He had never been close to his younger sister, and he was indifferent to the possibility of finding her. However, if there were those with ill intent seeking to obscure the lineage of the Duke's family, he would not permit it. "Second brother, what are you saying?" Jiang Mingshan boldly declared. "Mother, you are being foolish. Yi Zhiyu has come to my residence to treat my elder brother. What a coincidence that she is the daughter of the younger sister who went missing 29 years ago. Do not forget how many impostors have come to our door claiming to be the daughters of the Jiang family in the past. Then how do you propose we prove it? By blood test." Yi Zhiyu listened calmly, fully aware that her and the Jiang family's sudden appearance might appear to others as a calculated approach. Yet, as a physician, she understood that the ancient method of identifying kinship through blood was rather absurd. Theoretically, blood of the same type can indeed be compatible, but not all relatives share the same blood type. Just as she was pondering this, the second elder instructed a servant to bring forth a bowl of water. At that moment, Yi Zhiyu felt a tinge of anxiety, although it was highly probable that she was indeed the long-lost legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. The compatibility of their blood remained uncertain. If their blood did not match, how disappointed would the Jiang family and the old matriarch be? Suddenly, she recalled that the book had mentioned the addition of alum to water, which would slow the diffusion of 2 drops of blood, allowing them to merge. Thus, she found some alum in her space and added a pinch to her fingernail. When she pricked the old lady's finger with a silver needle, She discreetly flicked the alum into the bowl of water. The old lady was the first to let a drop of her crimson blood fall into the water, which spread slowly but did not diffuse. Yijiu gently grasped Zhang's hand, took the silver needle, and also drew a drop of her blood from the tip of her finger. The two droplets swiftly coalesced in the water until they formed a single mass. Indeed, you are truly my sister, the old lady said with tears in her eyes, filled with joy. Is there anyone who still doubts this? She addressed the servants. Listen well. From this day forth, she shall be our esteemed elder lady of the Duke's residence. You are to serve her with utmost care, and should I find any negligence, do not blame me for my unforgiving nature. Dr. Yi is indeed the savior of our Duke's household, and now that it is confirmed she belongs to the Jiang lineage, henceforth, Yi Jiu and Yi Jiyun shall be recognized as young ladies of our estate. Do you understand? Yes, elder lady. Miss Yi. They all responded. Now, you may disperse and attend to your own duties. Chapter 76. Recognition of Qin Ding had no objections. After all, she was merely an external sister-in-law with two cousins, posing no threat. Lu, on the other hand, was genuinely delighted for the old lady and remained by Zhang's side, engaging in conversation. Also, please arrange for their daily needs. I trust you to handle it well. Upon hearing the old lady's instructions, Lu nodded eagerly. Due to the matter concerning Jiang Ningxue, the matriarch has been somewhat irritable with her these past few days. However, she has not put her in a difficult position. I will handle this situation, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself, as I know you possess a kind heart. Recently, Ningxue's health has not been well, so I encourage you to spend more time with her. At that moment, Ding's expression became somewhat uncomfortable. The matriarch began introducing the members of the Jiang family to Jiang. Suxin, come here. This is your elder brother, Jiang Qianshan, and his son, Jiang Xinjue. Greetings, elder brother. Jiang Xinjue bowed respectfully. Aunt, I hope you are well. This is your second brother, Jiang Mingshan, and his wife, Ding Ping. They have many children. You may get to know them later. She directly overlooked the several illegitimate children of the second branch. Greetings, second brother and sister-in-law. Jiang Mingshan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed after having insisted on a blood recognition earlier. Now that the truth had come to light, he felt a bit awkward. Fourth sister, please do not take offense. I was merely worried about making a mistake, which led to the blood recognition. Jiang was unperturbed. What are you saying, second brother? The blood recognition was also what I desired. I simply wished to find my family. Upon saying this, the matriarch could not help but wipe away a tear. Additionally, this is your third brother, Jiang Weiran, who has always cared for you the most. When you went missing, he fell gravely ill and nearly lost his life. This is his wife, Lu Lanting, and their children, their eldest daughter Jiang Xixiao, and their second son Jiang Tianqing. Greetings, third brother and sister-in-law. Jiang was unfamiliar with the etiquette of prominent families, only knowing to nod and bow respectfully. Jiang Weiran hastily stepped forward to support her. Her younger sister had endured much suffering over the years. Once with a cherubic round face radiating fortune, she now appeared gaunt and weary. From now on, third brother will protect you. Suxia and Tianqing obediently approached to pay their respects, greeting their aunt and cousins with cheerful facades. Children, lacking the burdens of adult worries, quickly found joy in play, and soon Tianqing was engrossed in games with Jiming. Even after the guests departed, Zhang's mind remained in a haze, as if caught in a dream. Just the previous day, she had been Jiang Xiuxiu, a humble farmer from Yejia village. Today, she had transformed into Jiang Suxin, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. The third branch, led by Lu, accompanied them to Tsiyu Pavilion. Along the way, Suxia cheerfully remarked, I initially thought you would be my cousin, yet you turned out to be my dear cousin by blood. A wonderful surprise. Yi Jiu also felt elated, for her mother had found family, ensuring that they would no longer be alone in the world. However, Jiang Ningxuang of Luoxua Pavilion was infuriated upon hearing this news and smashed a tea set in rage. How dare that lowly creature claim to be of the Duke's bloodline, bringing forth a mere village woman. Ding hastily covered her mouth. My dear ancestor, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Your grandmother cherishes their family dearly. If anyone hears you, it could bring punishment upon you. In just half a month, you are to enter the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. Out of sight, out of mind. The family merely gains a few extra members, none of whom bear the Jiang surname. It's just as well. There is no need to adopt them as legitimate daughters of the Duke's residence. Jiang Ningxue clutched the blanket tightly, her gaze infused with a venomous intensity. Mother, fortunately, The crown prince still holds affection for me. Once I enter the Eastern Palace, as long as our bond remains, I shall bear children. No one shall surpass me. At that moment, I shall surely devise a means to make them all vanish." Observing her daughter's frenzied state, Ding did not dare to voice her concerns. Yet she silently concurred with her daughter's sentiments. "You must focus on nurturing your health now, lest you suffer any lingering repercussions. In due time, you shall bear a son, and the position of crown princess will still belong to you." She then brought forth a medicinal concoction, which Jiang Ningxue no longer resisted, consuming it in one swift motion. Suyu Pavilion was the place where the Jiang family had resided during her childhood. Over the years, the matriarch had consistently sent someone to maintain it, and everything remained unchanged. As Jiang gazed upon her surroundings, a wave of familiarity intermingled with strangeness washed over her. This location was in close proximity to the matriarch's residence. Yet Yi Zhiyu's guest room was somewhat distant. The matriarch observed the situation and deemed it inappropriate. "Zhiyu, since you have come to the estate to attend to your uncle's health and have now become the mistress of the household, it is only fitting that new accommodations be arranged for you. Would it not be better for you to reside in Wuyang Pavilion, adjacent to Ziyu Pavilion?" Yi Zhiyu instinctively wished to decline, as her nature was one of indolence, and she was reluctant to move about. However, desiring to be closer to her mother and Jiming, she nodded in agreement, deferring to her grandmother's arrangements. Jiming tugged at Zhang's sleeve, feeling somewhat bewildered. At merely 6 years of age, she was overwhelmed by the influx of new information, struggling to adapt. Lowering her head, Jiming timidly remarked, "It's too big. I do not recognize the way." The crowd erupted in laughter. Ultimately, it was decided that Jiming would reside with the Jiang family at the Emerald Pavilion, while Yi Zhiyu would move to the Misty Yang Pavilion, allowing for mutual care. Subsequently, the matriarch advised Yi Zhiyu that since Shi Cui had formed a good rapport with her, she had been assigned to her service. The following day, Yi Zhiyu was to select a few more capable maidservants, while the arrangements concerning her mother would be managed by the matriarch. Regarding her uncle's leg, it appeared to be healing well enough, so there was no need for her to visit him daily. Instead, she was encouraged to spend more time with her mother and take her on strolls around the estate. Yi Zhiyu chuckled inwardly, offering a moment of silent tribute to her uncle. The evening banquet was specifically organized to welcome the Jiang family, and next month, on an auspicious date, the matriarch planned to host several days of festivities, inviting the ladies of the capital and simultaneously introducing Jiang to society. Initially, Jiang was reluctant, fearing the complexities of social interactions, having spent her life in Yi family village and not being accustomed to the ways of the capital. Her initial purpose for coming to the city was merely to find her family, never anticipating she would end up in such a wealthy household. Fortunately, the matriarch, being a kind mother, made it difficult for her to decline further. Chapter 77. I can fulfill one of your requests. Yi Zhiyu possessed few belongings, and under the matriarch's arrangements, she quickly settled into the Misty Yang Pavilion, finding it relatively easy to adapt to this new environment. After all, her time in this world had been limited to a few months in Yi family village, and she held no particular attachments. For her, home was wherever her mother and Jiming were. As night fell, Shi Cui graciously accepted Yi Zhiyu's new identity, dutifully attending to her side, which left Yi Zhiyu feeling quite uncomfortable. "Please, don't be like this. Could you return to how you were before? It makes me feel rather awkward." Shi Cui raised a smile. "Miss, from now on, you shall be my master. I must regard you with utmost respect. How could things remain as they were?" Yi Zhiyu felt a shiver run down her spine at her words. "Oh, Shi Cui, are you deliberately teasing me? Do you still wish to savor the meals I prepare? Indeed. If you desire my company, speak to me kindly. You are aware that I hail from humble beginnings, where decorum is scarce. Should you continue in this manner, I shall have no choice but to return you to my grandmother." Shi Cui grinned widely. "Then aside from addressing you as Miss, may I still behave as before? That is more agreeable." Noticing the hour was getting late, Yi Zhiyu instructed Shi Cui to rest, while she herself felt weariness from the day's toil. Wuyang Pavilion was a 2-story loft, and as she carefully surveyed her room, every detail was exquisitely arranged, reflecting the profound heritage of the Duke of the State. The structure was elegantly crafted, and yet the floorboards made no creaking sound beneath her feet. It seemed the architectural prowess of the ancients was indeed remarkable. She found herself curious about how Jiang Ningxue would react upon learning this news. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over her, as if something was destined to transpire. Just as she reached for a candle, A shadow leaped through the window of her chamber. Who goes there? It is I. Do not raise your voice. I have come seeking your assistance. The voice was deep and distinctive. It was him, the man with the crane-patterned mask. Why do you persist in intruding upon my quarters at night? How did you come to know of my relocation? Zisong Hengji, suppressing his smile, solemnly handed her a banknote, saying little more than, "Today, I implore you to save a life. You must come with me." Another 1,000 taels. Yi Zhiyu found herself in a quandary as she gazed at the banknote. The temptation to accept was strong, yet the hour was late. And who knew where they were headed? Noticing her hesitation, Zisong Hengji offered a captivating smile. I could easily abduct you, yet here I am, earnestly requesting your assistance. I trust you can discern my sincerity. A chill ran down Yi Zhiyu's neck, and she instinctively stepped back, saying, "Let us communicate properly. First, tell me what ailment this person suffers from. I am not a deity. You cannot expect me to rescue a corpse. Not a corpse, but the situation is dire. It is an external injury, and Li Henshui is unable to assist." Yi Zhiyu perceived the urgency in his words. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I can agree to this, but you must ensure that the Duke's residence remains unaware of my involvement. I do not wish to cause my grandmother any distress." "Not a problem." Yi Zhiyu promptly retrieved her medical kit, and Zisong Hengji wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Together, they leaped from the second floor, treading lightly upon the treetops, gradually vanishing into the night. Once they had exited the Duke's residence, they alighted and swiftly mounted a gallant steed, racing towards the western city. The horse galloped with remarkable speed, and Zisong Hengji held the reins firmly, shielding Yi Zhiyu beside him. Yet, she clutched the horse's mane in fear. After a short while, they arrived at the rear of an imposing structure, entering through the back door. Upon entering, Yi Zhiyu soon realized that this place was, in fact, a flower house. Zisongheng took a canopy hat from a bystander and placed it upon her head, instructing her not to look around, but merely to follow him. As they ascended to the third floor amidst the seductive sounds permeating the room, they pushed open an exquisite folding door. The room was suffused with a heavy incense, and Yi Zhiyu, possessing a keen sense of smell, could easily discern the metallic scent of blood in the air. There, lying on the bed in the inner chamber, was a woman clad in dark attire, her face contorted in agony. "Is this her? The patient you mentioned?" Yi Zhiyu inquired, to which Zisongheng nodded. "Can you ascertain her condition?" Yi Zhiyu stepped inside to assess the injury, only to be startled by the sight before her. A slender arrow had pierced the delicate neck of the woman, penetrating from front to back, with blood seeping from the wound. Yet, there remained a faint breath, ever so weak. Yi Zhiyu swiftly employed a spatial scanner with her palm to examine the situation. Fortunately, the arrow had deviated slightly, sparing the esophagus and trachea, but alas, it had penetrated an artery. Removing the arrow would inevitably lead to a profuse hemorrhage, marking the moment of her demise. Zisongheng appeared quite anxious, urgently asking, "Can you save her?" With a complex expression, Yi Zhiyu replied, "Perhaps I can attempt it. But could you enlighten me on how a woman came to sustain such grave injuries? You know, I wish to remain uninvolved in the entanglements of the martial world." Zisongheng paused momentarily, then spoke slowly. "She is my junior sister and the person in charge of our Shikashan sect. I assure you, we do not engage in acts of murder, arson, or harm to others. This incident was a result of treachery. If you save her, I shall grant you a request, no matter how arduous it may be." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu felt a flicker of uncertainty. Although she was reluctant to involve herself in the affairs of the martial world, it was evident that refusing would prevent her from leaving this place. Moreover, the woman lay grievously injured. Without timely treatment, she faced a certain demise, not an immediate death, but a slow, agonizing drain of life as her blood ebbed away, leading to a despairing end. As a physician, Yi Zhiyu could not bear to witness such a fate. "Very well, I shall do my utmost." The sparkle of joy in Zisongheng's eyes was unmistakable. Evidently, this woman held great significance for him. Time was of the essence. Every fleeting second would augment the patient's chance of survival. "You are aware of my medical protocols. Please step outside. I shall summon you once I am finished." Without hesitation, Zisongheng rose and carefully closed the door behind him. "Focus on your treatment. I shall remain vigilantly outside." Approaching the window, Yi Zhiyu scrutinized the woman before her and began contemplating a treatment plan. The arrow must be extracted, yet the method and timing of its removal were pivotal. Li Henshui hesitated to proceed, fearing her inability to stem the bleeding. Once the arrow was withdrawn, the carotid artery would likely spout blood, leading to rapid death within mere seconds. The immediate course of action was to administer a blood transfusion, followed by the precise moment to clamp the artery and swiftly suture the wound. This would test Yi Zhiyu's dexterity and reflexes to their limits. The blood type test left Yi Zhiyu utterly astonished. She discovered that the individual had Rh-negative O-type blood. She recalled that such blood was absent from the blood bank, as it was exceedingly rare, occurring in only 1 in 100,000 instances. Chapter 78. I owe her a life. Fortunately, she shared the same blood type. Was she to administer a transfusion herself? This frail body might not yield much. She raised her arm to scrutinize her slender limbs, feeling somewhat troubled. The person before her was growing increasingly weak. Without a transfusion, she simply could not extract the arrow. Never mind, she thought, if she was to assist, she would do so wholeheartedly. That man had promised her a wish, and he appeared quite formidable. Thus, this endeavor would not be in vain. She retrieved a blood bag, rolled up her sleeves, and swiftly located a vein to commence the transfusion. With her other hand, she vigorously shook the blood bag to prevent coagulation. After laboriously extracting 400 milliliters, she immediately halted, aware that she needed her strength to remove the arrow and perform the surgery. If she fainted, the patient would surely perish. More blood would be of no use. After withdrawing the needle, she pressed a sterile cotton ball against the site to stem the bleeding for a few seconds, then promptly attached it to the patient. The woman's other arm was also connected to an anti-inflammatory drip, though she was nearly unconscious. It was imperative to administer a dose of anesthetic to prevent her from awakening and disrupting the treatment. Yi Zhiyu produced a hydraulic cutter from her supplies, severing the side with the arrowhead, while simultaneously preparing hemostatic clamps nearby. With resolute decisiveness, she grasped the arrow shaft and exerted force to extract it. As anticipated, blood gushed forth. Remaining calm, Yi Zhiyu reached into the wound, searching for the vessel. Drawing upon her battlefield surgical experience, she quickly located the vein. Without hesitation, she swiftly clamped the blood vessel with hemostatic forceps, staunching the torrent of blood. The next step involved utilizing a needle holder to begin the anastomosis of the vessel, a task of great precision that ideally should be conducted under a microscope. However, the circumstances and time were insufficient. After cleansing the area around the neck wound with sterile cotton to achieve a clear field of vision, she commenced the delicate process of suturing. Her hands moved with dexterity, demanding not only accuracy but also speed. In no time, the vessel was successfully joined, yet caution was still imperative, as the arterial blood surged forth with alarming velocity and force, raising concerns of potential rebleeding. Gently releasing the hemostatic forceps, she restored blood flow. Fortunately, the anastomosis was impeccable, and the vessel ceased to bleed. Wiping the sweat from her forehead with the sleeve of her elbow, she then noticed that her clothing was stained with blood, inadvertently smearing her face as well. There was no time to dwell on this, as the skin wound still required suturing. The arrow wound was substantial, indicating that it would not be minor. With the injection nearing completion, she prepared another bottle of saline mixed with broad-spectrum antibiotics to prevent bacterial invasion and subsequent inflammation of the wound during the procedure, given that it was a penetrating injury. Sutures were necessary both anteriorly and posteriorly on the neck. Before inserting the needle, she hesitated momentarily, but ultimately opted for adhesive strips instead, mindful that as a woman, the resulting scars would be less noticeable and smaller. The intensity of the work, combined with the blood transfusion, left her feeling slightly clammy and dizzy. However, everything was successfully completed. In the end, she utilized instruments to monitor the patient's blood oxygen levels and heart rate. The blood oxygen levels were normal, and there was no waste of her 400 milliliters of blood. The heart rate was slightly weaker, yet still within the acceptable range. As long as there was no bleeding or inflammation post-surgery, she would have successfully passed this ordeal. While tidying up the surgical supplies, she attentively monitored the intravenous infusion. Time gradually elapsed, and with the final drop of medication entering the patient's system, Yi Zhiyu completed her preparations and was ready to step outside to summon Zisong Hongji. As she approached to eavesdrop on the situation outside, the main door was suddenly shattered, and a cloaked figure in black was hurled inside, their throats slashed, leading to an immediate demise. Yi Zhiyu focused intently, observing Zisong Hongji wielding his sword in a fierce struggle. A wave of alarm washed over her as she recalled the assassins encountered during her visit to Zhaoyang Mansion with Lu Yinlin. Swiftly, Her hand reached into her space for a firearm. This time, the black-clad assassin was evidently more skilled than the previous ones, and alarmingly, their target was not Zisong Hengji, but rather the person lying in the bed within the room. Amidst evading attacks, the intruder surged desperately toward the interior. Zisong Hengji noticed her and, in a moment of urgency, shouted, "Find a place to hide. Don't just stand there." "How can I hide? These individuals are intent on killing your beloved. What will happen to her if I conceal myself?" Yi Jiu nearly cried out in response. Seizing the opportunity as Zisong Hengji was momentarily distracted, the assassin struck a blow to his chest, causing him to grunt in pain, his strength evidently waning. Yi Jiu keenly sensed that he seemed to have sustained injuries. As the assassin advanced toward her, ready to deliver a lethal strike, in a flash of instinct, Yi Jiu drew her pistol and fired a shot, striking the assassin squarely between the eyes. The assassin's eyes widened, and before she could comprehend what had transpired, she collapsed with a resounding thud. Prior to the gunfire, Yi Jiu had equipped her pistol with a silencer, which resulted in no audible sound, leaving Zisong Hengji momentarily unresponsive. Upon observing that she was unharmed, Zisong Hengji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yi Jiu gazed at the lifeless body before her, feeling somewhat dazed. Though it was not her first time firing a weapon, she still felt a disquietude within. One might ponder, having saved one life, had she not extinguished another, thus negating any virtue? Almost forgetting, you possess concealed weapons. Zisong Hengji picked up the sword from the ground, a smile gracing his face. Dr. Yi has saved countless lives. The death of one or two evildoers still amounts to a deed of merit. The two assassins lay sprawled in the center of the room, and Yi Jiu, with a hint of resignation, inquired how he intended to dispose of the bodies. "I prefer my hidden weapons to remain undisclosed." Extracting the bullets was evidently impractical. Having been shot at close range, the bullets had embedded deeply into their skulls, and without the proper tools, she could not breach the hardened cranium. "Do not worry. I will handle it appropriately." Gazing at the corpses, Yi Jiu could not help but reflect on the stark reality. Saving a life often demands an abundance of time and resources, whereas taking one is but an instantaneous act. Such is the nature of this world. If one does not kill, others will seek to kill you. "Do you wish to be slain?" Yi Jiu shook her head, suddenly struck by a thought as she glanced outside, finding no one in sight. Zisong Hengji explained, "Ichuan Tower serves as our stronghold within Shikamen. The third floor has never been open to the public, thus there will be no other individuals present." Upon hearing his explanation, Yi Jiu dismissed the matter of the broken door, for her healing work was already concluded. She is fine now. After a night of rest, when she awakens tomorrow, administer to her the white pills I previously provided, and she shall consume them for 3 consecutive days to gradually recover. Furthermore, she must avoid exposing the wound on her neck to water and may remove the adhesive bandage after 3 days. Zisong Hengji appeared somewhat taken aback. "Weren't those pills intended for you? They were meant for you, but your beloved requires them. What? Are you reluctant to part with them?" His expression darkened suddenly. "She is my junior sister, not my beloved. You have mischaracterized the relationship once already, and now you do so again." Yi Jiu replied with an ambiguous smile. "Is it not so? Observing your concern for her, you not only compensated me with a fee, but also granted me a wish. I assumed she held significant importance in your life." Zisong Hengji turned to gaze at the woman on the bed, his expression intricate. "I owe her a life, naturally. I must ensure her safety." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu lost interest in further inquiries, recognizing the need to avoid meddling in the affairs of the martial world. She retrieved anti-inflammatory medication from her space and placed it on the table. "Here you go. Given your miserly demeanor, I have provided you with medicine out of consideration for your silver note." As she reached out, Zisong Hengji noticed a pinprick on her arm, slightly oozing blood. And he immediately inquired with concern, "But are you injured?" Yi Jiu looked down and realized that the blood was from the recent blood draw. In her haste, she had not applied pressure long enough, and the puncture still bled slightly. She casually pressed a cloth against it, dismissing the matter. Zisong Hengji regarded her with suspicion, observing her pallid lips and the blood on her face. A terrifying thought arose in his mind. "You did not use your own blood to save her, did you?" Yi Jiu was taken aback. She recognized that the man before her was exceptionally astute, yet she had not anticipated that he would discern her actions so swiftly. A sense of panic enveloped her as she grappled with formulating a plausible excuse to deflect his inquiries. Before she could conjure a response, Zisong Hengji spoke up. recounting how he had heard from Li Henshui that those grievously injured could restore their vitality by consuming blood, yet he had never succeeded in doing so. To her astonishment, he inquired if she had managed it. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu fell silent, acutely aware that his speculation was worlds apart from reality. Nevertheless, she steeled herself to elucidate. Do not heed his absurdity. Consuming human blood does not save lives. In fact, it is detrimental to one's health. I merely infused a small portion of my own blood into the patient's body. However, you must understand, this is a secret technique and not something just anyone can accomplish. She harbored a fear that if Li Henshui were to discover that the patient had been revived by human blood, he might act recklessly, leading to dire consequences. After listening, Zisong Qingji wore a look of guilt. I owe her a life. You do not owe me anything. If you cannot save me, I will not hold it against you. Why must you? I am a doctor. Very well, do not forget the promise you made regarding my wish. A gentleman's word is his bond. Chapter 79. Would you assist me with my bandaging? She casually remarked. I noticed that during your skirmish with the second assassin, he did not strike with great force. Yet you seem to be in pain. It is merely a minor injury, nothing to concern yourself with. I applied the medicinal powder you provided earlier, and it quickly staunched the bleeding. Show me. As Yi Jiu spoke, she reached out and directly pulled aside her clothing to examine the injury. He was rather careless, uncertain if he could handle it properly. However, since he was present, he decided to assist, considering the silver notes involved. Zisong Hengji did not refuse. He leaned against the side of the carriage, allowing her to inspect the wound, a faint smile gracing his lips. 3 blood streaks marred his skin, resembling claw marks from a wild beast. She then inquired seriously, was it a beast that caused this injury? If so, mere hemostasis may not suffice. You might also need immunoglobulin and a rabies shot. No, it was merely from a 3-clawed eagle hook, a type of weapon. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu felt relieved. Nonetheless, even with the bleeding stopped, caution was warranted. You haven't bandaged it. Be careful not to expose it to unclean water. Then, could you assist me in bandaging it? Yi Jiu focused intently on the wound before her, oblivious to any underlying implications. However, to Zisong Hengji, her words were laden with ambiguity. Then remove your outer garment. I shall bandage it for you. You can remove it in a couple of days. The iodine would sting during disinfection, yet it would yield better results. Beneath the crane-patterned mask, Zisong Hengji's complexion had already flushed red. Initially, he had agreed to let her examine the wound with a teasing mindset, but he found himself unable to withstand the situation. The wound had ceased bleeding as Yi Jiu gently dabbed the area with a cotton ball soaked in iodine, carefully wiping away the bloodstains. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, prompting Yi Jiu to lighten her touch, which was unintentional. She quickly bent down and softly blew on the wound. Her breath was fragrant and gentle, like a soft breeze, causing Zisong Hengji to feel a tickle in his throat and a warmth spreading in his chest. The woman was truly excessive. Unlike her portrayal in period dramas, she merely placed a breathable piece of gauze over the wound and affixed a large waterproof bandage atop it. That was all. Soon they arrived at the back door of the Duke's residence. After Yi Jiu alighted from the carriage, Zisong Chung lifted her in his arms, effortlessly leaping onto the rooftop, unnoticed by anyone in the Duke's estate. Once they landed steadily in a second-floor room, Zisong Chung released her, steadying her stance. Do you always forget my name? He teased. Before Yi Jiu could respond, he vanished into the night. Chung. Yi Jiu softly whispered his name. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was almost dawn, having lost blood while attending to a patient. She felt utterly exhausted, more so than enduring several consecutive night shifts in her previous life. Overwhelmed, she collapsed onto the bed, pulled the covers over herself, and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, the Ninth Prince sent numerous boxes of premium donkey hide gelatin and red ginseng under the pretext of visiting the Duke of Zhengguo. After expressing his gratitude, the Duke pondered the meaning behind this gesture as he surveyed the room, filled with nourishing provisions. He instructed Jiang Xinjuan, what does the Ninth Prince intend? Let us store these in the pantry. The ladies of the household will surely need them. And please send a portion to Ningxue. She requires nourishment. The Duke's arrangements clearly reflected his care for the family. Yi Jiu slept until noon, and upon awakening, she found Shitsue, the old matriarch, and Madame Jiang anxiously waiting by her bedside. As soon as she opened her eyes, they hurriedly inquired, Jiu, do you feel unwell? No, not at all. Jiang gently caressed her head and softly inquired, her delicate face pale. Have you truly not felt unwell after sleeping for so long? Recalling the events of the previous night, Yi Jiu quickly concocted an excuse in her mind. Mother, there is no need for concern. I merely have my monthly cycle, which has left me a bit weakened. A few red dates will suffice. Upon hearing this, the old lady immediately responded, red dates are not enough. This morning, the ninth prince sent some ginseng and donkey hide gelatin to your uncle, which he, being a man, has no use for. Shitsue, go to the storeroom and bring them to your young lady. The ninth prince? How peculiar it was for him to send such things to her uncle. She did not decline, for her health was indeed frail, and while her medical space contained a myriad of remedies, it lacked these particular herbs. Shitsue, following orders, fetched the supplements and soon began to simmer a nourishing porridge in the small kitchen. While Jiang spent her days with the old lady, Yi Jiu found herself somewhat neglected. Though this was perhaps for the best. The mother and daughter had not seen each other for nearly 30 years and surely had much to discuss. Under Shitsue's attentive care, she gradually tended to her depleted strength. At the ninth prince's residence, the guard Yangqing reported that most of the supplements sent by the prince had found their way into Miss Ye's chambers, and her maidservants had been diligent in providing her with nourishment over the past few days. Zisong Hung squinted, appearing quite pleased, as it was indeed a worthy endeavor to empty the royal residence of its blood-nourishing herbs for her benefit. As for Gulinger, Yu Jiu felt reassured that her life was preserved with Li Hinshui's presence, alleviating much of her worry. With these thoughts, her mind began to drift far away. He recalled the first time he encountered Gulinger at the tender age of 11, a year after the demise of the late emperor. Clutching a secret edict, he found himself in a precarious position within the palace. Although shielded by the 6 esteemed elders, he remained vulnerable to both overt and covert threats, particularly from the faction loyal to the Empress Dowager, whose intentions were glaringly evident. It was during this tumultuous period that he fell victim to the Empress's poison, compelling him to seek refuge outside the palace under the guise of recuperation, while in truth, he was evading danger. It was then that he met Gulinger's father, his mentor, Gu Dabai. However, the tranquility was short-lived. At the age of 16, assassins from Sioux, New Jersey Tower received a death order, with a bounty of 10,000 gold pieces for his head. He understood all too well that this lethal decree was issued from within the palace to protect him. His mentor fought valiantly against their onslaught for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to their blades. In his final moments, he grasped his hand tightly, entrusting the 13-year-old Gulinger and the shikaman to his care. Hengji, do not dwell on vengeance. First learn to survive. In time, all the forces within the sect will be at your disposal. I implore you, protect Linger. You have grown up together and must continue to do so. With those words, his mentor relinquished the token before collapsing into a pool of blood. In that single night, he matured beyond his years, and thus, a new leader of the Crane Mask sect emerged. He devoted 3 years to transforming the Shikamen into the most formidable intelligence network in the realm, amassing immense wealth through the sale of information. He understood that he must grow powerful enough to challenge that individual, even if it meant defying his mentor's wishes regarding revenge. Aside from Shikaman, no one in the martial world knows his name. Yet, upon their second encounter, he revealed it to Yi Jiu, a rather absurd act. Nevertheless, this woman instills an inexplicable sense of calmness. Even Gulinger is merely aware of her status as an unfortunate soul abandoned by her family. Yet he unabashedly hints at his own identity to Yi Jiu. Thus, when Gulinger finds himself pursued by Xuanji Tower, his first thought is of Yi Jiu, convinced of her ability to rescue him. Indeed, he has wagered correctly. Gazing at the distant clouds, he experiences, for the first time, the notion that there exists something beyond vengeance that holds significance in life. After 3 days of recuperation, Yi Jiu visibly improves, and he estimates that Lin Che should be recovering as well and would soon come to seek her out. If the medicine she provided is effective, his lung ailment is no longer contagious. All that remains is to persist with the treatment for a month or 2 until complete recovery. While he contemplates this, he hears a messenger from the Duke announcing a visitor to the Divine Physician Valley who wishes to meet Miss Yi. Yi Jiu surmises it is Lin Che and hurriedly takes the prepared medicine to the front hall. The Duke is currently entertaining Lin Che and Xiao Bei, while Lin Che deliberately maintains a distance, leaving the Duke somewhat bewildered. Although the Divine Physician Valley is not under the jurisdiction of the court, it wields considerable influence across the 4 nations, and even the underworld emperor would hesitate to show disrespect, for the valley's renowned physicians travel far and wide, revered as deities among the populace, with many miraculous herbs originating from there. Rumor has it that the valley's master has developed an elixir of immortality. However, the valley's treacherous terrain, rife with venomous creatures and miasma, deters anyone from attempting to seize it. At present, when Lin Che sought an audience with the esteemed members of the Divine Healer Valley, he was somewhat taken aback. However, upon revealing that he had come to visit Yi Jiyu, everything seemed to fall into place. This niece of his appeared to be no less remarkable than those from the Divine Healer Valley. Upon the arrival of Yi Jiyu, Lin Che promptly rose to his feet, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Despite the fact that she had donned a mask during their previous encounters, the warmth radiating from her eyes allowed him to recognize her instantly. Initially, he had presumed that Miss Yi was merely a physician from the Duke of the State's residence. But he was astonished to discover that she was indeed a lady of noble lineage, and he had specifically come to express his gratitude. "You speak with such vigor. It seems you have nearly recovered," she remarked. "There is no need for thanks. You saved the world, and I, in turn, wish to save you. There is no need for excessive formality." The two exchanged a smile, a moment of mutual understanding. The Duke inquired, "How did you two come to know one another?" "Oh, I see," he said, though internally, he was already brimming with excitement. His niece was truly formidable, with a mere flick of her hand. She had saved the young master of the Divine Healer Valley. Was it not the case that the valley now owed her a significant debt of gratitude? He was aware that Yi Jiyu was no ordinary young lady, yet the events that unfolded continually left him astounded. Taking a step back, Lin Che bowed respectfully and declared, "I wish to remain in the capital so that you may assist me in restoring my health, and furthermore, I wish to become your disciple." "What?" Both the Duke and Yi Jiyu were taken aback. "Young Master Lin, you are the young master of the Divine Healer Valley, surrounded by countless healers. Why would you wish to become my disciple?" Lin Che did not conceal his intentions, for Miss Yi possessed the remarkable ability to cure such a dire affliction as tuberculosis. The medical expertise within the Valley of Divine Healers was unparalleled. Moreover, as Xiao Bei had recounted, the detoxification pill he provided to Lu Yanlin was of exceptional quality, both in composition and fragrance, instilling in him a sense of admiration. He implored Miss Yi to accept him, observing his earnest demeanor. Yi Jiyu mused that he was indeed a fervent enthusiast of medicine. When the notorious Dr. Li Henshui had previously attempted to coerce her into performing surgery by claiming he wished to be her disciple, she had rejected him without a second thought. However, she found herself reluctant to shatter this young man's confidence. "Why would you seek out a disciple among the many physicians in the valley instead of them? Wouldn't the valley master be displeased?" Lin Che humbly replied, "If my grandfather were to witness Miss Ye's extraordinary medical skills, he might consider becoming your disciple, and then I would be left out." "Indeed, a family of medical enthusiasts," remarked the Duke, his face alight with anticipation as he awaited her response. Noticing Yi Jiyu take a step back, Lin Che remained undeterred. "Miss Lin, our Lin family's apothecary is located in Shirley Pu to the south of the city. Should you desire it, I could present it to you." Yi Jiyu hastily waved her hand, acknowledging that this young Master Lin was indeed generous, but she believed in the principle that no reward should come without effort. She could accept consultation fees but felt no need for the shop. Upon her refusal, Lin Che did not press further. Instead, he stated, "Then, Miss Yi, should you need anything in the future, you may seek me out directly, and I shall go to great lengths to assist you. Of course, if you do not come to me, I shall come to the Duke's residence to find you." With that, he revealed a pair of sparkling eyes, brimming with joy. Finally managing to send him on his way, the Duke inquired, "Did you just mention tuberculosis? Jiyu, can you treat tuberculosis?" Yi Jiyu nodded gently, assuring her uncle that there was no need for concern. Mr. Lin's tuberculosis had been brought under control and was no longer contagious. At that moment, the Duke's jaw dropped in disbelief, as the issue was not merely one of contagion. Tuberculosis has historically been deemed a terminal illness. Once contracted, whether one is a commoner or a noble, the outcome remains the same. The fact that you could treat it is indeed remarkable. It seems that the claims made by that young man were not unfounded. Perhaps no one in the Divine Physician Valley can surpass your skills. Listening to the Duke's exaggerated praise, Yi Jiyu found herself both amused and exasperated. "Uncle, please do not speak so recklessly. The Divine Physician Valley boasts a heritage spanning centuries. How could I possibly compare? My expertise merely aligns with this particular ailment. It is not a matter of superiority in medical skill. I do not comprehend what you say, but I firmly believe my niece is the finest." Unable to secure a daughter-in-law or even a goddaughter, he mused that having a niece would suffice. The Duke gazed at her with an endearing, foolish grin. Chapter 81. Jiang Mingshue's quiet marriage. As the days passed, Yi Jiu seemed to gradually acclimate to her identity as the young lady of the Duke's residence, occasionally visiting the Lin family's apothecary to see Lin Che. When confronted with perplexing ailments at the apothecary, she would also lend her assistance. After all, it was all for her daughter's future. Jiming's days were rather bleak. She had been placed in a girls' school, where she wept daily, her small face streaked with tears. On one occasion, she attempted to skip school, only to be discovered by the Jiang family and punished by being made to write characters in the study. "Grandmother, I do not wish to write," she wailed. At such moments, the elderly matriarch would undoubtedly come to her aid, taking her away for some delightful treats, leaving the Jiang family feeling quite helpless. Yi Jiu inquired of Jiming, "If you do not wish to learn to write, what is it that you desire to study? The capital is unlike Yi family village. If you continue to behave like a mischievous child, you will surely bring disgrace to the Duke's residence." Jiming blinked her large eyes and exclaimed, "Sister, I wish to learn martial arts. I aspire to become a female general like our grandmother." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu was taken aback. Coming from a modern society, she would never impose traditional expectations on women, compelling them to adhere to decorum or engage in domestic crafts. However, the notion of becoming a general was indeed rather challenging. The Duke of Zhengguo's family held military power, and in order to avoid suspicion from the underworld emperor, Jiang Xinjue had already relinquished the idea of military engagement in his generation. As her uncles aged and gradually relinquished their military authority, it was hoped that the Jiang family could secure peace for the next 3 generations. Previously, she had heard from Xiao about the 4 great families of the former dynasty, the Jiang, Lu, Jia, and Kong families. When the former dynasty fell, the Jiang family, in a bid to spare the populace from the ravages of war, voluntarily relinquished their claim to power, choosing to ally with the Da Sheng dynasty. The late emperor granted them the title of Duke of Zhengguo, allowing them to inherit the title for 3 generations after relinquishing their authority. The Lu family, engaged in commerce for generations, controlled the economic lifeblood of the nation. The Jia family produced 3 cabinet elders, and 6 in total, supervising officials, adhering solely to ancestral teachings and legal codes, thus wielding considerable influence in the court. The Kong family represented the aspirations of scholars across the realm, possessing undeniable authority in literary circles. While the other 3 families had little effect on imperial power, the Jiang family held the majority of military strength in the land, which certainly troubled the underworld emperor. Jiming's desire to train in martial arts was acceptable, yet her ambition to engage in battle and earn military accolades would likely cause the underworld emperor considerable unrest. However, Yi Jiu wished not to disappoint her, so she suggested, "You might ask your grandmother to find you a tutor. Practicing martial arts to strengthen your body is certainly beneficial. Yet, you must also diligently study to learn to read." Throughout history, which general was ever ignorant of military strategy? Upon hearing this, Jiming's little face lit up with delight. "Really? But you must speak to grandmother yourself. Whether she agrees depends on your abilities." "All right, I will study hard to learn characters and will become as formidable as grandmother in the future." It remains unclear how Jiming approached the old lady, but the next day, a young boy of about 13 or 14 arrived at the residence. According to Jiang Xinjue, he was the youngest officer in the military, holding a 5th-grade position. The old lady took Jiming by the hand and led her to the training ground. "Dreamer, this is Officer Xiao, who joined the army at the tender age of 10 and has achieved numerous merits. With the world now at peace, would it be acceptable for him to be your mentor?" Upon seeing the boy, who was taller than her sister, Jiming nodded earnestly. The old lady continued, "He is also considered a foster son of your uncle. You may address him as Master Xiao." Jiming joyfully ran up to him. "Hello, Brother Xiao. I am Yi Jiming. Please teach me martial arts, and I promise to work diligently and not bring shame upon you." The 7 or 8-year-old girl lifted her bright eyes, smiling sweetly. Xiao Su looked down at the little girl, his expression impassive as he replied, "Miss Hier, I shall certainly devote myself to teaching you the art of combat." His youthful face bore a depth that belied his years. Jiming, carefree in nature, did not ponder too deeply and cheerfully tugged at Xiao Su's arm. "Brother Xiao, may we learn to ride today? Miss Hier, your stature is rather diminutive at present. Today, we shall commence your archery training, and tomorrow I shall procure a pony for you to ride." Jiming nodded resolutely, her spirits lifted. Yi Zhiyu had mistakenly believed she had undergone a transformation in temperament. On the day of her marriage, although she was a favored consort of the crown prince, the duke's residence accorded her all due respect, for she was the first daughter of the household to wed. The second branch presented 66 dowries, while the matriarch generously added from her private funds to total 88. The crown prince bestowed upon her various gifts, including 20 shops, all incorporated into her dowry. While it may not rival the grandeur of the crown princess, it was nonetheless impressive. Being a favored consort, in essence, a secondary wife, she could not indulge in ostentation. Adorned in her phoenix crown and bridal attire, the Eastern Palace dispatched a palanquin with 4 bearers to fetch Jiang Ningxue. The palanquin awaited at the entrance. Yet Jiang Ningxue delayed her emergence. Concealed beneath her veil, none could witness the bitterness etched upon her face. One should not presume that a mere increase in dowries would earn the matriarch's favor, had it not been for her interference. She would have already ascended to the Eastern Palace as the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence. She vowed silently that one day, all those who had mocked her would face retribution, particularly Yi Zhiyu. None would escape unscathed. Accompanying her as a dowry maid was Jiang Ningluo. A decision reached after several days of deliberation between Ding Shi and Jiang Ningxue. This arrangement served a dual purpose: to secure a capable ally in the competition for favor within the Eastern Palace and to manage the unsavory tasks. As a concubine's daughter remained under the thumb of the duke's second branch, easily manipulated, Jiang Ninglu was indifferent to her status. She had originally intended to enter the Eastern Palace alongside her elder sister. Regardless of whether her sister became the crown princess, her own role would merely be that of a concubine. As a secondary daughter, lacking favor, she would be little more than a maid. Furthermore, the crown prince's residence currently lacked a mistress, and the future was uncertain. Yi Zhiyu, as her cousin, naturally accompanied Sijia to the chamber to assist in adorning the sisters. Sijia, adhering to custom, presented a pair of jade bracelets as gifts, uttering auspicious words. Yet, she mused, in the days to come, I shall belong to the royal family, and opportunities for intimacy with you sisters will be scarce. Thus, a few heartfelt words must be exchanged. Having spoken, she veiled herself, and with the support of the matron and Jiang Ninglu, she gracefully departed. Yi Zhiyu stood behind, gazing at her retreating figure, suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness, akin to being doused with dirty water, yet unable to defend oneself. Why must she attribute her misfortunes to others? The sedan chair was carried away through the side entrance, and the residence fell silent, devoid of any banquet for guests. The second wife, Ding, discreetly wiped her tears nearby, clearly reluctant to part. Chapter 82. The thirsting affliction. Lin Che was diligent in taking her medicine, and her condition had improved significantly. However, as it was a pulmonary ailment, complete recovery would require time. The Lin family apothecary was quite renowned in the capital, yet she had seldom ventured out before, thus remaining unaware of its reputation. Now, within the apothecary, she felt utterly at ease. When Lin Che initially pleaded with Yi Zhiyu to become her mentor, she had mentioned that she could grant her the apothecary. Yet Yi Zhiyu had not yet consented. Nevertheless, the prospect of earning consultation fees within the apothecary brought her joy. In the capital, esteemed officials and aristocrats typically have their own court physicians and rarely seek external medical assistance. Although the renowned Divine Physician Valley holds a prestigious reputation, the Lin family apothecary lacks a practitioner from the valley, resulting in most of the patients being common folk. With the arrival of the young master of Divine Physician Valley at the Lin family apothecary, his fame has attracted a considerable influx of patients. During busy hours, Yi Zhiyu assists in consultations, and outsiders merely regard her as a disciple of the valley, sparing her from any undue scrutiny. In truth, Yi Zhiyu's expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is not particularly formidable. Her proficiency lies in surgical procedures. However, many internal ailments necessitate the nuanced care of traditional medicine. As she attends to patients, she keenly observes the prescribing methods and dosages employed by other physicians, engaging in a mutual exchange of knowledge. As evening approached, 2 elegantly attired women, seemingly stewards from affluent households, entered the apothecary. Upon their arrival, they courteously approached the manager to convey their purpose. They expressed that, upon learning of the young master's presence in the capital, their mistress, who has been plagued by long-standing illness, had sent them to beseech his expertise, offering a handsome remuneration of 1,000 taels of gold in hopes of securing his assistance. Their demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding the grace befitting their status. Even as female stewards, Lin Shay inquired if they could elaborate on the nature of the ailment, candidly admitting that his own visit to the capital was also for recuperation, and he might be of limited help. Yi Zhiyu did not catch the entirety of the conversation, but was captivated by the mention of 1,000 taels of gold, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she regarded her interlocutors. The specifics of the situation remained unclear to those of lower status, but they earnestly requested the young master to take a look, regardless of the outcome, for the 1,000 taels of gold would still be offered. The conversation had reached such a point that to refuse would be impolite. Yi Zhiyu cast a glance at Lin Shay, who, assuming she wished to explore some complex ailments, after all, it is a peculiar trait of great physicians, nodded in agreement. The presence of other doctors in the pharmacy would not impede the consultations of the other patients. Soon, the group arrived at an ancient and quaint villa. The sun was nearing its descent, and the evening glow bathed the rooftops in a golden light, dazzling the eyes of all. The brown glazed tiles reflected the sunlight, and upon observing the plaque above the entrance, Yi Zhiyu noticed 3 prominent characters inscribed, Shinran Residence. Curiosity piqued, she wondered about the identity of this establishment. The demeanor of the attendants suggested they hailed from a prestigious lineage, yet the absence of a title on the residence's plaque was quite unusual. Upon entering, they were guided by a female attendant to a particular room. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. Beyond a screen, an elderly gentleman reclined against the headboard of the bed. Upon their arrival, his keen gaze met them, filled with vitality. "I apologize for the disturbance, young Master Yi, and appreciate your effort in coming here." Yi Zhiyu observed that although the patient was gravely ill, his complexion sallow, his eyes shone brightly like those of a hawk, emanating a palpable pressure upon their gaze. And who might this young lady be? Yi Zhiyu was taken aback, despite the elder's apparent long seclusion. He seemed remarkably well informed about the affairs of the outside world, especially since the Jiang family had yet to formally introduce her. The old gentleman, with clarity of mind and vision, spoke with precision. The elderly gentleman chuckled and said, "Young lady, you may address me as Mr. Jia. I have long heard of your exceptional medical skills, for you not only revived the ailing Jiang Qinshan, but also astonished the capital with your poignant rendition of Quiet Night Thoughts at the Autumn Chrysanthemum Banquet. Indeed, the student surpasses the master." Hearing Mr. Jia's direct reference to the Duke of Zhengguo, Yi Zhiyu felt a vague sense that this Mr. Jia must possess an extraordinary status. Lin Shay, standing beside them, was momentarily taken aback and hesitated to speak. After a considerable pause, he stepped forward and said, "Not long ago, I was afflicted with pulmonary tuberculosis, and it was this Miss Yi who provided me with treatment. Might it be acceptable for her to take my pulse today? Let a dying friend not perish while a humble practitioner remains," Lin Shay mused. Though he had devoted himself to the study of medicine since childhood, his experience was still scant. If he failed to discern the issue at hand, it would reflect poorly on the esteemed medical valley. Moreover, it was Yi Zhiyu who had desired to come. He was merely facilitating her wishes. The noble circles of the capital spoke with such elegance. Yi Zhiyu shot him a disdainful glance. This ungrateful wretch, motivated by the allure of 1,000 taels of gold, indeed, even 10,000 taels of silver, had yet to pay her for treating his tuberculosis. Yet, seeing the situation unfold as it did, she could only steel herself and proceed. She retrieved her medical kit and pulse pillow, commencing the examination of Mr. Jia's pulse, while simultaneously utilizing the instruments from her spatial inventory. After a thorough assessment, Yi Zhiyu grew curious and requested the prescription Mr. Jia had previously taken for careful analysis. It became evident that Mr. Jia was suffering from diabetes, a condition referred to in modern terms as Xiaoku. Although the prescription seemed correct, it was perplexing why his condition had not improved, causing her to furrow her brow. Mr. Jia, unfazed, smiled and remarked, "Have I posed a challenge to you as well? No matter, the end of life has arrived, and the aging one is not particularly concerned. It is merely the goodwill of the younger generation in seeking the esteemed Lin Xiaozhu." Mr. Jia appears to be genuinely indifferent, his expression fluctuating. Yi Zhiyu is still in search of the underlying cause. Since the prescription is appropriate, where then lies the issue? Diabetes does not necessitate acupuncture. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes her. "Bring forth the medicinal jar for my inspection." Observing her earnest demeanor, Mr. Jia nods and instructs a servant to retrieve it. Before long, the jar is presented. Yi Zhiyu cannot discern its material with the naked eye, so she employs an instrument to measure it. Modern technology is her secret weapon. As expected, an alarm rings in her mind. The jar is problematic. It appears ordinary, yet during the firing process, cinnabar was added, and the clay mixed with the cinnabar is invisible to the naked eye. However, once heated, the cinnabar would compromise the medicinal properties, rendering it ineffective. Without hesitation, she shatters the jar within the room, revealing the countless red grains of cinnabar within, which astonishes everyone present, particularly Lin Che, who is left in profound admiration. Mr. Jia furrows his brow, questioning the nature of this substance. With a piercing gaze, he commands a servant to summon Dr. Liu. The atmosphere in the room grows tense, and soon a servant returns with grave news. Sir, Dr. Liu has committed suicide by poison within the chamber. We arrived just in time to witness his last breath. It seems that as soon as Yi Zhiyu instructed someone to investigate the jar, he realized his impending doom. Dispose of the body and feed it to the dogs. Upon uttering this command, Mr. Jia turns to Yi Zhiyu with a smile, expressing gratitude. Thanks to Miss Yi, the pests within the estate would have remained undiscovered for an indeterminate time. The rapid change in his demeanor leaves Yi Zhiyu astonished. Chapter 83. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. Hongji? She recalled that the man in the crane-patterned mask had mentioned he was called Hongji. Was he sharing the same name as the 9th prince of the current dynasty? Yi Zhiyu lowered her head in respect, greeting the 9th prince. Zisong Hongji gazed at her with profound eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Dr. Yi, how fares Mr. Jia? Is there a remedy for his ailment? Mr. Jia suffers from diabetes, which is not an incurable malady. However, I noticed that the pots used for decocting the medicine seem to have been tampered with, which is why Mr. Jia's illness has persisted. Now that we have identified the root cause, it can certainly be treated. Mr. Jia gestured for him to come closer. No need for concern. My heart has been cared for by you as if it were encased in an iron barrel. A fly or two may enter, but it is of little consequence, as long as it is resolved now. Zisong Hongji appeared perplexed, and the nearby servant hastened to elucidate the events that had just transpired. The more he listened, the deeper his frown became, until an icy aura surrounded him. Mr. Jia quickly interjected, Hongji, there is no need for anger. I have reached a point of no return. Life and death no longer hold significance to me. Now that Miss Yi has fortuitously uncovered the issue, it signifies that my life is not yet forfeit, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Yi Zhiyu and Lin Che stood silently to the side. Lin Che had initially come to witness Yi Zhiyu's medical prowess, only to find himself witnessing a scene akin to apprehending a thief. Yi Zhiyu remained puzzled about the connection between the 9th prince before her and the man in the crane-patterned mask whom she had previously saved. At that moment, a servant brought in a bowl of porridge. Mr. Jia, today the kitchen has sent your favorite white fungus porridge. Zisong Hongji accepted it, preparing to feed Mr. Jia. Yi Zhiyu swiftly intervened, stating, Your Highness the 9th Prince, Mr. Jia's condition of excessive thirst renders him unfit to consume rice porridge. Otherwise, his ailment may worsen. Upon hearing her words, Zisong paused and regarded her thoughtfully. If he cannot eat this, then what should he consume? With the appropriate medication and care, he shall return to a normal diet in 6 months, Yi Zhiyu replied confidently. Without hesitation, Zisong declared, Then prescribe the remedy. I shall heed your guidance. Mr. Jia, watching the silver fungus porridge being removed, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet given the trust that Hongji placed in this young lady, he felt compelled to comply. Yi Zhiyu glanced at Lin Che beside her and proposed, Since Mr. Jia has summoned the young master of the Divine Physician Valley, why not invite him to prescribe the treatment? Her suggestion stemmed from genuine intent. The reputation of the Divine Physician Valley far surpassed her own, and after all, the young master had been summoned with a hefty sum of gold. It seemed inappropriate for her to overstep her bounds. However, Lin Che shook his head resolutely. Dr. Yi, your expertise far exceeds mine. Do not delay the patient's recovery. This impudent youth. Yi Zhiyu's response was twofold. She wished to gauge Lin Che's capabilities, and out of respect for the 9th Prince's esteem for Mr. Jia, she preferred not to wade into murky waters. With no other option, she took up her brush and parchment to compose a prescription. After completing it, she presented it to the 9th Prince for review. This remedy can be taken for a month, adhering to the dietary restrictions I just mentioned. In a month's time, we shall alter the prescription. Within 10 days, Mr. Jia will be able to rise and walk. Diabetes, according to contemporary treatment methods, necessitates lifelong insulin injections. However, Traditional Chinese medicine also offers the possibility of enhancing pancreatic function and gradually nurturing the body to lower blood sugar levels, potentially leading to a cure. After all, one cannot administer injections daily, nor is it easy to explain the peculiar origins of certain medications. Zisong Hengji, without even glancing at the prescription, handed it directly to Ms. Yi, instructing her to care for Mr. Jia as per Dr. Ye's directions. He then turned gently to Yi Jiyu, expressing his unwavering trust in her medical skills, insisting that there was no need for him to review her methods. Subsequently, he produced a stack of silver notes, stating that this was the fee for Dr. Yi, a substantial sum of 10,000 taels, which left Yi Jiyu momentarily dazzled, inadvertently revealing a hint of greed on her face. Lin Che, following closely behind, nodded in agreement. Very well, young Master Lin, make yourself comfortable. However, I distinctly recalled Dr. Ye's words. As a physician, one must prioritize their own safety. Yi Jiyu was left speechless by this retort. She watched as he exited and entered his carriage, realizing she had no alternative but to muster the courage to follow suit. Zisong Hengji smiled serenely, remarking, "Do you not know my name? There is no need to be so distant." Yi Jiyu feigned ignorance. Zisong Hengji, unfazed, patiently articulated, "I have told you 3 times, my name is Hengji." He had indeed shed his disguise. He was the man behind the crane-patterned mask. Yi Jiyu clasped her hands over her ears, declaring, "Whatever the 9th prince says, I do not comprehend." Zisong Hengji gazed at her comical demeanor and felt a playful urge. He leaned closer and said, "Ah, you've uncovered the secret of my identity. What a predicament this is. It was you who insisted on revealing it to me, and I had no desire to listen." Slightly vexed, she lowered her hands from her ears, exclaiming, "Such a monumental secret, and yet you chose not to conceal it, insisting on divulging it to me, and then threatening me. What am I to do? If that's the case, just strike me down." Zisong Hengji chuckled lightly. "You are now the esteemed cousin of the Duke of the State. How could I possibly harm you? However, knowing my identity means we are now companions on the same vessel." Indeed, his intentions lay bare before her. Yi Jiyu sensed that beyond his daily pretense of feigned illness, he was quite adept at manipulation, certainly not a man of virtue. Zisong Hengji straightened his posture and earnestly declared, "Indeed, I am the 9th prince of Dazheng, and the leader of Shikamen as well. Zisong Hengji, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Yi Jiyu." This solemn introduction left Yi Jiyu momentarily speechless. She could not fathom the man's true intentions. Chapter 84. Why me? Zisong Hengji reclined casually within the carriage and, with a composed tone, remarked, "The Mr. Jia you treated today happens to be my mentor, thus I owe you yet another favor." "Excuse me?" Yi Jiyu responded, somewhat taken aback. "Before the late emperor's passing, he bestowed upon me a decree. Mr. Jia and 5 other esteemed officials were to receive it. Now, of the 6 high officials, only 4 remain. Would you care to know the contents of the decree?" Yi Jiyu hastily shook her head. "Your Highness, I truly have no desire to know." What a jest! She originally came into this world with the aspiration of being a mere idle fish. Now, by a twist of fate, she has become the esteemed miss of the Duke's residence, which is already her utmost limit. Should she inadvertently stumble upon some royal secrets, her life could very well be at stake. Zisong Heng tilted his head to glance at her, remarking on her evident desire for self-preservation. "But knowing such things is inconsequential. I can protect you now." "Wait," she interjected. "Your Highness, have you considered that if you refrain from divulging anything, I might not even require your protection?" Zisong Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he remarked, "With your medical prowess and talent, it is destined that you will not find tranquility in the capital. Furthermore, having made the acquaintance of the esteemed young master of the Divine Physician Valley, remember, a commoner is blameless, but possessing a precious gem can invite calamity." He cast her a meaningful glance, adding, "Do you comprehend? This is not merely a matter of desire, but rather how you will confront the situation. Consider your cousin, Jiang Ningxue. Despite your efforts to save her life, does she not harbor an intense hatred for you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jiyu fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, she had no choices left. Jiang Ningxue was now a favored concubine of the crown prince, a member of the royal family. Should her status rise further, even the duke's residence might be unable to safeguard her. Observing her troubled expression, Zisong Heng spoke softly. "In truth, we could forge an alliance. You utilize your medical skills to assist me, and in return, I shall employ my influence to protect you." It certainly sounded like an appealing proposition, yet she remained hesitant. Why me? I am merely an ordinary peasant girl. Why would the ninth prince choose to collaborate with someone like me? Not only you, but also your mother, your sister, and the entire Duke of Town's household. I can protect them all. It depends solely on your choice. As these words fell, Yi Zhiyu's heart skipped a beat. She could endure hardships. Yet Jiang and Jiming could not. Cautiously, Yi Zhiyu spoke. Is it possible that the ninth prince intends to overthrow the court? Fear gripped her. If Zisong Hengji's aim was to instigate a change of dynasty, then she would need to deliberate carefully, for the risks were too great. And she would not engage in ventures devoid of certainty. Zisong Hengji chuckled lightly. That position has never been my desire. My actions are solely for the sake of justice. What justice? Zisong Hengji regarded her with intrigue. Are you now eager to uncover my secrets? Yi Zhiyu hastily shook her head. Not at the moment. I would rather not know. Instinctively, she added, I am a bit hungry. Would you accompany me for a meal? The carriage halted beside a street vendor, and Zisong Hengji disembarked first. Looking at Yi Zhiyu, would you care to join me for a bowl of noodles? Yi Zhiyu felt a twinge of curiosity. The esteemed ninth prince would dine at a roadside stall. She then alighted as well, taking a seat on a bench by the road. The vendor greeted them warmly. Young master has arrived. Same as usual? Zisong Hengji nodded gently. And have one for this young lady as well. Yi Zhiyu could not help but inquired, Do you often come here, ninth prince? Soon, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were served, and the vendor politely remarked, the young master usually comes alone. Is this lady perhaps a distinguished guest today? The warm steam enveloped their faces, and Yi Zhiyu quickly denied it. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The vendor repeatedly apologized, saying, My lord, my lady, I truly beg your pardon. You both resemble ethereal beings straight out of a tale, a perfect match. One can hardly blame a slip of the tongue. Zisong casually slurped a mouthful of noodles and remarked, It is of no consequence. This lady is not a petty person. Yi Zhiyu fell silent, feeling as though she had somehow gained an undue advantage. Soon, they finished their meal. And when it came time to settle the bill, Zisong produced a silver ingot and placed it on the table. The vendor hurriedly waved his hands, My lord, I have just opened my stall today. I truly cannot provide change for such a silver ingot. I greatly enjoyed your noodles. There is no need for change. No, the vendor insisted. If you are willing to support my business, I am immensely grateful. These 2 bowls of noodles are merely 20 copper coins. This silver is far too generous. Let it be my treat. The common folk living in the shadow of the imperial city are known for their simplicity. Yet how could the esteemed ninth prince be one who dined without paying? However, the vendor stubbornly refused to accept it. In exasperation, Yi Zhiyu retrieved 20 copper coins from her purse, saying, Boss, I will pay. The vendor gladly accepted the coins and began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Zisong gazed at her with warmth, saying, Thank you, Dr. Yi, for the feast. Next time, I shall undoubtedly repay you. Observing his theatrical expression, Yi Zhiyu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. As they walked along, Zisong nonchalantly inquired, Just now, when you paid, I noticed a jade pendant hanging from your purse. Was it a gift from the Lu family? Yi Zhiyu nodded slightly, recalling how she had once saved Lu Yinlin's life. He had given her the jade pendant. Did you not uncover the incident involving the assassins at the inn? Do you harbor feelings for him? Upon hearing such a question, Yi Zhiyu felt a sense of bewilderment. Why would the ninth prince speak in such a manner? It was merely a token exchanged between friends. Zisong sighed softly. You remain unaware of the true significance. This jade pendant is a token of the Lu family matriarch. The recipient of this pendant is recognized as the future wife of Lu family's heir. At this revelation, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck. The jade pendant in her arms seemed to emit a faint warmth. Why Lu Yinlin? Yi Zhiyu's emotions surged tumultuously. She had never known the pendant bore such meaning. Observing her discomfort, Zisong continued, He has not explicitly stated it. Perhaps he has his own reasons. The Lu family is unlike any other. You may already know this without my saying. Yi Zhiyu lowered her head, a bitter smile forming on her lips. How could she not understand? Even with her mother being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of State, her status was unlikely to be deemed worthy of such a connection. The Lu family valued many things. Thus, this would never rightfully belong to her. I shall find an opportunity to return the pendant to him. What does not belong to me must ultimately be returned. Zisong, unusually gentle, remarked, The first time I laid eyes on you, I could tell you are no ordinary woman. You will undoubtedly carve out your own realm. Chapter 85. The medical treatises left by father. The elderly matron nodded and said, I have indeed heard your maternal uncle speak of the young master of the divine physician's lineage. They hold considerable standing both in the realm of martial arts and at court. Your association with them is a fortunate connection. We shall not interject. You have been studying medicine under your father since childhood, and our Zhang family is not one to adhere rigidly to antiquated notions. Pursue that which brings you joy, and we will support you. Your safety and happiness are what matter most. As Yi Zhiyu listened to the heartfelt words of her elder, warmth blossomed within her. The Zhang family's open-mindedness sometimes surpassed that of more traditional families from her previous life. Mother has summoned me. Is there something amiss? She inquired, a wave of delight washing over her. Ever since her arrival in this world, she had neglected to remember that her father had left behind a wealth of medical texts. Although she had initially focused on Western medicine and was proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, her understanding was not profound. A breakthrough could potentially benefit many. Reflecting on her recent encounter with Mr. Jia, she hesitated to disclose this to the matron as it pertained to the ninth prince. However, considering her observations during her time in the capital, it was evident that the Jiang family, while allied with the sixth prince, did not engage in factional disputes. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to speak up. Grandmother, today, I accompanied young Master Lin to visit a patient residing at Shinran residence, Mr. Jia. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing the name, the matron's eyes widened in surprise. Shinran residence? Mr. Jia? Indeed, Yu Zhiyu affirmed. The elderly matron glanced at Yu Zhiyu. Her expression laced with curiosity as she inquired. Mr. Jia is one of the four prominent families of the former dynasty, much like our Jiang clan. He occupies a position in the esteemed cabinet. Not long ago, I heard he was bettered due to illness, yet here you are, presenting such an opportunity. Are you keeping a close watch on him? Yi Zhiyu nodded. It is not a severe ailment, merely a case of excessive thirst. However, there are malicious individuals in the household who have tainted his medicine with vermilion, counteracting its efficacy. I have provided him with a new prescription, and additional precautions have been taken. He should recover soon. Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression suddenly grew grave. She sighed deeply. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Yi Zhiyu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean, grandmother? Mr. Jia holds a significant position and oversees numerous officials, yet he has not made enemies in court. If anyone were to wish him harm, it could only be her. She then cast a glance at Yi Zhiyu and added, Does Mr. Jia know your identity? After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Are you concerned that someone might target me? The matron paused, then reassured her, Do not worry, Zhiyu. Our duke's residence has not fallen to such a degree that it cannot safeguard its own granddaughter. As long as the Jiang family stands, you shall remain unharmed. Yi Zhiyu smiled, nestling closer to her grandmother. I am not worried, for with you by my side, grandmother, I fear nothing. She had intended to share news about the ninth prince, but, noticing the worry etched on her grandmother's face, decided against it, not wanting to add to her elder's concerns. At that moment, Jiming burst into the room, her face glistening with sweat and her spirit exuberant. Upon entering, she respectfully bowed to the matriarch before plunging into Zhang's embrace. Mother, today Brother Xiao taught me how to ride and gifted me a chestnut pony. I have finally mastered it, and Brother Xiao praised me. Observing Jiming's lively demeanor, the matriarch momentarily set aside her concerns regarding Mr. Jia and affectionately remarked, Xiao Su is a talented young man. Now he is teaching you martial arts. When you are outside, remember to address him as master to maintain the proper order of kinship. But Brother Xiao is only 6 years my senior. Calling him master feels too formal. Grandmother, did you not mention that Brother Xiao is considered an adopted son by my uncle? Addressing him as brother does not disrupt the hierarchy. This little girl, having attended school for only a few days, had become quite eloquent, which made the matriarch smile helplessly. Very well, you may call him as you wish. Your temperament resembles mine when I was young, so let it be. It is merely a form of address. Dreamer, call him however you like. Seeing the joyful family dynamic, Yi Zhiyu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. How wonderful it would be if such harmony could last forever. In the Chiefing Palace, the Empress Dowager, upon hearing reports from her attendants about Mr. Jia's failure, found herself intrigued by Yi Zhiyu, suddenly appearing in the capital and repeatedly thwarting her plans. It seemed she needed to meet this girl. She instructed Granny Sun to convey her decree. Summon Yi Zhiyu to the palace for a consultation tomorrow. Granny Sun received the order and obediently withdrew. Once everyone had withdrawn, the Empress consort unfastened the brocade scarf around her neck, revealing a ghastly wound. In just a few days, the prior crimson marks had festered, emitting a foul stench. She had been diligently consuming the medicinal concoctions prescribed by the imperial physician, yet she saw no signs of improvement. Summoning Yi Zhiyu served two purposes: to ascertain the identity of this remarkable individual and to determine if she possessed the ability to heal her affliction. The severity of the injury was indeed unsettling. She was aware that someone from the Divine Physician Valley had arrived in the capital and had contemplated inviting them to the palace for treatment, especially since Lin Zhenyuan, the one who had inflicted the cursed insect upon her, hailed from that very place. However, she harbored reservations about Lin Che's temperament and whether he could be of service to her. The prospect of him discovering the maternal curse within her was fraught with potential complications. After all, the Dishing royal family must uphold an appearance of harmony. Her understanding of Ye's father was limited. She only knew him to be a barefoot doctor from Yi family village. To her surprise, many of the remedies documented in medical texts were entirely unfamiliar to her. Upon a dialectical examination, however, they proved to possess remarkable efficacy. Yi Zhiyu was quick to absorb knowledge, often retaining what she read with ease, and before she realized it, she had perused the material until midnight. The texts detailed numerous herbs from her modern society that were non-existent here. Albeit rare in this realm, their medicinal properties were astounding, often found in proximity to the Divine Physician Valley. As her curiosity about the Divine Physician Valley deepened, she pondered the true nature of that place. Just as she was about to rest and continue her reading the following day, she unexpectedly discovered a small booklet wedged within the seams of her box. Lacking a cover, the pages were yellowed and somewhat tattered. Driven by intrigue, she opened the pages. Night after night, she turned the leaves, increasingly captivated. For the content was a discourse on cursed insects. The text introduces the cultivation and varieties of goo worms, as well as several common methods for dispelling them, richly illustrated, leaving Yi Zhiyu profoundly shaken. Some goo worms can cause harm, while others are capable of healing ailments, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. It was not until she stumbled upon a page depicting a goo worm that bore a striking resemblance to the one she had previously extracted from Zisong Hung that her intrigue deepened. This particular worm was referred to as the mother-child goo. The cultivator must implant the mother goo within their own body, subsequently placing the child goo within another's. The mother goo poses no threat to the human body. Rather, it governs the child goo's consumption of the host. Should the child goo be dispelled, the mother goo will naturally perish. Closing the book, Yi Zhiyu's mind was tumultuous. Her father was undoubtedly no ordinary barefoot doctor. How could an average individual gain access to such arcane knowledge? Regardless, her father had passed away, and the existence of such literature in the world was perilous. If it were to fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, it could bring untold suffering to many. Contemplating this, she cast the tome into a secure space, where it would be safest. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 86. Mother-child goo on the following day. The Empress Dowager's decree arrived at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. The messenger, an elderly matron, concluded her announcement and waited in the inner courtyard, urging Yi Zhiyu to depart swiftly. As a subject summoned to meet the Empress Dowager, she was required to bathe and burn incense in preparation. It was no wonder the summons came so early. With the assistance of Shi Chui, Yi Zhiyu hastily groomed herself, dressing and arranging her hair with utmost speed. Everything was conducted according to the established rites and protocols, for the patient she was to encounter was no ordinary individual, but rather the most esteemed lady of the Da Sheng dynasty. Any misstep could spell disaster for her entire family, and thus, Yi Zhiyu dared not relax for even a moment. She meticulously inspected the contents of the medicine chest, fearful of any oversight. It was imperative to verify the items brought for the Empress Dowager's treatment. A careless mistake of including items not befitting this dynasty would be indefensible. The chest contained porcelain vials of hemostatic medicine and some antibiotics, unwrapped and presented as loose pills, which was of little concern, along with a set of silver needles. The Duke and the matriarch observed Yi Zhiyu with palpable anxiety, their hearts heavy with trepidation. However, Yi Zhiyu offered them a reassuring glance, signaling them to remain at ease. She bore no grudge against the Empress Dowager, and therefore anticipated no complications. Granny's son mentioned that a lady-in-waiting could accompany her. Thus, Shi Cui joined Yi Zhiyu in the royal carriage. Shi Cui, less burdened by the weight of thought than the matriarch and others, expressed her nervousness mingled with pride, declaring, "My young lady is truly remarkable. Today she attends to the Empress Dowager, and she shall certainly gain renown. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Shitsuke wisely fell silent. Before long, the carriage passed through the palace gates. As it was a royal vehicle, it was permitted to enter directly, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of Chiefing Palace. As the Empress Dowager had yet to summon her, Yijiu could only wait on the steps for the call. With her head lowered, she refrained from glancing around. For although it was not her first visit to the palace, it was her inaugural encounter with the Empress Dowager, leaving her uncertain of the latter's temperament. As she pondered the potential events that might unfold, a figure approached her. "Do you not like the clothes I sent you? I have never seen you wear them," he inquired. Turning to face him, she was surprised to find it was the 9th prince, and she quickly bowed. This humble servant pays her respects to the 9th prince. "Might I inquire what you mean?" Zisong lowered his voice slightly and began to speak. "Before the emperor's birthday banquet, I sent something to you. I was unable to attend that day due to other matters. It turned out to be from the 9th prince." No wonder she had been unable to ascertain the sender's identity. With this realization, Yijiu earnestly replied, "The attire I wore during the birthday banquet was stained with blood when I treated my cousin's abdominal pain, and since the fabric is exquisite, the stains could not be removed, hence it has remained unworn." She added, "I am grateful to the 9th prince for the gift of clothing." Zisong did not meet her gaze but looked off into the distance. "If it is soiled, discard it. My elder brother has rewarded me with plenty of luxurious fabrics. And without a mistress in my household, should you desire more, you may visit my storeroom next time to select what you like." Yijiu swallowed hard, somewhat astonished. When had she become so familiar with the 9th prince? Was it merely from sharing a bowl of noodles by the roadside? She refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation. Did the 9th prince come today to pay respects to the Empress Dowager? Understanding his subtle hint, Yijiu expressed her gratitude. No sooner had she spoken than a message came from Chiefing Palace, summoning Yijiu inside, while keeping Shitsuke outside. Zisong entered the hall alongside her, where the Empress Dowager reclined on a couch behind the curtain. "Your son Hengji pays his respects to mother." Yijiu hastily knelt, saying, "I, Yijiu, offer my greetings to the Empress Dowager. Why has the 9th prince come to the palace today?" The two exchanged polite pleasantries, seemingly oblivious to Yijiu kneeling on the ground. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly from behind the curtain. "You are quite filial. How is your health?" "Still the old ailment, sustained by soup and medicine." As she spoke, she coughed twice, and Yijiu crouched on the ground, listening intently to the two individuals engaging in their meticulously guarded conversation. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, the 9th prince was none other than the man with the crane-patterned mask from before, having extracted the cursed insect and neutralized the poison. She now observed him feigning illness before the Empress Dowager. This suggested a connection between the cursed insect and the Empress Dowager herself. He was correct. She could not evade the murky waters of the capital. After a brief pause, the Empress Dowager finally spoke. "I have no significant matters at hand. I have heard that Miss Yi possesses extraordinary medical skills and is the long-lost legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, summoned merely to take a look. Your health does not appear robust either. Perhaps you might allow Miss Yi to examine you as well, to see if there is a remedy to be found." It was merely a routine probe. Zisong smiled faintly. "Thank you, mother, for your concern. It seems fortuitous that we meet today. Thus, I shall trouble Miss Yi." His acceptance, rather than refusal, momentarily perplexed the Empress Dowager. She shifted slightly. "Miss Yi, please rise and come closer so I may have a look at you." "Hengji, you may withdraw for now." "Yes, mother." "Yes, your majesty." Under the guidance of the matron, Yijiu entered the inner chamber, her palms already clammy with nervousness. The Empress Dowager appeared unhurried regarding her condition, instead scrutinizing her closely. Indeed, Miss Yi is a remarkable beauty, her brows and eyes reminiscent of your grandmother in her youth. Lift your head so I can observe you more closely." Upon hearing this, Yijiu slowly raised her head and met the gaze of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, in her 40s or 50s, appears remarkably youthful due to her meticulous care. Her imposing presence is accentuated by a pair of astute, triangular eyes, reflecting countless calculations. Indeed, she possesses the allure of a stunning beauty. It is said that your medical skills are exceptional, having rescued Jiang Qianshan from the brink of death. Now, the Empress Dowager finds herself in poor health. Please examine her condition. Upon hearing this, Yijiu approached, kneeling beside the couch, and, with a handkerchief in place, took the Empress Dowager's pulse. The rising heat and the sinking pulse indicated clear signs of inflammation, prompting her to inquire, "Your Majesty, Have you suffered any injuries or bleeding recently? As she spoke, she loosened the scarf around her neck. Upon raising her gaze, Yi Zhiyu was taken aback. There, near the base of the Empress Dowager's jaw, lay a wound the size of a thumb, continuously oozing blood and accompanied by a hint of yellow pus. Maintaining her composure, Yi Zhiyu asked, "May I examine it more closely?" "Yes," came the reply. As she drew nearer, Yi Zhiyu activated her spatial scanner to inspect the wound, her heart racing. Just as the ninth prince had indicated, it was indeed a cursed insect, though it had already perished. Furthermore, it was the mother insect from a brood, a detail she had encountered only the previous night in her father's manuscripts. This particular curse possesses a unique antidote. Once the offspring insect is released and dies within the human body, it emits pheromones, causing the mother insect to dissipate harmlessly, absorbed by the host without inflicting harm. However, the cursed insect within Zhengguo had been forcibly extracted, which explained the turmoil inflicted upon the host. In this moment, she knew she could not speak the truth. The esteemed Empress Dowager had resorted to witchcraft to harm a royal prince. Even if she were to cure her, she would still be unable to escape her fate. Chapter 87. Miss Yi is indeed fitting for the crown. Prince. The Empress looked down upon her. Do you believe you can cure it? Yi Zhiyu certainly possessed the ability to heal, yet she dared not speak of it. Unless she were to extract the maternal worm and decayed flesh with a knife, followed by an anti-inflammatory treatment, the condition would only worsen. Observing her indecision, the Empress spoke directly, "Speak your mind. To be candid, I have endured this toxic sore for far too long. If you can heal it, a generous reward awaits you." Upon hearing this, the Empress became intrigued. "So, you believe you can heal me? How could you possibly hurt me? Speak, let us see." Although the ninth prince had indicated beforehand that if the situation proved troublesome, treatment could be declined, she feared voicing her inability would seal her fate, preventing her from ever exiting this chamber. "Impudent!" Granny's son chastised loudly. Yi Zhiyu promptly lowered her head further, not daring to utter a word. After a moment, the Empress spoke slowly. "Do you possess confidence?" There was no alternative. Time was of the essence. Now, whether she extended her neck or withdrew it, the outcome would be the same. Upon hearing that it would not be painful, the Empress grew even more interested. "Are you speaking the truth?" The palace fell into silence, all awaiting the Empress's decision. After a lengthy pause, the Empress finally spoke. "Then let us give it a try. Miss Yi, renowned for your healing abilities and a daughter of the Duke's residence, would surely not act recklessly." Yi Zhiyu felt a jolt of surprise. The mention of the Duke's residence carried an implicit threat. Should she err, the entire Duke's household would be implicated. Gritting her teeth, Yi Zhiyu crawled to the Empress's side, grateful that the concubine's platform was not too high, allowing her to kneel and perform the necessary procedures with relative ease. "Your Majesty, please tilt your head to the right," the lady-in-waiting said, preparing to administer acupuncture for pain relief. Perhaps the Empress wished to keep her ailment concealed from others. As only Granny's son remained in attendance, Yi Zhiyu produced a silver needle and deftly inserted it near the wound, creating a ruse. Shortly, she would administer a local anesthetic. Lidocaine. It was inconceivable that mere acupuncture could alleviate such pain. Noticing Granny's son's unwavering gaze upon her actions, Yi Zhiyu paused and addressed the Empress. "Your Majesty, may I trouble someone to fetch a basin of hot water? After cleansing the wound, it would be prudent to wash up." The Empress glanced at Granny's son and instructed, "You may go and fetch the water." Granny's son complied and withdrew. In that fleeting moment, Yi Zhiyu swiftly concealed the syringe within her ample sleeves. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, she had chosen the finest needle, akin in thickness to the acupuncture needle, and planned to inject it in 4 separate doses, ensuring that the Empress perceived it merely as standard acupuncture. The anesthetic would take effect in approximately 1 minute, during which time Yi Zhiyu carefully stowed the silver needle back into her medicine box. Granny's son soon returned, bringing a steaming basin of water. Yi Zhiyu then retrieved the blade of a surgical knife, devoid of a handle, as carrying a blade into the palace was a grave offense she wished to avoid. The blade was only an inch long, sufficient for excising necrotic tissue without causing harm. Thus, under immense pressure, Yi Zhiyu meticulously began to remove the decayed flesh around the wound. At first, Granny's son was taken aback by the sight of the blade and contemplated intervening. But upon noticing the Empress's lack of discomfort, she remained silent, realizing that this Miss Yi possessed considerable skill. Yi Zhiyu delved deeper, meticulously avoiding blood vessels and nerves. As expected, she discovered the deceased Mother Gu, now reduced to a mass of putrid flesh, indistinguishable from decaying meat unless closely examined. Under the watchful gaze of Granny Sun, Yizhiu carefully extracted the goo worms and set them aside, before proceeding to cleanse the wound. At that moment, the basin of hot water was indispensable, otherwise suspicion could easily arise. Holding a cloth soaked in hot water, she gently wiped away the blood and pus surrounding the wound, deliberately avoiding the central injury. She then discarded the cloth onto a nearby table and softly requested Granny Sun to fetch another. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager remained under the effects of anesthesia, feeling only a warmth at the sight of the wound, devoid of any pain. Has it concluded? The Empress Dowager blinked in satisfaction. The wound was minor, requiring no stitches. With proper bandaging, it would not leave a scar. Moreover, the palace possessed superior ointments for scar removal, which was not a concern for her. Finally, she disinfected the area meticulously with a cotton ball dipped in iodine and applied a layer of antibiotic powder before proceeding to bandage the injury. Granny Sun promptly brought a fresh cloth, and Yizhiu dampened it again, wiping away any excess iodine from the skin before retrieving gauze from the medicine box. She carefully wrapped it around the Empress Dowager's neck several times. Your Majesty, this gauze may be removed in 3 days. Thereafter, simply apply the ointment daily. Yizhiu informed her, producing a ceramic jar containing erythromycin ointment along with 6 antibiotic tablets, which she respectfully handed to Granny Sunday. The ointment is to be applied twice daily, and the white tablets taken once in the morning and once in the evening. The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction and then sat up. The pain had finally subsided, bringing her joy. Glancing at the decaying flesh and the parasitic worms nearby, she maintained her composure, reflecting on the understanding nature of Yizhiu, which prompted her to refrain from causing trouble for the girl for the time being. Yizhiu remained kneeling, her legs devoid of sensation. Gently shifting her position, the Empress Dowager felt her own vitality restored, which was the greatest reward for her subjects. Though she recognized the insincerity in the words spoken, it did not diminish her delight, and she turned to jest with Granny Sunday, truly a remarkable individual. No wonder Xian'er holds her in such high regard. That young libertine, ever flirtatious, yet I find Miss Yi to be quite extraordinary, a fitting match for the crown prince. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yizhiu hastily prostrated herself, expressing her gratitude for the Empress Dowager's praise, stating that she hailed from humble origins and had not received proper education, thus felt unworthy of aspiring to such lofty heights. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes and countered, "Oh, your cousin is the foremost talent in the capital, yet she merely serves as a concubine in the Eastern Palace. Now that you have rendered service to me, I could advocate for you to be appointed as a side consort to the crown prince. Would you refuse this honor? Or do you prefer the 6th prince instead?" She had no desire to share a husband with Jiang Ningxue, and besides, she held no interest in the crown prince, let alone the frivolous Zisong Xian. The Empress Dowager then lowered her gaze, smiling softly. "Very well. I have grown old and my reach is limited. Granny Sun, please visit my treasury and select a pair of jade rui to gift to Miss Yi as she departs the palace." Chapter 88. She becomes more intriguing upon exiting the Chiefing Palace. Yizhiu found her inner garments thoroughly dampened with sweat. It was already late autumn, and a sudden gust of wind brought an unwelcome chill. Shitsue approached promptly, draping a cloak over her shoulders. Yizhiu's legs felt somewhat weak, and upon seeing Shitsue, she quickly requested her assistance. Zisong Qingji was still waiting outside the hall. Upon her emergence, he approached with customary decorum and inquired, "Miss Yi, how is Her Majesty's health faring? My own constitution tends to falter with the onset of autumn. Might I request Miss Yi to visit the royal residence for a consultation?" Yizhiu regarded Zisong Qingji with suspicion. She noticed his gaze subtly shift, indicating that they were being observed from the Chiefing Palace, and she immediately grasped the implication. "Ninth Prince, I shall of course do my utmost. I kindly ask you to lead the way." The 3 of them walked through the palace corridor, maintaining a silence that was only broken once they had boarded the carriage. A long breath of relief escaped her lips. From the outside, the 9th Princess carriage appeared unremarkable. However, within, it was adorned with opulence. The seats were cushioned with soft padding, and a warm stove was installed within the carriage, filling the air with a gentle fragrance of herbs and wood. A low table was even set with tea that was currently brewing. Due to the distinctions of rank, Shitsue remained outside, leaving only the 2 of them within. Yizhiu gently rubbed her knees and inquired, "The 9th Prince's carriage is quite splendid. It seems you have already ignited the stove even before winter's arrival?" Zisong Qingji poured her a cup of tea and replied, I have long been frail and ailing. A fact well known throughout the court. Is it possible that Missy is unaware? Yu Zhiyu gazed intently at him, and the ninth prince chuckled, remarking that since she had only recently arrived in the capital, she could not possibly be aware of his health condition. Upon finishing his words, they exchanged a knowing smile. As if caught in a charade, Yu Zhiyu spoke, All right, Your Highness, let us cease this banter. By the way, was the poison within you instigated by the Empress Dowager? Did you discern that? Yu Zhiyu nodded in affirmation. I noticed a sore on the Empress Dowager's neck, and within that wound, there lay a worm resembling the one extracted from you previously. Though it has perished and decayed into a mass of flesh, it did not escape my notice. Hence my conjecture. Zisong Hengji nodded gently, affirming, Indeed, that is a maternal poison. After the late emperor's demise, she planted it within me, and my subsequent departure from the palace was to evade her malice. She dared not take my life, as the minister's council would obstruct her, yet it did not prevent her from tormenting me. For 6 years, despite Li Henshui's efforts to cure me, the poison remained unbroken. I never anticipated encountering you. Yi Zhiyu averted his gaze, slightly disheartened, and remarked, It seems I have truly become embroiled in your royal entanglements. Zisong Hengji chuckled softly. Are you frightened? Yes, I am indeed afraid. No matter, you have just healed the Empress Dowager, which is a significant achievement. What is there to fear? Let us not rush. Did you not mention wanting to visit my residence for a consultation? First, we shall proceed to the royal palace. Yu Zhiyu regarded him with suspicion. But I know you are untroubled. I realize you were merely speaking for the Empress Dowager's benefit, now that we are outside the palace. There is no need for such superfluous actions, is there? Upon hearing her words, Zisong Hengji leaned in slightly closer, and Yi Zhiyu caught a whiff of a delightful dragon's saliva fragrance. You are well aware that I speak for the Empress Dowager, and naturally, this must also be demonstrated for her benefit. Do you not agree? After hearing this, Yi Zhiyu felt a profound sense of agreement, and thus accompanied the carriage to the ninth prince's residence, considering it a mere visit. As the carriage came to a halt, someone stepped forward to present a footstool. Zisong Hengji alighted first, while butler Zhang and the guard Yang Qing awaited nearby. Zisong Hengji nodded, and Yi Zhiyu descended from the carriage, assisted by Shi Tsui. He looked and spoke. This is Miss Yi from the Duke of the State's residence. Here to attend to my diagnosis. Please send some refreshments to the pavilion in the lake. It was the first time the royal residence welcomed a female guest, and butler Zhang appeared somewhat moved, tears brimming in his eyes. The prince had finally come to his senses. He promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare several trays of seasonal floral pastries, beautifully arranged, which were then sent forth. Once they entered the gates of the ninth prince's residence, the Empress Dowager's scrutiny seemed to cease. The two settled in the pavilion in the lake, enjoying the gentle breeze. Miss Yi, do you know how to play chess? Zisong Hengji inquired invitingly. A little. I can engage in a game with His Highness, she replied. With their identities laid bare and a shared secret between them, their relationship appeared to deepen. Yi Zhiyu was no longer as reserved as before and suddenly asked, When did His Highness begin to watch over me? Zisong Hengji's fingers paused, and with a smile, he responded, The term watching is rather inappropriate. It should be cherishing talent and caring. At that moment, Yang Qing interjected, Miss Yi, my lord truly cares. He specifically sent nourishing red ginseng and a jiao to the Duke of Zhen's residence, claiming it was intended for the Duke, but in truth, it was all for you. Yi Zhiyu raised an eyebrow, questioning, Then why was it sent to my uncle? How would it end up in my possession? She touched her nose, slightly embarrassed, and confessed, I received it, and it almost all found its way into my room. Yang Qing and Shi Tsui exchanged knowing smiles. Zisong Heng remarked, It is evident that the old mistress cherishes you dearly, which is why she made such a grand gesture. Red ginseng and ajiao are primarily for women's nourishment. Given your excessive blood loss at that time, aside from Jiang Ningxue, you were the one who needed it most. The old mistress, caring for you, naturally ensured you received it. As for Jiang Ningxue, she likely received some as well, but not much, considering the old mistress was still quite upset. Hence, I brought over more than a dozen boxes for you. I suspect she only received one, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiyu felt a chill. This person was quite formidable, calculating human nature with such precision. She realized she must tread carefully in future dealings with him. As she pondered this, Yi Zhiyu seemed to recall something and said, I have yet to express my gratitude for the garments bestowed by the ninth prince. I wonder why he quietly left them without a word. I initially thought they were from His Highness Xian. At that moment, Yang Qing stepped forward. Miss Yi, forgive me. The prince instructed me to deliver them to you discreetly. However, when I arrived, you were not in the courtyard. And since the prince had specifically ordered not to disturb anyone else in the residence, I simply left them in your room. Yi Zhiyu chuckled softly. Your manner of gifting has led me to mistakenly believe that it was His Highness, the sixth prince, who sent this. Thus it would be a disservice to your esteemed lord's good intentions. Yang Qing, with an expression of awkwardness, cast a glance at his master. Zisonging, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, So, it appears you have quite a good rapport with the sixth prince? Not particularly, she replied. Initially, I was merely a commoner. How could I claim to have a close relationship with the prince? However, since arriving in the capital, the sixth prince has extended considerable kindness towards me, for which I remain profoundly grateful. As she spoke, a barely perceptible smile crept upon Zisongheng's lips. Just then, several maidens approached, carrying bundles of fabric. He spoke. Whenever my elder brother acquires something of value, he always remembers to send me a portion. I have an abundance of the exquisite Zhiyun brocade from Jiangnan. And with no lady of the house to receive it, please take some with you when you depart. Consider it my payment for your services. Yu Zhiyu reflected upon this man, who had repeatedly exerted himself to ensure her well-being, and without hesitation, she nodded. Then I shall thank His Highness, the ninth prince. With that, accompanied by Ji Chui, she took her leave, turning away gracefully. Behind her, Zisongheng regarded the neatly arranged chessboard and smiled gently. She is becoming increasingly intriguing. Yang Qing, somewhat reluctant to part with the sight of the departing duo, remarked, My lord, it is already past noon. I had thought Missy might stay for a meal. Is there something delectable at home that warrants such hospitality? Yang Qing hastily elucidated, Your Highness. You have never been one to indulge in culinary delights, hence there is nothing particularly special prepared at the manor. However, when you previously instructed me to monitor, to concern myself with Miss Yi, I witnessed her remarkable culinary skills. The dishes she prepared were utterly unprecedented. I was concealed in the trees, nearly tempted to fall down. Observing his lackluster demeanor, Zisongheng cast him a disdainful glance. Chapter 89. The concerns of the Jiang family upon returning to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. The matriarch and the Duke awaited at the entrance. Since the morning they were taken by the palace, their hearts were knotted with worry, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Conversing with the aged Empress Dowager was no trivial matter. Should Miss Yi Zhiyu display any shortcomings in etiquette, the repercussions would be quite troublesome. Noticing their anxious expressions, Yi Zhiyu resolved to withhold certain details from her family for the time being, to spare them unnecessary concern. With a relaxed demeanor, she remarked, The Empress Dowager has recently been afflicted by a fiery ailment, resulting in a toxic sore. I was summoned today regarding this matter, but I assure you, she is now much improved, so there is no need for grandmother and uncle to worry. Upon hearing her words, everyone released a collective sigh of relief. It is a relief to know all is well. The room was filled with female relatives, and the Duke, concerned for his niece, had come to inquire. Now that the matter was clarified, he felt it inappropriate to linger further and took his leave. Approaching midday, Yi Zhiyu inquired, Grandmother, Mother, is lunch ready? Upon learning that no one had dined yet, she instructed the kitchen to prepare a simple meal, ensuring that her elders would not go hungry. Once the dishes were served, Yi Zhiyu suddenly realized she had not seen Jiming for several days and asked, Mother, where is Jiming? Why hasn't she come over for dinner? Yi Zhiyu smiled helplessly. This little Jiming had always been a mischievous imp back in the village, and now that she had arrived in the capital as a young lady, she still indulged in her penchant for swordplay. Nevertheless, Yi Zhiyu did not oppose her inclination too much. Women are like flowers, delicate daffodils or thorny roses. Each blooms in their own splendid manner without interference. At this juncture, Yi Zhiyu suddenly recalled that it had been a long time since she had seen Xixia, prompting her to inquire of her grandmother. The old lady, with a twinkle in her eye, took a bite of fish and informed her, You've been so busy lately, hardly ever at home. Xixia is to be engaged to the young master of the Wei family in a couple of days. They've settled on a wedding date. Is that so? How delightful. Initially, I feared there might be complications with this marriage, but it seems everything is proceeding smoothly. That is splendid news. Yi Zhiyu felt an involuntary surge of joy for Xixia, though she thought the pace was a bit hasty. In this era, marriages are often orchestrated by parental arrangement. If her grandmother deemed it favorable, then it must indeed be the best course. I had intended to inform you sooner, but you have been so occupied. Today, you were even summoned to the palace, hence the delay in conveying this news. In a couple of days, our relatives will gather at home, so do refrain from going out. Lately, Yijiu had little else to attend to, so without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Of course, Xixia is my cousin. I shall certainly support her. The two of them chatted merrily about Xixia and Wei Jia, yet Jiang Shi wore a look of concern. Noticing this, Yijiu inquired, "Mother, what troubles you? Are you not pleased?" Jiang set down her chopsticks with a sigh, reflecting on how Xixia was a few months younger than her. Yet she had already found a suitable match. In just 2 months, you will be 15, and it is the fault of your mother for delaying your lifelong affairs. Mother, what do you mean by delaying? Yijiu hurried to comfort her. Are you still lamenting over Zhang Chuanzong from Yi family village? Jiang quickly shook her head, clarifying that it was not the case. However, as a mother, she felt the responsibility to arrange her daughter's marriage. With Jiming still young, only when you have someone to rely on can I feel at ease. This sentiment held merit. In this feudal society, women who had not married by the age of 28 faced societal scrutiny. Yijiu did not reject this notion, yet the spirit of a modern individual still held a hint of prioritizing love. The old lady interjected, "Suxin, you worry too much. Jiu has the support of our Duke Guo's residence. Her medical skills are exceptional, and her talents are remarkable. When the auspicious day arrives next month, we shall introduce her to the esteemed families of the capital, and we need not fret about finding a suitor." Yijiu lowered her head, hesitant to respond. I recognize Jiu's excellence, yet in this world, a woman's exceptionalism can ultimately be a double-edged sword. Jiang finally voiced her concerns, causing the old lady to fall into deep contemplation. Indeed, this world has never been fair to women. With imperial power reigning supreme, the more outstanding a woman is, the more she becomes a valuable pawn. Today, Yijiu has made her debut before the Empress Dowager, and one cannot discount the possibility of interference in the marriages of officials. Yijiu perceived the elders' worries and reassured them. "Grandmother, mother, I am not in a hurry to marry. I have finally found my grandmother. I wish to accompany her for a few more years. There is no need for haste." Upon hearing these words, the elderly matron's face brightened with joy, concealing her inner concerns. Indeed, Yuer is correct. It would be acceptable to remain for another 2 years. As everyone finished their meals, Jiming entered the dining hall, her attire soiled and her hair tied up in a youthful manner. Upon noticing the elderly matron, she hurriedly performed a respectful greeting. "Who is this?" The matron feigned ignorance, questioning the presence of this wild monkey. Jiming wiped her face, revealing a somewhat cleaner visage. "Grandmother, it is I. I must tell you, the military camp of third uncle is quite entertaining." The matron chuckled. "Ah, this is my little granddaughter. One might mistakenly think I have gained another grandson. Quickly, go wash up and then return for more food." Once the two had departed, Yijiu dismissed the servants, leaving only the grand matron and her granddaughter. The matron, puzzled, inquired if Yuer had something to discuss. Yijiu nodded. "Yes, grandmother. There is a matter I feel requires your attention, just in case." Noticing her serious demeanor, the matron too adopted a solemn expression. "Speak, Jiu." "Today, I visited the palace to attend to the Empress Dowager. After our session, she jokingly mentioned the possibility of granting me the position of the Crown Prince's consort. However, I replied that I wished to accompany you for a few more years. She did not press further. I am uncertain of the Empress Dowager's temperament, so I thought it prudent to inform you." Upon hearing this, the elderly matron fell into deep contemplation. Initially, when Ningxue and the Crown Prince were together, the Empress sought to have the Duke acknowledge her as a legitimate daughter, with the intention of consolidating military power from the Duke of Zhan's estate for the Crown Prince's benefit. Now, with such a proposition being made once again, it could hardly be dismissed as mere jest. She then took Yujiu's hand, assuring her that since they had declined, there was no issue. The royal family could not compel anyone to become a daughter-in-law against their will. Rest assured, as long as you are unwilling, the Jiang family will not stand idly by. Chapter 90. The arrival of His Royal Highness soon. The day of the gift exchange for Xijia arrived. The ceremony, also known as the betrothal, is akin to a modern engagement, less grand than a wedding but still marked with the display of red candles to signify joy. Normally, this would be a matter for the third household, and the matron need not involve herself directly. However, the Liu family had no support, and over the years, they had diligently managed the Jiang family's affairs, prompting the matron to personally oversee the banquet. Early in the morning, Yi Jiu accompanied Shi Huai to Sijia's room to engage in conversation. Zhengguo, unusually, did not head to the training grounds but accompanied them to the third household. It had been quite some time since Sijia had spoken with Yi Jiu, and upon seeing her, she was overwhelmed with joy. Jiu, Jiming, you've come. Please, take a seat. Seeing Sijia's radiant demeanor, Yi Jiu felt a genuine happiness for her and teased, I never expected things to progress so swiftly. Did not Madame Wei say she would propose after the autumn examination results were announced? Upon hearing this, Sijia's face flushed a deep crimson, yet she playfully retorted. My dear sister, what time do you think this is? The autumn results were released ages ago. You've been so preoccupied with visiting the Lin family's pharmacy to tend to patients that I could scarcely find you. Oh, has it truly happened so quickly? What is the rank of the young Master Wei? He is the 8th in the 2nd class. After a moment of reflection, I added that although he holds the 8th position, being the son of the left chancellor, he is likely to be assigned a nominal position. My grandmother holds him in high regard, and my father has no objections, so my mother agreed. Yu Shiyu smiled and remarked that her grandmother is indeed correct. Master Wei is a man of integrity and comes from a lineage of nobility, ensuring a promising future as long as he adheres to propriety. Xia lowered her head and softly said that Wei Jie mentioned he shares the same views as the left chancellor regarding court affairs, neither forming cliques nor factions, which aligns perfectly with our family's philosophy. Therefore, he seeks a nominal position for stability. Yi Jiu nodded in agreement, expressing her admiration for the two of them as mere idle fish, feeling a twinge of envy. While they were engaged in conversation, the banquet had already been set up outside. Xia's little maid, Hong Yi, rushed in and announced, Miss, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived with Lady Jiang. The old lady and the third madam request your presence to pay your respects. Yi Jiu, without further thought, accompanied Xia to greet them, as it is customary to meet the Crown Prince in such circumstances. Upon entering the main hall, the Crown Prince occupied the seat of honor, with Jiang Ningxue seated beside him, while the old lady and the duke sat at the lower end. This exemplifies the power of royalty. Should Jiang Ningxue become the crown princess, the elders would have to bow in respect upon meeting her. Yu Jiu and Xia approached slowly and performed a courtly salute to the crown prince and Jiang Ningxue. Afterward, the crown prince's gaze lingered on Yu Jiu. Jiang Ninglu, perceptive as ever, cleared her throat twice, her expression indicating displeasure. Zisong Yong awkwardly touched his nose. Today, he was summoned by the Empress Dowager to inquire about certain matters. This was not his first encounter with Yi Jiu. Upon seeing her again today, he found the young lady particularly radiant. Recalling the suggestion from the Empress Dowager to offer her a position as a concubine, he mused that it was indeed a commendable idea. Unconsciously, he spoke up. Miss Yi visited the palace the other day to attend to the Empress Dowager, who praised your remarkable skill and benevolence. I extend my gratitude to you, Miss Yi. All eyes turned towards Yi Jiu, awaiting her response. Though her words were meticulously crafted, the old matron felt a subtle tension in the air. Was the crown prince visiting today for Jiu? At that moment, the duke stepped forward and addressed the gathering. Today, we celebrate the engagement of Suxia in our household. It is an honor to have His Royal Highness in attendance. The left chancellor will arrive shortly. Perhaps your highness would prefer to move to the reception hall for tea? Very well. I shall also convey my congratulations to the left chancellor, the crown prince replied. With that, the group made their way to the reception hall. As Jiang Ningxue passed by Yi Jiu, she shot her a fierce glare. In the reception hall, the left chancellor, Madame Wei, and Wei Jie were already in waiting. Upon the crown princess arrival, they all bowed in greeting, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Under the auspices of the matchmaker, the two young people exchanged tokens and pledges, with the Wei family adhering to customs by presenting a betrothal gift and setting the wedding date for the following January. The matchmaker, overjoyed, accepted the red envelope while uttering auspicious wishes before taking her leave, leaving the family to enjoy a lively meal together. The dining table in the reception hall stretched approximately 8 meters long, with guests seated on either side, partaking in a meal served in individual portions. Adhering to a shared dining etiquette, the crown prince occupied the principal seat, flanked by the matriarch and the prime minister on either side, while the remaining family members took their places according to status and seniority. Yi Jiu chose to sit at the far end, distanced from the crown prince and Jiang Ningxue, sparing herself from unnecessary discomfort. As the protagonist, Xia could not sit behind Yi Jiu. Instead, the esteemed daughter of Madame Wei, Wei Shuang, amiably settled beside her. Yi Jiu offered a friendly smile. Wei Shuang, grinning, remarked, "The capital buzzes with tales of Miss Ye's talents. I heard you treated Aunt Wen's heart ailment and have longed to make your acquaintance. At the imperial banquet, we were too far apart to converse, but at last, we can speak today. Miss Ye, I am Wei Shuang, the legitimate daughter of the Wei family. Miss Wei, I hope you are well. You may call me Zhiyu," came the reply. With a few exchanged words, the two soon grew familiar, whispering amongst themselves, oblivious to the conversations ahead. Yi Zhiyu commented, having come from the countryside. "This is my first time witnessing a wedding ceremony. I never anticipated it to be so intricate." She then gestured subtly towards Jiang Ningxue. "Look, becoming a concubine is far less complicated. A small sedan chair, and it's settled." Upon glancing over, Yi Zhiyu noticed Jiang Ningxue's displeased expression. It seemed that Wei Shuang harbored disdain for Jiang Ningxue, her eyes betraying a complete lack of respect. Yi Zhiyu gently cautioned, "Sister Wei, the crown prince is present. Let us refrain from speaking ill of the royal family. Bah, a mere courtesan is hardly royal. She has never graced the imperial jade plate. At best, she is just a slightly more dignified concubine." As Wei Shuang grew increasingly animated in her words, Yi Zhiyu quickly grasped her hand, urging, "Sister Wei, let us enjoy the dishes. It seems I must find a moment to inquire with Miss Xixia, the knowledgeable one, about the discord between Miss Wei and Jiang Ningxue." Chapter 91. The unjust accusations. The dining table was rather large, and what was being discussed at the front was barely audible to Yi Zhiyu and her companions. It was merely a matter of wedding arrangements. With the crown prince present, it was expected he would make some overtures to the left chancellor. As she drifted into her thoughts, the crown prince raised his voice and posed a question, inquiring whether Miss He had made any commitments, given that she and Miss Xixia were of similar age. Upon hearing this, the guests at the table were each lost in their own reflections. It would be normal for elders to ask such questions, yet the crown prince, being her peer, had a motive that was all too evident. Yi Zhiyu mused to herself that if the crown prince could not ascertain whether she had made any commitments, there was no need for him to raise the matter at the banquet. Such an inquiry was bound to incite animosity towards her, especially since Jiang Ningxue was currently harboring a deep-seated resentment towards her. Initially, the Jiang family wished to keep Yi Zhiyu from disclosing matters concerning Zhang Chuanzong to avoid tarnishing their reputation, but now, Yi Zhiyu could no longer hold back. The crown prince's repeated probing had gone beyond subtle hints. It was a blatant indication. Resolutely, she decided to reveal that she had indeed made a commitment. Curious to see how the royal family would react to a woman whose engagement had been broken off. Such a one might not even be fit to be a side consort. A hush fell over the table as the Jiang family matriarch gripped her handkerchief tightly. Her expression one of distress as she gazed at her. Yi Zhiyu offered her a reassuring glance. Madame Wei interjected to ease the tension, remarking that Miss Yi possessed both grace and talent, and that a prosperous match awaited her in the future. It was likely that once the period of mourning was over, suitors would be clamoring at their door. The old matriarch nodded in agreement with a smile. The crown prince's expression, however, was somewhat grim. He remained unaware of these matters. Although he feigned indifference, the side consort's ascendance to the royal jade plate would likely not meet with his father's approval. Even if he were to take a liking to her, careful consideration would be required. After Yi Zhiyu settled down, she contentedly partook of the dishes before her. Wei Shuang inquired softly, "Miss Yi, the outside world speaks highly of your talents. Why then do you publicly declare your engagement's dissolution today? Does this not tarnish your reputation? I have come from the countryside and am unaware of how my background is portrayed in the capital. Yet I understand that a reputation is earned through one's own actions. The dissolution of the engagement was not my desire, nor does it stem from any moral failing on my part. I possess my own sense of judgment, and thus do not fear concerns regarding my reputation." Upon hearing Yi Zhiyu's explanation, Wei Shuang was filled with admiration. In this world, which woman is not swayed by rumors? Even the crown prince, who holds a deep affection for Jiang Ningxue, could only bestow upon her the title of a favored consort upon discovering her premarital indiscretions. Wei Shuang glanced at Jiang Ningxue and then at Yi Zhiyu, her thoughts drifting to her own brother. She sighed deeply, lamenting that her brother, once captivated by Jiang Ningxue, might have found solace had he encountered Yi Zhiyu instead, thus avoiding the sorrow of those past days. Yi Zhiyu and Wei Shuang were not well acquainted, and she did not pry into the reason for the sigh. Instead, she courteously served her more dishes, encouraging her to eat heartily. Suddenly, Wei Shuang's eyes brightened as she pointed to the young man beside Jiang Xinjian. "Sister Zhiyu, look, The gentleman seated next to your brother is my brother, Wei Xianran, the eldest son of the Wei family. The eldest son of the Wei family was strikingly handsome, truly embodying the traits of a noble scion. Wei Shuangshuang was suddenly intrigued. Despite her brother's seemingly frail appearance, he was remarkably skilled in horseback riding and archery. On a future occasion, I shall send you an invitation, and we shall venture into the countryside for a hunt together. Yi Zhiyu, noticing her enthusiasm, smiled and nodded. Very well. Let us also invite young Master Wei Er and Sijia. The more, the merrier. Indeed, it is settled then. In a few days, we shall go together. As the banquet progressed, Yi Zhiyu found herself growing weary and excused herself from the table, taking Shitsue along to enjoy the breeze in the courtyard. Little did she anticipate that no sooner had she departed than the crown prince, citing a need for a brief respite, followed her out, while the others remained oblivious. Jiang Ningxue was not so easily deceived. Yu Zhiyu was seated in the pavilion, conversing with Shitsue when the crown prince approached. She promptly performed her courtesies, Your Highness. Have you perhaps lost your way? Zi Songyang chuckled heartily. Indeed, but as sisters are bound by blood, it is essential to foster our relationship. Currently, the Eastern Palace has only one consort, and your sister Liao Yuan is also there. You should visit the Eastern Palace more often. It would solidify your sisterly bond. Visit? What a jest. I am currently avoiding Jiang Ningxue at all costs. The crown prince continued. I noticed your absence when you left your seat and thought to seek you out. What a fortunate coincidence to find you here. Jiang Ningxue sauntered over, gracefully linking her arm through Zi Songyang's. Sister, the crown prince is quite considerate, knowing I miss home while at the Eastern Palace. He has kindly invited you to join us. Do not let His Highness's good intentions go unappreciated. Yi Zhiyu restrained her urge to roll her eyes and could only respond in a subdued tone, acknowledging that naturally. Being a cousin of a favored consort was a privilege for a daughter of a minister. The invitations exchanged between the two held no sincerity. The crown prince was merely seizing the opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship. Even if he had no intention of bringing her into the Eastern Palace, he likely valued her exceptional medical skills, contemplating how they might serve him in the future. Jiang Ningxue, on the other hand, was even more disingenuous, coming merely to flaunt the crown prince's deep affection and loyalty. As the crown prince strode ahead, Jiang Ningxue walked alongside Yi Zhiyu, subtly warning her in hushed tones. You would do well to recognize your own status and refrain from coveting what does not belong to you. You have already taken enough of what is mine. No one to stop. With that, she hastily caught up with the crown prince, and the two departed together. Yi Zhiyu blinked at Shitsue, and the two exchanged a resigned smile. Truly, it was astonishing how unfounded accusations could be so brazenly hurled. Chapter 92. Today's autumn hunt is quite lively. Jiang Ningxue had been in the Eastern Palace for some time now, relying on their past friendship. The crown prince had treated her relatively well, despite the presence of a higher-ranking consort, Lady Li, whose demeanor was tranquil and unambitious, posing no threat to her. For Jiang Ningxue, as long as she enjoyed the crown prince's favor, her status remained secure. However, today, the crown prince's demeanor towards Yi Zhiyu instilled in her a profound sense of peril. It had been quite some time since she had witnessed him invest such effort in a woman. Furthermore, he had invited Yi Zhiyu to the Eastern Palace under the pretext of her name, and if this continued, it seemed likely that she might truly be welcomed into the Eastern Palace. After taking a sip of tea, she spoke softly. You are a member of the Zhang family. When there is something good, I will naturally think of you. At present, there is a matter I need you to attend to. If you succeed, I shall arrange for you to serve the crown prince. I wonder if you would be willing? Jiang Ninglu was taken aback by the favor bestowed upon her and immediately knelt to express her loyalty. Sister, what are you saying? Whatever the task may be, just assign it to me. I will do my utmost to accomplish it, regardless of the outcome. Jiang Ningxue smirked disdainfully. Very well, I shall entrust it to you. Upon saying this, she closed her eyes and coldly remarked, a mere country bumpkin, upon discovering that his former fiancé is a person of nobility in the capital, will undoubtedly be intrigued. You should observe the situation and guide him discreetly, without revealing your identity. Fool. She has already made an appearance before the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince's faction is currently courting the officials. Yi Zhiyu has consistently gained favor before our uncle and grandmother. How do you suppose the Crown Prince will choose? Jiang Ningxue gritted her teeth in anger and said resentfully, Prepare yourself. Do not give away your intentions. Remember, only when I attain prestige in this Eastern Palace will you enjoy a good life. and your concubine mother can live out her days in peace." After hearing this, Jiang Ninglu had no further words. She could only cling to her elder sister's coattails and reluctantly acquiesce. As expected, Wei Shuangshuang presented a formal invitation the following day, proposing a joint outing for autumn hunting. Upon hearing about the horseback riding excursion, Jiming pleaded for quite some time, and ultimately, Yi Zhiyu agreed to take her along. Yi Zhiyu contemplated that since she could not ride a horse, it would be delightful to take a leisurely outing, lest within the military camp, she be forgotten. With the capital under the impression that the Jiang family merely had a cousin. On the appointed day, Shi Tsue had prepared a splendid red riding outfit for her. However, Yi Zhiyu felt it somewhat superfluous, as her current self was unskilled in both horseback riding and hunting. Nevertheless, she did not wish to disappoint Shi Tsue's kind intentions and donned the attire, intending to accompany Jiming to the second residence to meet Sijia before setting out. To her surprise, Xiaosa was already awaiting them at Kuyukshuan. Approaching, he inquired whether Xiao Qianshi was waiting for Jiming. "Have you informed her that we are to embark on an autumn hunt together today?" Xiaosa nodded. "I am here to accompany her. Miss Ye's equestrian skills are still somewhat lacking, and my presence can ensure her safety." Yi Zhiyu smiled. "In that case, I am much obliged to you, Xiao Qianshi." Soon, the group set forth together towards Xishan. Sijia, not adept at riding either, opted for the carriage trailing behind, while Jiming rode a pony, her spirits high. Xishan was steep and perilous, yet its scenery was breathtaking. Being late autumn, larger beasts had retreated, and the hunt would likely yield only rabbits and foxes, posing little danger. Thus, the elderly matriarch felt at ease allowing them to enjoy the outing. Unexpectedly, Zisong Xian also joined them. Upon seeing Yi Zhiyu, he dismounted eagerly to greet her. "Sister Zhiyu, it has been quite a while." Yi Zhiyu curtsied. "Your Highness, I trust you are well." Before she could engage in further pleasantries, the crown prince descended from a nearby carriage. "Miss Yi, we meet again." Trailing behind him was Jiang Ninglu, her expression inscrutable. Yi Zhiyu turned and bowed, greeting. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, Jiang Lianyuan. Miss Yi, do not take offense. I heard from my sixth brother that the young lady of the Wei family has invited us for the autumn hunt, and I thought I would join in the merriment. There is no need for formality. Simply regard me as an elder brother," the Crown Prince replied amicably. Before Yi Zhiyu could respond, Jiang Ningxue interjected. "The Crown Prince is my husband, and Zhiyu is my sister. It is only fitting for her to address him as brother-in-law." The Crown Prince nodded in satisfaction. Yet, Yi Zhiyu felt a profound discomfort. The couple's harmonious banter left her uncertain of their intentions. In reality, prior to this encounter, Jiang Ningxue had just quarreled with the Crown Prince. Relying on her favored status, she had directly questioned Zisong Yong about his intentions towards Yi Zhiyu, wondering why he showed such concern for her. The Crown Prince, without withholding any information, had candidly explained the intricate ties, revealing that approaching Yi Zhiyu was also a desire of the Empress Dowager. Even in her anger, Jiang Ningxue dared not oppose the Crown Prince's desires. Yet tears of grievance fell from her eyes. "I know the Crown Prince will not have only me as his woman, but I have only him as my husband." Her sorrowful expression tugged at Zisong Yong's heartstrings, prompting him to embrace her in comfort. "Do not worry, our affection is mutual. Should your cousin enter the palace in the future, I will not neglect you." However, despite Jiang Ningxue leaning gently against Zisong Yong, her eyes glinted with malice. Having fallen from the status of a prospective crown princess to a mere Lianyuan, she no longer trusted the words of men. She cared little for the broader implications. Yi Zhiyu had to be eliminated, for otherwise, she would inevitably stand in her way. Unbeknownst to the underlying motives, Yi Zhiyu merely sought a tranquil spot to enjoy the scenery. In the realm of dreams, there exists the diligent officer Xiao, relieving her of any concerns. With Wei Jie accompanying Xixia, she need not play the role of a mere bystander. As for Zisang Xian, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Just as she found a suitable spot and settled onto a stool, Wei Shuangshuang and her elder brother Wei Xianran approached leisurely. She enthusiastically introduced them. While Yu Zhiyu politely rose to greet them, Wei Shuangshuang took Yu Zhiyu's hand and said, "Miss Yi, my brother had some leisure time today, so I brought him along to meet everyone. We didn't have the chance to converse much during our last visit to your home. Young Master Wei, it is an honor to meet you," Yi Zhiyu replied graciously. Despite Wei Shuangshuang's persistent attempts to nudge her brother into a more engaging demeanor, Wei Xianran remained indifferent. Much to her dismay, her brother, not a youth anymore, could surely consider a match for marriage. even with Yi Zhiyu still in her 2-year mourning period. They could simply become betrothed now and wed later. This predicament weighed heavily on her mind. Of course, Yi Zhiyu was not oblivious to her intentions, and she smiled inwardly at the little schemes. Soon, the gathering was complete. The 3 young masters of the Wei family, the 3 young ladies of the Jiang family, along with Officer Xiao and the royal brothers, plus Jiang Liangyuan, totaling 9 individuals, in addition to a handful of attendants, forming quite a lively assembly. It seemed that today's autumn hunt would be quite the spectacle. Chapter 93. The cold arrow in the forest. Zisang Xin thoughtfully prepared a large tent for the ladies to shield them from the wind. Without hesitation, Yi Zhiyu and Ji Chui entered the tent. With the sun still high, everyone was not yet preoccupied with the hunt, instead engaging in light conversation. Wei Shuangshuang followed suit and sat beside Yi Zhiyu, asking, "Zhiyu, what are your thoughts on my brother?" It seems that one is eagerly wishing to introduce her own dear brother. Yi Zhiyu, feeling somewhat helpless, could only remark, "It appears your brother is not particularly keen on outings. You must have persuaded him to come, right, Shuangshuang? A reluctant fruit is seldom sweet." "What do you mean?" "My brother was initially quite delighted to join, but it's all because of that woman, Jiang Ningxue." Realizing she had spoken too hastily, Wei Shuangshuang quickly fell silent. However, Yi Zhiyu's curiosity was piqued. What does that mean? Caught off guard by the question, Wei Shuangshuang glanced around anxiously, relieved to find no one else in the tent, and said, "I only confide this because I consider you a friend." Sensing the allure of gossip, Yi Zhiyu promptly instructed Shitsue to step outside the tent and stand guard, ensuring that anyone who comes would be reported. The 2 young ladies leaned closer together. In a hushed tone, Wei Shuangshuang revealed, "Actually, before your cousin Jiang Ningxue became involved with the crown prince, she had a brief liaison with my brother. At that time, she had not yet reached maturity, and it was merely a private affair. Later, when she caught the crown prince's attention at a poetry gathering, she discarded my brother. To protect her reputation, he had to conceal this matter and never disclosed it to anyone. I learned of it only after he inadvertently let it slip during a drunken episode." Yi Zhiyu suddenly understood. No wonder she sensed hostility from Wei Shuangshuang towards Jiang Ningxue the other day. It was for this very reason. Wei Shuangshuang hastily clarified, "Though my brother is devoted. He has moved on in these past years and no longer inquires about Jiang Ningxue. Just yesterday, when I mentioned you, he expressed admiration and wished to meet you. Who would have thought the crown prince and she would arrive today?" She finished with a look of indignation. After listening, Yi Zhiyu was taken aback. Realizing the profound connection between the 2 families, she smiled at Wei Shuangshuang and remarked, "You don't seem like a younger sister. You resemble an elder sister instead." Upon hearing this, Wei Shuangshuang let out a laugh, responding, "You are correct. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Whatever happens between you in the future is your own affair. I merely intend to introduce you." With that, she winked playfully at her. At that moment, the curtain was suddenly lifted, and Zisang Xin, wearing a cheerful expression, inquired, "What are my 2 sisters discussing that brings such joy?" Yi Zhiyu rose to greet him. "Your Highness, the 6th prince." Wei Shuangshuang, being familiar with him, dismissed the formalities. "Your Highness, are you ready today? Do you wish to compete with me in hunting?" Zisang Xin scoffed, "I have no intention of competing with you. Today, I wish to take my sister Zhiyu for a pleasant outing." Wei Shuangshuang, unfazed, retorted, "In this capital, whether she is your sister or not, they are all sisters. One might think our dynasty boasts dozens of princesses." Feeling somewhat thwarted, Zisang Xian could not argue further and looked hopefully at Yi Zhiyu. "Since we have the chance to be out, let us forget the hierarchy of rulers and subjects. Come, let us ride and hunt rabbits together." Yi Zhiyu hesitated. "Your Highness, you know I cannot ride." "I can teach you to ride, Zhiyu. Come." "We shall not play with the boys," Wei Shuangshuang said, pulling her hand as they exited, leaving Zisang Xian alone in the tent. With no other option, Zisang Xian, known throughout the capital as a flamboyant young man, recognized that Wei Shuangshuang instinctively wanted to distance Yi Zhiyu from him. The dawn was splendid, and the sun shone brightly. Zhi Ming had already followed Xiao Su into the woods, while Wei Shuangshuang led a majestic, pure black steed and placed the reins in Yi Zhiyu's hands. "Zhiyu, this horse is specially prepared for you. I anticipated that you might not know how to ride, so I brought over the gentlest colt from home for you to try." Looking at the horse, which towered over her by a head and a half, Yi Zhiyu felt a twinge of trepidation. However, not wanting to dampen the mood, she steeled herself to mount. The horse remained docile, allowing her to relax her previously taut nerves. Zisang Xian stood nearby, instructing her on how to hold the reins and steer the horse, and she absorbed the lessons eagerly. Riding wasn't as daunting as she had imagined. It was akin to learning to drive. Once one conquers their inner fears, everything becomes effortless. In the distance, Jiang Mingxue approached on horseback. "Ah, sister, you are quite astute. In such a short time, you've learned to ride. Shall we venture deeper into the woods together?" Instinctively, Yi Zhiyu wanted to decline, but Wei Shuangshuang interjected. "We all know Jiang Liangyuan excels in both archery and horsemanship. How about I challenge you today to see who can catch more game? Let the competition begin." "I fear you not," Yi Zhiyu replied, spurred on by the provocation. Thus, the two rode into the woods, followed closely by the crown prince, all brimming with excitement. Zisong Xian mounted his own horse and said to Yi Zhiyu, "Let us also enter and see if we can capture a fox. I shall present it to you, for a winter scarf would indeed be warm." As she spoke, she playfully slapped the horse's rear, causing it to gallop slightly. Yi Zhiyu tightened her grip on the reins, cursing him silently in her heart. The forest was vast, and everyone had dispersed, leaving only Yi Zhiyu and Sang Xian strolling together. Unable to hasten their pace as she had just learned to ride and was hesitant to go too fast, Yi Zhiyu glanced around at the scenery, feeling a sense of tranquility, thoroughly pleased with the outing. Observing Sang Xian beside her, she inquired, "Are you quite familiar with Miss Wei?" "Indeed. We have known each other since childhood. She disapproves of me, and I of her. Whenever my father becomes enraged due to the left chancellor's rebukes in court, he becomes stricter with our studies. I would then sneak out of the palace to confront her, and over time, we became acquainted. She remarked that I resembled a girl, to which I retorted that she was as coarse as a soldier. Tell me, Zhiyu, is it truly my fault for being handsome?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiyu could not help but laugh heartily. "Sixth prince, how can you be so? No matter how displeased one might be, one should never bully a woman. Why not challenge the Wei family's young master instead?" Sang Xian scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, "I cannot match him." Yi Zhiyu's smile broadened upon hearing this. The two meandered aimlessly, unknowingly venturing deeper into the forest, seeing not a single hare, yet a few crows perched on the trees, cawing irritatingly. Just as she was about to change direction in search of the main group, a sudden whoosh echoed from behind, as a cold arrow shot forth. Striking the rear of the horse Yi Zhiyu was riding. The horse, in pain, galloped forward, startling Yi Zhiyu, who clutched tightly to the mane. Leaning down to seek an opportunity for escape. Lacking equestrian skills, she was acutely aware that ahead lay a precipice. Should the steed become uncontrollable and plunge down, calamity would surely ensue. Fortunately, the horse provided by Wei Shuangshuang was not overly swift, and soon Zisong Xian caught up. As they approached the brink of the cliff, Zisong Hang steadied himself, grasped the reins of Yu Zhiyu's horse, and with a powerful leap, mounted her steed. He firmly seized the reins, striving to control the frightened animal. However, fate proved unkind. The cliff loomed ahead, and the horse, unable to halt, stepped onto a loose stone, plummeting directly toward the abyss. In despair, Yi Zhiyu shut her eyes. This was not the modest hillside of Yi village, but a bottomless chasm where a fall meant certain death. In a swift moment, Zisong Xian encircled Yi Zhiyu with one arm, pushing off from the horse's back to gain leverage as he reached for a branch on the cliff face with his other hand. After what felt like an eternity, devoid of the anticipated pain of shattering bones, Yu Zhiyu cautiously opened her eyes. They found themselves suspended on the cliff, several feet from the summit, ensnared in a dire predicament that birthed a new wave of despair. Zisong Hung's palm was pierced by the branch, but fueled solely by sheer will. He clung to Yu Zhiyu without release. Upon seeing her awaken, he smiled gently and quipped, "How about that? Am I impressive, or what?" In such a critical moment, only he could muster humor. Yi Zhiyu realized she could not succumb to fear alone. She must devise a means of self-rescue. Surveying the surroundings, one is met with sheer cliffs. Though a few vines dangle, they do not extend from the summit. Even if one were to grasp them, ascent would remain unattainable. Blood trickled down Zisong Xian's arm from his palm. Clad in crimson garments, he was oblivious to the quantity of blood he had lost, and it was evident that his strength was waning. Suddenly, Yi Zhiyu noticed what appeared to be a cave not far from her, accessible by swinging on the vines. She hurriedly informed Zisong Xian, "Your Highness, look, there is a cave. We can take refuge there temporarily. Once they realize we are missing, they will surely come searching for us." With that, she reached out to grasp a vine. After considerable effort, she secured a hold on one, tugging it to assess its sturdiness. Fortunately, it proved quite resilient. Gripping the vine firmly, She turned to him. When you release me, give me a push. I will swing across and then assist you. At that moment, Zisong appeared somewhat pallid, yet managed to smile and nodded. Very well. Take care. Once prepared, he gently nudged her to the right with his right hand. Yi Jiu, untroubled by a fear of heights, swung through the air several times, seizing the opportune moment to land securely at the cave's entrance. Seeing her safe, Zisong exhaled a sigh of relief, then began to support himself with a tree branch as he extracted his left hand, which had been pierced by twigs. The tearing sound of flesh resonated as he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Switching hands, he emulated Yi Jiu, grasping the vine, and with a determined push, swung across as well. At the cave's mouth, Yi Jiu grasped his garment firmly, pulling him inside. At present, they find themselves in a semblance of safety, confined within a space no larger than a single bed, resembling a naturally formed cavern, ample enough for two. Their only recourse is to await rescue. Yi Jiu carries a small bag on her back, safeguarding the items she retrieved from her spatial realm. Zisong's palm has been pierced, blood flowing incessantly. It is imperative to tend to the wound. Otherwise, by the time help arrives, he may have succumbed to his injuries. As she disinfects with cotton balls, she mutters with a hint of reproach, "Why did you recklessly follow me down, sixth prince? It's not worth losing your life for a mere girl like me." Leaning against the wall, Zisong wears a half-smile, seemingly unperturbed by his injury, responding, "But we are still alive, are we not?" Yi Jiu meticulously sprinkles hemostatic powder onto the wound before wrapping it in gauze, aware that due to the nature of the injury, it may later become inflamed. The medicinal supplies from her spatial realm can only provide temporary relief. Should they remain undiscovered for several days, Zisong could be in grave danger. Yi Jiu is filled with anxiety, while he appears unfazed, reflecting that to perish alongside Sister Jiu is not a life wasted. Today, we are both dressed in red. Do we not resemble a pair of newlyweds? Observing his playful demeanor ignites Yi Jiu's ire. Zhengguo, speak to me properly. What nonsense about dying? I have no desire to perish. We will escape. Upon hearing her outburst, Zisong is amused. Sister Jiu, you have finally stopped calling me sixth prince. I prefer you address me as Zhengguo. Let it be. There is no need to quibble with him, for he is a ruffian capable of brawling with women. Once she had settled Zisong, Yi Jiu began to survey her surroundings. It was uncertain how long they would be trapped here. While she could procure chocolate from her spatial pocket to provide a brief boost of energy, the scarcity of water posed a significant dilemma. She could not simply conjure a bottle of mineral water from her small backpack, lest Zisong suspect her of being a supernatural being. Fortunately, they found themselves in a cavern, and soon Yi Jiu discovered a corner where water dripped from the stalactites. It was evident that the water was saturated with calcium chloride, for it had contributed to the formation of this natural cave. However, she could feign the use of spring water while discreetly retrieving clean water from her spatial pocket, thus avoiding any suspicion. Yi Jiu hastily produced antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medication, administering them to Zisong before using a leaf from a vine to scoop some water to quench his thirst. Now, they could only wait. Time passed, and the sky darkened. Both their stomachs began to grumble. Yi Jiu took out the chocolate, offering 5 pieces to Zisong and consuming a few herself. They needed to replenish their strength, for they must survive until help arrives. Perhaps the fever medication was taking effect, for Zisong, after consuming the chocolate, appeared more alert, sitting upright and gazing earnestly at Yi Jiu. Sister Jiu, he remarked, the sun has set. Do you not feel a bit chilly? Upon glancing outside, Yi Jiu indeed felt the evening chill encroach upon her. She intended to gather some dried vines to start a fire, but Zisong interjected. Wouldn't it be warmer if we held each other through the night? Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu suppressed her urge to strike him, replying coldly, just wait. I will go and make a fire. At this juncture, he still indulges in petty advantages, truly incorrigible. Zisong continued, you need not worry about your reputation. Should fortune smile upon us, I shall take you as my 6th royal consort. What say you? Yi Jiu chose to ignore him, preoccupied with searching for withered vines. Yet, he persisted, although I wield little power, I am still a prince. When the time comes for the distribution of fiefs, I shall take you to enjoy the blessings of the land. You may practice your medicine while I lounge as a leisurely prince. Does that not sound delightful? His words were indeed enticing, yet Yi Jiu understood that Zisong merely sought to amuse himself with her. Stacking the firewood, she inquired, but you do not harbor feelings for me, Why propose marriage? Why do you say such things, my dear Zhiyu? I fell for you at first sight. Can you not see it? Yi Zhiyu struck a match, igniting a small flame with a soft crackle, and replied calmly, Yet, each time you look at me, I feel as though your gaze passes through me to someone else. The dry twigs were instantly set ablaze, casting a warm glow upon their faces. With his thoughts laid bare, Zhengguo bore no resentment. He simply straightened his posture and smiled, saying, Indeed, you are astute, Zhiyu. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I once knew, yet my kindness towards you is genuine. Yi Zhiyu met his gaze, urging him to continue. I am curious, she said. What sort of woman has captured your thoughts so persistently? Zhengguo lowered his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as his thoughts seemed to drift far away. Realizing he had been discovered, he decided to confide in her. Her name was Ruan. The year we met, I was but 8 years old. At that time, my mother was merely a noblewoman, and the empress summoned me to the palace for my education. What she referred to as upbringing was, in reality, a means to control the Liu family. She confined me to a secluded chamber, can you imagine, Zhiyu? A prince. Within the queen's palace, enduring the pangs of hunger and the whims of fortune, left unattended even when illness struck. Ruan was the daughter of the former Minister of Rites, merely 6 years old at the time. The minister was summoned to the palace to prepare for the crown prince's enthronement ceremony. Young and playful, Ruan lost her way while visiting her father and inadvertently stumbled into the dog hole leading to my chamber. I was cold and hungry, and she mistook me for a palace eunuch. With a kind heart, she fetched me water and generously offered me the snack she had clutched in her arms. Subsequently, every time she entered the palace, she would quietly seek me out. As she spoke, a tenderness, previously unseen, flickered in Zhengguo's eyes. In a bid to conceal her mistreatment of the prince from the world, she devised a plan to transfer the Minister of Rites away from the capital. On their journey out of the city, Ruan and her father encountered bandits, and they perished. The entire family was lost, and Ruan was merely 13. I vowed that upon her coming of age, I would marry her. As he spoke, tears glistened in Zhengguo's eyes. Yi Zhiyu listened gently, her emotions concealed. Thus, I resemble her, do I not? Yi Zhiyu found no words to comfort him, merely placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Chapter 95. A glimmer of starlight can ignite a prairie fire. Zhengguo turned to her, his eyes filled with tears and regret.